Beware, the village is under enchantment. Return swiftly. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. Zhou Ming decisively opened the message, only to find its content had transformed. The grand open beta of Destiny has arrived. Complete relevant tasks within the game for a chance to acquire formidable enchanted pets. Bah! Zhou Ming was utterly disappointed. Crass advertisement. How revolting! With the beta launch imminent, he donned a game helmet that lay ready nearby. Destiny. This was the inaugural game born from the collaborative efforts of global governments following the maturation of virtual reality technology, destined to possess immense developmental potential. Even without the text message, he would have indulged in this game. Now, confronted with such a vulgar and repulsive promotional message, he felt an even stronger urge to immerse himself in the experience. Ding. System prompt. Welcome to Destiny. Would you like to create a character immediately? As the melodious system chime resonated, Zhou Ming opened his eyes once more, finding himself within a resplendent hall adorned in gold and splendor. Yes, he promptly selected to agree. At that moment, only 10 minutes remained until the server went live, allowing players to create their characters in advance and await the official game launch. Whoosh! As Zhou Ming's voice faded, a young man clad in grayish-white robes materialized within the hall, possessing strikingly similar features and stature to Zhou Ming himself. Simultaneously, the pleasant system chime echoed again. Ding. System prompt. You may modify your appearance, but alterations must not exceed a 10 variance in attractiveness. Understanding the implications, Zhou Ming made the necessary adjustments. Being a young man, it was imperative to learn how to safeguard oneself in the outside world. Once satisfied with his appearance, he clicked Submit. Ding. System prompt. Character creation successful. Please name your game character. Zhou World. Zhou Ming entered the pre-chosen name, which prompted the system to confirm the successful creation of his character, instructing him to patiently await the game's commencement. Checking the time, Zhou Ming focused intently, determined to enter the game at the earliest opportunity. In the game's early stages, a timely entry could mean the difference between success and failure. Otherwise, the influx of players would surely obstruct access to crucial NPCs. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, he frantically clicked the Enter Game button, wishing he could strike sparks from it. Ding. System prompt. The game is not yet open. Please be patient. Ding. System prompt. The game is not yet open. Please be patient. Ding. System prompt. Welcome to Destiny. You have entered the first Novice Village. Novice Village number 1. Zhou Ming recognized that his speed in entering the game was not too slow. Meanwhile, bursts of white light signified that other players were also rushing into the game, transforming the once desolate Novice Village into a bustling hub of activity, alive with chatter. It's so crowded. Let's team up to hunt monsters. Interested parties come quickly. Brothers, join me for viewing. First, let's accept the quest within the dilapidated Novice Village, as if transported into another realm. Zhou Ming hurriedly made his way towards the village chief, who was leaning on a cane. Reflecting on the recent message he received, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he jestingly declared, "Grandfather Village Chief, I've come back to claim my succubus." Thud! Startled by Zhou Ming's astonishing words, the village chief trembled, dropping his cane to the ground, and exclaimed in horror, "How did you come to know that we are harboring an ancient succubus in our village?" Zhou Ming, is he serious? Well, Zhou Ming scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. I happened to hear about it by chance. Evidently, you are the fated one I have been awaiting. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief retrieved his cane and regarded the youth with a solemn gaze, stating, however, that ancient succubus is exceedingly perilous. Are you truly intent on making contact with her? No sooner had the village chief finished speaking than the system notification chimed in perfectly. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the rare hidden quest Ancient Succubus. Would you like to accept it? What an exhilarating start to the game. I'm all in. Even as a newcomer, Zhou Ming was acutely aware of the significance of the term rare hidden quest. He confidently thumped his chest and proclaimed, I relish the opportunity to challenge my limits. Excellent spirit. The village chief regarded him with admiration, saying, Follow me. Ding. System notification. You have received the rare hidden quest Ancient Succubus. Ancient Succubus Difficulty. A. Description: This demon is not one to be trifled with. You are still young. Do not stray from the path. Objective: Free her from her bonds. Reward: Unknown. After arranging for other NPCs to engage with adventurers, the village chief led Zhou Ming to a nearby thatched cottage, where a teleportation array was situated. Stand within the teleportation array, and I shall transport you to the succubus location, the village chief said with utmost seriousness. Be warned, you may very well suffer grievously. Fear not. Zhou Ming's body tensed with determination as he strode confidently into the teleportation array, his gaze resolute. I am quite sturdy. I fear no torment. Such bravery. The village chief was increasingly impressed by the young man's demeanor. Without further hesitation, he activated the teleportation array, enveloping Zhou Ming in a resplendent glow. Whoosh! When Zhou Ming lifted his gaze once more, he found himself within a tunnel of flickering light and shadow, presumably a time-space conduit. Crackle suddenly, Zhou Ming noticed a flicker of silver light in the distance. Before he could react, his vision rapidly blurred. Ding! System notification. You have been struck by constraint, losing points of health. You have perished. Note: as you are still in the novice phase, there is no resurrection cooldown. Hiss! Reappearing in the novice village, Zhou Ming involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Damn it! Did it end just like that? Confirming that the quest was still active and undeterred by misfortune, Zhou Ming retraced his steps and re-entered the room. How did you end up outside? The village chief asked, bewildered. Didn't I just teleport you inside? The teleportation array is ancient and poorly maintained. It may have malfunctioned. Zhou Ming stepped into the teleportation array once more. Let's try again. All right. The village chief, convinced, focused intently on activating the teleportation array, sending Zhou Ming to the place where the succubus was imprisoned. After completing the task, the village chief sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. This should be foolproof now. Crack! The door to the room swung open. To the village chief's astonishment, Zhou Ming entered expressionlessly. Again, time and again, Zhou Ming's number of deaths accumulated rapidly. This provided him with a profound understanding of the rare hidden quest, which was rated at an 11 difficulty. He truly felt as if he were being tormented to the brink of ecstasy. It wasn't until the 12th entry into the spatial tunnel that he finally ceased triggering the restraints. This time, he traversed the tunnel and arrived at his destination. It was a dilapidated village, markedly different from the novice village, for it was desolate and devoid of human presence. The only noteworthy sights were 2 trees in the distance. One was a peach tree. The other was also a peach tree. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map Peach Blossom Village. Swish, 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 faintly. The sound of swords clashing reached his ears. Zhou Ming approached and beheld a slender, silver-haired maiden dancing with a sword beneath the peach trees. Clad in a flowing white gown, with delicate features and skin that shimmered like ice in the sunlight, she radiated an ethereal purity, as if untouched by the mundane world. Zhou Ming was taken aback by her beauty, scrutinizing the enchanting figure before him, and noticed a pair of elegantly pointed ears subtly concealed beneath her cascading hair. Truly, she was a succubus. Zhou Ming felt a surge of respect. The maiden, already aware of his presence, gracefully stepped forward in an instant, as if she had traversed the space between them. Who are you? Her voice flowed like a clear spring. I am Zhou Yu World. Zhou Ming replied, careful not to overstep, and cautiously inquired, Are you the ancient succubus? With that, he tentatively cast the universal skill inherent to novice players, the reconnaissance spell. Well, it was all question marks. The ancient succubus? The maiden shook her head, bewildered. Is there anyone else here? No. Zhou Ming, it seems I have only you to seek. If you encounter the ancient succubus, please leave quickly. It is very dangerous here, the maiden warned. Before resuming her sword practice, Zhou Ming watched for a while, confirming that she would not violently assault him, then attempted to strike up a conversation. Have you always been here alone? The maiden did not respond. Isn't it lonely? Still, she remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming decided to be straightforward. I want to take you away from here. Chapter 2. The Super Follower Clang. The blade trembled lightly, its edge pressed against Zhou Ming's neck, the sharpness sending a faint sting across his skin. As these words escaped Zhou Ming's lips, the girl reappeared before him, her expression hostile, her eyes brimming with palpable animosity. Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend what my departure from this place signifies? She retorted. Zhou Ming, unable to articulate a coherent response, understood he must say something, lest this venture culminate in his demise. Having already encountered the target of his mission, the prospect of a second chance was far from certain. I do not know who you are, but I wish to take you away from here, Zhou Ming declared earnestly. The girl regarded him with perplexity. Why? Because taking you from this place is of utmost importance to me, Zhou Ming replied candidly. According to the information divulged by the authorities, the difficulty of missions in the realm of destiny was categorized from highest to lowest as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. At the inception of the game, the rewards for an A-level mission were sufficient to propel him ahead of all other players. This was crucial. The girl, taken aback, scrutinized the youth before her, sensing that he spoke the truth. After a moment's contemplation, she sheathed her weapon and gently shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot leave this place. And the reason? Zhou Ming inquired directly, extending her alabaster hand. A vibrant energy orb materialized in her palm. If I vacate this location, this terrifying constraint will instantly claim my life. Could you transfer it to me? Zhou Ming pondered, contemplating this as the sole feasible solution. Even I cannot withstand its power. How could you? Is it possible? It is. Then transfer it to me, and I shall assist you. Zhou Ming maintained his composure. It was merely a matter of dying once more, nothing grave. But, trust me, very well, observing his unwavering confidence. She acquiesced and attempted to transfer the energy orb to Zhou Ming. Ding. System notification. You have been sealed by an unknown constraint. Leaving the current area will result in severe judgment. With the transfer complete, Zhou Ming dashed toward the outskirts of Peach Blossom Village. You will be annihilated by the constraint, the girl warned. Do not worry. Zhou Ming turned back, flashing a confident smile. It cannot harm me. Boom. The moment he exited Peach Blossom Village, judgment descended from the heavens, an endless barrage of energy striking down, causing Zhou Ming to evaporate into thin air. Minus 9,999, 9999, 9999, 9,999. The girl? Her expression shifted, a complex mix of emotions stirring within her. We are but strangers. Why endure this? Wait. Sensing that he had not truly perished, she raised her hand to tear through the void, reappearing in the novice village number 1. Wow, what a stunning NPC. The officials truly understand us. Fairy. May we get acquainted? Numerous players flocked towards the young girl, who furrowed her brow slightly. She raised her hand, pointing into the void, and a cascade of white light erupted, causing all nearby players to perish instantly, with even the damage numbers rendered invisible. Zhou Ming, resurrected, stood in astonishment, witnessing this scene. The ancient succubus, judging by her title, was evidently a merciless being, far from the serene and delightful image one might conjure. Thank you for saving me. She approached Zhou Ming, her tone filled with gratitude. Ding. System notification. Queen of Divine Ashes, Qianying's affinity towards you has increased by 10 points. Current affinity, 60 points, friendly. You're welcome. Zhou Ming replied sheepishly, sensing he had likely unleashed a formidable entity. At that moment, the limping village chief approached. Chief, I have set the person free. It is time for my reward. Zhou Ming spoke first, brimming with anticipation. Time waits for no one. He had already squandered considerable training time and needed to make up for lost ground. The village chief was momentarily taken aback. Did you not receive a reward already? What do you mean? Zhou Ming asked, perplexed. You were the one who insisted on claiming the succubus. Have you forgotten? Zhou Ming fell silent. Claim a creature as terrifying as that. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Ancient Succubus. Difficulty A. Reward. Level 1. With a flash, golden light descended, and Zhou Ming's level rose to 2. Is this it? Suddenly, Qianying raised her sharp sword, aiming it at the village chief. The chief, horrified, quickly knelt. Spare me, my lord. He demands a reward. Qianying's tone remained flat. Very well. The chief replied, trembling. I understand. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have perfectly completed the quest, Ancient Succubus. Difficulty A. Receiving an additional reward. Level 1. Worn Iron Sword. Once more, Golden light enveloped him, and he leveled up again. Zhou Ming could only laugh helplessly. Truly, Destiny was a game renowned for its infinite possibilities, capable of augmenting rewards through threats. The village chief shivered. My lord, this is the utmost limit of what I can offer. Zhou Ming promptly helped him to his feet. Ultimately, the quest rewards were correlated with the difficulty level. Although the experience and item rewards were not particularly bountiful, the true advantage was evidently the favor of the unknown yet powerful Queen of Divine Ashes, Qianying. By the way, Zhou Ming suddenly recalled, does the chief have any other troubles that require my assistance? Indeed, the chief nodded, in the fields outside the village. Many field mice are ravaging the crops. Would you be willing to help drive them away? Of course. Zhou Ming replied with a smile, leave it to me. Ding. System notification. You have received the quest, Exterminate Field Mice, difficulty. C. The slaying of field mice, synopsis. I, the mouse, simply adore rice. Objective. Eliminate 20 field mice. Quest reward. A modest amount of experience. Upon accepting the task, Zhou Ming felt he was finally embarking on a legitimate path of leveling up. Amidst the envious gazes of countless players, he stepped out of the village. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the ancient succubus trailing behind him and smiled. You are free now. You can pursue whatever it is you wish. I have nothing I wish to do, Qianying replied, shaking her head. Then when do you return home? My home is far, far away. I can never go back, Qianying spoke with a tranquil tone. Then, Zhou Ming contemplated urging her to leave, but was struck by a thought and tentatively asked, why not accompany me for now? Once you find your purpose, you can pursue it then. The advantages of having an existence that surpassed current understanding as a companion were self-evident. Furthermore, could it be that this succubus could indeed be recruited? Would that not be? Very well. Qianying did not decline, contemplating her own reasoning. You saved me. Merely expressing gratitude feels insufficient. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the location of the field mice. In the fields, numerous large, gray-furred field mice were roaming about, brazenly devouring crops. To be cautious. Zhou Ming opened his character panel to assess his status. Zhou Ming, level, 3 health, 30 attack, 6 to 6 defense, 3 to 3 fame, 0 luck, 0 resistance, 0 skills. Scouting can uncover basic information about creatures or items within a level not exceeding his own by 10 levels. Talent, not activated, activated upon class change. Worn Iron Sword, common quality, attack, 3 to 3 required level. 1 description. Seriously, you want this too? After reviewing his attributes, Zhou Ming cast the scouting skill towards a field mouse nearby. Field mouse, common creature, level, 5 health, 20 attack, 6 to 6 defense, 3 to 3 skill. By description, the main culprit behind the devastation of crops. Zhou Ming did not dare to be careless. In other games, it would be nearly impossible to perish in the early stages, yet in Destiny, attracting multiple field mice could overwhelm a player. As Zhou Ming prepared to search for a solitary field mouse, Qianying, who had been silently following, stepped forward. Raising her hand towards the sky. Boom! A torrent of air surged forth. A beam of white light shot into the heavens, causing the weather to shift dramatically. Instantly, all the field mice trembled, sensing their impending doom. I appreciate your goodwill, but allow me to handle this myself. Zhou Ming hastily interjected, I need to hone my skills. If Qianying defeated the enemies, he would not gain any experience by providing no assistance. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qianying retracted her attack. Studying Zhou Ming thoughtfully before extending her delicate hand. Hand me your weapon. Chapter 3. Creating one's own profession though he was unsure of the reasons. Zhou Ming chose to present his weapon. Upon receiving the tattered iron sword, a peculiar glimmer danced in Qianying's eyes. Grasping the hilt with her right hand, she formed a sword gesture with her left and gently brushed the blade. Instantly, the worn iron sword was rejuvenated, reflecting a silvery radiance under the sunlight and transforming into a remarkably sharp weapon. Take it. Having completed this transformation, Qianying returned the weapon. Zhou Ming reclaimed the sword and promptly opened its attributes panel to examine it. Silver sword, silver grade, attack, 20 to 25 attributes, attack 5 required level, 1 description, originally a dilapidated iron sword. It has absorbed a trace of the aura from a godly powerhouse, thus its strength has vastly improved. Silver grade. Zhou Ming felt a surge of excitement. It is essential to note that the weapon grading in Destiny aligns with the strength tiers, ranked from low to high as bronze, silver, gold, and luminous, with levels above luminous awaiting player exploration. In the early stages of the game, the attributes bestowed by a silver weapon were sufficient for him to possess overwhelming power against field mice. You are not a native of Destiny continent. I can only assist you to this extent, Qianning candidly informed him. Thank you. Zhou Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude. In essence, natives cannot freely bestow treasures upon adventurers. Yet fortunately, this weapon originally belonged to him, and Qianying's actions merely involved a touch. Nonetheless, the benefit was substantial, not wasting this hard-won advantage. While other players struggled against level 1 slimes and level 3 sheep, Zhou Ming brandished his sword and charged towards the field mice. -21. A vivid red damage indicator appeared. The field mouse had a total of merely 20 health points, collapsing instantly, without a chance to retaliate. A one-hit kill. Zhou Ming relished the moment. Which player could start with a silver weapon? What the hell, did he actually get it? Onlookers were left in awe. Most players were engaged in back-and-forth battles with slimes, while this individual not only roamed with an exceptionally beautiful NPC, but could also obliterate level 5 monsters in an instant. Is he even human? Squeak. The remaining field mice, witnessing their comrade's demise, immediately became enraged and charged at the unexpected guest, rushing forward without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. Like slicing through vegetables, Zhou Ming remained unfazed by the furious field mice, launching a flurry of attacks with his sword. -3, -22, -3, -21. The cumulative damage from the numerous field mice posed a significant threat to Zhou Ming. He fought strategically, retreating while minimizing the frequency of attacks, and each of his strikes proved lethal. In less than 2 minutes, over 10 field mice fell, transforming into experience points, just as Zhou Ming's health approached its limit. Whoosh! Golden light scattered as his level ascended to 4, fully restoring his status. Ding! System notification. You have completed the task, Exterminate Field Mice, difficulty C. You may proceed to the village chief to claim your reward. So swiftly resolved? Zhou Ming, still unsatisfied, casually dispatched 2 field mice nearby, collecting over 20 copper coins scattered on the ground before making his way back to the novice village. With such formidable attack power, battling field mice felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It would be far more prudent to confront higher-level monsters to expedite his leveling efficiency. Brother, where did you acquire that NPC? A player could no longer contain their curiosity and approached to inquire. Zhou Ming, unwilling to squander his hard-won early advantage, brushed them off nonchalantly. I'm a planner. With that, he leveraged his level advantage to push through the crowd and return to the novice village. It is noteworthy that, unlike the ordinary tasks of slaying monsters, the officials had already elucidated that the worldview of Destiny evolves autonomously, meaning that each NPC is unique. And once a certain event is completed, it will not recur. Upon witnessing Zhou Ming return to the village with an ancient succubus, the village chief was startled to the core and promptly abandoned his current task to rush over. Village chief, I have completed the task, Zhou Ming declared straightforwardly. Excellent, excellent. The village chief responded repeatedly, I shall reward you immediately. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on the perfect completion of the task, Slay Field Mice, difficulty C. Rewards. Level experience 55, copper coins 10, worn armor. More gear has arrived. Zhou Ming immediately opened his inventory and replaced his attribute-less novice garb with the rusted armor. Upon witnessing this, Qianning raised her hand to touch the armor, then quickly withdrew. In the next moment, the armor appeared significantly more resilient. Sturdy armor, silver grade, defense, 10 to 12 health, 100 traits, defense 5 required level, 3 description, any equipment that absorbs the aura of a godly powerhouse, even if only a trace, will invariably become extraordinary. Thank you. Zhou Ming turned to Qianning, at a loss for words. In response, Qianning remained silent. Village chief, the reward for slaying field mice is quite good, but it is rather too simple. Are there any tasks with more substantial rewards you could recommend? Zhou Ming inquired. Indeed, brother, there are. The village chief glanced nervously at the quietly following Qian and nodded vigorously. In the mountains outside the village, there resides a bloodthirsty wolf. If you could assist in eliminating it, the entire village would be grateful to you. Ding. System notification. Do you accept the task? Eliminate the wolf. Difficulty B. Eliminate the wolf. Difficulty B. Description. The wolf is ferociously bloodthirsty. Exercise extreme caution. Requirements. Slay the wolf and bring back a wolf fawn. Task rewards. Unknown. Yes. Zhou Ming decisively accepted the task and headed to the apothecary, spending all his copper coins to purchase 6 bottles of red potions, ensuring he would not meet an untimely end. Red potion, C-grade item, effect. Restores 5 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Description, a red potion, unmistakably for health replenishment. Prepared and resolute, Zhou Ming set forth towards the mountains, filled with ambition. The wolf was likely to be a boss. If one could vanquish this being, it is highly probable that they would achieve the first kill of the initial boss in Destiny. Having dispatched this living deity, the village chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief. As they journeyed toward the mountains, Zhou Ming glanced back at the silent silver-haired maiden, her skin as fair as snow, an exquisite beauty akin to a celestial being. It seemed only the NPCs within the game could possess such ethereal allure. What are you staring at? Qianing inquired, puzzled. Zhou Ming candidly replied, It's nothing. I merely wish to understand the significance of your departure from Taoyuan village. This was a question Qianing had posed previously, and he sought an answer. Despite being a deity-level powerhouse, her willingness to accompany him, claiming it was to repay a debt, felt far more complex than that. At the core, he could not believe he would effortlessly receive the protection of a divine being through an A-rank quest. Qian Ying's gaze flickered as she looked toward the heavens. If you are still unaware, I hope you remain so for a while longer. Very well, Zhou Ming did not press further. At this moment, it seemed his current low level prevented him from triggering any plot related to Qianing. Conversely, once his strength was sufficient, what profession would he wish to choose? Qianing suddenly posed the question. What profession? Zhou Ming did not rush to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I haven't quite decided yet. Do you have any recommendations? At the utterance of these words, he could distinctly feel his heart racing. The maiden beside him was a divine powerhouse. If he could obtain her legacy, it would undoubtedly lead to a legendary hidden profession. It is worth noting that the developers of Destiny had previously revealed that, aside from the 6 primary professions, swordsman, knight, mage, summoner, priest, and assassin, there existed hidden professions, including unique ones. However, the latter 2 had only a minuscule probability of acquisition. My profession is uniquely mine and cannot be inherited by you, Qianing stated, as if perceiving Zhou Ming's thoughts, shaking her head. Zhou Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet it was not unexpected. Hidden professions were not easily obtained. However, I can present you with an alternative option. Suddenly, Qianing shifted her tone, gazing deeply at the young man before her, her voice taking on an intriguing cadence. Would you be interested in creating your own profession? Chapter 4. The first kill across the server. Zhou Ming felt a slight constriction in his breath as a tumultuous wave surged within him. The prospect of creating his own class, offered by Qianing, was a path he had never envisioned. Not interested? Qianing inquired. I am. Zhou Ming replied eagerly, brimming with excitement. But how can I create my own class? Creating a class is undeniably not an endeavor to be taken lightly. In truth, without Qianying's assistance, it would be an unattainable feat for any player to accomplish alone. Once your strength meets the requirements for class advancement, I will assist you, Qianing said. Unable to suppress a smile at Zhou Ming's enthusiasm, she recognized that this adventurer, known as Zhou Yushijia, possessed immense potential and adaptability. All right, Zhou Ming took a deep breath, striving to quell his restless spirit. No need to rush. First, I must secure the boss's first kill before contemplating the creation of my own class. However, he pondered what remarkable class he might forge with Qianying's guidance, an anticipation that filled him with excitement. Steering clear of the crowded novice village, Zhou Ming hastily made his way to his quest destination. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Novice Village Mountains. As he stepped into the lush mountains, Zhou Ming found himself surrounded by verdant foliage. The air was alive with the rustling of insects, and the dense canopy filtered the sunlight, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby, parting the underbrush. He spotted a pack of wild wolves not far away. They were robust creatures, clad in gray fur and armed with sharp claws, exuding an intimidating presence. Wild wolf, normal monster, level, 10 health, 80 attack, 24 to 28 defense, 12 to 15 skills, wolf's kiss, pounce, description, the ruler of the Novice Village Mountains. Only by defeating it can one prove their worth to leave the mountains. This was a formidable challenge for someone below level 6. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Before engaging, Zhou Ming opened his character panel to review his attributes. Zhou Yu Shijia, level, 4 health, 140 attack, 25 to 30 defense, 15 to 17 reputation, 0 luck, 0 resistance, 0 skills, scouting, talent, unactivated, to be activated upon class advancement, thanks to 2 pieces of silver equipment. His attributes significantly surpassed those of the wild wolf. Prior to confronting the challenging boss, it was ideal to level up against the wolves. Without further hesitation, Zhou Ming brandished his silver sword, targeting a solitary wolf and striking it with a swift blow, visibly diminishing its health. -10. Critical hit. Fortune favors me with this critical strike. The wild wolf emitted a piercing howl, immediately lunging to bite the unwelcome intruder. Zhou Ming deftly dodged, narrowly escaping. Miss. The symbol indicating a successful evasion appeared. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ming pressed the attack once more. This time, the wolf demonstrated its cunning, retreating before pouncing forward. Truly, the wild wolf was adept at evading damage. What could he say to that? Elbow strike. Zhou Ming remained composed amid the chaos, swiftly raising his hand in response. If he were to be struck by the wolf's kiss, it would be utterly exhilarating. -6. -10. After exchanging blows, both sides engaged in a back-and-forth dance of attack and retreat, advancing and withdrawing. Until 3 minutes later, the wild wolf trembled, let out a whimper, and reluctantly succumbed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain Wild Wolf. Experience gained 32. Whoosh. The experience from defeating an enemy of a higher level was remarkably abundant, allowing Zhou Ming to ascend to level 5. A thud. At that moment, a pair of boots fell to the ground. Fortune smiled upon him. Zhou Ming gleefully picked up the boots, and Qian Ying, witnessing this, offered her assistance. A truly heartwarming gesture. Wolfskin boots, silver grade, defense, 5 to 5 health, 50 trait, movement speed 5 description, a pair of wolfskin boots touched by a godlike being. You must grow stronger swiftly, Qian Ying whispered. I will leave Tiyuan village, and those individuals will soon discover my absence. Those individuals? The ones who trapped her in Taoyuan village? Zhou Ming pondered, yet his hands were not idle as he sought out another wild creature. Equipping the wolfskin boots, his defense surged to 20 to 22, and his health significantly increased, alleviating the pressure he faced against the wild wolf. In a mere 20 minutes, he reached level 6. At this point, no other players had yet ventured into the mountains. With no competition for monsters, this would further amplify his advantage. A howl pierced the air, louder than that of an ordinary wild wolf. At last, it had arrived. Zhou Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he traced the sound. Soon spotting his target, a massive, sinister wolf, its fur pitch black, eyes blood red. Baring its teeth in a menacing snarl, Wolf King Bronze Grade Boss. Level, 12 health, 500 attack, 42 to 50 defense, 18 to 22 skills. Howl, Shattering Claw, Bloodthirst, Description. The strongest creature within the mountain range of the Novice Village. A fearsome wolf that instills dread in the hearts of villagers. With an attack ceiling of 50 points, this foe would not be easily vanquished. Zhou Ming felt a tinge of trepidation. Though equipped with 3 pieces of silver-grade gear, his attributes were undoubtedly among the elite players. Yet both his level and the quantity of his equipment fell short of being able to confront the Wolf King head-on. Moreover, he had yet to learn any skills. Attempt to defeat it, Qian Ying suddenly urged. All right. At her words, Zhou Ming hesitated for a brief moment, then dismissed any thoughts of avoiding confrontation. Charging forward with his silver sword, striking first to deliver a heavy blow to the Wolf King's abdomen. inflicting a gory wound. Having succeeded with his initial strike, he unhesitatingly chose to retreat. -9. The Wolf King, caught off guard, let out a furious roar and lunged at Zhou Ming. -23. -25. Withstanding the swift onslaught of the Wolf King, Zhou Ming led it toward a nearby tree while gulping down a red potion, then swiftly countered, bringing his sword crashing down upon its forehead. That should suffice. Qian Ying nodded subtly, her gaze filled with approval. The Wolf King, a creature of imposing stature, adeptly utilized the great trees as shields, engaging in a tactical retreat that diminished the frequency of its assaults, thereby affording it more time to recover its vitality. Even evading a mere handful of strikes could prove pivotal in altering the tide of battle. -10. -21. 5-9. Miss. 5. Both combatants experienced a decline in their health points. However, in contrast to the Wolf King, Zhou Ming, bolstered by potions and the cover of the trees, remained on even footing. A howl erupted. As both parties approached the threshold of 50 health, the Wolf King unleashed a furious roar, its sharp claws glimmering with a sanguine sheen, exponentially increasing its might. Ding. System notification. The Wolf King has activated the skill Bloodthirst, augmenting its attack power by an additional 10 for 2 minutes. Ding. System notification. The Wolf King has activated the skill Shattering Claw, rendering its next strike capable of ignoring 30 of the opponent's defense. -39. Zhou Ming felt a sharp pain in his chest as his health plummeted by nearly 1/5, prompting him to swiftly retreat and consume potions, buying time. After exhausting 5 red potions, the Wolf King's bloodthirsty state concluded, and Zhou Ming's health surged back above 75, allowing him to mount a counteroffensive. 40. 30. The boss's health rapidly dwindled until it entered a critical state. Die, Wolf Brother. Fearing unforeseen misfortune, Zhou Ming hastily swung his sword to strip the Wolf King of its final vestige of life, thereby ensuring its glorious demise as the first boss to be conquered by players upon the launch of Destiny. Instantly, the system's chimes resonated in rapid succession. Chapter 5. The Sword of the Fallen Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Wolf King, bronze level boss, receiving rewards. Experience 263. 4 prestige 10. And 50 copper coins. Swish. Swish. 2 streams of golden light cascaded down. During the early stages of the game, the experience gained by Zhou Ming from defeating a boss 6 levels higher was exceptionally bountiful. Yet, the system chime persisted. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the bronze level boss, Wolf King. As the first player in the game to defeat a bronze level boss, you receive additional rewards. Free attribute points 10. Prestige 1000. And the rare skill, Sword of the Fallen. Ding. System notification. Would you like to publicly declare the legend you have created in the Destiny continent? Note. Once public, it will be visible to all players in the server. I am destined for wealth. Zhou Ming could hardly contain his joy. While the rewards for slaying the boss were impressive, the accolades for the first kill were the true highlight. Without hesitation, he collected the equipment and coins dropped by the Wolf King, storing them away, then opened his inventory to examine his spoils. Before him lay 2 pieces of equipment, a bracer and a helmet, both entirely black and distinctly more refined than standard gear. These were 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Zhou Ming's heart raced. It wasn't merely the fact that they were bronze level that excited him. It was primarily because they had yet to be tainted by the aura of divine beings. Ordinary white gear could instantly ascend to silver level upon contact with Qian Ying. So what might these bronze level pieces become? Without rushing to inspect their attributes, Zhou Ming donned the items. Observing this, Qian Ying raised her hand to transmit an intangible energy. Swish. In an instant, the bracer and helmet appeared even more exquisite, their ebony surfaces shimmering with faint golden light. Wow! Zhou Ming could hardly restrain his smile. On the very first day of the game, someone had acquired golden-level equipment. This scenario surely surpassed the comprehension of ordinary players. Clearly, this was a game designed by a meticulous planner, with exhilaration coursing through him. Zhou Ming opened the equipment panel to view the details. Wolf King Bracer, golden level, defense, 20 to 22 health, 500 traits, defense 10 required level, 10 description. Its resilience significantly enhances after absorbing the aura of divine beings. Wolf King Helmet, Golden Level, Defense, 18 to 20 Health, 500 Traits, Health 10 Required Level, 10 Description. Such a sturdy helmet ensures the safety of your head amidst a hail of arrows. The defensive values provided by these two pieces alone were sufficient to withstand even the Wolf King's attacks, coupled with their substantial health bonuses. They instilled a profound sense of security in Zhou Ming. He suspected that it would not be long before he could also claim the first kill of a silver-level boss. Just 2 levels away. Let us hasten our pace, Qianning urged. Indeed. With his gear stowed away, Zhou Ming allocated all his hard-earned free attribute points to attack, ensuring a further enhancement in monster farming efficiency. As he continued to grind and level up, he perused his inventory. Following his first kill, the system granted him a skill reward, Falling Sword, rare A-class skill. Description: when the blade falls, the enemy's fate hangs by a thread. Skill effect: a sharp sword materializes in midair, locking onto a target unit within a 50-50 meter area. Descending to inflict 300 damage based on his own attack, with a small probability of imposing a suppression effect, while reducing the target's movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Class requirement: none. Level requirement: Level 10. Zhou Ming immediately recognized the formidable nature of the Falling Sword. Not only was its power substantial, but its lack of class requirement meant that even melee classes could leverage the Falling Sword for ranged damage output, not to mention its inherent control capability. The value of this skill was self-evident. Reflecting on the lack of a server-wide announcement, Zhou Ming decided to share the news. After all, keeping such accomplishments hidden in a game would be rather unexciting. Ding! Server announcement. Congratulations to player Wandering the World, Eastern Region, for becoming the first player to slay a bronze-level boss, hereby announced. Ding! Server announcement. Congratulations to player Wandering the World, Eastern Region. Ding! Server announcement. The entire message was broadcast 3 times. The system seemingly eager for all players to witness this remarkable achievement. What a shock! The server had only recently launched, and a first kill had already occurred? It was utterly absurd. Could the game officials not afford to play fair and had hired a ringer? How on earth had they managed to accomplish that? A stir ensued, prompting countless players to express their disbelief. Everyone knew that the coveted first kill reward would surely be taken, but no one could have imagined it would happen so swiftly. Ding! System notification. Player Super Tyrannosaurus Warrior requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ding! System notification. Player I want to eat fish requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? In an instant, a flood of friend requests poured in. Zhou Ming dismissed them all, focusing intently on leveling up. Despite establishing a significant advantage early on with the help of Qianning, any game is rife with skilled players, and underestimating the prowess of others could lead to inevitable downfall. Approximately 40 minutes later, Zhou Ming felled yet another wild wolf, his experience bar surging forward with great momentum. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. Ding! System notification. You have met the requirements for class advancement. You may proceed to the vocational hall in town for your class change. Qianning, I've met the requirements for class advancement. Zhou Ming rubbed his hands together, eager to proceed. According to the official information, within Destiny, players could choose one of 6 classes: swordsman, knight, mage, summoner, priest, or assassin. However, his circumstances were quite unique. He had created his own profession, a vocation unlike any other. Qianning smiled lightly, suggesting, "Let us depart from this place." All right. Zhou Ming promptly prepared to return to the novice village, intending to utilize the teleportation array to enter the town. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed in his ears. Darn it! Why now? Zhou Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could you wait here for a moment? I need to attend to a matter." "I understand you are an adventurer from another world. Go ahead," Qianning replied with remarkable understanding. Despite his curiosity about her words, Zhou Ming refrained from probing further, focusing his thoughts and bringing up the system panel. Log off. In the cramped room, he exhaled heavily, removing his gaming headset. Even upon returning to reality, his gaze still sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He had never imagined that he would be so far ahead of other players at the game's onset. All thanks to that promotional message. The knocking intensified. Coming. Zhou Ming hurried to open the door, revealing a portly man before him. Frankly, he felt quite irked by the interruption at such a crucial moment. However, he could not afford to unleash his frustration, for the individual was his infuriating landlord. "It's time to settle the rent for the next 3 months," Lu Yufeng said impatiently. "Fine," Zhou Ming replied tersely, transferring 3,000 yuan to the landlord via his phone. Ding! The system notified him. Insufficient account balance. Zhou Ming gasped inwardly, carefully checking his balance. 2,256 yuan. He had not anticipated being in such a dire situation. But the gaming headset for Destiny cost a staggering 20,000, depleting his entire savings. "Please wait a moment." Reluctantly, Zhou Ming decided to contact his mother. "Mom, I urgently need some money. Could you please transfer 800 yuan to me?" He communicated over the phone, feeling genuinely ashamed. After 2 years since graduating university, he had scarcely earned any money. Now, with no time to bargain with the landlord, he had no choice but to rely on his parents. "All right." His mother's familiar voice came through the phone. Without further ado, she struggled with her somewhat complicated phone. "I've sent you the money. Check if you have received it." Shortly after, Zhou Ming received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. "I got it. If things don't work out in the city, perhaps I should find a job in a nearby town. I may not make a fortune, but it's close to home, allowing us to tackle any issues together as a family. Don't worry, everything is quite manageable. It's just a minor challenge," Zhou Ming feigned nonchalance, declaring resolutely. "In less than 2 years, I will ensure you live a good life." In theory, if one wished to earn money through gaming, the location should not matter. However, he could not guarantee that he would indeed be capable of making money through the game. If that did not materialize, he would have to earnestly seek employment. From a young age, his most frequent engagement has been with games, and it is the only domain in which he truly excels. Destiny marks his final act of defiance. After a brief conversation, Zhou Ming ended the call and promptly transferred 3,000 to his landlord, then hurried back to his room to continue his quest. In truth, had he merely sought to pay his rent, he could have easily listed his golden-level equipment online to earn a considerable sum. Yet, he could never settle for such a mundane approach. With sufficient strength, defeating a few more bosses and selling off surplus equipment could yield his first fortune within the game. Zhou Ming harbored his own ambitions, but all of this hinged upon maintaining his competitive edge. With this thought in mind, he donned his gaming headset. Indulging in futile musings served no purpose. It was time to log in and become the first player to complete the job transition. Chapter 6. The humble village chief. With a brilliant flash of white light, Zhou Ming reappeared within the mountain range of the novice village, while Qianing patiently awaited nearby. Refusing to depart. "Let us proceed," Zhou Ming exclaimed, his eagerness palpable. He felt an urgent need to advance his class. Otherwise, he would likely be restless throughout the night. Qianing nodded in agreement, joining him on the return journey. As they traversed the path, Zhou Ming observed that various leveling spots were teeming with players, all fervently engaging in monster slaying, hoping to carve out their place in the game. However, it was evident that the scarcity of wild monsters amidst the abundance of players would severely diminish their leveling efficiency. One could only imagine the significance of having a head start at the beginning of the game. "Look, it's him." Just as Zhou Ming approached the novice village, a group of players cast hostile glances in his direction. Zhou Ming, adorned with exceptional NPC companions and equipped with multiple pieces of gear, was an unmistakable sight in the novice village, impossible to overlook. The leader of the group, a wiry and diminutive player with the game ID Beggar Gang 3rd, was electrified upon spotting the target. He immediately raised his arm in a rallying gesture, barking orders. "Brothers, the target has appeared. Let us unite and take him down." Regardless of the opponent's superior equipment, they felt confident with their numbers, over a dozen against a single individual. "Kill him." Behind him, a multitude of players surged forward, evidently prepared for this confrontation. Zhou Ming, unfazed by the ambush, acknowledged the reality of large-scale games, where alliances often formed. Having received assistance from an NPC and achieving the first kill on the server, it was only natural that he would attract the attention of certain individuals. Facing the onslaught, he remained calm, opting not to resist just yet. Instead, he seized the opportunity before entering combat to equip 2 pieces of golden-level gear from his inventory. significantly enhancing his attributes. -1, -1, -1. As their weapon struck, Zhou Ming's health displayed a series of negligible damage numbers. The crowd gasped in shock. No damage? Ding. A system notification chimed. Due to being attacked, you may engage in justifiable self-defense. Note, justifiable self-defense does not increase sin value. This was Zhou Ming's intention. If he were to strike first, he would undoubtedly accrue a considerable amount of sin value, which would not only heighten the chance of his equipment being dropped upon defeat, but also affect the NPC's favorability towards him. By the heavens! Beggar Gang Third's eyes widened in disbelief. Is his defense truly that high? He had not approached Zhou Ming without purpose. His aim was to thwart Zhou Ming's opportunity to claim the first-class change reward. Aware of Zhou Ming's prowess after achieving the first kill, he had invested significantly to gather allies. The players encircling Zhou Ming were, without question, among the elite in every novice village. How can you say such a thing? Zhou Ming retorted, raising his sword and striking forward. The first player to charge at him was left dumbfounded as blood erupted from his chest, causing him to collapse. Could it be that my attack lacks power? -60. Critical hit. A collective gasp escaped the other players upon witnessing such a terrifying damage output. In the early stages, the equipment scarcely enhances health points. In other words, with such damage figures, even a level 6 player could be dispatched in a single blow. How is that even possible? The third member of the Beggars Guild stared in disbelief, hastily casting a reconnaissance spell to assess the opponent's stats. He had presumed that their numerical advantage would secure victory, yet he was astounded to discover the disparity was so vast. Zhou Yu World, level, 10 health, 1370 attack, 42 to 47 defense, 72 to 79 skills, reconnaissance spell. Such statistics, in a novice village, are utterly outrageous. With a swift and effortless precision, Zhou Ming dispatched them with 2 strikes each, sending them all back to the resurrection point in under 2 minutes. As the dust settled, 2 pieces of basic equipment dropped, a garment and a weapon. Picking up the items, Zhou Ming entered the novice village. Don't get too cocky. The Beggars Guild will inevitably reclaim our honor. The third member of the Beggars Guild shouted as he resurrected beside the teleportation array. Beggars Guild. Zhou Ming paused, a flicker of interest igniting within him. He had heard whispers of this gaming guild. Despite its name, the leadership was affluent, often spending lavishly in pursuit of dominance on the leaderboards. What? Are you scared now? Seeing Zhou Ming lost in thought, the third member of the Beggars Guild sneered. If you wish to avoid enmity with us, refrain from advancing to the town for a class change. I might even offer you some compensation. At this, Zhou Ming approached him. What do you intend to do? Though he feigned bravado, the third member instinctively retreated. A hint of trepidation in his demeanor. This is a safe zone. Even during the novice period, while players can respawn, there is still a risk of losing levels. With a decisive clap, Zhou Ming placed his hand on the man's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. Brother, do you want some equipment? Huh? The third member was taken aback. Zhou Ming produced the 2 exceptional items he had just acquired from their defeat. He deemed these worthless trinkets better sold for whatever meager value they still possessed rather than keeping them. Preposterous. The third member of the Beggars Guild erupted with fury. Do you think I would buy that? Ding. A system notification chimed. Attention, your bound account has received a transfer of 1,000 gold. As a globally supported game, Destiny ensured each player had a bound account, safeguarding their identity while allowing for deposits and withdrawals. With the transaction completed to his satisfaction, Zhou Ming proceeded to find the village chief to turn in his quest. The third member of the Beggars Guild watched in dismay as Zhou Ming departed, his face a mask of fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Meanwhile, upon spotting Zhou Ming, the village chief rushed over, as if he had encountered a living demon, abandoning other adventurers in his haste, eager to serve with utmost respect. Village chief, I have completed the quest, Zhou Ming announced, presenting the bloodied wolf fang. What? The village chief was utterly astonished, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Not only have you slain the Wolf King, but you have also brought back its fangs. These are indeed the fangs of the Wolf King, a formidable material for forging. The task requirements were precisely as he described. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words. What a perceptive adventurer who comprehended the task details so thoroughly. The village chief praised him profusely, then cautiously glanced at the ancient succubus beside Zhou Ming, chuckling nervously. Such a valiant adventurer, if I do not bestow an adequate reward, my conscience shall not allow it. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on flawlessly completing the task. Eradicate the evil wolf. Difficulty B. You have received the following rewards. Experience 43. 6. Wolf King S ring, bronze grade. To think he had received a ring. Zhou Ming was elated. In Destiny, there are a total of 10 keepable slots, comprising weapons, armor, helmets, gauntlets, boots, leg guards, necklaces, cloaks, and up to 2 rings. Among these, necklaces, cloaks, and rings are relatively rare equipment, with a higher difficulty of acquisition. Are you satisfied with such a reward? The village chief inquired softly. Absolutely. Zhou Ming replied with a 5-star rating. Then, might you consider traveling to the town? The village chief suggested. Of course. It is not that we do not welcome you to our village. Rather, the world beyond is far more vibrant, and I hope you might experience it. Zhou Ming was pleased to agree. I would appreciate the village chief's assistance. The two then proceeded to the teleportation array. Zhou Ming and Qianing stood within it, while the village chief initiated the activation. Whoosh! Before long, a brilliant and dense white light erupted from the teleportation array, engulfing Zhou Ming's field of vision. When the radiance dissipated, the two within the array had vanished without a trace. Once he confirmed their departure, the village chief sighed in relief. I am free at last. Chapter 7. The Divine Demon Pearl. After a blinding flash of light, Zhou Ming opened his eyes once more, revealing the bustling heart of a vibrant town. He found himself standing in a spacious plaza, with a smooth, cobblestone path beneath his feet. In the distance, numerous buildings towered, with shops aplenty and a throng of pedestrians traversing the thoroughfare. Undoubtedly, compared to the dilapidated novice village, the conditions of this town were markedly superior. Ding. System notification. You have entered a Level 3 town, Qingshui Town. A Level 3 town. This classification surpasses that of a village, according to official announcements. Within the realm of Destiny, all cities are categorized into 5 tiers: Level 4 villages, Level 3 towns, Level 2 cities, Level 1 main cities, and super main cities. Upon departing from a Level 4 village, Zhou Ming would be automatically assigned to a nearby Level 3 town. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he turned to address Qianing, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden impact from behind. Thud! A stone struck Zhou Ming's back before clattering to the ground. Turning to investigate, his gaze fell upon a young man clad in blue. The youth possessed striking features and a slender build. Apologies for lingering behind you for so long. I had to find a way to get your attention, he said, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, his tone decidedly haughty. Rather than responding hastily, Zhou Ming discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell. Waterlight Blade Lin Tao, Silver Level Boss. Level 20 Health. 10,000 Attack. 320 to 340 Defense. 150 to 165 Skills. Description: a gifted young man endowed with an innate command of the special water element, thus esteemed by the water hero, who bestowed upon him his legacy. A silver level boss, indeed. Very well, I shall bide my time. Zhou Ming inquired nonchalantly. Might I ask what brings you here, my overly inquisitive friend? I am intrigued as to how you earned her approval, and I wish to engage in a friendly spar, Lin Tao retorted, unabashedly appraising Zhou Ming from head to toe. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming cast a glance at Qianing, only to find her countenance as frosty as ice. You have arrived much sooner than I anticipated. Is that unexpected? A ripple coursed through the air, and an elderly man in a blue robe materialized beside Lin Tao. The old man, with his white hair and stooped frame, leaned heavily on a cane, his frail appearance belied by the formidable aura he exuded, which imparted a palpable sense of pressure. You fled from Tiyuan village, and upon receiving news, how could we remain indifferent? The elder's demeanor was one of grave seriousness. After a moment of silence, Qianing spoke. You must understand, you alone cannot contend with me. That is not my intention, the elder replied, turning his cold gaze towards Zhou Ming, as if regarding an insignificant insect. It is merely that my disciple once sought your guidance, but you chose to ignore him. Now, with another candidate in sight, he feels unsatisfied and wishes to challenge you. Please, Lin Tao clasped his fists, his eyes glinting with hostility. He was eager to see what merit this obscure adventurer possessed that warranted the approval of the Divine Ember Queen. Ding. The system prompts. Congratulations. You have triggered the unexpected task. Bestow guidance. Difficulty. S. Will you accept? In an instant, tension flared between both parties. However, before Zhou Ming could decide whether to agree, Qian Ying stood protectively in front of him. He has yet to complete his job transfer. No matter, no matter. The elder said calmly, I can devise a way to ensure neither side can use skills and adjust their strengths to be equal, allowing for a fair contest. Fair. Cold light flickered in Qian Ying's eyes as a murderous intent began to rise. Taking advantage of his still fragile foundation, you come here aggressively. Thinking I am unaware of your ulterior motives? A fragile foundation? Still informed? The elder narrowed his eyes, implying that perhaps you believe you still have ample time to guide him? The news of the Divine Flame Queen escaping the restrictions of Taoyuan village was not exclusive to him. Soon, many powerful beings would swarm in, leaving no room for the other party to maneuver. What I choose to do is not for you to dictate. Qian Ying did not wish to linger with him. Seizing Zhou Ming's shoulder, she transformed into a streak of white light and departed towards the outskirts of the town. Seeing this, the elder did not pursue. Master, are we just going to let him go? Lin Tao felt dissatisfied. No rush. Gazing at the direction in which the two had departed, the elder's lips curled into a cold smile. The opportunity is too great. That young man will not be able to stay. In the biting cold wind high above, a white light darted through the air, occasionally changing direction to evade pursuit. After an indeterminate amount of time flying, the two landed on the ground. Ding. The system prompts. You have entered the map, Gloomy Gorge. Within the misty gorge, damp and chilly, the sun's rays do not penetrate, and the surrounding beasts dare not approach under the oppressive aura of the divine level power. This place will not be easily discovered by them. After surveying the terrain, Qian Ying stated solemnly, I shall be here to assist you in creating your own profession. Thank you. Despite the unpleasant encounter, Zhou Ming remained highly enthusiastic. Before that, I wish to inform you of a few matters. Qian Ying hesitated for a moment, deciding to be forthright. In truth, she wished to delay Zhou Ming's knowledge of the world. However, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to wait. Please go on. Zhou Ming felt a slight tremor of spirit, listening intently. He sensed that the past events hidden behind Qian Ying were likely intertwined with the game's main storyline. I had no prior grievances with them. Due to the urgency of the situation, Qian Ying chose to be concise. But I possess a unique power that allows me to elevate the grade of equipment regardless of any conditions. Because this power is exceedingly formidable, it has attracted unwanted attention, resulting in numerous conflicts. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words. To disregard any conditions and elevate equipment grades. Such an ability is astoundingly powerful, akin to an external aid. It is worth noting that even an ordinary bronze-grade piece of equipment, upon Qian Ying's touch, could instantly rise 2 tiers. If it were a divine item, after enhancement, how formidable would it become? This alone is enough to make her an object of desire for everyone. As Zhou Ming absorbed this information, Qian Ying took out a pitch-black orb from her bosom and continued, apart from this, what they covet is this orb, which enables its possessor to create their own profession. This revelation made Zhou Ming's heart skip a beat, igniting an insatiable curiosity as he cast a detection spell, Divine Demon Orb. Description: a mysterious orb from beyond the Destiny continent, containing boundless divine and demonic thoughts. Effect: preserve one's true self, refine oneself, and assist the possessor in forging their own path. The Divine Demon Orb? Zhou Ming swallowed hard. To claim he was not stirred would be a lie. Qian Ying, with a solemn expression, handed the Divine Demon Orb to Zhou Ming, urging, now, try to grasp it. All right. Zhou Ming's heart raced, barely concealing his excitement as he reached out to touch the Divine Demon Orb. Although he was bewildered by many things, including why Qian Ying had chosen him, he could not deny the significance of this orb. It was indeed an object capable of altering his destiny. Chapter 8. The thought of deity and demon in the shadowy depths of the canyon. A thick mist swirled. Numerous wild beasts emitted spine-chilling roars. Yet their movements were filled with trepidation. The sudden arrival of an uninvited guest instilled a primal fear within them, rendering them hesitant to engage. Within the canyon, Zhou Ming, brimming with excitement, sought to grasp the deity and demon pearl. In an instant, as he made contact, the pearl radiated a profound, eerie glow. In that fleeting moment, a surge of blood coursed through Zhou Ming, and a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. His negative emotions surged uncontrollably, manifesting even in the peculiar black light that erupted from his pupils. An endless stream of malevolent thoughts assailed him. The deity and demon pearl is mine. With such a treasure, I am destined for greatness. At this moment, there is no player who could possibly rival me. His expression shifted rapidly, akin to a shifting mask, alternating between greed and arrogance. The magnified spectrum of human emotions was laid bare, uncontrollable in its display. Despite Zhou Ming's utmost efforts to maintain his composure and suppress these emotions, he felt like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. Suddenly, as he regained his senses, the deity and demon pearl, which he had unconsciously gripped tightly, was struck from his hand by Qianing, rolling to the ground. Panting heavily, Zhou Ming felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The aspiration to create a unique profession was indeed no simple endeavor. Without Qianying's assistance, it seemed his character would have spiraled out of control. Every individual who touched the deity and demon pearl received vastly different feedback. Thus I am unable to offer guidance, Qianing elucidated. Mastery over it relies solely on your own abilities. I can only assist in your awakening when the burden becomes too great. Ah, I see, Zhou Ming nodded. Then suddenly grasped a crucial piece of information from Qianying's words, inquiring, before me, have many others obtained it? Indeed. Qianing did not withhold the truth. Controlling the deity and demon pearl is no easy feat. Most individuals fail, some even meeting their demise, while only a fortunate few succeed in discovering their destined path. And then, Zhou Ming pressed. Then, those who could not navigate their way succumbed along the journey. So, no one has truly succeeded in a meaningful sense? Zhou Ming chuckled incredulously. You could perceive it that way. Qianying's demeanor turned exceedingly serious as he stated with gravitas, therefore, your ability to control it determines your eligibility to forge a unique profession and to become its master. No sooner had Qianing finished speaking than the system notification rang out. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have triggered a special quest, the thought of deity and demon. Difficulty, SS. Do you accept? The thought of deity and demon. Difficulty, SS. Description. An enigmatic woman has bestowed upon you a mysterious pearl. Whether you can master it will dictate your fate. Quest requirements. Endure the trials posed by the deity and demon pearl and discover your professional direction. Quest rewards. Deity and demon pearl. Failure penalty. Restart character creation. Zhou Ming's heart raced with alarm. By heavens! A failure results in a complete reset. Does the system intend to impose sanctions upon me? You may choose to relinquish it. Qianying spoke softly, explaining that her intention in allowing you to engage with it first was to help you comprehend the arduous nature of creating a unique profession, thus granting you the opportunity to weigh the pros and cons. Zhou Yu rescued her from Taoyuan village. How could she possibly repay kindness with enmity? Indeed, the creation of a unique profession is a monumental opportunity. Even those who have faltered along the way are formidable figures, leading lives far more illustrious than the ordinary. I wish to give it a try. Zhou Ming opted to accept the task. What is there to fear? At worst, I can restart, after all. It is merely a game, and the most important aspect is to enjoy oneself. Wishing you success. Qianying acknowledged. Without further ado, Zhou Ming accessed the system panel, adjusting the pain sensation experience from the original 5 to a minimal 1, thereby mitigating the risk, and then bent down to grasp the divine demon orb. Boom. Upon contact once more, the familiar tumult of emotions surged like a tidal wave. Zhou Ming struggled to endure. Moments later, an intense pain radiated throughout his entire being, akin to ants gnawing at him, relentlessly sapping his willpower. A few seconds later, a searing agony gripped his heart. Ding. System notification. Due to unknown reasons, your pain sensation experience has escalated to 100. Damn. This is life-threatening. Zhou Ming's expression contorted into a grimace, sensing something amiss. Qianying attempted to knock the divine demon orb away to assist him in regaining clarity. Wait. Zhou Ming interjected, despite the veins bulging on his forehead and his complexion reddening. He still clutched the divine demon orb with unwavering resolve. Time waits for no one. If this drags on, the rewards for my first job change may slip through my fingers. Perhaps it was due to the heightened desires amplified by holding the divine demon orb. Even knowing that creating a unique profession is no simple task, its significance far surpassing all else, Zhou Ming was unwilling to make any concessions. You want to be able to endure this? Qianying's tone was filled with concern and urgency. She had not anticipated that he would exert himself so fiercely in his second attempt, completely disregarding life and death. The divine demon orb did not transmit any energy to me, it merely amplified my emotions. Why can't I withstand this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhou Ming's mind. Qianying was left speechless. She could not elucidate this conundrum. Previously, she had stated that each individual's trial upon touching the divine demon orb is unique, and the methods of others provide no reference value. Perhaps my instinctive aversion to negative emotions has caused a disturbance in my mental state. Zhou Ming vaguely grasped the thread of understanding, choosing to reverse course, abandoning rational resistance, discarding all, and allowing the tumult of emotions to engulf him. In doing so, the sensation of pain dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling liberated. Whether it be greed, arrogance, or other negative emotions, they inherently belong to me. Zhou Ming's gaze remained fixed on Qianying, sweeping over her exquisite features and alluring figure. Feeling parched, and as though his eyes might ignite with fervor, consumed by overwhelming desire, he longed to tear the garments from the beautiful silver-haired woman before him, to seize her and indulge without restraint. Fortunately, despite the myriad of distracting thoughts and even malevolent intentions that quietly emerged, he did not succumb to madness. This was the path he chose to endure his trials, embracing every facet of himself, even those emotions that society demonizes, instinctively provoking resistance or concealment. Of course, he was not reckless, for the task required him to withstand the test of the divine demon pearl, and any trial surely harbored a correct answer. If one could not oppose, then alternative methods must be sought. It dawned on Qianying. Perhaps your very profession is intricately linked to intense negative emotions. Suddenly, the divine demon pearl began to tremble violently, its former ethereal glow dissipating, replaced by a dazzling crimson flame that seemed on the verge of eruption. Zhou Ming instinctively sensed that the elemental power he needed to harness was connected to fire. Swish. Moments later, a torrent of fiery elements surged forth from the divine demon pearl, enveloping Zhou Ming entirely. Yet, he felt no pain. Rather, it was as though he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, every fiber of his being at ease. How remarkably effortless. Qianying marveled, unable to believe it. Though she had faith in his success, she never anticipated it would transpire so swiftly. Had he truly succeeded? Zhou Ming's expression was peculiar. As one who experienced it, achieving success brought him immense joy. Yet the task of conjuring a divine demon was classified as SS-level difficulty. Could it truly be accomplished with such ease? Meanwhile, within the confines of Qingshui town, an elderly man clad in blue robes stood quietly with his disciples near the teleportation array. Whoosh. At a certain moment, the teleportation array activated. They have arrived. Lin Tao felt a shiver run down his spine, promptly lowering his gaze and reining in his arrogance, displaying utmost respect. The imminent presence belonged to the same echelon as his master, far beyond what he could currently aspire to, and he dared not overstep. Seconds later, 3 individuals were transported to their location. You are late. The elder's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. We crossed the borders to the Eastern District at the earliest opportunity. A silver-armored man with striking golden hair spoke first. Given the distance traveled, arriving so quickly is indeed commendable. I have just had an audience with Queen Shenzhen. The elder cut straight to the point. She cannot escape for long. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. The expressions of several powerful individuals stiffened as they gazed into the distance, where a vibrant scarlet hue marred the azure sky, as if the clouds were ablaze in a splendid display. Let us go. They exchanged glances and, in unison, rushed towards the source of the energy surge. Master. What is that? Lin Tao, who was close to his master, was bewildered. The elder looked down at the surging flames, his eyes reflecting both awe and a hint of murderous intent. That young man has actually succeeded in creating his own profession. Lin Tao stood in shock. Chapter 9. The Return. How is this even possible? After a brief moment of shock, Lin Tao found it hard to believe. He had only reached level 10, barely meeting the requirements for a job change, and had just teleported from the novice village to the town. He did not continue his sentence, as the implication was clear to all. The speed at which a typical adventurer transitions to the job change hall is likely outpaced by Zhou Ming's self-created profession. The old man remained speechless. To be honest, even he struggled to believe his own judgment. The ability to create a profession is not significantly tied to the passage of time when it comes to encountering that extraordinary artifact. At that moment, another powerful companion interjected, suggesting that Zhou Ming was merely fortunate, having stumbled upon the trick to pass the trial. The other two nodded in agreement, sensing that this conclusion was close to the truth. In the dim canyon, the mist was evaporated by the roaring flames, enveloped in a dazzling, warm fire. Zhou Ming felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, as if he had undergone a profound cleansing, leaving him exceptionally at ease. The previously overwhelming negative emotions gradually subsided. After a while, as the flames dissipated, the melodious chime of the system echoed in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System prompt. Due to the blessing of unknown forces, you have successfully created an exclusive hidden profession of SSS rank and received the following rewards: permanent 1000 life, permanent 100 attack, permanent 100 defense, permanent 2 luck. Ding. System prompt. Due to your profession characteristics, this profession is temporarily named Lord of Flames. Ding. System prompt. As the first player in the entire server to complete a job change, you receive an additional reward: 10 free attribute points, 1000 prestige, and the rare A-grade skill, Rending Strike. Ding. System prompt. Would you like to publicize the legend you have created in the Destiny continent? Note: once publicized, it will be visible to all players on the server. The content within the system information bar dazzled Zhou Ming, filling him with exuberance. Although he could not immediately digest such a plethora of information, he was acutely aware that this moment would undoubtedly propel him to new heights. Congratulations! Qian Ying's pearly smile radiated genuine joy. Everything had unfolded more smoothly than she had anticipated. She had thought it would take several days for Zhou Ming to gradually grasp the threshold, yet he achieved great success on his second attempt. Of course, the so-called creation of a profession is not something accomplished in a single attempt. Zhou Ming had merely gained the qualification to embark on that path. Luck, sheer luck. Zhou Ming's grin nearly reached the back of his ears. An SSS-ranked exclusive hidden profession is undoubtedly extraordinary. Furthermore, the substantial foundational stat rewards were crucial at this early stage. Previously, his attack cap was merely around 30 or 40 points, but now, with the system rewards from his self-created profession, he had ascended to a whole new level. He even suspected that the game developers had never anticipated a player obtaining such precious rewards in the early game. It must be said, the planners are indeed a treasure. However, before Zhou Ming could thoroughly examine the system rewards, an overwhelming aura of authority descended upon him, causing the stones upon the ground of the dim canyon to tremble. Numerous wild beasts lay prostrate, too intimidated to breathe. Zhou Ming felt his breath catch, as if a mountain pressed down upon him, severely impeding both his thoughts and the flow of his vitality. The oppressive force emanating from a god-level powerhouse, who unleashed their might without reservation, was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the bravest. Even with his comprehension of a formidable hidden class, he could not bridge the chasm between them. They were here. Qianing's delicate face was etched with concern. The energy fluctuations caused by Zhou Ming's successful class transfer had been too immense, naturally attracting those god-level beings. Zhou Ming anxiously inquired, "Can we escape?" Fortune and misfortune were intertwined. He understood that the immense opportunity presented by his demon and god pearl came with its own peril. "I have prepared an escape route for you," Qianing replied gently. A sudden unease gripped Zhou Ming's heart. "What about you?" Qianing remained silent, her clear eyes deeply gazing at the young man before her. Then, her delicate hand fell upon his shoulder, emitting a faint glow as she whispered, "Regardless of your reasons, thank you for saving me." "You." Zhou Ming wanted to speak further, but was abruptly seized by a violent spatial tug, and the scene before him shifted rapidly. The ethereal beauty of the ancient demoness vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of a town. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Qingshui Town. We're back. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Ming realized this was the escape route Qian Ying had left for him, preventing him from falling into the hands of the god-level beings and losing his opportunity. Did the storyline have to unfold this way? He glanced down at the demon and god pearl in his hand, his excitement and exhilaration dissipating into a sense of loss. The benefits Qian Ying had conferred upon him were enough to alter his fate. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true motivations behind her protective demeanor, risking herself in the process. Though he owed her a debt of gratitude for saving his life, it was difficult to articulate. Ding. System notification. Would you like to complete the quest? A thought of demon and god. Difficulty? SS? Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback. If it had indeed been completed, the system would have rewarded him directly, and the demon and god pearl was certainly in his possession. Could it be that this quest was not yet finished? A glint of resolve flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. He had suspected that an SS-level quest would not be so easily fulfilled. If there were still a turning point, what should he do next? To rescue Qian Ying in front of a multitude of god-level powerhouses? That seemed rather impractical. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a slight tremor reverberated through the air. Even from a great distance, the residual force of the battle between god-level beings reached Qing Shui town, its potency unmistakable. What should I do? Zhou Ming's mind raced, contemplating strategies. Assuming the system had disclosed all necessary plot points, there must be a solution embedded within the narrative he had experienced. Had he overlooked crucial information about himself? In a moment of clarity, a thought struck him. Within the dimly lit canyon, the tumultuous elemental energy ravaged the surroundings, leaving destruction in its wake. The clash of divine beings had instantaneously reduced the area to ruins. This group of old-timers arrived rather opportunely, Lin Tao's master muttered inwardly. At this moment, the vicinity was not solely occupied by the three divine beings allied with him, but also by over 10 formidable entities rushing in from all directions. There was no helping it. The commotion caused by that young lad's class change was indeed too grand. Consequently, the Queen of Embers had nowhere to flee, yet the spoils must be shared. I mentioned ages ago that anyone wishing to exploit my power to enhance their own was indulging in a foolish fantasy, with serious injuries. Qian Ying was unable to contend against numerous adversaries of equal rank. Little girl, this is no longer the time. No one can save you now. Even if I were to refine you into a puppet, I must ensure your abilities are put to use. Calamity approaches. Who can afford to be concerned with such trivialities now? They encircled Qian Ying tightly, each preparing to cast spells for a swift resolution. Hold on. At this critical moment, a distant voice called out softly. Everyone turned their gaze to see a young man hurrying towards them. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Qian Ying's complexion grew even paler. Why had he returned? Chapter 10. A gamble with the gods. The battlefield, rife with murderous intent, was oppressive under the weight of powerful presences, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Before the gaze of many, Zhou Ming advanced rapidly, unwavering in his resolve. After receiving the legacy of the divine demon pearl, he dared to return? A godly powerhouse scoffed, truly a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, worthy of admiration. A mere level 11 adventurer, they could extinguish him with but a snap of their fingers. Initially, Queen Shinjin's decision to send him away had instilled some caution among them, but now that he had walked into their trap, it could not have been better. I once thought him a prodigious talent, yet it appears he is devoid of common sense, willingly courting death. The divine demon pearl was a treasured artifact, meant to be possessed by one of virtue. Countless murderous gazes fixated on Zhou Ming, poised to strike at any moment. The atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Zhou Ming remained composed as he navigated the ruins, approaching Qian Ying. At this moment, he was surrounded by formidable individuals beyond his imagination, their true forms eluding his sight. Why have you returned? Qian Ying's eyes were filled with complexity. She found herself unable to comprehend the person before her. Their brief encounter had led her to bestow the divine demon pearl upon him, not entirely devoid of personal motives. Why would he come back to rescue her? For what other reason? Zhou Ming shrugged, his expression turning serious. Because taking you away from here is of utmost importance to me. This was no idle boast. Qian Ying possessed the extraordinary ability to significantly enhance the strength of equipment, an advantage beyond imagination. The godly powers were drawn to her. How could he remain indifferent? Moreover, from an emotional standpoint, Knowing he had the means to rescue her yet opting for inaction, while reaping countless benefits, would be utterly lacking in integrity. Qianning hesitated. Words caught in her throat. You are called Zhou Yu World, correct? An elder, who had previously encountered Qianning in Qin Shui town, stepped forward. His tone leaving no room for refusal. I admire your courage. Leave the treasure behind, and I shall spare your life. You wish to possess it? Zhou Ming produced the divine demon pearl. At that moment, the pearl radiated a fiery crimson hue, emanating warmth, showing no resistance to Zhou Ming's grasp. Swish, swish, swish. Upon sighting the divine demon pearl, many formidable beings, whose strength and reputations were beyond comprehension, could not help but reveal a glimmer of greed. An item surpassing the divine level. Even with its seemingly perilous self-created class effect, they could profit through other means. After a brief display, Zhou Ming concealed the treasure and proclaimed loudly, I wish to wager with you using it. At this juncture, life and death hung in the balance. To escape with Qianning unscathed, his only recourse was to gamble everything. Ha ha. Laughter erupted all around. They nearly doubted their own ears. An insignificant ant dared to dream of wagering against them? What a colossal joke. Do you believe you are worthy? A godly powerhouse sneered. Refuse my request, and you shall never possess the divine demon pearl in your lifetime. Zhou Ming declared with gravity. Hiki, the elderly man, previously acquainted with a brief encounter, wore an expression of disdain. Youngster, do you truly believe yourself to be an adventurer, capable of dying and resurrecting? We hold no power over you? Isn't that so? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow in retort. Ha ha. At this utterance, a chorus of laughter erupted among the many divine beings. Within the town, the concept of a safe zone indeed existed. Violating it would incite the hostility of patrolling guards. However, their prowess rendered such concerns trivial. It was merely a matter of words. In other words, even if Zhou Ming were to resurrect, he would inevitably meet his demise within the town, until they seized the demon god orb from him. Utterly foolish. Ultimately, the adventurer's self-perception remained unclear, believing that the ability to resurrect made him the destined child of fate. A frog at the bottom of the well, ignorant of the vastness of the sky. Lin Tao, who had remained at the rear of the battlefield, could not suppress a laugh. The adversary was perhaps unaware that the existence before him belonged to the rule makers, not the rule followers. The rule makers could easily amend the rules with minimal effort. Do not rejoice too soon. Ignoring the mocking jeers of the crowd, Zhou Ming's lips curled into a smirk. If I were to die and no longer enter the Destiny continent, do you possess the capability to seize the demon god orb from me? The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased. Hypothetically, if I were to erase all traces of my existence within the Destiny continent, what then? Zhou Ming's voice, though soft, echoed throughout every corner of the battlefield. Logically, divine beings should comprehend his words. If they truly sought to harm him, he could simply log off. If logging off were not an option, he could obliterate his account entirely. The ultimate outcome would be that none would reap any benefits. That shouldn't be possible, right? Zhou Ming quietly inquired of Qianning, standing beside him. To be honest, he was uncertain about how account items would be handled should he log off or destroy his account. Yet, this was his sole bargaining chip. Only by immersing himself in the game could he hope to turn the tide. Qianning gently shook her head. If you were to do that, they indeed would find it impossible to locate you. Previously, Zhou Yu had left the Destiny continent before my eyes. I attempted to trace him with my thoughts, yet an invisible barrier obstructed my efforts, making success elusive. To breach that barrier would require strength surpassing the divine level. So be it. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the nearby formidable beings with predatory intent. Come then, as long as you dare to make a move, we shall never meet again. The crowd. And should I depart from this world, I can only assume Qianning would be so heartbroken that she would lose all will to live, following me in death. Zhou Ming declared audaciously. Qianning, am I not correct? Zhou Ming winked at her. Indeed. Qianning pursed her lips, reluctantly conceding to his assertion. At least, the outcome would indeed unfold thus. Clever tactics, young friend. Lin Tao's master revealed his true form, his voice cold. Flattery. Zhou Ming, maintaining his composure, regarded it merely as praise. To put it plainly, the actions of these formidable individuals are motivated solely by the pursuit of personal gain. If there is no advantage to be gained, they are compelled to consider yielding, thereby maximizing their benefits and avoiding the futility of empty endeavors. Now, might you be interested in engaging in a wager with me? Zhou Ming deftly steered the conversation back. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, their expressions rife with hesitation. They had never anticipated that an adversary, previously deemed unworthy of equal treatment, could so easily qualify for negotiations with them. After a brief pause, one inquired, "What do you propose as the stakes?" "Quite simply," Zhou Ming replied earnestly, "if I emerge victorious, you must spare both me and Qianing, and cease any pursuit. And if you lose, I shall surrender the divine demon pearl and persuade Qianing to assist you in enhancing your strength." How intriguing! The multitude of powerhouses, each with their own thoughts, found the stakes rather unpalatable, yet could not deny the proposition's allure, which was sufficient to pique their interest. Naturally, this is contingent upon. If the terms of the wager are unfair, we shall not acquiesce. One remarked, "Rest assured, the agreement is exceedingly equitable, even favoring your chances." Zhou Ming was acutely aware that the individuals before him were a cohort of cunning old foxes. "Pray tell, how do you intend to wager?" Once the adequacy of the stakes was confirmed, they finally relented, granting Zhou Ming, the adventurer known as traveling the world, the attention he duly warranted. To gamble against the gods for a glimmer of hope. This individual's audacity is truly remarkable. Beside him, Qianing cast a gaze filled with immense curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming raised his hand to point towards a certain direction. "I wish to challenge him to a duel. The victor shall claim the prize." A duel? In unison, all turned their heads to follow Zhou Ming's indication, where they beheld a young man clad in blue standing at the edge of the battlefield. Waterlight Blade, Lin Tao Silver Level Boss. Chapter 11. Your deceitful tactics. The wager proposed by Zhou Yu World took everyone by surprise, including Qianing, who never anticipated that the turning point would hinge upon the seemingly inconspicuous Lin Tao. "One-on-one with me?" Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. "Do you really think that your fortuitous acquisition of the divine demon pearl and your self-created profession would grant you the strength to contend with me?" "I'm not soliciting your opinion," Zhou Ming replied dismissively. "You." Lin Tao's face flushed with anger. "What do you all think?" Zhou Ming surveyed the group. They did not respond immediately, instead exchanging furtive glances as they silently deliberated on the likelihood of victory for each contender in this duel. After a brief pause, the elderly man, as Lin Tao's master, broke the oppressive silence with a chilling tone. "We shall acquiesce to your demands." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the hidden quest. Wager. Difficulty. SSS. Would you like to accept? A hidden quest? Nonsense. This is clearly a task I unearthed through sheer force. Zhou Ming opted not to agree, choosing instead to review the details. Wager. Difficulty. SSS. Description. You wager against the gods. But this does not guarantee that the scales of victory will tip in your favor. Quest requirements. Defeat Lin Tao, the Waterlight Blade, in a duel. Quest rewards. The gods will cease their pursuit and will not trouble Zhou Yu World and the goddess of divine ash. Failure penalty. Surrender the divine demon pearl and persuade Qianing to assist the gods. After meticulously reading the details, Zhou Ming furrowed his brow. The quest requirements are incorrect. What is incorrect? The elder retorted. This is the requirement you yourself proposed. At this juncture, do you wish to renege? I see that you are simply afraid. Lin Tao mocked from the side. Disregarding their scornful jeers, Zhou Ming stated firmly, "At a clause, before and during the duel, no one may lend assistance. And neither party may utilize items acquired through means other than their own abilities." The crowd fell silent, clearly reluctant to comply. The stakes were too high? How could they genuinely stand by and do nothing? Naturally, they wished to covertly aid Lin Tao in achieving victory. "Didn't you say before that if the terms of the wager are unfair, you would not agree?" Zhou Ming pressed, unyielding. "This is the agreement you accepted. At this point, do you still wish to backtrack? I see that you are merely afraid." Qianing interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Although it was not her intention to involve Zhou Yu World in this conflict, having come this far, she was determined to assist him unconditionally in achieving his goal. "Well done, Zhou Yu World. I truly underestimated you. The elder's expression remained impassive. Very well, I shall fulfill your request. Ding. System notification. Please note. The difficulty of the hidden quest, wager, has changed, now lowered to SS level. Zhou Ming was not surprised by this alteration. He had anticipated an issue. While Lin Tao's strength was indeed formidable, it was hardly sufficient to elevate the difficulty to the unprecedented SSS level. At the beginning of the game, assigning players an SSS level task was nothing short of cruel. Are you satisfied now? Someone urged. Xian, please help me review the task details for any potential issues. Zhou Ming remained unhurried in his response, meticulously searching for any possible discrepancies within the task. The gathering was composed of seasoned individuals, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Xian, understanding his intent, carefully perused all the information regarding the wager and then spoke. Powerful beings often possess extraordinary artifacts, and many of their limitations can indeed be lifted. I comprehend. A glint of insight flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. If I emerge victorious, not only shall you refrain from pursuing me and Xian, but you must also abstain from employing any means to nullify the task penalties. At this declaration, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. This assertion effectively eliminated the possibility of their interference. Very well. After what seemed to be a discussion, Lin Tao's master, representing them, stated, As you wish, let it be a fair battle. Ding. System prompt. Please be advised that the hidden task, wager, has undergone a change in difficulty. Now lowered to S level. Wager, difficulty, S, description. Exercising caution in all matters ultimately proves beneficial. Task requirements. Triumph over Shui Guang Jian and Lin Tao in a fair duel. Task rewards. The gods shall cease their pursuit, and Zhou Ming shall not be impeded by the Queen of Divine Ashes. Failure penalty. Surrender the Divine Demon Pearl and persuade Qianing to assist the gods. Note 1. Prior to and during the duel, neither participant may accept any assistance or employ artifacts not acquired through their own abilities. Note 2. Neither party may in any manner nullify the task's penalties. My word, these treacherous individuals are indeed cunning. Zhou Ming cursed inwardly, acutely aware that Xian Ying's adversaries were far from being virtuous or honorable. It seems there are no further issues now, Qianing reminded him. Very well. Zhou Ming nodded, his spirit ignited for battle. Let us commence. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the hidden task, wager, difficulty, S. As Zhou Ming formally undertook the task, all eyes shifted towards another figure. Shui Guang Jian Lin Tao. Unlike Zhou Ming, he had no option to decline the task. Humph. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Tao stepped forward, scoffing. I shall see how a person devoid of skills intends to defeat me. Although it was a fair contest, the disparity in their attributes was glaring. Not to mention he possessed formidable skills taught by his master. Defeating Zhou Ming seemed all but assured. Is that so? A smirk graced Zhou Ming's lips as he slowly withdrew a skill book from his pouch and tore it asunder. The task's difficulty had indeed been established, yet that did not preclude him from diminishing its challenge. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to learn the skill, Fallen Sword, Rare A class? Yes. Zhou Ming decisively affirmed. The Fallen Sword. This was his reward for his first kill. As a beam of white light enveloped his brow, Zhou Ming instantaneously grasped the method for wielding the newfound skill. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the skill, Fallen Sword, Rare A class. It appears you have a hidden talent. Lin Tao retrieved a sword emanating a cerulean glow from his pack, maintaining his composure, yet alas, it proved futile. The disparity between his attributes and those of the world traveler was significant. Moreover, a skill one could learn at the 10th level could hardly be deemed powerful enough to alter the course of battle. Or could it? Zhou Ming's smile remained unfaltering as he, before the gathered crowd, produced another skill book. If one is insufficient, then let it be two. Lin Tao. The deities? Ding. System notification. Do you wish to learn the skill, Rare A class? Yes. Zhou Ming once again affirmed his choice. This was his first transformation reward. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the skill, Rare A class. Scoundrel. As Lin Tao's master, the elder's eyes widened in fury. Are you playing tricks, you rascal? First, you use an unremarkable panel to deceive them into agreeing to a wager. Then swiftly learn skills to enhance your power. This child is exceedingly cunning. I learned from you all. Zhou Ming humbly replied. Chapter 12. The art of refined insults. What began as a well-structured wager suddenly took a turn. The spectacle of worldly operations dazzled the onlookers. Crucially, the task's content explicitly stated that prior to the duel, neither party was permitted to accept any assistance. This meant that Zhou Ming's skill book was indeed acquired through his own endeavors, rather than being a gift from the Queen of Ashes. Merely 2 skills. Lin Tao's lips twitched, but he quickly steadied his turbulent emotions. I refuse to believe that mastering just 2 skills will grant you victory over me. And what about this equipment? Zhou Ming's actions were remarkably meticulous. He first allocated the freedom attribute points from his initial reward to enhance his attack, and then retrieved from his inventory a ring radiating a soft golden light. The Wolf King's Ring, a bronze-level reward bestowed by the village chief after vanquishing the Wolf King, had been elevated to a golden level by Qianing, even though the task strictly specified that no assistance could be accepted prior to the duel. This restriction did not extend to equipment obtained during the novice phase. Moreover, he had already donned it prior to this encounter. He had deliberately removed it to avoid raising his attributes too high, potentially dissuading divine beings from participating in the wager. Wolf King's Ring, Golden Level, Attack, 20-20 Attributes, Life 10, Attack 12 Effect, Basic Armor Piercing, when attacking enemy units. Reduce their defense by 10 points. Required level, 10 Description. The Wolf King's Ring, having undergone special enhancement, offers benefits far exceeding its previous form. Without exaggeration, the Wolf King's Ring, with its additional effects, could be deemed a rare gem in the early stages of the game. Zhou Ming solemnly lifted the ring, sliding it onto his finger as if partaking in a sacred ritual. Within the ring pulsed the warmth of Qian Ying's power. Qianing, what are you waiting for? The elder could no longer contain himself, turning to his disciple with an exasperated shout, urging him to act swiftly. In a mere 10 seconds, Zhou Yu's strength surged exponentially. If this continued, he feared his disciple would not even engage before a defeat was inevitable. All right. Lin Tao could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Zhou Ming with his sword, fearing the latter might retrieve further items or equipment to bolster his prowess. Has his mindset finally been affected? Zhou Ming, who had harbored such intentions, relished this development. His maneuvers, if nothing else, had significantly impacted his opponent's psychological state. Facing the aggressive onslaught, Zhou Ming maintained a composed demeanor, refusing to underestimate the situation. Since he had resolved to engage in a fair duel, he could not flee. He had to confront Lin Tao head-on. Die! Lin Tao shouted as he swung his sword, the blade shimmering ominously, its power surging dramatically, carving an azure arc through the air as it struck fiercely towards Zhou Ming. Ding! System prompt. Waterlight Blade. Lin Tao uses the skill I-Tide Slash. Within 10 seconds, the next 3 attacks will have their damage increased by 50, 100, and 150 respectively, causing a 20 slow for 3 seconds. Ultimately, as a disciple of a god-level powerhouse, Lin Tao possessed skills that were far beyond what an ordinary silver-grade boss could rival. Furthermore, NPCs were distinctly different from wild monsters. They unleashed their skills the moment battle commenced. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming likewise employed his skills to counter the attack. Ding! System notification. You have activated the skill, Tear Slash, causing the next strike to deal 200 damage based on your own attack, inflicting 0.2 of the enemy's maximum health as damage per second, and reducing their movement speed by 30, lasting 5 seconds. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, sparks flying, and ultimately, Lin Tao was forced back several steps. His hands numb from the impact. This guy possesses immense strength. -136. -290. Steady. Zhou Ming's eyes shone brightly. Having successfully completed his self-created profession and received a permanent boost in attributes, he felt emboldened to wager on his ability to conquer Lin Tao. Zhou Yu World. Lord of Flames. Level. 11 health. 3240 attack. 290 to 296 defense. 239 to 246 prestige. 2010 luck. 2 skills. Falling Sword. Tear Slash. Talent. Awaiting activation. Elemental resistance. Gold 0, wood 0, water 0, fire 100, earth 0, wind 0, thunder 0, light 0, dark 0, ice 0. The talent awaits activation. His fire elemental resistance had inexplicably surged to 100, rendering him immune to any fire elemental damage. The information revealed by the quest panel was overwhelming, but time was too fleeting for him to fully digest it. Meanwhile, many god-level powerhouses observed the scene in silence. From their initial skirmish, it was evident that Zhou World held a distinct advantage, dealing damage that exceeded Lin Tao's by more than double. Of course, this was also related to Lin Tao's skills lacking explosive damage, requiring a gradual build-up. Don't get too complacent. Lin Tao's expression darkened as he trembled, summoning water elements to swirl around him, creating a faint mist. Ding! System notification. Water Light Blade. Lin Tao has activated the skill, Water Elemental Technique, increasing attack and defense by 50, lasting 5 minutes. With the enhancement of the Water Elemental Technique, Lin Tao felt assured of victory. I have confidence in this child mastering the Water Elder's technique. That's why I dared to gamble. The Water Elder truly found a remarkable disciple. Around him, the powerful beings expressed their admiration, boosting Lin Tao's confidence while simultaneously placing pressure on Zhou Ming. Favored by the gods, Lin Tao is brimming with confidence as he lunged forward once more. Zhou World, your demise is imminent. Aware of the widening gap in attributes, Zhou Ming abandoned the thought of a direct confrontation and swiftly retreated to create distance. Previously, he had been unaware of the effects of Tear Slash, but now, amidst the battle, he grasped its essence. A divine skill, especially effective against bosses with substantial health. The percentage-based damage was undeniably formidable. Lin Tao, undeterred, pursued him relentlessly. The 2 subsequent strikes of the Wave Slash were even more powerful. He never anticipated that he would be thrown back, causing him to miss a golden opportunity. Zhou Ming paid him no mind. While skillfully maneuvering him like a kite, he raised his left hand and directed it towards Lin Tao. A surge of intense fire elemental energy emanating from his palm. If the Rending Slash was a divine technique for monster farming, then the Falling Sword was undoubtedly a divine skill designed for combat. Whoosh! In midair, a massive fiery sword's phantom suddenly coalesced, stretching over 3 meters in length. Lin Tao's heart raced as he sensed something amiss. He suddenly looked up and saw the sword's phantom descending like a meteor, its imposing presence generating powerful shockwaves that swept in all directions. Quickly evade. The elder's expression changed drastically. Lin Tao immediately complied, yet the sword's phantom loomed above him, relentless and inescapable. Sizzling 2 seconds later, the falling sword crashed down with tremendous force, rapidly enlarging in Lin Tao's vision, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and brace himself with his own sword. Boom! A crater erupted in the ruins. Under the immense pressure, Lin Tao nearly collapsed to the ground, his expression one of despair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This is utterly unbelievable. A divine-level powerhouse found it hard to fathom. How could he possess such formidable skills? Indeed, they knew little of the adventurer's background, but was it possible that less than a day had passed since the adventurer descended upon the Destiny continent? Ding! System notification. You have used the skill Falling Sword, dealing 420 points of damage to Waterlight Sword Lin Tao, inflicting a 1.25-second suppression effect and reducing movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Quite formidable. Zhou Ming was thoroughly satisfied with the skill's effect. Once the effect of the wave slashing technique concluded, he stepped forward to exchange health. And as soon as the cooldown for the Rending Slash completed, he unleashed it again, refreshing the slow effect. 20 seconds later, the second Falling Sword arrived right on cue. 60, 40. The dual slow effects compounded, leaving Lin Tao entirely on the defensive, utterly frustrated, as he could only watch his health diminish steadily. Do you lack the courage for a frontal battle? Watching Zhou Ming sway from a distance, Lin Tao seethed with rage. Coward. Zhou Ming remained unfazed, calmly replying, with the water elemental art backing you, aren't you confident of victory? You. Lin Tao's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and red, a sight to behold. I only dared to gamble because I was certain of your mastery of the Water Elder's water elemental art. Zhou Ming laughed heartily, deliberately provoking his mindset. The gods. This fellow has a truly distasteful way of speaking. Water Elder. Zhou Ming looked at the elder, giving a thumbs up. You truly found a remarkable disciple. Elder. I. Lin Tao, in a fit of rage, turned a deep shade of purple, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell unconscious. Chapter 13. Task Completion. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, witnessing Lin Tao succumb to his rage. All fell into an eerie hush, including Zhou Ming himself, who was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fragile state of mind from his opponent. Let us be fair. I did not insult him. Zhou Ming hastily proclaimed his innocence. By heaven's conscience, not a single vulgar word had escaped his lips. From the onset of their duel, he had engaged in psychological warfare. The elder, lifting his fainted disciple, was filled with murderous intent, such malice in thought. He feared he would be outmatched. First, he feigned weakness, seeking an opportunity for a wager. Then, before all, he practiced his skills, subtly applying pressure on his opponent, followed by leveraging the speed granted by his abilities to vex him, ultimately rendering his adversary irrational with his mocking demeanor. This strategy was indeed flawless, exceedingly sinister. Was it not the case that your disciple's inflated pride led to this dismal outcome? Zhou Ming remarked coolly. Otherwise, winning against him would have been no simple feat. In encounters with those who cast stones at him upon first meeting, even if their fate appeared dire, he felt no twinge of remorse. Moreover, had it not been for his master's presence to restrain him, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to claim the silver for the first kill. The elder was left speechless. The truth in Zhou Ming's words was undeniable. Since Lin Tao was unable to continue the fight, then Zhou Ming gazed up at the godlike figures hovering nearby and inquired with a smile, "This duel, I presume? I have won? I must concede." "We underestimated you." A powerful voice responded gravely. This statement served as a tacit acknowledgement of Zhou Ming's victory. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the task. Wager. Difficulty S. Rewards have been activated. With the system's affirmation, the heavy stone weighing on Zhou Ming's heart finally settled. Truthfully, while it appeared he had won without contest, from the moment he set foot on the battlefield, he had been dancing on the edge of a blade, facing the ever-looming threat of demise. Furthermore, these strong individuals had not misjudged his capabilities. They merely underestimated the rewards bestowed upon him by the system for his first kill and first turn. Of course, it was also possible that they regarded the server-wide announcements related to adventurers with disdain. Remember your actions today. The elder glared at Zhou Ming. This is not the end for you, but the inception of calamity. As if to validate his words, a series of system notifications rang in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System notification. Attention. Thunderlance. Alva has decreased their affinity towards you by 20. Current. 30 points. Hostile. Ding. System notification. Attention. Shadow Knight. Baron has decreased their affinity towards you by 20. Current. 30 points. Hostile. Ding. System notification. Attention. Water Hero. Shui Zhenqiu has decreased their affinity towards you by 20. Current. 30 points. Hostile. It is evident that the formidable figures present have been thoroughly offended by him. However, Zhou Ming remains unfazed, with the divine demon pearl in hand. Even if he refrains from intervening, these powerful beings would not let him off easily. "Everyone, I am preparing to take my leave," Zhou Ming announced, waving at them. "Will you not bid me farewell?" A disdainful huff escaped someone, unable to endure the mockery, as they turned and left. With the situation having escalated to this point, they could only stand by, for lingering any longer would mean subjecting themselves to the deliberate annoyance of this unrefined adventurer. Soon, the other strong figures, albeit reluctantly, began to disperse. Thus, the farce came to a silent conclusion. "Perhaps other powerful beings will arrive. Let us depart." Qianing grasped Zhou Ming's hand, soaring into the sky. As they vanished into the horizon, the elder's expression turned cold, his murderous intent palpable. "I shall see just how long you can keep this up." In a desolate area, Qianing safely set Zhou Ming down, her tone gentle. "Thank you for rescuing me." Concerned for safety, she had returned Zhou Ming to Qing Shui town, hoping to preserve his life and leave a glimmer of hope. Little did she expect that he would instead be her savior. Ding. System notification. Queen of Divine Ashes, Qian Ying's affinity towards you has increased by 5. Current level, 65 points friendly. You gifted me the divine demon pearl, and I saved your life. Thus, we are even. Zhou Ming smiled. If you feel indebted, you may stay by my side for now, assisting me in enhancing my equipment's power and facilitating my growth. How does that sound? Previously, he had relied on Qianning's assistance to elevate his equipment's rank without recompense, and he felt somewhat guilty for the repeated requests. Now, this arrangement would allow him to offer equipment without hesitation in the future. Of course, Qianning agreed. No sooner had she spoken, having traversed this crisis. The most significant benefit, albeit delayed, arrived. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on flawlessly completing the task. One thought of Divine Demon. Difficulty. SS level. You have received the following reward. Divine Demon Pearl. The task reward seemed no different from a standard completion. Yet the most substantial advantage lay in forcibly retaining the system's intended high-level NPC beside him. This meant that Zhou Ming would possess an extraordinary advantage in equipment compared to players of equal standing. With the crisis temporarily averted, Zhou Ming rubbed his temples, fatigued. At this moment, it was already 3 in the morning in reality. During the task, he had to summon all his focus, now that the danger had subsided. Weariness washed over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. All right. Qianning understood his intention. You go rest. I will wait for your return here. See you tomorrow. Without further ado, Zhou Ming, utterly exhausted, neglected even to check his character panel, promptly summoned the system panel. Log out. As he removed the gaming headset, Zhou Ming shook his groggy head, rose to enter the bathroom for a quick wash, and then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. It must be said that the relentless intensity of online engagement, whether mentally or physically, presents quite a formidable challenge. Fortunately, on the very first day of the public beta for Destiny, the rewards were abundant. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Zhou Ming awoke, brimming with energy. Upon glancing at his phone, he realized it was already noon. He swiftly sprang from his bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and departed his small dwelling to visit a nearby shop. Boss, a bowl of fried noodles, please. Zhou Ming settled into the establishment, placed his order, and logged into the official forum on his phone, eager to grasp the overall progress of fellow players. To his astonishment, he discovered himself featured on the front page. ID, Zhou World, self-proclaimed planner, allegedly engaged in questionable activities with a beautiful NPC. Zhou Ming hastily clicked to investigate, only to find a series of screenshots showcasing Qianning beside him. Nothing particularly scandalous. The headline was clearly crafted by someone versed in journalism. Wow, I am utterly envious, he thought. Perhaps the original poster was not entirely fabricating the tale. At the game's inception, only the planners possessed such privileges. Could the officials be hinting at the possibility of engaging in activities with NPCs within the game? To his amusement, he noted that some individuals actually believed it. After perusing the comments, Zhou Ming stifled a chuckle. At that moment, 2 students occupied the seats beside him. Bro, what level are you in Destiny? I'm at level 6. The other student sighed. I never imagined leveling up in this game would be so challenging in the early stages, and the drop rates are abysmally low. Isn't that the truth? The first student agreed fervently. I'm baffled, though. How Zhou World managed to secure the first kill on the boss within just 2 hours of the server opening. Didn't he? Everyone speculated it was due to the planner's questionable actions. The student asserted with conviction, then glanced at Zhou Ming, who was engrossed in the official forum. Hey, do you think Zhou World is a real person? How could that possibly be the case? Zhou Ming replied nonchalantly, turning off his phone screen and shaking his head with a smile. It's plain to see that the officials are playing tricks. They hired shills. The student nodded in agreement. Indeed, great minds think alike. Chapter 14. Exclusive Hidden Profession. After finishing lunch, Zhou Ming returned to his rented room. After sufficient hydration, he donned his gaming headset once again, having been offline for 9 consecutive hours. During the early days of the game, such a lapse would have rendered anyone else entirely irrelevant on the level leaderboard. With a flash of white light, Zhou Ming opened his eyes anew, finding himself in the game world, greeted by a vast expanse of desert. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a silver-haired girl clad in white not far away. Bathed in sunlight, she stood serenely, gazing into the distance, a scene as beautiful as a painted poem. upon sensing Zhou Ming's presence. Qianing turned around and nodded in greeting, her gaze shimmering like ripples on water as she smiled. "You have returned?" "Yes." Zhou Ming nodded, inexplicably relieved. "How wonderful." The divine powerhouse who had joined him had not slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly remembering something, he inquired, "Qianing, can I enter the city now?" "Do not worry. With me by your side, they will not dare to act against you, at least on the surface," Qianing reassured him. Zhou Ming finally felt at ease. If he were truly unable to enter the town, he would be severely hindered in leveling up due to the inability to utilize the teleportation array for swift map transitions. "Can I retrieve the divine demon orb?" Qianing asked. "Sure." Zhou Ming produced the now crimson divine demon orb. In the next moment, Qianing transformed into a beam of white light and entered the orb. "I sustained significant injuries in the previous battle and will need a few days to recuperate. However, rest assured, I will recover soon. If you require my abilities, you can connect with the equipment using the divine demon orb, and I will sense it." Zhou Ming nodded. "I understand." In truth, his journey from Clearwater Town to the gloomy canyon had consumed quite a bit of time. By the time he arrived, Qianing was indeed in dire straits, and injuries were inevitable. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Qianying's tone was gentle, her voice gradually fading. After stowing the divine demon orb away, Zhou Ming prepared to step forward, suddenly halting in confusion. Which direction was the town? Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Clearwater Town. Moments later, after a brief disorientation, Zhou Ming found himself back in Clearwater Town, standing beside the teleportation array. It must be said, the ancient charm given by the village was truly effective. He needed to level up quickly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming refrained from accepting any ordinary quest that might be available in Clearwater Town. Given his current status, taking on low reward C or D grade quests would only hinder his leveling progress. He visited the general store to purchase a map detailing the distribution of nearby wild monsters, along with some potions. After consulting the map, he decided on a leveling spot and promptly set off. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Twilight Prairie. The verdant field stretched before him, caressed by a gentle breeze. Beneath the brilliant sunshine, Zhou Ming arrived at the vast Twilight Prairie, immediately spotting black leopards prowling about. These formidable creatures possessed sharp claws, robust physiques, and their eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue. Striking terror into the hearts of onlookers, demonic black leopard, ordinary monster, level, 25 health, 2000 attack, 310 to 325 defense, 130 to 140 skills, bite. Claw strike. Description. Once a common inhabitant of the Twilight Prairie. These beasts succumbed to the corrupting influence of dark energy, gradually losing their sanity and transforming into bloodthirsty predators, mercilessly attacking passers-by. As a wild monster of level 20 and above, the attributes of the demonic black leopard far exceeded the current capabilities of most players, particularly in terms of attack power, which could easily eliminate opponents in an instant, were it not for his self-created profession, which granted him substantial base stat enhancements. Zhou Ming would not have dared to confront them so recklessly. With his sword in hand, he approached a demonic black leopard that was distanced from the main group. Before the creature could notice him, he raised his left hand, gathering fire elements. Fallen sword. With a swift motion, a sharp red phantom sword materialized above the leopard's head, swiftly descending and piercing through its body. Minus 465. The vivid red damage number flashed forth, truly deserving of its status as a first kill reward skill. Zhou Ming marveled at the explosive power of the fallen sword, which, being a ranged attack with crowd control capabilities, proved invaluable for both combat and monster hunting. Roaring in fury from the surprise attack, the demonic black leopard charged towards its assailant. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ming lunged forward, striking the beast squarely on the forehead with his sword, just as the leopard's claws reached him. Minus 162. Minus 74. The disparity in damage between them was stark, truly invincible. Zhou Ming reveled in his triumph. Who else could effortlessly slay monsters 14 levels above them in the early stages of the game? With swift precision, he dispatched the demonic black leopard, and his experience bar surged upward like a rocket. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on defeating demonic black leopard. ordinary monster, gaining 103. 5 experience. With a flash of golden light, Zhou Ming reached level 12. Merely defeating a single wild monster had elevated him by a level. Such efficiency in leveling up was beyond the wildest dreams of other players. Eager and exhilarated, Zhou Ming immediately sought out his next target, boldly engaging in combat. Knowing that his health would fully replenish upon leveling up, he deemed evasion a waste of valuable training time. Determined to maintain his leveling momentum, Zhou Ming multitasked, mindlessly exchanging blows with the wild monsters while simultaneously reviewing his achievements from the previous day. First and foremost, he eagerly anticipated his class panel. Lord of Flames. He is eager to discover the true strength of this SSS grade exclusive self-created profession. Lord of Flames, SSS grade exclusive hidden profession. Overview. This vocation is born from the accumulation of negative emotions while traversing the world, possessing an infinite affinity for the fire element and an incalculable potential. The extent of its capabilities is intricately linked to the qualifications and prowess of the Wanderer. Life growth, attack growth, defense growth, speed growth. Note, each star in life equates to 10 life points, while each star in attack and defense equals 1 point in their respective attributes. Each star in speed enhances attack speed and movement speed by 0.1. Among the 4 primary attributes, the attack growth stands out remarkably. Furthermore, the infinite affinity for the fire element likely accounts for a 100 resistance to fire elements. Chapter 15. The Trial of the 7 Sins. Lacking any understanding of the star rating system for professional advancement, Zhou Ming promptly accessed the official forum within the game to search for content related to class transitions. He quickly found a relevant video titled Regarding the Class of Destiny. How should players choose? This is a must-watch. Hello everyone, I am the dual-toned black and white, and I believe you are all aware that Destiny has launched globally with great fervor. I, too, dove in at the earliest opportunity, and the immersive experience is truly remarkable. Friends, what do you think? Enough already, too long to read. Zhou Ming's patience was swiftly depleted by the video's introduction, prompting him to opt for textual content instead. Novice Swordsman, life, attack, defense, speed. Novice Mage, life, attack, defense, speed. So the growth ceiling for ordinary professions is merely 5 stars? After perusing a bit more, Zhou Ming contentedly closed the forum. From the information currently available, the Inferno Demon Lord's growth star rating appeared exceptionally formidable. The 3 attributes of life, defense, and speed were entirely at the pinnacle achievable by other professions. Furthermore, the attack reached an unprecedented 8 stars, seemingly indicating that he must excel in output. At this realization, Zhou Ming felt exhilarated. Roar. The Black Panther, which had been relentlessly subdued, let out a furious cry. Zhou Ming, however, had no time to spare and swiftly dispatched it, opting for a new opponent. He then reopened the skill panel to scrutinize it closely. Falling Sword, rare A-class skill. Description: when the sword blade falls, the enemy's doom is assured. Skill effect: summons a sharp blade in mid-air, targeting an enemy unit within a 50-50 meter radius, dealing 300 damage based on his attack, with a slight chance of inflicting a suppression effect, and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Rending Slash, rare A-class skill. Description: with the sword's edge, shred the flesh of the enemy. Skill effect: upon release, the next strike deals 200 damage based on his attack, causing the enemy to lose 0.2 of their maximum health per second and reducing movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Both skills, obtained through in-game achievements, were unquestionably powerful. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the top of the skill bar, where a skill icon emitted a fiery red glow, rendering him momentarily transfixed, unable to look away. Unbeknownst to him, his skill bar had unexpectedly acquired a remarkable skill, Trial of the 7 Sins. Description: only by enduring the utmost original sin can one become the true Demon Lord. Sin of Pride, awaiting activation, automatically activates within 24 hours. Sin of Envy? Sin of Wrath? Sin of Sloth? Sin of Greed? Sin of Gluttony? Sin of Lust? Question marks. A screen filled with question marks. Even though Zhou Ming was unaware of the exact effects of this skill, he recognized it as the core ability of the Lord of Flame. It dawned on him. His gaze fell upon the now crimson demon pearl within his satchel, and he pondered, if I wish to successfully navigate the path of self-created professions, I must complete the trial of the 7 sins. By embracing his negative emotions without resistance while grasping the demon pearl, he successfully initiated his self-created profession. This indicated that he must confront each of these formidable challenges on his future journey. Focusing on the sin of pride, Zhou Ming took a deep breath, feeling a tinge of anxiety, and chose to activate it. Ding! System notification. Your trial of the 7 sins, sin of pride, has commenced. Sin of pride, trial requirements. Must surpass level 30, defeat a silver tier boss. Trial duration, 3 days. Trial rewards. Failure penalty, level -10. Permanent reduction of all attributes by -100. What the hell? Zhou Ming nearly doubted his own sight. To leap 30 levels to slay a boss in the early game. Is this pride? This is clearly a death sentence. Suddenly, he began to understand why all previous owners of the Demon Pearl had fallen along the way. If the earlier trials were so arduous, the subsequent ones were likely beyond human capability. Are you facing difficulties? The melodious voice of Qian Ying resonated in Zhou Ming's ears. I sense a fluctuation in your emotions. It's nothing, not a major issue. Zhou Ming shook his head, calming himself. You should continue resting. If I encounter an insurmountable problem, I will seek your assistance. Qian Ying. With a snap, amidst his swirling thoughts, the 6th corrupted Black Panther perished, dropping 10 copper coins along with a pair of leg armor. Success. Zhou Ming hastily picked it up and took out the Demon Pearl. As he touched the fiery red orb to the panther skin leg armor, it was immediately infused with a special energy, transforming visibly in form, not only becoming more exquisite but also emanating a faint ethereal glow. Dark Moon leggings, gold tier, defense, 30 to 35 health, 600 attribute, defense 12 effect, sturdy. All damage received is reduced by 5 points, minimum reduction to 1 point. Required level, 20. Description, lightweight yet robust leggings that, upon enhancement, can effectively protect the wearer's legs. The power of Qianing is the foundation upon which I shall build through the sin of pride. Zhou Ming felt a sense of satisfaction as he stowed the Dark Moon leggings in his satchel, given that they were dropped by level 25 monsters. The required level was somewhat high, so he decided to set them aside for a while. Subsequently, Zhou Ming methodically continued to grind monsters. Approximately an hour later. Swish. Golden light scattered as Zhou Ming successfully reached level 16. The efficiency had slowed down. Zhou Ming contemplated a change of leveling spot. Indeed, as one ascends in rank, the time required for advancement notably increases. Furthermore, the Twilight Prairie is exceedingly vast, and the distribution of the corrupted Black Panthers is rather sparse. Merely locating the creatures demands considerable effort. Just as he was poised to depart, a commanding roar resonated from afar, causing Zhou Ming to pause in his tracks. Chapter 16. Silver first kill. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming rushed toward the source of the sound. Those familiar with games understand that the drop rates of monsters and bosses are entirely different concepts. While the latter may be challenging to defeat, one must be bold enough to confront them in order to obtain exceptional loot. Moreover, given his current circumstances, the most urgent need was to slay a boss and acquire top-tier equipment. Otherwise, attempting to complete the quest of arrogance would be nothing short of a pipe dream. A few minutes later, he arrived at the boss's location, where a massive Black Panther, towering at 2 meters, came into view. At this moment, the ferocious panther bore a menacing expression, its roar filled with rage as it relentlessly pursued a small, slender player, who narrowly evaded its lethal claws time and time again. A player? Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback. Besides him, there was another player daring enough to grind monsters in the Twilight Prairie, even challenging a boss. However, it didn't take long for him to discern the situation. The player being hunted lacked the attributes necessary to roam freely in this area, listening to the wind and playing in the rain. Wind Shadow Thief. Level 10. A Wind Shadow Thief. It appeared that this individual was a wielder of a hidden class. Just then, as the player sprinted for dear life, they noticed Zhou Ming watching from a distance and shouted, "Run." This boss has a vast aggro range, not choosing to lead the danger away. Quite fortunate. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before smiling and asking, "Do you need assistance?" "Are you joking, brother? This is a silver-level boss." Listening to the wind and playing in the rain was rendered speechless. The other party seemed to lack an understanding of the gravity of the situation. The Black-Winged Panther King was not a foe that players at their level could provoke. It could easily eliminate them with a single blow. Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle, raising his hand toward the Black-Winged Panther King, with fire elements swirling in his palm. What a coincidence. I am specifically hunting a silver-level boss. If it were merely a bronze level, he would hardly be interested. Only a silver-level first kill could capture his full attention. Fallen Sword. With a swish, a fiery phantom sword came crashing down from above the Black-Winged Panther King, hindering its movement and eliciting a pained roar. -238. Wow. Watching the damage Zhou Ming dealt, listening to the wind and playing in the rain was left dumbfounded. This game must be glitched. Seizing the opportunity while the Black-Winged Panther King was slowed, he quickly distanced himself, only to see the boss's aggro shift toward Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming had no time for idle chatter. Faced with a formidable adversary, he had to summon all his focus to confront it. Roar. As he approached, the Black-Winged Panther King opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth glistening with foul saliva, lunging at Zhou Ming with ferocity. Rending slash. Seeing this, Zhou Ming fearlessly engaged, swinging his sword to clash with the beast. Ding. System notification. You used the skill, Rending Slash. The next strike will deal 200 damage based on your attack and cause the enemy to lose 0.2 of their maximum health per second, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. -169. -210. The ferocious attacks of the Black-Winged Leopard King are nothing short of formidable. Even its ordinary strikes inflict considerably more damage than Zhou Ming's skills. However, the effect of the Rending Slash swiftly manifests, causing the boss's wounds to bleed profusely. -40. -40. -40. From a distance, the observer named listening to the wind and drizzle is utterly astounded. Just moments ago, he attempted to inspect the Black-Winged Leopard King's panel, only to be met with a barrage of question marks due to his insufficient level. In such circumstances, it is truly astonishing that a player could engage in a back-and-forth battle. Traveling the World, Lord of Flames, level 16 health, 3660 attack, 328 to 333 defense, 279 to 286 skills, Fallen Sword, Rending Slash. So, you are indeed traveling the world. Listening to the wind and drizzle awakens from his stupor, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Even for someone who has secured the first kill of the bronze tier. Such stats seem utterly outrageous. Over 3,000 health. My own health is but a fraction of yours. Can you refrain from being a mere cheerleader? With the two major skills exhausted, Zhou Ming finds himself at a disadvantage. Compared to Lin Tao, the attributes of the Black-Winged Leopard King surpass expectations. Were it not for his several pieces of golden-grade equipment, he would surely be at a loss. Black-Winged Leopard King, Silver Tier Boss. Level, 30 health, 20,000 attack, 480 to 520 defense. Skills, Basic Bloodlust, Despairing Bite, Continuous Claw Strike. Description, the leader of the demonic Black Panthers, the sovereign of the Twilight Prairie, and simultaneously, your harbinger of doom. Alright. Listening to the wind and drizzle regains his composure and, without hesitation, employs stealth to approach the Black-Winged Leopard King. He swiftly thrusts his dagger, executing one of the assassin's signature skills, the stab. Ding. System notification, the Black-Winged Leopard King is struck by listening to the wind and drizzle skill, stab, losing 1 health point and becoming stunned for 0.93 seconds. Due to the vast disparity in attributes, the 1.5 seconds of stun is greatly diminished. Seizing the opportunity during the boss's momentary pause and attack, Zhou Ming hastily creates distance, gulping down red potions to buy time while maximizing the effect of the Rending Slash. Lacking intelligence, the Black-Winged Leopard King's aggro remains solely on traveling the world. It resolutely charges forward but is hindered by a significant slow effect, rendering it unable to catch up for the time being. Once the slowing effect dissipates, Zhou Ming employs the same tactics. While listening to the wind and drizzle diligently seeks opportunities to exert control, alleviating the pressure faced by his companion. With their coordinated efforts, the boss's health gradually declines until it reaches the 50 threshold. Roar. The Black-Winged Leopard King lets out a deafening howl, its form swelling ominously, eyes turning a blood-red hue, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Ding. System notification. The Black-Winged Leopard King has activated the skill, Basic Bloodlust, increasing attack by 20. Attack speed by 20, and movement speed by 20, lasting for 20 seconds. Seeing this, Zhou Ming remained calm and composed, swiftly creating distance while utilizing the fallen sword to strike and slow his opponent, ensuring his health remained firmly above 50. The Black-Winged Leopard King's skill durations were fleeting. After a few more swipes, it was easily dragged down. 40, 30. The life force of the Black-Winged Leopard King continued to dwindle. Could he truly vanquish a silver-tier boss? Listening to the sound of wind and rain, he swallowed hard, a tremor coursing through his heart. On the second day of the server launch, a silver first kill. This was a far greater shock than the bronze first kill. Ding. System notification. The Black-Winged Leopard King has activated the skill Despair Bite, increasing the next damage by 250. As the boss entered its critical state, it grew increasingly frenzied. Its jagged maw aimed menacingly at Zhou Ming. Shut your filthy mouth. Zhou Ming's gaze turned icy. He pressed forward with his left hand, causing the fallen sword to descend under his control, precisely landing above the gaping maw of the Black-Winged Leopard King, forcefully pinning its head to the ground, rendering it immobile. Ding. System notification. You have used the skill, Fallen Sword, successfully interrupting the Black-Winged Leopard King's skill and inflicting a 1.35-second suppression effect. He had not forgotten that the suppression effect of the Fallen Sword was an exceedingly domineering control. Such an ability must be utilized to its fullest potential. Minus 688. Critical damage. With this astounding figure, the Black-Winged Leopard King lost all chance for a comeback. The onlooker, listening to the wind and rain, was left stunned. Die. Zhou Ming swung his sword downward once more, and the massive form of the Black-Winged Leopard King crashed to the ground. Silver first kill, secured. Chapter 17. The Infinite Scroll Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Black-Winged Leopard King, silver level boss, earning the following rewards. Experience for this level 244. 51. Prestige 30, silver coins 5. With a swift motion, 2 beams of golden light cascaded down, and Zhou Ming's level ascended to 18. Simultaneously, golden radiance enveloped Ting Fengxiu beside him. Despite inflicting minimal damage during the boss battle, he still received some control bonuses, coupled with the additional benefits from the level disparity, making his upgrade quite justifiable. A silver first kill, is it really this easy? Ting Fengxiu questioned whether he was dreaming. After all, it was merely a silver-level boss. How could it withstand the combined might of the two of us? Zhou Ming chuckled, bending down to collect all the loot dropped by the boss. Ting Fengxiu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had anticipated that today's experts not only possessed exceptional skills, but also had such captivating ways of speaking. Moments later, the system notification for the first kill finally resounded. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the silver-level boss, Black-Winged Leopard King. As the first player to vanquish a silver-level boss in the game, you receive additional rewards, free attribute points 20, prestige 1000, and the rare item, Infinite Scroll. Ding. System notification. Would you like to publicize the legend you have created in the Destiny continent? Note, once publicized, it will be visible to all players in the server. Zhou Ming couldn't help but beam with joy. In truth, if the game followed its usual logic, achieving a silver first kill would be far from easy, especially since the majority of players were still wandering the novice village in their starting gear. His success was entirely due to the abundance of high-level golden gear he possessed. Thank you, my friend, Ting Fengxiu remarked as he turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Zhou Ming quickly called out to stop him. Ting Fengxiu replied, puzzled. Is there something else, esteemed one? You assisted me in securing the silver first kill. It would be unreasonable not to reward you. Zhou Ming retrieved a dagger from his inventory. Sharp Fang Dagger, bronze level, attack, 40 to 45 attributes, attack 8 required level, 15 description, a weapon forged from the fangs of the Black-Winged Leopard King, exceptionally sharp. Perhaps due to its higher required level, the attack value of the Sharp Fang Dagger was quite astonishing, even surpassing Zhou Ming's silver-level weapon by a factor of 2. However, this weapon was of no use to him. While collecting the loot earlier, He had already discovered a silver-level longsword among the items dropped by the boss. Hiss! Ting Feng Shiyu gasped in astonishment. Such generosity? You deserve it. Zhou Ming expressed without a hint of reluctance. The individual before him, possessing a hidden class, had managed to escape the relentless pursuit of the Black-Winged Leopard King at level 10, proving to be no ordinary player. Seizing this opportunity to foster a benevolent connection. The value is undoubtedly exceptional. Ding. The system prompts, listening to the wind and playing in the rain, has requested to add you as a friend. Will you accept? Brother. Please accept the friend request. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain did not decline, but stated earnestly, by the way, send me your bound account for Destiny. Zhou Ming accepted the friend request, shaking his head, forget the money. This is not acceptable. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain firmly declared, I have a principle. If others treat me poorly, I feel justified in taking advantage. If they treat me well, I shall not exploit it. Though it was their first encounter, the situation arose from Zhou Ming's unintentional brush with danger, where the other had intervened to rescue him. During the boss raid, his assistance seemed rather insignificant, leaving Zhou Ming with a sense of redundancy. In such a context, to unjustly obtain a weapon would lead him to despise himself. Indeed, the game is replete with spirited young individuals. Zhou Ming did not firmly refuse but shared his account details, soon receiving a transfer of 2,000 yuan. I shall not disturb your leveling. We shall reconnect in the future. Good. Ultimately, listening to the wind and playing in the rain departed with a dagger, visibly elated. Watching the other leave, Zhou Ming reopened his inventory, retrieving a sword glimmering with a chilling light. His mood lifted with anticipation. Previously, under the influence of Qianying's power, the ordinary had transformed into the extraordinary, silver had turned into gold, which made him wonder about the fate of this sword. With this thought, he eagerly touched the sword's blade with the demon spirit pearl. Swish! Upon contact, Qianying, understanding the cue, immediately channeled mysterious energy, enveloping the sword and enhancing its sharpness, causing it to tremble slightly and emit a clear ringing sound. Would it be gold or luminous radiance? Zhou Ming swallowed hard, his breath momentarily caught. After roughly 10 seconds, the sword underwent a complete transformation. It became slender and as thin as a cicada's wing, with ethereal glimmers flowing upon its surface, truly extraordinary. Black Wind Sword, Luminous Grade, Attack, 200 to 220 Attributes, Attack 30, Attack Speed 20 Effect, Black Wind. After inflicting damage, attack speed increases by 10 for 5 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Required level, 20 required prestige, 200 description, a treasured sword of the Black-Winged Leopard King, enhanced by unknown forces, significantly amplifying its power. Invincible! Zhou Ming, clasping this weapon that he could equip in just 2 levels, could hardly contain his delight. Who would have imagined that a luminous-grade weapon would appear in a player's possession merely the following day? It can only be said that the more one engages with Qianying's power, the clearer the understanding becomes as to why those divine beings would recklessly band together in attack. Qianying, you are truly extraordinary. Zhou Ming felt a profound sense of admiration. From then on, Zhou Ming resolved to continue leveling with the demonic Black Panther. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Searching for leveling spots would inevitably consume considerable time. It would be wiser to wait until he met the equipment requirements and then directly select high-difficulty leveling areas. During the process, he did not forget to open the package and inspect the other spoils. Unfortunately, the Black-Winged Leopard King was somewhat stingy, yielding only a silver-grade weapon. Apart from that, there was merely a bronze-grade dagger and a handful of silver coins. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the silver first kill reward from the system had already been bestowed. Limitless Scroll, Rare S-Grade Item. Description: the potential of humanity knows no bounds, nor do the means employed. Item Effect: Designated Skill Grade 1 Required Prestige, 1000 Required Level, 25. Note: the enhanced strength of the selected skill cannot exceed the item grade. The reward for the silver first kill was exponentially more generous than that of the bronze first kill. Zhou Ming could hardly contain his excitement. As he did not yet meet the level requirement, he could only carefully store the treasure in his package for the time being. Subsequently, recalling that he had several server-wide announcements yet to confirm, Zhou Ming decided to publish them all at once. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player, Wanderer of the World, Eastern Zone, for becoming the first player in Destiny to complete their class transition. This is hereby announced. Damn. In the novice village, a hot-tempered player cursed loudly. Is this your game? Constantly flooding the server announcements. Let us see you do it again. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player, Wanderer of the World, Eastern Zone, for becoming the first player in Destiny to slay a silver-grade boss. This is hereby announced. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player. Chapter 18. Professional Advantages 2. Server-wide announcements echoed, broadcasted 6 times in succession, flooding the screen. It was that same individual again. The efficiency of professional players paled in comparison to his exaggerated prowess. Who exactly is he? The same person continuously receiving rewards. Has the official realm given up on pretense? In an instant, countless players began to speculate. The first kill reward had been seized by Zhou World, leaving them speechless, for after all, he had claimed the bronze first kill, undoubtedly placing him ahead in levels. The baffling aspect, however, lay in the fact that he secured the silver first kill on the very second day of the open beta, unbeknownst to Zhou Ming, the subject of their conjectures. He was preparing to continue his leveling and monster hunting when suddenly, a system announcement related to him rang in his ears. Ding. The second-in-command of the Beggars sect initiated an announcement, visible throughout the town. Zhou World. No one who dared to harm my brother has escaped my wrath. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, come to the entrance of Qingshui town if you dare. Whoever flinches is a dog. Such audacity. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. There was no need to pay heed to such base provocation. It was merely the antics of a buffoon. Qian Ying's voice resonated, advising him that his immediate priority should be to swiftly enhance his strength before the impending crisis arrived. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and then shook his head. I fear that is not an option. I must address this individual. Why? Qian Ying inquired, perplexed. Zhou Ming smiled as he elucidated, because he hails from the Beggars sect. What significance does the Beggars sect hold? Qian Ying asked, still puzzled. In response to her query, Zhou Ming's gaze deepened. The Beggars sect possesses wealth. A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. He engaged in gaming not only for enjoyment, but also to reap real-world benefits. Otherwise, he would be squandering the considerable advantages he had amassed in the early stages. Very well, Qian Ying acknowledged. Once you accumulate sufficient wealth, your endeavors will be executed with greater finesse. I am glad you understand my predicament. Beyond that, there is a second reason compelling me to act. What reason? Qian Ying queried, still bewildered. Should I lack arrogance, I could never surmount the sin of hubris. Qian Ying remained silent, contemplating his words. By the way, weren't you supposed to be recovering from your injuries? How have you awakened? Zhou Ming deftly shifted the topic, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. As the saying goes, secrecy begets success. The unfolding circumstances remained unpredictable, and he could not guarantee success. I just recalled. There is something I have yet to inform you, Qian Ying said candidly. Regarding your talent, I hope you can delay its activation. Talent. Zhou Ming instantly grasped Qian Ying's intent. Having successfully transitioned classes, his character panel displayed a talent that was now primed for activation. The reason he had yet to make a choice was due to his limited understanding of talents. He wished mainstream players to test the waters first to avoid pitfalls. Is there any particular rationale behind this? Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ming pressed for more related information. Activating a talent necessitates participation in a talent trial. Qian Ying patiently elucidated that a profound foundation would enable one to journey further. However, an excessively elevated level could increase the corresponding trial's difficulty, ultimately diminishing the returns. It is advisable to identify a peak moment in one's progression before embarking on such challenges. Oh, I see. Zhou Ming pondered thoughtfully. In essence, Qian Ying's assertion highlighted the intricate relationship between the difficulty of trials and one's level, emphasizing that the enhancement of strength does not follow a linear trajectory. For instance, advancing from level 8 to 9 merely entails a slight augmentation of basic attributes, whereas the leap from level 9 to 10 not only signifies a class change but also the acquisition of 2 rare A-level skills, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat prowess. I have another inquiry. Could you assist me? Zhou Ming expressed his concerns. Despite successfully creating his own profession, he had not acquired any skills, with the only two available to him learned through skill books. This seemed rather unreliable. I am not entirely certain, Jining replied. But your profession is titled Lord of Flames, suggesting that the source of your power is likely linked to fire. Linked to fire, Zhou Ming mused, a sudden epiphany illuminating his thoughts. He reopened his profession panel and meticulously scrutinized the text. Introduction. This profession is comprehended through the divine demon pearl while traversing the world. Affinity with fire elements is limitless, possessing unfathomable potential. This statement offered scant information. Yet, if one were to extract a focal point, it would undoubtedly be the limitless affinity with fire elements. Could it be that I can learn any skills associated with fire elements? Zhou Ming's breath quickened, sensing he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm. At that moment, an untimely growl emanated from his stomach. Never mind. I shall delve into this further once I return to the city. With a rumbling stomach, Zhou Ming summoned the system panel, opted to log out, and his form dissipated into scattered white light. Meanwhile, in a remote area of Destiny Continent, Master, I am incompetent, and I have disappointed you. Lin Tao, awakening, wore a visage of humiliation and hatred. He had never anticipated his defeat, and a dismal one at that. This rendered his earlier provocations in Clearwater Town a mere jest, even causing his master to lose face before the pantheon of gods. Rest assured and focus on your recovery. There is no need to dwell on yesterday's events. Shui Zhanqiu signaled him to relax, calmly stating, in truth, losing to him may not be entirely unfavorable. Pardon? Lin Tao was taken aback. Surely you do not believe that a fledgling could genuinely outmaneuver a group of god-tier warriors? Shui Zhanqiu chuckled softly. Lin Tao remained silent, pondering, is that truly the case? Have you considered what the outcome would have been had we triumphed? Shui Zhanqiu analyzed with an impassive expression. Setting aside whether we would have reaped the benefits, the divine demon pearl is singular, as is the queen of divine ashes. To whom would it belong? Lin Tao awakened to realization. Are you suggesting that, rather than dividing the spoils, it is wiser to temporarily forego them and pursue a more gradual strategy? Shui Zhanqiu remarked nonchalantly, with this fallback. It is no wonder that the deities chose to accept his wager. Lin Tao experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the thoroughness of the gods' considerations. If I am not mistaken, some divine beings have already begun to act covertly. Shui Zhanqiu scoffed. They are not merely individuals who excel in waiting for the opportune moment. In a rented room, Zhou Ming prepared a packet of instant noodles. During this interval, he logged on to the official forum, searching for information regarding talents, only to be inundated with an abundance of content. The officials are utterly inactive. What is the true nature of these talents? They fail to provide clarity. He pondered. Having acquired merely a C-level talent, should I abandon this endeavor? The post from the second-in-command of the Beggar S sect caught his eye. Boasting of his S-level talent, breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, S-level the lower one's health, the greater the damage inflicted, increasing by up to 100. No wonder he dared to challenge me. He had his own advantages. Zhou Ming realized the implications. An S-level talent. The potential was indeed formidable. In a critically low health state, each strike could nearly deal double damage. Moreover, this was merely an S-level talent. It could not possibly represent the pinnacle. However, with Qian Ying's prior warning, he was determined to seize the right moment and not to hastily engage in the talent trials merely due to the provocation from the Beggar's sect's second-in-command, thereby risking greater losses for minor gains. After swiftly finishing his noodles, Zhou Ming adjusted his mindset and donned his gaming helmet once more. The prospect of enjoying a better meal next time hinged on the generosity of the Beggar's sect. Chapter 19. The Hidden Assassin at Dust Prairie. As the bright light materialized, Zhou Ming, having satiated his hunger, logged back in, tirelessly frolicking with the wild monsters. As the sun gradually descended, inching closer to the horizon, painting the sky a vivid crimson, Zhou Ming's experience bar finally surged forth, propelled by the relentless efforts against the corrupted Black Panther. Ding. System notification. You have leveled up. Level 20 achieved. It is time to amass wealth. Without haste to change his equipment, Zhou Ming prepared for his rendezvous. Just as he was about to embark on his return journey, a notification chimed from his friends list. Upon inspection, he found a message from Listening to the Wind and Playing with Rain. Big shot. You're not truly going to the meeting, are you? Is there a problem? Zhou Ming inquired. This is a trap. Listening to the wind and playing with rain sent a screenshot, depicting a throng of players gathered in a grand spectacle. The second-in-command of the beggars' sect had assembled hundreds, awaiting your arrival to meet your demise. The display was indeed formidable. Zhou Ming remained unperturbed. In that case, I shall require your assistance. Listening to the wind and playing with rain responded with a barrage of question marks. My assistance? What could I possibly do for you? May I borrow your equipment? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Clearwater Town, a dense crowd surged, bustling with activity. Among them were not only members of the beggars' sect, but also numerous players eager to witness the spectacle. For those who had recently entered Destiny and quickly risen to prominence, many were keen to observe the legendary figure in person. Standing at the forefront as the challenger was the second-in-command of the beggars' sect, a robust figure wielding an axe, exuding arrogance. Brother 2, will Zhou Yu World even bother with us? Brother 3 of the beggars' sect conversed with him, clutching a staff. Brother 2 scoffed, if he does not arrive, I shall promptly issue an announcement, declaring Zhou Yu World a coward for not daring to face me in a duel. At that moment, Zhou Yu World had garnered considerable fame within Destiny, and this opportunity could serve to elevate the beggars' sect's reputation. Even if the opponent declined to engage, there would be no loss on his part. He is coming. A voice rang out amidst the crowd, prompting the second and third brothers of the beggars' sect to look up. In the distance, a young man wielding a silver sword approached. Wow, what impressive attributes. Only the second day, and he has already reached level 20. How did he manage that? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers. Countless players turned their gazes toward Zhou Ming, employing their detection skills to glean insights, unable to believe the attributes displayed before them. Gulp. Brother 3 of the beggars' sect swallowed nervously, apprehensive. Zhou Yu World's rise in power is alarmingly swift. Fear not. Brother 2 remained composed. For this duel, he had invested heavily in a complete set of bronze gear and had the support of influential allies, ensuring his victory was all but guaranteed. As Zhou Ming drew nearer, numerous players from the beggars' sect surged forward, encircling him from both sides, leaving him no avenue for escape. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Despite the predatory gazes of the crowd, Zhou Ming remained unfazed. How did it escalate into a brawl? Was it not out of fear that one might flee? The second-in-command of the beggars' gang stepped forward, gripping his axe, poised for action. Hold on. No need to rush into combat. Zhou Ming raised his hand to halt him. What? Are you afraid? The beggar's second raised an eyebrow. If you wish to spar, it must come with some stakes, right? Zhou Ming suggested. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. The beggar's second, puzzled, inquired, what stakes? 20,000 in cash, with everyone present as witnesses. Zhou Ming declared solemnly. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, the beggar's second nodded in agreement. Shall we commence? He could hardly contain his anticipation, curious about the reactions of the surrounding players upon witnessing him effortlessly defeat Zhou Ming. Let us begin. Zhou Ming responded with a nod of acknowledgement. The beggar's second struck first, swinging his axe directly at Zhou Ming. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The panel statistics undoubtedly favored Zhou Ming. Yet the beggar's second possessed formidable talents of his own. The closer he was to death, the greater his damage became. A turnaround could occur in an instant. All eyes were fixated on the initial clash between the two. Furious axe. As he approached, a crimson glow enveloped the axe in the beggar's second's grasp, amplifying its power and elevating his presence to its zenith. Ding. System notification. The beggar's second has activated the temporary skill Furious Axe, increasing attack power by 50 and attack speed by 50, lasting for 5 minutes. Ding. System notification. The beggar's second has activated the temporary skill Divine Shield. With health at 100, defense increased by 50, damage reduction by 20, immunity to all negative states, lasting for 5 minutes. Incredible! Many players nearby gasped in astonishment. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. Temporary skills? This was indeed his first encounter with such a thing. Be cautious. The voice of Qianying rang in his ears. I sense someone is watching. Someone is spying temporary skills. Zhou Ming quickly connected the dots, and as the fierce beggar's second charged toward him, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The puppeteer behind this scheme had calculated well, but alas, The chosen opponent was no match for him. Can you withstand this strike? The corners of the beggar's second's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he brought his axe down heavily. He had a premonition that after today, he would be renowned. Ding. System notification. The beggar's second has activated the skill, Heavy Strike, enhancing the damage of his next attack within 3 seconds by 30. Zhou Ming did not evade. Instead, he silently set aside his silver sword and drew forth the flowing black wind sword from his pack, unleashing a cleaving strike. Both warriors' attacks met almost simultaneously. Minus 1,234. Minus 175. In an instant, the beggar's second's health plummeted to its lowest point. Gasp. The arena erupted with a chorus of astonished intakes of breath, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. One sword strike nearly brought him to his end. What staggering damage was this? Upon witnessing the moment of injury, the second in command of the beggar's sect turned pale with fright, hastily retreating, completely shedding the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier. "Brothers, let us charge together," commanded the third in command. Observing the scene, kill. It appeared the beggar's sect had long since regained their composure, for upon the third leader's command, they surged forth decisively. Indeed, they were a band of unscrupulous ruffians, standing amidst the crowd, listening to the wind and playing in the rain cursed quietly. His gaze fixed with concern on the encircled Zhou world. The overwhelming number of assailants posed an immense pressure, far beyond what one could bear. "Bring me down," cried a member of the beggar's sect, brandishing his weapon. Zhou Ming cast a fleeting glance at him, raising his sword. Minus 1,400. Critical hit, a figure far exceeding the current player's capacity soared high above. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a brief, stunned silence. Zhou world's terrifying damage struck fear into the hearts of all present. Is this the strategy of a godlike powerhouse? Zhou Ming proclaimed loudly. Nothing more than this. How could he fail to perceive the enemy's intentions? If this were a confrontation among players, Jinning would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. In other words, this was a concerted ambush specifically targeting him. Suddenly, the air rippled, and above the battlefield appeared a man clad in splendid robes, exuding an air of superiority. His sharp gaze surveying Zhou Ming as one might regard an insignificant insect. "You boy, do not be so arrogant," the man stated coldly. "The divine demon Pearl, the queen of divine ashes, none of these are within your reach. Your actions have nearly offended all the formidable beings of the Destiny continent. Then why do you not take action? Come, I implore you to kill me." Zhou Ming remained unfazed. The man, infuriated, retorted, "If I wished to kill you, I would not need to lift a finger myself." Ding. System notification. Attention, Stellar Guardian Mo Yun, God-level NPC, has issued a bounty. Anyone who slays Zhou world shall receive the following rewards. 1 rare A-level item, limited to 1 time. Should you acquire the Divine Demon Pearl and submit it, an additional unique hidden class will be granted. Chapter 20. Are you willing to part with it? Outside Qingshui City, the players, who had previously contemplated retreating, suddenly found their spirits soaring, their gazes fixed upon the world-traveling figure before them, infused with a potent mix of greed and murderous intent. The allure of wealth is irresistible. Initially, their animosity towards the world traveler was minimal, primarily stemming from his continuous stream of achievement rewards. They merely sought to diminish his pride. However, the circumstances had now morphed into a vastly different reality. The exorbitant bounty offered by the god-tier NPC was capable of altering the fates of the players at present. What were they waiting for? The second in command of the beggars gang shouted from the rear, "The reward is within reach." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and, as if on cue, began to converge upon the world traveler. Though they lacked understanding of the divine demon Pearl, they knew that slaying him would guarantee them at least a rare A-grade item, a prize that would make anyone envious on the second day of the game's launch. What a grand venture! Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. It was not the collective assault of the players that instilled him with profound pressure. The true dilemma lay in. He too coveted the rare A-grade item. If only he could commit suicide to claim the reward. Zhou Ming inwardly lamented, then suddenly froze in thought. Commit suicide to claim the reward? It seemed, perhaps, not entirely impossible. Kill. At that moment, the surrounding players could no longer restrain themselves and charged towards Zhou Ming. Given their early levels, they had progressed relatively quickly. and dying did not weigh heavily on their hearts. Yet, if they could slay the world traveler, not only would they gain fame, but they could also amass wealth. What could be more enticing? Now, I shall see whether you live or die. The malevolent smile of Emoyin hovered in the air above. The tide of players surged forth. Even as Zhou Ming contemplated his situation, he was compelled to temporarily cast aside his distractions and focus intently on the battle. -674. -655. -657. Like chopping vegetables, Zhou Ming wielded the black wind sword, effortlessly dispatching several players within moments. With a flowlight weapon in hand, his attack power was undoubtedly unparalleled within the entire server. Normal players simply could not withstand it. Truly extraordinary. From a distance, the second-in-command of the Beggars gang watched in astonishment. Such attacks were utterly terrifying, starkly contrasting the meager damage inflicted upon the world traveler. 12. -4. -16. Few players could inflict significant damage. Their strikes were nearly negligible. What is there to fear? In the novice village, the third member of the Beggars gang, who had previously clashed with Zhou Ming, was unfazed. With so many of us, along with numerous independent players joining for the sake of the items, the world traveler is undoubtedly doomed. So what if the damage is low? As long as his health bar decreases, it will eventually reach 0. With that, he raised his staff and aimed at the besieged world traveler from afar, chanting a spell briefly before exclaiming, "Take this fireball." Boom. A fireball, the size of a basketball, arced through the air and struck Zhou Ming. It hit. The eyes of the third member of the Beggars gang gleamed with excitement. Miss. As a result, Zhou Ming did not shed a single drop of blood. The third elder of the Beggars sect was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he hit? What about the damage from the fireball? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhou Ming's vision was filled with players, an array of weapons descending upon him in a frenzied assault. Even in the face of such an overwhelming spectacle for the first time, he remained unfazed, his blades swiftly descending, claiming one player after another. Ding. System notification. You have slain player. Let's escape together. Send value 1. Ding. System notification. You have slain player, little brat. Send value 1. The incessant chimes of system notifications regarding his kills echoed in his ears, prompting Zhou Ming to simply choose to mute them, while his sin value rapidly accumulated due to the rampant slaughter. Fear not. The second elder of the Beggars sect continued to chatter from a distance. The more sin value he accumulates, the greater the chance of dropping equipment upon his death. Perhaps he may even yield a divine demon pearl, allowing for a direct transition to the unique hidden profession, kill. The players, fueled by enthusiasm, disregarded all caution and charged at Zhou Ming with reckless abandon. They feared there wouldn't be enough of them. Zhou Ming welcomed this with open arms. Whether his equipment would be dropped could only be determined after his demise, but the equipment of these players would certainly litter the ground, with ownership belonging to him alone, rendering it inaccessible to others. The grass outside Clearwater Town swiftly became stained crimson. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of players fell beneath Zhou Ming's blade. Simultaneously, his health points began to dwindle. 80, 60, 40. He was on the brink of death. Many players, witnessing the glimmer of hope, grew increasingly excited. Make way for me. Seizing the opportune moment, the second elder, with health restored above a safe threshold, charged forward once more, raising his axe to strike Zhou Ming. Aiming to be the one to secure the kill, Zhou Ming remained unperturbed, opening his inventory to equip his gear, including the level 20 Dark Moon leggings, which dramatically boosted his health and defense. -1, -1, -1. In an instant, all incoming damage was rendered ineffective. You. The smile on the second elder's face froze. You did this on purpose? Zhou Ming, wrongfully accused, gazed at the scattered equipment on the ground, nearly shedding a tear of grievance. Noticing his opponent attempting to flee again, Zhou Ming raised his left hand, summoning fire elements to unleash a devastating strike from the fallen sword. Without needing to check the damage, the second elder perished on the spot. As he consumed a red potion, Zhou Ming's health began to rise instead of fall. 10. -1. 10. Damn it, we've been played. Observing the pitifully ineffective damage, numerous players gritted their teeth, their faces dark with fury. Zhou Ming had deliberately refrained from exerting his full strength at the onset, luring them into offering their heads. Zhou Ming casually dispatched another player, Don't come any closer. I can't carry any more loot. The crowd. Damn. In just a few minutes, the remaining players fled in disarray, stripped of armor and dignity. As he vanquished his adversaries, Zhou Ming flicked the blood from his black windsword and gazed up at the celestial powerhouse above, inquiring, "Are you pleased now?" Mo Yun's expression darkened as he coldly regarded the insignificant insect daring to challenge him, remaining silent. The rate at which Zhou had progressed during his worldly travels far exceeded Mo Yun's expectations, rendering the average player before him akin to mere poultry. "Well, let me allow you your moment of pride." After a lengthy pause, Mo Yun forced out a few words through clenched teeth, feigning indifference with a scornful smile. "There will come a time when you will not be able to smile. Is that so?" Zhou Ming paid no heed to the taunt, responding nonchalantly. "Whether I can smile or not is a matter for the future, but I am certain that soon, you will find it impossible to do so." A flicker of unease danced at the corner of Mo Yun's eye. What was he planning? Retrieving the divine demon orb from his pack, Zhou Ming stated, "Qianing, I have a question for you." In a flash, a beam of white light emanated from the orb, transforming into an enchanting silver-haired maiden. Her delicate features and slender waist radiating beauty in the setting sun. "What is your question?" Qianing asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "I know you hold deep feelings for me. If all goes as expected, your heart has long been secretly pledged." Zhou Ming slowly opened his arms towards her. "In this situation, if I were to ask you to take my life, would you be able to do it?" With a resolute clang, Qianing wasted no time, summoning a sharp sword from the void, declaring, "I can hardly wait." Chapter 21. The generosity of the boss outside Qin Shui town. Beneath the fading light of the setting sun, lifeless bodies lay scattered across the grass. Observing the heartless Qianing, Zhou Ming felt a surge of fatalistic resolve. "Come on. Ingo, take my life." "Ingo? You truly dare to say that?" Qianing bit her silver teeth, nearly bursting into laughter from indignation. She was well aware that Zhou Yushi was deliberately provoking her, fearful that she might hesitate and show mercy, thus missing the opportunity to reap benefits from a formidable being. "What if I genuinely kill you?" Qianing inquired, seeking affirmation. "Yes." Zhou Ming was hardly concerned about death. Just yesterday, he had perished dozens of times to rescue Qianing from Tiwan village. With a swift slash, Qianing unleashed a torrent of sword energy that engulfed the desperate young man. In the next moment, a multitude of items erupted around Zhou Ming, including several pieces of golden-grade equipment. "Bring it to me." As she collected the fallen goods, Qianing promptly sought her reward from Mo Yun. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. Mo Yun's eyes twitched, his face nearly turning the shade of a liver. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Yushi would claim rewards through self-sacrifice. It was unfathomable that someone could possess such a lack of boundaries. "Well done." Due to the constraints of the rules, Mo Yun gritted his teeth and retrieved an item, handing it to Qianing. Ding. System prompt. "Congratulations to the Queen of Divine Ashes, Qianing, for slaying Zhou Yushi and receiving a reward, A-level rare item." In the distance, players gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Claiming a bounty on oneself? Is that even possible? I think I understand now why the big shots developed so quickly. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain wiped his face in astonishment. He strongly suspected that the stunningly beautiful NPC accompanying the other party was also a product of exploiting game mechanics. "Thank you, boss. Such generosity." Zhou Ming, transformed into a spectral form, beamed with delight. An A-level rare item. This was akin to unwarrantedly acquiring a bronze first kill. "Just wait, your day will come." Mo Yun shot him a resentful glance before departing in frustration. As he watched Mo Yun leave, Zhou Ming maintained his smile and turned to a nearby rogue. "Brother, please help me gather the equipment." "Oh, all right." Coming back to reality, listening to the wind hurried forward and, under the envious gazes of others, selected the more valuable items from the scattered loot. Other players, eager to partake, soon realized they had no claim to the spoils. This was a unique constraint between players. All dropped equipment could only be freely collected after a designated ownership period. And listening to the wind was an exception because he and Zhou Ming had been in a team mode prior to the battle. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming revived fully in Qin Shui town. "Take it." Qianing did not hold back, returning all the equipment Zhou Ming had dropped, along with the bounty reward. This time, The system will not intervene? Zhou Ming expressed his astonishment. He recalled a rule within the game. The natives were prohibited from unconditionally bestowing benefits upon players. What rightfully belongs to you shall not be obstructed, Qian Ying explained, elucidating that the world rules of the Destiny continent were not as rigid as one might imagine. Is that so? Zhou Ming pondered with uncertainty. The characters within this game bore such a striking resemblance to reality, and the rules exhibited such intelligence. It was truly astonishing. Never mind. Why overthink it? Gathering his thoughts, he hurried to the outskirts of Qingshui town, where he and Ting Feng Shiyu collected more than 30 pieces of equipment with potential resale value, perhaps due to his 2 points of luck. The drop rate was remarkably high. You pick 2 pieces that you can use, and I will sell the rest, Zhou Ming remarked, as he naturally found little value in those low-level items. What he was missing were a necklace, a cloak, and a ring, 3 items with an exceedingly low drop rate, making them unattainable even for him, let alone other players. Ting Feng Shiyu was taken aback. How can that be? Just take them. Zhou Ming replied with a smile, stating that their encounter was a matter of fate, and he might need assistance in the future. Ting Feng Shiyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, then I shall not be polite. If you ever find yourself in difficulty, feel free to seek my help. Should I deny you, I would no longer be worthy of the name Ting Feng Shiyu. Since you've said that, I do indeed have a predicament. Zhou Ming got straight to the point. Ting Feng Shiyu. How peculiar. Were we not just exchanging pleasantries? Why has it turned into something genuine? I need you to help me locate a level 60 silver grade boss. Zhou Ming declared earnestly. The trial of 7 sins. The sin of pride. This is my utmost priority. At present, entrusting the task of finding the boss to a stealthy rogue is far more prudent than seeking it out himself. Level 60. Ting Feng Shiyu questioned in disbelief. Zhou Ming asserted, this matter is of great importance to me. Can you accomplish it? Although it is no small feat, I am certain it is achievable. Ting Feng Shiyu nodded. Given his level, he could not ascertain the boss's level with reconnaissance skills. Yet the maps sold in the general store had corresponding level classifications. If we search for the boss within a map designated for levels 50 to 70, it is likely to be within that range. The only troublesome aspect lies in the fact that one may meet their demise several times along the way. Thank you for your efforts, Zhou Ming assured. I understand that risks are inevitable during this process. Once I overcome this hurdle, I shall personally assist you in leveling up. Agreed. With your assurance, I shall do everything in my power to locate the boss. Ting Feng Shiyu felt invigorated. The day after the server opened, at level 20, this pace had surpassed the comprehension of the average player. He could scarcely fathom how terrifyingly efficient it would be to level up under the guidance of this esteemed individual. I will get to work now. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once I find the target. All right. As he watched the wind dance with the rain depart, Zhou Ming withdrew his gaze and proceeded to unwrap the package before him. What greeted his eyes was a collection of white bards and bronze equipment. Although their rank was modest, their worth was substantial, especially on the second day of the server's launch. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Qian Ying. Might I enlist your assistance to enhance these pieces of equipment? Elevating the quality of gear was no trivial endeavor. The better the equipment, the longer the time required for its improvement. Qian Ying elucidated. The reason I was able to swiftly achieve advancement before was twofold: the low rank of the equipment and the extensive time I spent imprisoned in Taoyuan village, which allowed for ample accumulation. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Ming, and he nodded. Then perhaps it is best left for now. However, Qian Ying unexpectedly shifted the topic. Her tone serene. It seems that your existence in another world is fraught with challenges. In an instant, a radiant glow imbued with mysterious energy emanated from her snow-white palm, silently elevating the rank of all the equipment within Zhou Ming's package by 1 tier. I know this world is not your entirety, she said as her figure gradually dissipated, returning to the divine demon pearl. I hope that the other version of you finds a better existence. Zhou Ming fell into silence, a profound and inexplicable emotion stirring within him. Chapter 22. Encountering the unseen. Regaining his composure, Zhou Ming's gaze returned to the equipment within the package. A collection of bronze and silver gear, it would undoubtedly incite frenzy in the current gaming market. Retaining it would only lead to depreciation. He needed to find someone to sell it swiftly. Zhou Ming returned to Qinshui town, contemplated for a moment, then opened his friend request tab. Entering the gaming ID of the gullible one, Gangbang Old 2. Ding. In a mere 2 seconds, Gangbang Old 2 accepted the friend request. Ding. The system prompted, "Please note, your linked account has received a transfer from Gangbang Old 2. Amount, 20,000 yuan. I knew you wanted to borrow money from me." Gangbang Old 2 immediately sent a voice message, one-on-one. "Since I lost to you, I am certainly willing to accept defeat, but do not become too arrogant in this game. No individual can triumph over an army. No individual can triumph over an army." Zhou Ming remained non-committal to Gangbang Old 2's bravado. Is it truly impossible? Perhaps not. The exclusive hidden profession, Flame Lord, along with the support of Qianing, provided him with formidable resources. If he were ever to face an overwhelming force alone, he too would be curious to discover who would emerge victorious. "You need not concern yourself with that," Zhou Ming replied calmly. "I've slain some monsters and obtained quite decent equipment. Would you be interested?" Gangbang Old 2 responded with a string of ellipses, indicating his disbelief. "No. You intend to sell the gear obtained from your own brothers back to them? What a novel idea. If I agreed, wouldn't I be losing face?" Zhou Ming remained silent, discreetly sending him the specific attributes of several pieces of equipment. "My apologies, I may have spoken a bit too loudly." Upon examining the attributes of the silver gear, Gangbang Old 2's eyes widened. "Speak, what is your price?" "You set the price. Since these are merely transitional items from a few days ago, they aren't particularly valuable. However, their rarity at this moment could facilitate early game momentum." Gangbang Old 2 replied. "One piece for 10,000. One piece for 12,000. Zhou Ming countered. "You drive a hard bargain deal." Before long, the two met within Qinshui town. After a thorough inventory check, the transaction was successfully completed. Ding. The system prompted, "Please note, your linked account has received a transfer from Gangbang Old 2. Amount, 163,000 yuan. Wealth acquired." The moment Zhou Ming received the transfer, he felt invigorated, unable to contain his joy. Truth be told, this sum represented the largest amount he had acquired since graduating university. Perhaps to true affluent individuals, it may seem insignificant, but for him, it sufficed for a considerable duration of living expenses. Furthermore, this was merely his second day in Destiny. Farewell. After concluding the transaction, Gangbang Old 2 turned to leave. Business is business. The gang would not easily forgive Zhou Ming's earlier actions. So that's how it is. Watching him depart without a backward glance, Zhou Ming pondered thoughtfully. The second-in-command of the beggars' sect turned around, utterly perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" "Typically, a guild would seek to recruit formidable players. Even though we have had our differences, it would not reach the point of irreconcilable enmity." Zhou Ming replied nonchalantly. "Yet, as a member of the management, you show no inclination to recruit me, a solitary player. This indicates that your connection with Mo Yun transcends mere attempts to trouble me." Having received temporary skills from the formidable Star Guardian, Mo Yun, the second-in-command of the beggars' sect felt an inflated sense of confidence and sought to create trouble for him. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. Judging by the other parties' indifferent demeanor, it was clear that their interactions were far from over. This was indeed crucial information. "Humph." The second-in-command scoffed. "You possess a modicum of wit." After uttering this, he turned to leave once more. "I see." Zhou Ming spoke again. "What now?" The second-in-command halted his steps, glaring fiercely at Zhou Ming. "I seek to trade with you. Since you have come personally, it seems that you feel no need to tread carefully. Moreover, during the PK outside the city, both you and the third-in-command were present, yet the leader was conspicuously absent. This suggests that Mo Yin genuinely values your leader, who is currently occupied with something of great importance, likely detrimental to my interests," Zhou Ming analyzed. "Am I mistaken?" The expression of the second-in-command darkened. For a moment, he stood rooted to the spot, at a loss. Observing this, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly. "I understand now." "Damn." The second-in-command, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Do not overstep your bounds. I have done nothing. Your hesitation reveals your guilty conscience." Zhou Ming scrutinized the second-in-command of the beggar's sect. What are they truly scheming? The second-in-command's face paled, and he fled as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Upon reaching the beggar's sect's gathering point, he finally halted, panting heavily, as if released from a great burden. "Brother, what is the urgency?" The third-in-command of the beggar's sect inquired, puzzled. The second-in-command, face etched with terror, replied, "I encountered a ghost." Zhou Ming, taking note of this incident, did not rush to seek the next leveling spot, but instead proceeded to the general store. "Shopkeeper, do you sell skill books?" Zhou Ming asked upon entering. The shopkeeper, glancing at him with a hint of impatience, responded, "On the third shelf to your left." Such poor attitude. Zhou Ming frowned slightly, then recalled something and looked at his own name. Due to his elimination of over 100 players, his name had turned a deep crimson, standing out starkly among the sea of white names. Although the beggar's sect had instigated the conflict, he could not afford to wait for them to strike first. Preemptive action was unavoidable. This led to a significant accumulation of his notoriety, which would inevitably provoke NPC's disdain. Notoriety, 75 points. So much? Zhou Ming sensed something was amiss and quickly opted to investigate his notoriety. Ding. System notification, due to Lord of Flames. Your sin value cannot be reduced in any form. Hiss. Zhou Ming felt a profound surprise. The inability to lower his sin value was entirely unexpected. The title of Lord in his profession indeed held its significance. Zhou Ming had no choice but to accept the current situation, since the sin value could not be diminished. He was curious to discover whether accumulating it to a certain degree would result in any transformations. Of course, this could only be clarified in the future when the opportunity arose. Approaching the counter where skill books were displayed, Zhou Ming scanned his surroundings in search of what he currently needed: inspiration, sea-level skill, description. Only by leading from the front can one inspire teammates. Skill effect, damage taken reduced by 10 of additional health points. Class requirement, night price, 50 copper coins, ambush, sea-level skill, description. A disregard for martial ethics is the epitome of an assassin's life. Skill effect, inflicts 130 damage on the enemy, and if not detected beforehand, applies a 20 armor penetration for 5 seconds. Class requirement, assassin price, 50 copper coins, fireball, sea-level skill, description. Fire is my most beloved toy. Skill effect, harnesses fire elements to inflict 130 damage on enemy units, with a chance to cause burning. Class requirement, fire mage price, 50 copper coins. Eureka! Zhou Ming's gaze fixed upon fireball. Ding. System notification. You have successfully spent 50 copper coins to purchase fireball, sea-level skill. With the skill in hand, Zhou Ming immediately attempted to learn it. As the Lord of Flames, his affinity for fire elements was boundless. He was eager to discover if he could master any skill related to fire elements. Chapter 23. Preparation for trials. As the skill book was torn apart by Zhou Ming, a subtle crimson energy emanated from it, swiftly transforming into a peculiar stream of light that surged into his brow. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Fireball, C grade. What a formidable Lord of Flames. Zhou Ming was overwhelmed with joy. While merely mastering the Fireball skill would not have been so significant, the ability to acquire skills related to the fire element was incredibly advantageous. It is worth noting that the Lord of Flames did not specify that one must be a melee class. In other words, disregarding the learning conditions and mastering fire element skills meant he could cultivate both martial and magical prowess. However, just as he thought the learning process had concluded, the system's bell chimed once more. Ding. System notification. Due to your high affinity with fire elements from Lord of Flames, the skill Fireball, C grade, has advanced to Greater Fireball, B grade. Zhou Ming. What more can I say? Remarkable indeed. Subsequently, Zhou Ming searched the general store for a while, confirming that there was nothing of value, and then turned to leave. The current skills available were mostly those granted upon class change, and due to the limited resources in the Tier 3 town, the items available for purchase were indeed scarce. As he returned to the street, he found it had grown quiet, the moonlight casting a serene and tranquil glow. Gurgle, his stomach emitted an untimely growl, seemingly warning him of the excessive duration spent online. Not in a hurry to log off, Zhou Ming opened his inventory and directed his gaze toward the boon bestowed upon him by the formidable expert Mo Yun. Pet Capture Stone, rare, A-grade item. Description: capturing pets is no easy feat. One must be mentally prepared for failure. Item effect: increases the probability of capturing Streamlight grade and lower pets by 60, Streamlight grade and above by 30, and Immortal Spirit grade and above by 10. This item would likely not be of use for some time. Zhou Ming was not surprised by the reward, knowing that his adversary was not a friend. It was certain that Mo Yun would not provide him with anything that could immediately enhance his combat strength. Indeed, the Pet Capture Stone merely increased the probability of success. It did not guarantee it. Mo Yun would be delighted if he failed to capture, ending up with nothing to show for his efforts. After some contemplation, Zhou Ming summoned the system panel and logged out of the game. Thanks to the Beggars Guild, today had been a bountiful day. Removing his gaming headset, Zhou Ming ordered a late-night snack. While waiting, he opened his computer to browse the internet, only to find that the first trending topic was related to him. On the second day of the server launch, Zhou Ming slays over 100 players. Clicking on it, he discovered that a video of his confrontation with the Beggars Guild had been uploaded online, sparking heated discussions. Little Bull. On the second day of the server launch. How can one be this powerful? Where's the game balance? My son phoned Stian. I thought it was a bot, but it turns out to be a real person. Let go of that int. What exactly is the Divine Demon Pearl? Is it in Zhou Ming's possession, and can we obtain it by defeating him? Countless individuals have expressed their opinions regarding the journey around the world. Most harbor malice or are driven by greed for the bounty. The only concealed profession has been revealed sparingly by the authorities, but the displayed combat prowess of the individual in question is undoubtedly extraordinary. Should they succeed, they would certainly make a significant impact in Destiny. It appears that the plan has been remarkably successful. Zhou Ming is pleased to see this outcome. Becoming the primary adversary of numerous players is precisely what he currently requires. The Trial of the Seven Sins demands that he defeat a silver-level boss while surpassing level 30, which is exceedingly difficult. Under normal circumstances, this would be nearly impossible in the early stages, unless a multitude of players unites to assist him in overcoming this challenge. As for the hostility from the players, he remains completely indifferent. At this point, a throng of elite players aims to eliminate him, and it is likely they have been plotting in secrecy for quite some time. The addition of more players does not significantly increase the pressure. Ding dong. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Receiving his takeout from the delivery person, Zhou Ming opened the lid, and a rich aroma wafted forth. Braised chicken rice, a highly popular home-cooked dish, paired with soft, glutinous rice that is sure to stimulate one's appetite. After satisfying his hunger, Zhou Ming took a moment to rest, washed up, and then lay in bed, drifting into a deep slumber. At the same moment, in the bustling capital city, numerous well-dressed men quietly watched a video, which prominently featured Zhou Ming engaged in a chaotic battle with the Beggars sect. After attentively viewing the footage from beginning to end, the middle-aged leader spoke. What are your thoughts? On the second day of Destiny, to reach such a level, this young man possesses remarkable potential. Someone praised. I believe you will undoubtedly become a top-tier force in the future. Many concurred. I do not share that sentiment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their discussion, presenting a starkly contrasting opinion. Oh, the Chinese individuals turned to see a sprightly elder. Elder Zhang, what brings about such a statement? A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. Zhang Nianwen remarked, based on my life experience. Those who emerge as outstanding individuals are often not the ones who shine brightly from the outset. I have a sense that he may struggle to endure until the end. This sentiment held some truth. Lin Zhongshan nodded, aligning with the elder's perspective. The bounty is simply too high. The situation for Zhou Yu World is, in reality, far more perilous than anticipated. Should he falter in battle, it is highly likely that he will face a scenario where the wall collapses and everyone pushes him down. To put it plainly, only those who can laugh in the end are the true victors. By the way, your grandson seems to be the founder of the Beggars sect? Lin's brother is indeed well informed. Zhang Nianwen nodded, sighing. That young man is destined for greatness, encountering such a significant opportunity merely 2 days after the launch. If so, why doesn't he step forward to confront Zhou Yu World? Someone retorted. That is because he has yet to fully digest this opportunity. It requires a bit of time. Zhang Yinwen glanced at Zhou Ming in the video, dismissively stating, "This individual does not warrant our focused attention. I will say this. His bounty will be seized by my grandson." The following day, Zhou Ming awoke naturally, brimming with vitality. After purchasing 2 steamed buns to satiate his hunger, he promptly donned his helmet and resumed his quest. In this moment, he knew he could not afford to relax. Although the leaderboard was temporarily inaccessible, preventing him from gauging the circumstances of other players, Zhou Ming was acutely aware that they were all quietly amassing their strength. In every game, the Eastern region was always rife with hidden talents, and formidable figures would occasionally emerge. Should one harbor an inflated sense of self-worth, one might unwittingly become a stepping stone for others. With a flash of resplendent white light, Zhou Ming materialized on the streets of Clearwater Town, where a throng of people bustled about, the air alive with chatter. In haste, he departed the town and opened his map in search of an appropriate leveling spot. Time was of the essence. Today, he must endeavor to bolster his combat prowess, for tomorrow he would exert every effort to conquer the 7th-Sense trial. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel arced toward Zhou Ming's neck. Having already sensed the assassin's pursuit, he deftly sidestepped. Miss. The symbol indicating a successful evasion appeared. How could he possibly dodge that? The assassin was left dumbfounded. Zhou Ming retaliated with a swift strike, dispatching the would-be attacker and coldly surveying his surroundings. Who else dares? Instantly, the previously eager players fell silent, abandoning their intentions to encircle him. With an air of composure, Zhou Ming departed, having instilled a sense of trepidation in the oblivious novices. Chapter 24. The first encounter with the demon god far from Qin Shui town, traversing the bustling leveling grounds. Zhou Ming arrived at a desolate stretch of Gobi Desert. As he gazed into the distance, the barren landscape appeared lifeless, with the scorching sun beating down, creating an oppressive heat haze. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Songhuang Gobi. Zhou Ming ventured deeper, leaving a trail of footprints behind him. After a few minutes, he found himself within the combat range of wild monsters. The yellow sands shifted beneath his feet, and a black poisonous scorpion revealed itself, measuring over half a meter in length. Its large, sturdy pincers and the venomous stinger poised at its tail were clear indicators of its formidable nature. Gobi poisonous scorpion, common monster, level 35 health, 6,000 attack, 550 to 580 defense, 400 to 430 skills. Venomous stinger, crushing grip. Description: a terrifying scorpion residing in the Songhuang Gobi, known for its massive pincers that particularly target the vulnerable spots of its foes. Exercise extreme caution. This level 35 beast possessed commendable attributes. Fortunately, due to the divine fate bestowed upon him, the equipment he donned would not lose its effectiveness due to a sudden drop in level, provided it wasn't dismantled. Without the Black Wind sword, Zhou Ming would have faced insurmountable challenges in breaking its defenses. Hiss! The scorpion emitted a raspy cry, its 6 legs advancing toward Zhou Ming, its colossal pincers snapping like shears, aiming for his weak points. Ding! System notification. The Gobi poisonous scorpion has used the skill Crushing Grip. If the next strike hits a vital area, it will deal critical damage. What a cunning game design! Zhou Ming's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, readying the Sword of Fallen Stars. Swoosh! In the next moment, a fiery red phantom sword descended, pinning the scorpion in place like a nail, thwarting its malicious intent. Minus 1002. The damage figures soared, and the scorpion's health plummeted by a sixth. Despite the scorpion's formidable attributes, Zhou Ming's attack, boosted by the Radiant Grade Black Wind sword, soared to an impressive 755 points, significantly breaching its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ming swung his sword, launching the creature into the air and taking the initiative. Having faced setbacks, the scorpion's desire to attack intensified. It charged forward, and after its pincers missed their mark, the stinger lunged swiftly, leaving no room for retaliation. Ding! System notification. You have been hit by the Gobi poisonous scorpion's venomous stinger, losing 358 health points, and suffering a continuous loss of 20 health points per second for 10 seconds. The attack mechanisms of these wild monsters are becoming increasingly troublesome. Zhou Ming frowned, quickly executing a rending slash, then consuming a potion to regain distance. He raised his left hand, rapidly gathering fire elements. Great fireball technique. Boom. After a brief incantation, a massive fireball, the size of a water vat, surged forth from Zhou Ming's palm, crashing down upon the Gobi poisonous scorpion, causing it to writhe in agony from the intense heat. Minus 525. As an advanced version of the fireball technique. The Great Fireball technique inflicts 150 damage with a chance to ignite, proving to be quite formidable. After a series of entanglements that consumed nearly 90 seconds, the Gobi scorpion finally collapsed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Gobi scorpion, gaining 55. For experience. Due to the significant leap of 16 levels, the experience gained from defeating monsters is remarkably abundant. Typically, slaying just 2 would suffice for an upgrade. Efficiency must be prioritized, not in haste to seek a new target. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before retrieving from his pack the most precious item aside from the divine demon pearl, Limitless Scroll, rare S-class item. Description: the potential of humanity knows no bounds, nor do the means employed. Item effect: designated skill tier 1. Required prestige, 1000. Required level, 25. Note: the intensity of the selected skill, after enhancement, cannot exceed the item tier. The item granted for the first kill at silver level is undoubtedly powerful. Initially, he considered postponing the use of the Limitless Scroll, but the trial of 7 sins is of paramount importance. Failure to pass would incur a cost that several Limitless Scrolls could not remedy. Rather than saving it for a later occasion, it is wiser to convert it into combat prowess expeditiously. Furthermore, utilizing it to enhance a rare A-class skill would be a judicious use of resources. Opening the skill panel, Zhou Ming focused on the skills Rending Slash and Fallen Sword, softly asking, "Qianing, which skill do you believe would benefit most from this enhancement? I trust you already possess the answer in your heart." Qianying's response was straightforward. "Then I shan't inquire further." Zhou Ming nodded in acknowledgement and promptly tore open the Limitless Scroll. In an instant, a radiant golden light flowed into Zhou Ming's chest, enveloping him in an indescribable warmth. Ding. System notification. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Fallen Sword. Zhou Ming made his choice. Indeed. While Rending Slash boasts formidable power and inflicts continuous damage based on maximum health, the explosive potential of Fallen Sword, coupled with its control effects, offers him greater margin for error. Swish. In the next moment, the Fallen Sword in the skill panel erupted in a brilliant golden glow, with the icon itself undergoing subtle transformation. What effects might this yield? Zhou Ming's heart raced with anticipation. S-class skill. This would undoubtedly be his weapon of victory for the morrow. Approximately 10 seconds later, amidst anxious waiting, the Fallen Sword underwent enhancement. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the Limitless Scroll, successfully evolving Fallen Sword, rare A-class, into Annihilation Sword, S-class. Annihilation Sword? That certainly sounds promising. Zhou Ming quickly opened the skill panel to check, and to his astonishment, the skill icon for Annihilation Sword ignited with vibrant flames, transforming once more. Ding. System notification. Due to the boundless fire elemental affinity of Lord of Flames, the skill you have learned, Annihilation Sword, S-class, has transformed into Blazing Heaven Sword, rare S-class. Goodness. Zhou Ming's heart danced with joy, utterly delighted by the surprises that his SSS-class exclusive hidden profession continually bestowed upon him. Just as he was poised to examine the effects of his skills, a sudden round of applause resonated through the air. Startled, Zhou Ming instinctively lifted his gaze, only to behold a burly man clad in black approaching from the distant wasteland. The man's rugged features were accentuated by a broad black sword strapped to his back, and with each stride, he moved as if teleporting, swiftly closing the distance. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Zhou Ming. In a flash, Qianing, disregarding her injuries, manifested her presence, bracing for a formidable adversary. Another godly powerhouse? Zhou Ming inquired in a hushed tone. Qianing nodded slightly, adding, to be precise, he is a demon from the dark faction. Demon. Zhou Ming's heart quivered at the mention of such a formidable entity. one that should only intersect with players in the late stages of the game. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Xian. The man displayed an unexpected courtesy, devoid of any condescending airs. Traveling the world, Zhou Ming responded, recognizing the absence of hostility from his visitor. Your name has already echoed through the abyss. Song Xian remarked with a smile, acknowledging Zhou Ming's agility and courage in triumphing against the deities of the Light faction, deserving of commendation. He paused, his tone shifting to one of significance. However, based on my recent observations, perhaps my initial assessment was somewhat understated. Through terrifying potential, he had witnessed a transformation of skills, rendering them more befitting of their wielder. This notion was utterly unprecedented to Zhou Ming. Ding. System notification. Due to receiving the commendation from Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian. Reputation 200. Such flattery is undeserved. It was merely luck, Zhou Ming replied, maintaining his composure. Since you have taken the trouble to seek me out without immediate aggression, I surmise you have matters to discuss? He was fairly certain that the demon did not come to engage in combat, yet there was undoubtedly intent behind this encounter. Indeed, Song Xian's expression grew serious as he delved into the matter at hand. To be frank, I wish to. Chapter 25. Enemies of the World. To be candid, I wish to propose a transaction. Song Xian cut straight to the point, revealing his intentions. Oh? Zhou Ming feigned confusion, inquiring, what transaction? Renounce your connections with the Queen of Divine Flames. Song Xian's gaze flitted between Zhou Ming and Qianing, adding, as compensation, I shall allow you to select 3 pieces of celestial level equipment. How does that sound? Ding. System notification. You have activated the hidden quest. Transaction. Difficulty. D. Do you accept? The nature of the transaction being mutually beneficial renders the difficulty rating rather low. Listening to their exchange, Qianing furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at Zhou Ming, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Such audacity from the dark faction. Zhou Ming remained unperturbed, responding coolly, regrettably, your sincerity falls short. Falls short of sincerity? Song Xian's eyes flickered. He replied gravely, selecting 3 pieces of celestial level equipment is an extraordinary reward for a newcomer. Does that not attest to my sincerity? At this, his tone softened. Perhaps you are unaware of the strength of celestial level equipment. It surpasses the luminous grade weapon in your possession by 3 tiers. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words. With Qianying's assistance, silver grade equipment could be transformed into luminous grade. Thus, luminous grade, with slight enhancement, would merely be 1 tier below the so-called celestial level. Am I to regard you as a demon god while you see me as a fool? Are you certain you should not be offering me divine-grade equipment in exchange? Zhou Ming inquired, curiosity piqued. Divine-grade equipment? Song Xian replied with a knowing smirk. If you desire it, I can oblige, allowing you to select a piece of equipment coveted by divine-level beings. Yet I refrain from doing so out of concern that you may not be able to handle it. Ding. System notification. Please note, the content of transaction has changed. Such audacity from the dark faction. Zhou Ming exclaimed in wonder, then shook his head. Alas, your sincerity still lacks. Ding. System notification. Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current level, 55. Friendly. Are you toying with me? Song Xian's tone turned irate. A swirling black mist enveloping him, exuding a formidable pressure. Allow me to guess your thoughts. Zhou Ming's expression grew increasingly icy, mercilessly exposing, without Qianying's protection. Divine-level beings would easily subdue me, and at that moment, whether it be the divine demon orb or divine-grade equipment, I would be unable to retain either. Presently, the reason divine-level beings refrain from troubling me is twofold. Firstly, most are bound by wagers, and secondly, the usual 2 or 3 would hardly pose a challenge to Qianing. This he could not possibly overlook. Upon hearing this, Song Xian remained silent for a moment. Then his expression softened. As you traverse the world, you may be unaware of your current predicament. What do you mean by that? Due to the divine demon orb and the Queen of Divine Flames, you have already offended the entire Light faction. Song Xian emphasized at this juncture. Should you refuse to transact with me, you would further alienate the entire dark faction. In his perspective, bestowing equipment of celestial quality was not an act of insufficient generosity. Rather, Such items were the very essence that allowed one to traverse the world without falling prey to the covetous eyes of others. Zhou Ming offered no reply. Clearly, the initial courtesy had concluded, and now the air was thick with tension. To offend both major factions, do you grasp the implications of this? Song Xian gazed intently at the young man, answering his own inquiry. It signifies that you stand against the entirety of the world. Artifacts that surpass the divine tier are revered treasures for the continent's foremost powerhouses. Yet, astonishingly, such treasures were possessed by the feeble adventurers. This encapsulates the gravest dilemma of world exploration. An innocent man bears the burden of guilt merely for possessing brilliance. Suddenly, Song Xian trembled, dark mist erupting from him, enveloping the surroundings and shattering the void, revealing a multitude of dangerously piercing eyes that instilled terror. In that instant, the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. All the demon gods were watching. Song Xian escalated his verbal assault to its zenith. Now, you must make a choice. Will you acquiesce to this transaction? Zhou Ming, if you... Qian Ying could not restrain herself from speaking, but Zhou Ming raised a hand to silence her. You are mistaken. Zhou Ming stood tall, confronting those entities that might far exceed his strength. He was a rebellious spirit, one who yielded to softness but resisted hardness. Why such a statement? Song Xian queried, perplexed. It is not I who stands against the world, but rather the world that stands against me. Zhou Ming spoke casually, asserting, how could I admit fault when I have done none? Arrogance! Do you genuinely believe we cannot contend with you? When darkness returns, the first to perish shall be you. The demon scorned him. What a bold lad! Song Xian's expression was inscrutable, a blend of anger and admiration as he dispersed the black mist and turned to depart. I shall observe how you dare to oppose the world. Ding. System notification. Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian's affinity towards you has increased by 5. Current. 60. Friendly. Demon God, please wait. Zhou Ming called out to halt him. Song Xian turned back, puzzled. Have you changed your mind? The Divine Ember Queen and the Divine Demon Pearl cannot be traded. Zhou Ming retrieved a pet capture stone from his bosom. However, I possess a rather rare item, one I acquired with great difficulty, and I wish to wager it against you. Not interested. Song Xian dismissed him with indifference. Are you afraid? Zhou Ming inquired. Song Xian did not even glance back. Such a crude provocation bears no effect on me. It appears you lack the courage to wager with me. Zhou Ming pressed on. Song Xian paused for a moment. After a few seconds, he turned around. How do you wish to wager? Very simply. Zhou Ming stated succinctly. My talent has yet to be activated, so let us wager on the grade of my talent. Through this bet, you seek to profit from me while simultaneously imposing pressure upon yourself. Song Xian easily discerned the other's intentions, smirking. Young man, how could your trivial schemes escape my keen perception? Ding. System notification. Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian's affection for you increased by 5. Current. 65. Friendly. Zhou Ming. In truth, he had long wished to voice his frustrations. Why did his taunt seem to only elevate the other's fondness for him? It was absurd. Just dare to wager. Zhou Ming provoked. As you wish. Song Xian did not refuse, scrutinizing Zhou Ming for a moment before speaking. S rank. Though there exists a minuscule chance of attaining SS rank, such a low evaluation? Zhou Ming was taken aback. To be candid, he harbored hopes of securing the pinnacle of talent, and this wager was also an attempt to gauge, through the eyes of the demon god, the heights he might reach in the talent trial. I bet your talent is S rank, Song Xian declared, offering you a glimmer of hope for victory. Zhou Ming nodded. I wager that I shall obtain SS rank or higher. Or higher. Song Xian nearly doubted his hearing. Do you comprehend what SSS entails? Even with the aid of the Divine Demon Pearl to create your own class, reaching such heights in the trial is akin to scaling the heavens. How can one know without trying? Zhou Ming stood his ground. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have acquired a hidden quest. Wager. Difficulty. S rank. Wager. Difficulty. S rank. Description. The acquisition of talent depends on both strength and fortune. Quest requirements. Attain at least SS rank talent in the talent trial. Quest reward. A rare A rank item. Failure penalty. Loss of pet capture stone. Then I shall await with bated breath. Song Xian cast a deep gaze at Zhou Ming before striding away. Watching the demon god's retreating figure, Zhou Ming contemplated and called out, from this day forth. We are foes, not friends. Should we meet again, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Clang. Song Xian abruptly unsheathed his sword and slashed sideways. The sword energy surged forth with unstoppable force, cleaving through the Gobi Desert with a devastating might, instantaneously carving a chasm several thousand meters long, unfathomably deep. The potent sword intent sent a prickling sensation across Zhou Ming's skin. Resheathing his great sword, Song Xian's murderous aura seemed to converge from all directions upon Zhou Ming. Do you truly believe you can kill me? How can one know without trying? Zhou Ming remained unfazed. Arrogant fool. Song Xian strode away with great strides. You shall never have the opportunity. Ding. System notification. Abyssal Sword Demon Song Xian's affection for you increased by 3. Current. 68. Friendly. Zhou Ming. What a lunatic. He is genuinely deranged. Chapter 26. The Sword of Celestial Flame. After bidding farewell to the demon god, Zhou Ming felt an immense sense of relief. For the moment, the demon god from the dark faction had yet to make a formal descent, granting him a brief respite. Qianing, who had remained silent until now, gazed at the young man beside her, her expression tinged with complexity. I have caused you trouble. Trouble? What trouble could that be? Zhou Ming chuckled softly. Without you, how could I have reaped so many benefits? One must remember the well-digger when drinking water. I, Zhou Ming, am certainly not one to be ungrateful. It was precisely thanks to the myriad advantages brought by Qianing that he had reached this point at the onset of the game. This, he understood all too well. Offending both factions will make your path exceedingly arduous. Qianing stated plainly, I do not tread the path of ease. Simplicity does not equate to goodness. Zhou Ming replied, shaking his head, I shall walk the path I deem correct. The correct path? A ripple of intrigue flickered in Qianing's eyes. Ding. System notification. The Celestial Flame Queen, Qianing, has increased her favorability towards you by 3 points. Current. 68 points. Friendly. Zhou Ming was taken aback. Qianing. Your favorability is quite difficult to raise. Qianing chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What do you need my favorability for? The term raise felt peculiar to her. Nothing much. Having a higher score is always a good thing. Zhou Ming replied with a forced smile. Is that so? Qianing appeared somewhat perplexed. Ding. System notification. The Celestial Flame Queen, Qianing, has increased her favorability towards you by 2 points. Current. 70 points. Affectionate. Is it possible to do it this way? Zhou Ming felt that he still had much to learn about this game with such high openness. It was evident that he needed to delve deeper into the mechanics when the opportunity arose. Never mind. There is no need to think too much right now. Quickly casting aside his distractions, Zhou Ming turned his attention to the skill bar. The fallen sword, enhanced by the infinite scroll and the Flame Demon Lord, had transformed into a more potent S-grade rare skill. Its strength likely to be the leverage he needed to triumph over the 7-Singe trial. The Sword of Celestial Flame, rare S-grade skill. Description. A chilling sword intent surges with blazing truth. Skill effect. Conjures a massive sword of fire in midair, targeting units within an 80 meter range. Dealing 600 damage based on his own attack, with a moderate chance to inflict suppression effects, and reducing movement speed by 50 for 5 seconds. Additional effect. From the struck unit, waves of fire radiate outward, dealing 80 damage to units within a 20 meter radius. With a moderate chance to ignite and a slight chance to repel, specific probabilities depend on the disparity between both parties. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhou Ming could not help but smile broadly, elated by the outcome. The advancement to the rare S-grade Sword of Celestial Flame was not merely a single level increase in power. It not only amplified damage output, but also added area damage. This enhancement significantly improved efficiency, whether for monster farming or for combat. Without hesitation, he immediately sought out nearby Gobi scorpions to test the might of the Sword of Celestial Flame. Swish. Perceiving an unwelcome intruder encroaching upon its territory, the venomous scorpion emitted a harsh roar and charged towards its foe. Calmly, Zhou Ming extended his left hand, fervently gathering the fiery essence, ensuring it would not sear his skin. Sword of the blazing heavens. With a resounding clang, a magnificent great sword engulfed in flames materialized in midair, radiating a chilling brilliance. before it descended with the force of a tempest upon the venomous scorpion. Boom! The creature's body was pierced through, convulsing and rendered immobile, while the great sword struck the ground, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy that swept outward, affecting the other scorpions in proximity. Minus 4,056. Critical hit. Minus 278. Minus 275. Minus 283. The staggering damage figures emerged. The primary scorpion lost 2/3 of its health. Terrifying. Zhou Ming's heart raced with exhilaration. The reason he did not achieve an instant kill was due to the 16-level disparity between him and the scorpion, compounded by his incomplete equipment. Otherwise, the scorpion would have had no chance to resist and would have been swiftly vanquished. In the face of several approaching venomous scorpions, Zhou Ming retreated rather than advancing, channeling a massive fireball for ranged assault. As the monsters drew closer, their health diminished to a critical state, allowing him to dispatch them with ease. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have successfully slain Gobi Venomous Scorpion, experience 55. 4. Ding! System notification, congratulations, you have successfully slain Gobi Venomous Scorpion, experience 33. 4. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of golden light cascaded down. Having slain a total of 5 scorpions, Zhou Ming's level soared to 21, rapidly surging towards 22. And with further enhancement of his attributes, his monster-slaying efficiency improved steadily. Onward and upward, Zhou Ming was invigorated. For the next 8 hours, he devoted himself to relentless monster hunting, taking only a brief interlude for lunch. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, his level had ascended to 27, and he had acquired a commendable piece of equipment, after reinforcing it with the power of 1,000 shadows. Its attributes surged dramatically: yellow sandplate armor, golden grade, defense, 80 to 90 traits, defense 15, health 15 effect, sturdy. Additional defense increase of 10 points required level, 28 description, an exceptionally durable armor that remains impervious to decay even after years of storage. Ding! At one moment, a message chimed in his friend's list. Zhou Ming opened it to find a message from listening to the wind and playing in the rain. Bro, you're incredible. You've shot up to level 27 in the blink of an eye. I found a map with great experience. Zhou Ming replied while glancing at the Cinder's level. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain. Wine Shadow Rogue. Level 10. The same level as their first encounter. At that time, after defeating the Black Wind Leopard King, he had already reached level 11. It was evident that navigating through layers of defenses to assist in locating a level 60 silver grade boss would be a formidable challenge. Regarding the boss you seek, I have found it for you. Before long, the whimsical whispers of the wind brought forth another screenshot. Within the image stood a colossal stone giant. Its form composed entirely of brownish-yellow rock, towering at over 5 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is located at coordinates 1557, 6694, 2656. Excellent. Zhou Ming promptly typed, "Thank you, my friend. I shall certainly take you along for upgrades. That would indeed be too much trouble for you. If you truly wish to decline, then so be it. Brother, I was merely jesting." Ding. The system notified. The other party has retracted a message. Retracting content. That would indeed be too much trouble for you. Ha ha. I was joking as well. Alright then, let me first strategize against this silver-ranked boss. Okay. Closing the chat window, Zhou Ming resumed his monster hunting. By around 6:30 in the evening, amidst a cascade of shimmering golden light, he finally reached level 28. With the donning of the yellow sand armor, his defense surged dramatically. The moment had come. Zhou Ming retrieved the divine demon pearl. "Qianying, I require your assistance." As if summoned by his very words, Qianying appeared at his side. The beauty of her youthful visage was breathtaking, with skin as flawless as ice, clad in garments whiter than snow, and silver hair cascading gracefully. Even the dim moonlight could not diminish her radiant allure. "Do you require me to undertake a task?" Qianying inquired. "Indeed." Zhou Ming replied candidly. "I need you to first do this, then that, followed by this, and finally this. Do you understand?" "Understood." Qianying nodded. The plan to traverse the world was not overly complex, easily articulated in a few brief exchanges. Thereafter, Qianying hastened to fulfill the tasks entrusted by Zhou Ming. Noticing the late hour, Zhou Ming opted to return to Clearwater Town. Ding dong, ding dong. Along the way, his phone rang. As Zhou Ming navigated back to the town within the game, he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his mother, promptly answering. Mother, why are you calling me? I'm merely concerned about you. His mother's voice resonated from the other end. Are you still in urgent need of money? Not anymore. Zhou Ming clarified. I was temporarily in a bind, but now that crisis has been resolved, I have over 100,000 in my account. Is that true? Does my son truly deceive me? I will promptly transfer 20,000 to you. That won't be necessary. Zhou Ming's mother sighed in relief, then shifted the topic. Actually, the reason I called was to introduce you to someone. Mother, it's still too early for that. Zhou Ming exclaimed, startled. It's not too early. His mother persisted earnestly. I have a good friend here. His daughter is about your age. Why not meet her? Perhaps you might find her particularly suitable? No need. But truly unnecessary. Zhou Ming felt a wave of frustration, gritting his teeth. In fact, I already have a girlfriend. Instantly, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a delightful exclamation. Is it someone you met in university? We met while working. Zhou Ming feigned interest, urging her not to pry further. What is her name? You may ask for the last time. Her name is... Chapter 27. The Damage Challenge. She is called. Zhou Ming suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He had never been this nervous even in the presence of the gods. Strangely, Zhou Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before whispering, her name is Qianying. Why are you speaking so softly? Afraid your girlfriend might overhear? Zhou's mother remarked, bemused. Zhou Ming replied, yes, I'm afraid if she hears, she might strike me down with a single sword. All right then, I won't pry further. Just be careful out there and don't offend anyone. How could that be possible? Zhou Ming declared with conviction, you know what kind of person your son is. I haven't offended a soul. After a brief exchange, Zhou Ming excused himself, ending the call to avoid revealing too much. If the conversation continued, his mother would likely inquire about Qianying's origins. He certainly could not tell her that she was an ancient succubus he encountered in a game. Upon returning to Chishui Town, Zhou Ming had barely set foot inside when the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. System alert. Please note. The Team Quest Damage Challenge is now open. Interested participants may proceed to NPC grocery store owner Lu Fugue 5778, 6669, 5662 to receive the pertinent quest. Note, limited to Chishui Town, the Damage Challenge. A smile crept across Zhou Ming's lips, knowing his plan had come to fruition. Without hesitation, he approached the grocery store once more, only to find it bustling with players queuing to accept the associated quest. Zhou World has arrived. His presence immediately drew the attention of numerous players, their eyes filled with ill intentions as they scrutinized him. The singular hidden class was well known among players, and its potential rewards were immense. Brothers, heed my advice. Do not participate. Zhou Ming shouted. The damage challenge is not as simple as it seems. I suspect there are traps within. Get lost. You think we de-listen to you just because you want to lessen the competition? Dream on. Just because you're at a high level, doesn't mean we have to follow your lead. Zhou Ming's warning was met with a chorus of scornful jeers. It was common knowledge that large-scale quests in the game promised substantial rewards, and Zhou World's sudden interjection was deemed treacherous. You all, sigh. Faced with insults and slander, Zhou Ming's heart was thoroughly wounded as he resignedly fell to the back of the line. Witnessing this, the players' expressions grew increasingly disdainful, and their eagerness to participate surged. Since Zhou World was also joining the damage challenge, seizing the opportunity could yield great rewards. With hopeful aspirations, more and more players flocked to join the damage challenge, a situation Zhou Ming welcomed. This was precisely a part of his plan. Although he lacked the authority to issue quests, he could certainly have Qianying, as an NPC, announce it on his behalf. Before long, he reached the front of the line, observing the grocery store owner, his complexion rosy and tireless, as he distributed quests to the adventurers. This is the collaborator that Zhou Ming has tasked Qianying to find. The grocery store is stocked with a variety of items that undoubtedly aid in enhancing damage. And since the task rewards do not require his expenditure, he would have no reason to hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of many, he chose to accept the mission. Ding. System notification. You have successfully accepted the team mission. Subdue the stone monster. Difficulty, SS. Subdue the stone monster. Difficulty, SS. Description. In the fallen leaf plain, there exists a colossal stone monster that has inexplicably become the target of attention. Mission requirements. Inflict as much damage as possible on colossal stone monster. Mission time. Tomorrow 10 a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. Mission rewards. Experience and equipment rewards based on damage dealt. Failure penalty. None. Note. This mission can only be participated in once. If you die, you cannot enter the fallen leaf plain for 24 hours. After accepting the mission, Zhou Ming retreated to a secluded corner to await. Moments later, Qianing appeared gracefully. Will it work? Qianing inquired with concern. Relying on others' assistance may not guarantee your success in the trial. You'll see tomorrow. Zhou Ming replied with a smile. He understood Qian Ying's apprehension. If success could be achieved through the strength of others, the 7 deadly sins trial would indeed be too simplistic. He could easily have Qianing deal a significant blow to the boss and then step in for the finishing strike. The system would not permit such shortcuts. In other words, the victory over the colossal stone monster must be attained through his own prowess. All right. Qianing said no more and returned to the divine demon pearl to rest. Zhou Ming then accessed his panel to log out. The next day, 7:30 in the morning, Zhou Ming, invigorated, re-entered the game. I shall see if the sin of pride can hinder me. Zhou Ming set off towards the fallen leaf plain. Along the way, he encountered numerous high-level wild monsters, but given his current level and attributes, it was utterly impossible for him to dispatch level 50 or 60 monsters in a single blow. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Fallen Leaf Plain. After spending over 20 minutes, Zhou Ming arrived at his destination, greeted by a verdant expanse of grass, picturesque scenery, and refreshing air. At this moment, hundreds of players awaited the commencement of the mission, with even more gathering, creating a grand spectacle. This mission event is truly unbelievable. Indeed, I nearly perished on my way here, but upon reflection, it was only natural. The target of the damage challenge must be formidable enough to surpass the current capabilities of the players. The air was filled with lively chatter. Numerous players congregated, their heads bobbing in unison. Zhou Ming is here. Upon his arrival, the closest player alerted the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless gazes converged from all directions. Fixating on Zhou Ming, adorned in exquisite equipment, their eyes brimming with avarice. In an instant, the cacophony of voices dissipated, plunging the arena into a momentary silence. Indeed, the challenge of harming the world traveler has drawn forth a multitude, leaving no chance for the top contender to be contested. The third member of the beggars' sect shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Their disdain for the world traveler was palpable, as they had witnessed in a widely circulated video online. How the beggars' sect had unwittingly facilitated the other's meteoric rise, thereby relegating themselves to the role of mere jesters. How audacious of him to show up. The second member of the beggars' sect scoffed. My great axe is already thirsting for action. This time, the circumstances are in stark contrast to those outside Qing Shui town. If 1 or 200 cannot vanquish the world traveler, then would 1,000 suffice? Suddenly, a knight positioned close to Zhou Ming charged forth without hesitation. Zhou Ming glanced sideways, his sword, the black wind, swiftly descending. The knight immediately collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Ding. System notification. You have slain the adventurer, beloved black stockings, and beautiful legs. Sin value 1. Minus 745. An astonishingly high damage figure appeared. Even with the knight's 4-star health and defense growth, he was unable to withstand Zhou Ming's ordinary attack. With a weapon of luminous quality and the 8-star attack enhancement from the Lord of Flames, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Wiping the blood from his blade, Zhou Ming provocatively beckoned to the crowd. Come on. Bring it on. Brothers, let us kill him. Even if it means losing a level. With over 1,000 of us, we can surely overwhelm him. Like a powder keg ignited. Numerous players disregarded the notion of a damage challenge and surged towards the world traveler. The promised rewards of the quest paled in comparison to the allure of the bounty. In such a case, not only would they not assist in slaying him, but it might also incite even greater trouble. Qianing felt a twinge of anxiety. Is that so? Zhou Ming mused as he observed the throng approaching. Gripping his sword firmly, his demeanor unfazed. But what if I told you that my true objective has always been them? Chapter 28. A single warrior against thousands. Qianying found herself momentarily stunned. The notion of traveling the world shattered her previous understanding of Zhou Ming's plans. She had assumed that Zhou Ming intended to orchestrate a challenge among numerous adventurers, collectively diminishing the health of the colossal rock monster to a certain threshold before stepping in to finish it off, thus easing the trial's difficulty. Swish, swish. With a swift motion, Zhou Ming felled the two adversaries before him. Yet, in the next instant, he was engulfed by a tide of players surging forth. -1, -1, -1. Countless expressions of greed and malice surrounded Zhou Ming as they desperately launched attacks, even if the damage inflicted was negligible. Simultaneously, arrows rained down like a storm, accompanied by elemental orbs descending from above. Everyone attack. The second-in-command of the Beggars sect commanded from the rear. Anyone who provides a screenshot of being slain by Zhou Ming can claim a compensation of 20 yuan from our sect. What a revelation! The Beggars sect truly was a wealthy guild, vowing unwavering loyalty to their benefactor. Kill. The previously hesitant melee fighters could no longer remain idle and rushed forward, even if it meant chipping away at his health drop by drop. They were determined to vanquish him. The second-in-command's face flushed with excitement. With the assistance of numerous solo players, he was determined to redeem his previous disgrace. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming remained indifferent, entirely encircled, effortlessly dispatching foes. His sin value escalated almost every second, and his game ID had turned a terrifying shade of crimson. Ding. System prompt. You have slain adventurer, 1 night half time. Sin value 1. Ding. System prompt. You have slain adventurer, so handsome it shakes the center. Sin value 1. During the fray, Zhou Ming consumed potions in a frenzy, occasionally glancing at his total sin value, 166 points. How many more were required for a transformation? He fervently anticipated the wondrous changes that the accumulation of sin value would bring. Due to the traits of the Lord of Flames, his sin value could not decrease, only ascend. This fact could not escape his attention. He adamantly refused to believe that this peculiar feature was an arbitrary addition. Since it existed, it must hold significance. Furthermore, he considered that the trial of 7 sins could not present him with an unattainable task. The purpose of the trial was to test, not to obstruct. Given that it was a test, achieving near perfection in all aspects would surely yield a possibility of success. At present, the only critical element he had not perfected was the sin value itself. Like slicing through vegetables, any player who dared approach him would meet instant demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At one moment, 2 spiked vines erupted from the ground at Zhou Ming's feet, swiftly ensnaring his legs. Ding. System prompt. You have been struck by lemon mints, vine bind. Suffering 200 points of fixed damage and entering an immobilized state for 0.65 seconds. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Currently, the only formidable control skill available to players is the Assassin Strike. Skills like the Archer's Stun Arrow do not meet the requisite standards. In essence, control skills are exceedingly scarce at present. This individual not only inflicts a fixed damage of 200 points, but also imposes control, posing a significant threat if left unchecked. The output could prove fatal. Remarkable. The Beggar Gang's second-in-command watched from a distance, filled with astonishment. If only a few more vines were ensnared, a worldwide tour would surely lead to demise. To your right, 32 meters. Qianying reminded. Excellent. As the control came to an end, Zhou Ming leapt high into the air, disregarding numerous unbroken defenses, raising his left hand, where fire elements coalesced in his palm, locking onto the target. Lemon Mint, Plant Mage, was a female player with a hidden class, wielding a jade-green staff, concealed within the bustling crowd, appearing inconspicuous. It was the Sword of the Fallen. A chill ran through the hearts of many players. This move was hailed as the trump card of a worldwide tour. They had witnessed its outrageousness in videos. Essentially a death sentence for anyone it targeted. Protect her at all costs. The Beggar Gang's second-in-command shouted, offering a reward of 5,000 to whoever could shield her. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a multitude of priests cast healing spells upon Lemon Mint. Want to kill me? With the opponent's attacks locking onto her, Lemon Mint Unable to remain hidden in the shadows, had no choice but to respond. She raised her staff, a jade green shield materializing around her, enveloping herself. Ding. System notification. Lemon Mint has used the skill Protection of Grass, creating a shield that absorbs up to 2,000 fixed damage. Come at me. Lemon Mint smirked. With a total of 2,006 health points, can you take me down in one hit? Sword of the Burning Heavens. Zhou Ming clenched his palm fiercely. Boom. In an instant, a phantom greatsword engulfed in blazing flames materialized above Lemon Mint, sending ripples through the air. The surging fire elements swirling incessantly, emanating a fierce heat upon proximity. Swoosh, the phantom greatsword violently descended, effortlessly piercing through the protection of grass, impaling Lemon Mint as she stood in shock and disbelief. Minus 4,120. Despite not being a critical hit, the damage soared past 4,000, extinguishing the confidence of the plant mage. However, this was not the end. Following the lethal strike of the Sword of the Burning Heavens, the ensuing wave of fire rapidly engulfed other players within a 20 by 20 area. Minus 603. Minus 613. Minus 599. Many fragile classes were evaporated by the flames, and those remaining with scant health, once afflicted by the burning effect, awaited their inevitable demise. The crowd. In an instant, the once spirited players were left in disbelief, their morale significantly diminished. An area attack skill. You, a melee class, have acquired an area attack skill before a mage? The beggar gang's third-in-command was left speechless. Just one day has passed, and how has he grown so much stronger? Do not be deceived. The second-in-command of the beggar-s sect endeavored to bolster morale, asserting that such formidable skills could not possibly have a short cooldown period. Indeed, he was correct. This was a decisive ultimate move. Many players concurred with this sentiment. 20 seconds later, the Sword of the Fiery Heavens. Another flaming greatsword descended from the sky, crashing down upon a densely packed area of players, resulting in a catastrophic toll. Curse it. A player's face turned ashen, as if he had ingested something foul. This grotesque area of effect skill was annihilating foes with astonishing rapidity. We must summon the brothers resurrected in Clearwater Town for support. The second-in-command urged fervently. However, a subordinate interjected, Second brother, have you forgotten? During the damage challenge, once a player perishes, they cannot re-enter the Fallen Leaf Prairie for 24 hours. The second-in-command awoke from his stupor and glanced into the distance, where he beheld a colossal rock monster that had mysteriously joined the fray, capable of obliterating multiple players with a single punch. Damn it. The second-in-command felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision, nearly causing him to spew blood in frustration. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming's sin value was accumulating at an unfathomable pace. 700, 800, 900. In truth, the number of players he had dispatched had already exceeded 1,000, yet because they struck him first, he could not reap the rewards of his malevolence. Will there not be any changes? As he observed the players' dwindling desire to engage, scattering in all directions, Zhou Ming felt a surge of anxiety. The prolonged tension was beginning to manifest as mental fatigue. 982, 991, 996. The increase in his sin value became increasingly arduous. At last, as the remaining players fled in disarray, Zhou Ming's sin value finally surged into the 4-digit territory. Sin value, 1,000 points. With a whoosh, it was as if he had shattered a threshold. Wisps of fire elements intertwined with dark matter began to emanate from Zhou Ming's being, enveloping him entirely. Immersed in a sensation akin to a soothing hot spring, he felt the explosive fire elements erupting within his chest, subsequently coursing through his limbs and bones. At last, it has solidified. Zhou Ming was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Moments later, a melodious system notification chimed. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. Your sin value has reached the requisite standard, and the power of the Lord of Flames has been further unleashed. Chapter 29. A Pleasant Cooperation. Ding. The system prompts, congratulations. Your sin value has reached the requisite threshold, further unleashing the power of Lord of Flames, granting the following rewards. Permanent life 500, permanent attack 50, permanent defense 50. Free attribute points 20, and the comprehension of the commanding skill, a hero. Rare S-Class. Oh my goodness. Zhou Ming felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Unable to contain his joy, The attainment of a certain sin value not only conferred permanent foundational attributes and free attribute points, but also accompanied a skill. What an extraordinary boon. -1. -1. Miss. As the blackened flames gradually dissipated, Zhou Ming felt as if his spirit had undergone a baptism, brimming with vitality. At that moment, numerous players' attacks not only failed to penetrate his defenses, but, due to the vast disparity in strength, their damage was entirely nullified. What the heck? The third member of the beggar gang was infuriated. It seems he has grown stronger once more. With a single sweep of his sword, Zhou Ming dispatched the last few minions, exuding a formidable aura of slaughter as he confronted the third member. Do you know why I have become stronger? Why? Although he was aware it was merely a game, the third member of the beggar gang felt intimidated by Zhou Ming's overwhelming presence, involuntarily retreating, his legs trembling. Swish! The blade glinted coldly, a swift strike aimed at the throat. Zhou Ming cheerfully declared, "It is all thanks to you. You keep sending me money and offering your heads." The integrity of the beggar gang's leadership is truly commendable, always managing to do ill-intentioned deeds in the guise of benevolence. There is no way to continue. If this persists, my low blood pressure will be cured. I seriously suspect the beggar gang has engaged me to perform a monkey show around the world. Seeing the health points dwindle without replenishment, nearby players cursed and fled in disarray. Not pursuing them further, Zhou Ming turned his attention to the second member of the beggar gang. Come on. The second member's face turned ashen, surrendering without struggle. What are you doing? Zhou Ming inquired, perplexed. Stop pretending. The second member gritted his teeth. If you intend to kill me, just do it swiftly. In response, Zhou Ming slowly raised his left hand. Are you planning to resolve this with the Sword of Radiance? The second member seemed to discern Zhou Ming's intentions. Boom. However, to his surprise, Zhou Ming did not unleash any skills. He merely clenched his fist, directing it toward him with a smile, and said, "A pleasant cooperation." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. The entire arena fell silent. The second member of the beggar gang was momentarily dazed, then suddenly glanced toward the distance, where many players glared at him with fury. This scene, viewed by others, combined with the recent desperate attempts of the second member to entice players into sacrificing themselves, alongside Zhou Ming's acquisition of strength through killing, offered numerous interpretations. The spectral form of the third member remained beside the corpse, utterly stunned by the sight. Brother, I am innocent. Don't let him deceive you. The second member's face turned a dark shade of iron, nearly crumpling in fury. Zhou Ming's sudden maneuver left him wondering how he would face the world henceforth. Indeed, at present, it seems inconvenient for you to engage with me. Zhou Ming exhibited a sudden realization, turning away and apologizing. I must admit, I have been rather careless. Do not go too far. The second in command of the beggar gang, visibly agitated, raised his hefty axe toward Zhou Ming. This time, if he were to perish on the leafy prairie, he would find it impossible to cleanse his grievances. Even if he were to leap into the Yellow River. Miss. Zhou Ming swiftly evaded, and then, as if coming to a profound understanding, he lamented. My actions have indeed placed you in a difficult position. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the players who dared only to observe from a distance, proclaiming loudly. I must clarify that I have had absolutely no private contact with the second in command of the beggar gang. Do not indulge in baseless speculation. The crowd. Such words, who would believe them? I.e. the second in command of the beggar gang felt darkness cloud his vision and pleaded, Brother, just end my life. Ding. System notification. Your bound account has received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Alas, very well. Zhou Ming, with tears in his eyes, executed the second in command of the beggar gang. To pay someone to take one's own life. He had never heard of such an absurd request in his lifetime. Once he had cleared all the players from the beggar gang, Zhou Ming steadied his emotions and turned his gaze toward the formidable rock monster, which had claimed many players' lives. Now with no one daring to provoke it. At this moment, everything was in place. Zhou Ming did not dare to underestimate the situation. Although the increase in evil value is crucial at this juncture, what lay ahead was ultimately a boss whose level far surpassed his own. The difficulty was indeed immense for the early stages of the game. Not rushing to provoke the rock monster, he allocated all his free attribute points to attack and then opened his personal panel to review his attributes. Wandering the world, level, 28 health, 5468 attack, 929 to 957 defense, 617 to 643 reputation, 3240 luck, 2 skills, fallen sword, rending slash, fireball, heroic spirit, talent. To be activated, elemental resistance, metal 0, wood 0, water 0, fire 100, earth 0, wind 0, thunder 0, light 0, darkness 0. His attributes in every aspect were nothing short of explosive, not to mention the permanent increase in personal attribute points, along with the free attribute points gained from first kills, had created a vast chasm between him and other players. With curiosity, Zhou Ming opened his skill bar to examine the skill he had comprehended after his evil value surpassed 1,000, heroic spirit, command skill, rare S-class, description. Only in times of chaos and on the battlefield can one defy fate and alter destiny. Succeed and become a king, fail and become a bandit. Skill effect, when positioned on the battlefield. All enemy units will experience a reduction of at least 10 in all attributes. Specifics depend on the disparity in battle strength. Additional effect, the larger the battlefield, the greater the enhancement to one's own strength, up to a maximum of 100 increase in all attributes. Cooldown, none, note, can be activated or deactivated at will. Hiss. Zhou Ming could not help but inhale sharply. The advantages conferred by the characteristics of the Flame Demon Lord were astonishingly formidable. Moreover, this is an exceedingly rare commanding skill, akin to a passive ability. As long as the individual remains alive, its effects persist indefinitely, impervious to interruption from any other skills. Having witnessed the effects of the ruthless hero, Zhou Ming felt an augmented confidence in completing the trial of 7 sins and immediately launched an assault on the colossal rock monster that none dared to approach. As for the attributes of the rock monster, with Qian Ying's assistance, he was able to fully ascertain its details. Rock monster, silver grade boss, level, 60 health, 100. 000 attack, 1, 480 to 1, 550 defense, 1, 050-1, 100 skills, rock heavy fist, mountain press, stone bomb. Description, the rock monster leader of the Leafall Prairie. Possessing a massive physique and formidable defense, relishes in toying with diminutive creatures, so beware of being squashed into a pulp. Although its attributes are high, they are not sufficient to obliterate him instantly. Furthermore, ruthless hero. Zhou Ming trembled slightly as an invisible and domineering aura emanated in all directions, enveloping the rock monster and causing a 10 reduction in all its attributes, with its defense plummeting to 945 to 990. Ding. System prompt, based on the current battlefield scale. Your attributes have increased by 4. 63. At this moment, the players had long dispersed, hesitant to approach, leaving only a multitude of corpses awaiting revival. In such circumstances, the ability to enhance one's own attributes speaks volumes about the potency of the ruthless hero's skills, confirming that his status was fully restored. Zhou Ming swiftly advanced and swung his sword in a decisive strike. Rending slash. Chapter 30, Trials and Triumphs with a thunderous crash. The leg of the massive rock creature was marred by a fissure created by the Black Wind Sword. A paltry damage figure of -54 appeared, yet it signified a successful breach of its defenses. Furthermore, the accompanying damage from the ripping strike, deducting 0.2 of the target's maximum health per second, was also taking effect. -200. -200. It can be slain. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, under the influence of the cunning strategist. The attributes of both adversaries waxed and waned, allowing his attacks to surpass the defenses of the colossal rock creature. Foolish human, courting death. The rock creature, incensed by the assault, raised its colossal fist and brought it crashing down with tremendous force, its attack range vast and formidable. Observing this, Zhou Ming dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he lifted his left hand, unleashing a surge of fire element. Flame blade. Unlike the previous downward assaults, this time the flame blade manifested beside Zhou Ming, its blade directed upwards, swirling with intense flames as it collided with the rock creature's fist. Debris scattered in all directions, and shockwaves rippled through the air. Seizing the opportunity while the creature's attack was momentarily thwarted, Zhou Ming swiftly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation. -225. The damage from his second strike was markedly enhanced, adorned with the Ring of the Wolf King, which possessed a primary armor-piercing effect. Zhou Ming was able to reduce the creature's defense by 10 points, yielding significant benefits in this moment. Impressive, Qianing praised. You have swiftly mastered the application of your skills. The basic attack method of the flame blade is to descend upon the enemy. Yet it is not strictly confined to this approach. The key lies in condensing a phantom sword of fire element. The direction of its attack is determined by the one wielding it. Zhou Ming remained silent, his brow furrowed with deep concentration. For him, the trial of 7 sins had officially commenced, and he must devote himself wholeheartedly. Thud, thud, thud. As the rock creature advanced, the ground trembled violently beneath it, bellowing, "Human, you have provoked my wrath." Zhou Ming paid no heed to the creature's threats. With a 30 slow from the ripping strike and an additional 50 slow from the flame blade, the cumulative effect ensured that even a level 60 silver-grade boss would struggle to lay a finger on him. Moreover, his speed had grown to an impressive 5 stars. In this damage challenge, the title of first place undoubtedly belonged to Zhou Ming. Witnessing this, many players harbored feelings of frustration and helplessness, unable to contest his dominance. In the current realm of destiny, it seemed only he could barely breach the defenses of such a high-tier boss. So what? He'll still be crushed by the boss's fist. Remarked a player with a sardonic tone. He merely has a numerical advantage. If I had his stats, I could do the same. I've started recording, just waiting for him to be obliterated. Many players harbored deep-seated resentment towards Zhou Ming, wishing him ill. Fireball. Creating distance to avoid the rock creature escaping its aggro range, Zhou Ming hastily followed up with another attack. -50. Is he a warrior or a mage? The mage player was utterly bewildered. 5 seconds later, the colossal rock monster regained its speed, striding towards Zhou Ming. At the 15-second mark, it reached behind him, delivering another powerful blow. This time, Zhou Ming could not evade. He could only swing his sword to absorb the damage. -26. -1030. The disparity in damage was stark. Boom. He was struck in the chest, a jarring pain waking him from his daze as he was sent hurtling backward, his health plummeting by a fifth. Fortunately, the rock monster was quite cumbersome, with a slow attack speed, providing him the opportunity to escape its range. The onlookers, observing from a distance, offered their commentary, reveling in his plight. Shoving a health potion into his mouth as the 20 seconds elapsed, Zhou Ming charged forward with a tearing slash, immediately followed by the Sword of the Radiant Heavens, which slightly suppressed the rock giant's fury, preventing a counterattack. The 2 strikes were executed almost instantaneously. After completing this, he promptly adopted a hiding strategy, buying himself a moment to breathe. Moments later, the rock monster caught up once more. The second punch. Some players from afar mocked. Does he really think he's in a turn-based game? Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes, and at the very moment the boss struck, he lunged to the side. Miss. He successfully dodged. The advantages of the rock monster lay in its high health and formidable defense, coupled with decent attack power. However, its weaknesses were its sluggish attack and movement speed compared to smaller creatures of the same level. After evading, Zhou Ming's skill cooldown ended, and he promptly repeated his previous strategy, unleashing 2 rare skills to whittle down the monster's health. 96. 92. The rock giant's life points began to gradually decline. Though the pace was slow, it was indeed diminishing. Naturally, throughout the process, Zhou Ming could not dodge every attack from the rock monster, but successfully evading once or twice provided him with substantial leeway. Something felt amiss, this fellow. At that moment, the observing players began to realize, exclaiming, he intends to slay the rock monster directly. What level has he surpassed? Don't be ridiculous. The boss hasn't unleashed its ultimate move yet. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, grappling with the extraordinary scene before them. Which game allows players to challenge monsters far above their level? Zhou Ming was meticulous, striving for perfection with each reapplication of his tearing slash. 80. 60. Until the boss's health dipped to 50, its advance faltered. It was about to unleash its skill. Zhou Ming's heart raced. In his field of vision, the colossal rock monster gathered golden elements, forming rocks at its feet. It grasped a boulder, crushing it into a multitude of fragments, and hurled them at Zhou Ming with all its might. Cunning human, perish. Ding. System notification. The rock monster uses skill, Stone Bomb, causing a scattershot rock attack within a 50-50 area, with each rock dealing 130 damage based on its own attack. with a swift motion. Dozens of fragments were hurled by the formidable boss towards the ground, sending turf flying and creating shallow craters. Within the attack range, Zhou Ming could only evade left and right, executing a serpentine maneuver. Miss. Minus 1,339. Miss. Minus 1,372. He was grazed twice, his health plummeting to half. Surviving was a relief. Zhou Ming, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, immediately consumed a potion. The radiant sword unleashed a ranged slow effect, preventing him from approaching until his health was sufficiently restored to resume his original strategy. Time dripped away. During this interval, he remained on high alert, not daring to relax his vigilance. 40. 30. With only a third of his health remaining, the colossal rock monster leapt high, lunging at Zhou Ming with a devastating move. This strike must be evaded, Qianning urged. Evade. A spark of inspiration struck Zhou Ming. He struck the soft turf before him with the radiant sword, carving out a half-meter deep pit, and then concealed himself within it. The expanse of the grassland was open, but the ground was relatively soft, allowing him to create a tactical advantage. Boom. The earth sank, absorbing the majority of the damage. Minus 1,236. The impact was within tolerable limits. Is this even possible? Players in the distance were already left in stunned disbelief. The journey through the world of monster hunting held countless tales to tell. Let us see what else you have. Zhou Ming sprang to his feet, continuing the confrontation. 10. 5. Ultimately, being merely a silver tier boss, it relied on the same three moves, which Zhou Ming had thoroughly deciphered, leaving it with no chance of recovery. The sin of arrogance shall not defeat me. Zhou Ming's face lit up with excitement. The battle had been arduous, stretching over 3 hours, during which he had consumed countless potions, finally whittling the boss down to its last breaths. Just as the battle was drawing to a close, a cerulean sword aura surged from the side. Whoosh! Qianning, seemingly aware of an enemy's presence nearby, released the divine demon pearl, her delicate hand crushing the sword aura. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming stripped the last vestige of life from the colossal rock monster, which then collapsed thunderously, becoming a lifeless body. After a painstaking endeavor, using thousands of players as stepping stones, he had finally passed the first trial. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the trial of the 7 deadly sins, sin of pride. Chapter 31. The Armor of Flames. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the trial of the 7 deadly sins, sin of pride. You have mastered the exclusive skill of the Flame Demon Lord, Armor of Flames. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the trial of the 7 deadly sins, sin of pride. You have unlocked the exclusive ability of the Flame Demon Lord, Pride of Heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. By defeating a silver-level boss at level 32, an abundance of experience flooded in, filling the experience bar thrice and propelling Zhou Ming to level 31. Yet, the level itself was secondary. What truly brought Zhou Ming solace was that he had navigated through the first trial of the 7 deadly sins, finally acquiring the skills of an exclusive hidden profession. It is important to note that all his previous abilities, such as the Rending Slash and the Sword of the Radiant Sky, were reliant on system rewards, while the Fireball spell was purchased from the shop. Although the title of hero was closely tied to his profession, it was merely a benefit derived from reaching the requisite level of sin. Only the trial of the 7 deadly sins truly mattered. Since his class change, it had appeared in his skill bar, clearly indicating that it contained various techniques of the Flame Demon Lord, which could only be mastered with sufficient capability. However, at this moment, Zhou Ming had no time to contemplate the changes in his skill bar. His gaze shifted to the enemy facing Qianning, whose expression was grim. The incoming sword energy was untimely, evidently seeking to obstruct his path. Following Qianying's line of sight, Zhou Ming beheld an elderly man clad in a blue robe. Water Warrior, Water/Chio, Divine NPC, it's you again. Zhou Ming harbored a profound intention to kill within. This individual had opposed him time and again, firmly securing a place on his kill list. What a pity. Noticing Zhou Ming's remarkable surge in strength, Water/Chio's expression turned sour. You little brat. The Queen of Divine Embers cannot protect you for eternity. It won't take long to eliminate you. Zhou Ming retorted with scorn. Humph. Water/Chio scoffed and waved his sleeve dismissively. It was pointless to engage in further conversation. This time, his actions were merely casual. Next time, the opponent would not be so fortunate. Watching Water/Chio retreat, Zhou Ming redirected his attention to collecting the spoils of battle. The reappearance of this individual was merely a minor interlude, one that could not disrupt his rhythm. It was unexpected that even the enigmatic NPCs would take action against Zhou Ming. Perhaps the disparity in levels was too vast, prompting the officials to intervene and impose sanctions upon him. Despite his current prowess, once the secondary city opened and powerful players gathered, it would be interesting to see how long he could maintain his arrogance. As Zhou Ming commenced gathering the equipment dropped by the boss, the onlooking players felt a mix of admiration and jealousy. Ultimately, on the 4th day of the server's launch, single-handedly taking down monsters 30 levels above him was indeed extraordinary. Ding! A message from listening to the wind and playing in the rain arrived. You're amazing, big shot. You're incredible. Thanks to you for finding such a clumsy boss. Otherwise, I might have truly encountered a setback. Zhou Ming engaged in mutual flattery. Tomorrow, let's gather on the 40 to 50 level map and grind monsters together. Hee, I appreciate it, big shot. As Zhou Ming closed the chat window, he embarked on his journey home. Along the way, he opened his skill panel, filled with fervent anticipation, and perused it earnestly. Flame Demon Armor, exclusive S-Class. Description: one of the exclusive skills of the Flame Demon Lord. It harnesses fire elements to shield and enhance oneself. Skill effect: wearing the Flame Demon Armor grants 50 resilience and immediately provides a shield worth 30 of the maximum health, which can be cancelled at any time. Additional effect: during the skill's duration, all forms of attack have their damage increased by 50. Duration: 2 minutes cooldown, after cancelling the armor state. A cooldown of 5 minutes is required, can be upgraded. Incredible! Zhou Ming felt his heart race, nearly bursting into laughter. The Flame Demon Armor perfectly compensated for his lack of defensive skills, significantly enhancing his survivability, not to mention boosting his offensive capabilities. Moreover, the most impressive aspect was the 50 resilience. What does this signify? During the period he wears the Flame Demon Armor, all forms of control skills, such as knockbacks, stuns, and binds, would have their duration halved when applied to him. It could be said that as time progresses, the advantages brought by this ability would only grow more pronounced. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze towards the 7 Deadly Sins trial, noticing some changes. 7 Deadly Sins trial? Description: only by enduring the utmost original sin can one become a true demon lord. Pride. Flame Demon Armor, Envy, awaiting activation, will automatically activate in 48 hours. Wrath? Sloth? Greed? Gluttony? Lust? So that is it. Zhou Ming pondered. Perhaps with each level I conquer, I will comprehend skills and unlock abilities. Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhou Ming rummaged through the skill panel but could not find the previously indicated exclusive ability. Where could it have gone? He promptly opened other panels and ultimately discovered the answer within the class panel. Prideful Sky, exclusive ability. Description: those who cannot defeat me will only serve to make me stronger. Ability effect: once bound, non-exclusive skills advance to exclusive skills, significantly increasing their strength, with the specific enhancement dependent on one's own prowess, can be rebound. Cooldown: 3 days. Zhou Ming was left speechless, realizing he had underestimated the true might of the Flame Demon Lord. Merely the sin of pride had elevated his power to such heights. The rewards from the subsequent trials were unimaginable in terms of the extraordinary abilities he might acquire. This path is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. As if sensing Zhou Ming's thoughts, Qianning explained that each step taken would yield tremendous enhancement. Indeed, Zhou Ming nodded in agreement, profoundly understanding. Yet, similarly, there would be no turning back. After a moment of hesitation, Qianning disclosed the consequences. I understand. Zhou Ming gazed up at the celestial expanse, where countless stars adorned the night sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Yet, fully aware that the opportunity to alter his destiny lay just within reach, he thought. Should he hesitate, he would undoubtedly scorn himself. The trial of the 7 deadly sins could not be evaded, even if one chose not to initiate it. It would automatically activate when the time came. It was akin to an invisible hand compelling one to advance, even if the path led to the abyss of despair. One must leap forth, unless one could completely conquer the trial of the 7 deadly sins. However, according to Qianning, Many had acquired the divine and demonic pearl, including individuals of remarkable talent, yet they still perished under the weight of various formidable trials. How far he could progress, and whether he could surpass the predecessors of the game's narrative, remained uncertain to Zhou Ming. As the two conversed, the sound of the system notification chimed in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System alert. A player has reached level 30. The leaderboard system is now activated. Ding. System alert. The recharge system is now open. He was taken aback that the leaderboard was launched at this moment. A jolt of realization surged through Zhou Ming as he accessed the relevant content, revealing a plethora of rankings available for perusal. Level rankings, talent rankings, pet rankings, equipment rankings. It was time to compete. Zhou Ming was certain that wealthy players would go to great lengths, pouring money into the game to secure a spot on the leaderboard. Without hesitation, he clicked on the level rankings. Chapter 32. The Trial of Talents. Chapter 32. Ranking List. Eastern District 1. World Traveler, Class, Lord of Flames, Level 31-2. Governance by Non-Action, Class, Eternal Guardian. Level 25-3. Those who submit shall perish, Class, Dragon Soul Mage, Level 24-4. Tyrant, Class, Swordsman, Level 24-5. Death Beneath the Peony, Class, Bloodthirsty Assassin. Level 23-6. Leader of the Beggars, Class, Knight, Level 22-7. Black and White Intertwined, Class, Summoner, Level 21. The disparity in levels leaves no room for doubt. The second place is merely 6 levels below me? Zhou Ming was quite astonished. Given the advantage he had at the start, it was surprising that someone could keep pace so closely, indicating that there must be considerable talent beneath. However, upon reflection, the Eastern District is teeming with skilled individuals. It is entirely reasonable that there are others who have attained great fortunes. Subsequently, he accessed the talent rankings. Eager to discern the caliber of talents possessed by the current top players, talent rankings, Eastern District 1. 18 this year, SS level talent. Summoner 2. Tyrant, Swordsman. SS level talent. Fearless 3. Leader of the Beggars, S level talent. Harmony 4. Preparing for the future, S level talent. Skillful Hand 5. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain. S level talent. Extreme Shadow. Some talents, by their very names, exude an extraordinary aura. Zhou Ming inexplicably felt a surge of pressure. It must be said that the modest Qingshui town cannot accommodate true masters. Those with real prowess are scattered across various regions. And with the subsequent unlocking of secondary cities, they will inevitably encounter one another. Upon returning to Qingshui town, Zhou Ming inquired, Qianing, what level of talent do you think I can currently attain? The difficulty of the talent trial escalates with increasing levels, and there is no advantage to activating it later. Qianing had previously advised that it is best to initiate it at the peak of one's abilities. At this moment, he felt that the timing was indeed ripe. Relying on the advantages of the 7 Sins trial and the substantial values and skills brought by exceeding 1,000 in evil points, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of level 30. There was a slight chance of achieving S level, but a greater probability of attaining SS level. Qianing stated solemnly. In the talent trial, the benefits from equipment will be nullified, and no items or potions may be utilized. Zhou Ming fell into a contemplative silence. An SS level talent is undeniably formidable, potentially placing him among the top 3 in the talent rankings. But what about SSS level? Zhou Ming remained unsatisfied. It was not that he was insatiable. He believed that even those 2 players who had obtained SS level talents would surely desire even greater strength. If he could ascend to that next level, it would be a remarkable achievement. If not, he would gracefully accept the outcome. It is indeed a challenging endeavor. Qianing reassured him, I do not intend to discourage you, but SSS level talents are exceedingly rare. For instance, during my prime, even 4 or 5 divine level warriors collaborating would scarcely match my prowess, yet my talent only reached SS level. Oh? Zhou Ming's curiosity was piqued. What is your talent? Confidential. Qianing declined to divulge. It seems quite formidable. Zhou Ming naturally respects Qianing's perspective, and thus, he opted for a compromise. Let me pose one final question. At my current stage, who is stronger, you or I? I cannot say for certain, Qianing replied softly. Would you like to test it? I can engage you in a battle at our level. Ding. A system notification chimed. Queen of Divine Flames. Qianing wishes to engage in sparring with you. Do you accept? No. Zhou Ming quickly declined. Let's not. He was wary of causing any discord. Subsequently, he glanced at the other leaderboards, finding nothing of notable interest, and promptly closed them. Gurgle at that moment, his stomach emitted a mournful growl. Since the challenge match, he had skipped lunch and was now ravenously hungry. Zhou Ming accessed the system panel and chose to log out of the game. First, I shall eat. And after my meal, I will undertake the talent trial. After removing the gaming headset, Zhou Ming ordered takeout and, as per his routine, logged into the forum. As expected, the unveiling of various leaderboards had ignited a fervent discussion among netizens. How astonishing is it that traveling the world wields a glimmering grade weapon? Not to mention, the entire equipment leaderboard was nearly dominated by traveling the world. So what? Equipment will inevitably become obsolete. Besides, I haven't seen him on the talent leaderboard. He deserves it. He can't possibly have the best of everything, can he? Numerous discussions revolved around Zhou Ming. After all, the videos of his consecutive battles had been shared extensively online, coupled with the bounty rewards, propelling him into the limelight. I haven't even activated yet. And you can see me on the talent leaderboard. That's quite peculiar. Zhou Ming chuckled helplessly, yet felt a degree of pressure. Nowadays, enemies lurked at every corner. As a crucial component of combat strength, a low talent tier would surely incite the glee of many. Simultaneously, the subsequent levels of the 7 Sins trials would only become more challenging. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhou Ming opened the door and took the fragrant stir-fried rice noodles from the delivery person, relishing every bite. Once he was satiated, he logged back in to continue his battles. Swish. With a cascade of white light, Zhou Ming reappeared on the streets of Clearwater Town, where nearby players were bustling about, preoccupied with their quests. As mid to low-tier players gradually completed their job transitions, Clearwater Town had grown increasingly lively. Ding ding. Just as he returned to the game, messages flooded in from his friend list. Upon opening one, he was surprised to find a message from the second-in-command of the Beggar Gang, practice more with your dishes. Along with the text, a screenshot was attached. 10. Second of the Beggar Gang, S-rank talent, burn the boats. It was evident that this was a boast about his ranking on the talent leaderboard, intentionally flaunted. Really? Even a minor Karami dares to act pretentious in front of me? Zhou Ming chuckled incredulously and promptly replied, Are you looking to collaborate again? The second-in-command of the Beggar Gang remained unresponsive for a protracted period. With all friend notifications and system messages silenced, and his phone switched off to ensure absolute solitude, Zhou Ming activated the panel. A chime echoed. Do you wish to activate your talent? Note. Selecting to activate talent will commence the talent trial. Yes. Zhou Ming consented. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. The scenery before him shifted dramatically, and Zhou Ming found himself in an expanse of seemingly infinite pure white space. In the heart of the abyss, a towering castle loomed, shrouded in swirling black mist and ominous energy, pulsating with what appeared to be an endless tide of malevolent magic, evoking a sense of dread. This place was an absolute forbidden zone of the abyss, a congregation point for malevolent entities, and even the gods of the light faction regarded it with palpable trepidation, rarely speaking of it. At that moment, within the castle, a certain chamber stirred. The abyssal sword demon, Song Xian, seemingly sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, murmuring, The wager begins, offending both the dark and light factions. Zhou Ming's audacity to traverse the world was commendable. Yet, courage does not equate to strength, nor does it guarantee a promising future. He was keen to observe what level and what effects the other party would ultimately attain with their talent. Chapter 33. The Heart of the Rock Within a Realm of Pure White. Zhou Ming officially embarked upon his talent trial. Many eyes were upon him, as Qianing cautioned, noting that those observing were formidable in their own right. Is that so? Zhou Ming replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems my presence is quite pronounced. He understood well that talent is undoubtedly a crucial component of combat strength, and having offended 2 major factions, many were eager for his downfall, hoping to see him become a mere jest. With a swift motion, a large wild boar appeared before him, adorned with backward-facing spikes, grunting as it charged forward. Wild boar, common monster, level, 31 health, 1000 attack, 62 to 62 defense, 31 to 31 skill. Charge, description, boar, your nose has 2 nostrils. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming, isolated from other information, heard a chime resonating solely with regards to his talent. Ding. System notification. Talent trial. The first stage has commenced. The talent trial consists of multiple stages. The more one surpasses, the greater the likelihood of acquiring a high-level talent. Qian Ying elucidated patiently. Zhou Ming understood. Faced with the aggressively charging wild boar, he brandished his black wind sword, effortlessly dispatching it with 3 swift strikes, thus clearing the first stage. -427. -427. -427. Indeed, within the talent trial, participants could not access their equipment's original attributes. Yet even so, his statistics remained remarkably impressive. World Traveler, Lord of Flames, level, 31 health, 30-50 attack, 458 to 458 defense, 290 to 290 skills. Heroic Spirit, Fallen Sword, Rending Strike, Fireball, Flame Armor, Reputation, 3240 luck, 2 talent, activating elemental resistance. Gold 0 wood 0 water 0 fire 100 earth 0 wind 0 thunder 0 light 0 darkness 0. The advantages of previously accumulated permanent stat enhancements and freely allocated attribute points were manifest at this moment. As the wild boar was vanquished, dissolving into scattered white light, a demonized lion emerged before Zhou Ming, its attributes significantly superior to that of the boar. Ding. System notification. Talent trial. The second stage has commenced. The lion, characterized by its fierce temperament, lunged at the unwelcome intruder with a ferocious growl, like slicing through vegetables. Zhou Ming dispatched it with ease, only to be confronted by a spectral swordsman next. Cackling, the undead emitted a raspy cry, brandishing a rusted iron sword as it charged forth. The pressure intensified. Zhou Ming decided to reveal his full strength, raising his left hand to unleash the sword of the radiant sky, overpowering the undead adversary. The subsequent fourth stage proved no challenge for Zhou Ming either. Impressive prowess. No need to rush. The true spectacle lies ahead. In my estimation, this individual may indeed have a chance at attaining an SS-level talent. In the realm of destiny, the supreme beings, though unable to intervene directly, can effortlessly transcend spatial limitations to observe the unfolding events. Each of them harbors their own calculations regarding Zhou Ming's performance. Beginning from the 5th level, the difficulty of each stage escalates dramatically. One must not be complacent. Qian Ying stated solemnly, I fell at the 7th level. The mention of the 7th level stirred something within Zhou Ming. It is said that the classification of destiny spans from D rank to SSS rank, encompassing 7 tiers in total. Does this imply that surpassing the 7 levels would grant access to SSS level talent? This thought flitted through Zhou Ming's mind, but he quickly focused on the current match. If he could not even reach the 7th level, all would be in vain. Ding. System notification. Would you like to commence the talent trial, 5th level immediately? Unlike the previous stages, this time the system kindly inquired about the participants' opinions, effectively providing a buffer period. Once the cooldown of his skills was confirmed, Zhou Ming chose to agree. Yes. Swish. In the next moment, a young girl clad in yellow armor appeared before him, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. She resembled a delicate lotus blossom, captivating in her beauty, though her armor was exceedingly robust. A humanoid creature? Zhou Ming dared not underestimate her and swiftly cast a reconnaissance spell, Heart of Rock Renee, Luminous Grade Boss, level, 31 health, 25-50 attack, 302 to 302 defense, 315 to 315 skills, rock armor, resistance, guardian of stone, rock shatter wave, super resilience. Description: a heavy armored girl exceptionally skilled in defense. I never expected the talent trial would summon me again, Renee exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Are you ready to face judgment? Can we actually converse? Zhou Ming was somewhat taken aback. Are you a real person? Of course, Renee replied proudly, puffing out her small chest. I am a genius who once conquered the 5th level. It is common for the trials beyond the 5th level to summon participants who have previously passed the 5th but faltered at the 6th, Qian Ying explained. So this is how it works. Zhou Ming nodded. Then let us not delay. I shall not hold back. Entering combat mode, Renee swiftly unleashed her skills, emanating a golden glow as she donned her rock armor and conjured a protective barrier around herself. Ding. System notification. Heart of Rock Renee has activated the skill Rock Armor. Increasing defense by 30, lasting for 3 minutes. Ding. System notification. Heart of Rock Renee has activated the skill Resistance, reducing damage by 20 and increasing defense by 20. Lasting for 3 minutes. Ding. System notification. Heart of Rock Renee has activated the skill Guardian of Stone, increasing health by 1,000 and defense by an additional 100 points. Lasting for 3 minutes. Zhou Ming began to discern the challenge of this level. Is it all about stacking defense? He had yet to make a move. Yet his opponent astonishingly encased herself in a multitude of defensive skills. This maneuver was indeed quite impressive. Even more outrageous was the fact that with layer upon layer of protective shells surrounding her, he found that even with his 458 points of attack, he could not breach her defenses. "Come on," Renee exclaimed, her eyes alight with combativeness. "Why should I come to you?" Zhou Ming retorted, "Why not come over here? Are you afraid?" In response, Renee charged towards Zhou Ming with great haste. 10 seconds later, the distance between them shrank from 10 meters to merely 5. "I can't go any further," Renee gasped, opting to rest in place. Zhou Ming thought to himself, this heavily armored girl is far too cumbersome. When she initiated the trial of her talents, her mental acuity must have been quite low. Qian Ying discerned the situation. Realizing that Renee was not human but rather a stone, which explained her sluggish movement. A creature sprung from a rock? Zhou Ming mused in surprise. "Don't get too cocky," Renee snapped, feeling flustered as Zhou Ming regarded her with an odd expression. "You cannot break my defenses. When time runs out, the stalemate will be counted as my victory." "I am merely observing your weaknesses," Zhou Ming replied, raising his black windsword towards her. "Are you about to attack?" Renee asked, a sense of dread washing over her. Suddenly, a fireball materialized at the tip of Zhou Ming's sword, surging forth and crashing against Renee's shield, erupting into sparks. -1. "I didn't expect you to have ranged attacks." Renee laughed, though she added, "The damage you dealt is likely slower than my healing." Zhou Ming remained silent, refraining from launching an immediate counterattack. 3 minutes later, all of Renee's defensive skills dissipated. "What now?" Zhou Ming declared, swinging his sword forward. Without her skills to bolster her, his attacks could easily penetrate her defenses. Flame Armor. Resistive Power. Stone Guardian. Renee hastily reactivated her shields. Clang. -1. Zhou Ming's blade struck against her, producing a sharp sound. "My skill cooldown is exactly 3 minutes. Renee quickly retaliated, but Zhou Ming deftly evaded her strike. What an extraordinary stone. No one would have anticipated encountering such a peculiar being at the 5th level. It remained uncertain whether this girl still existed in the current Destiny continent. Many divine-level powerhouses watched with glee, for such insurmountable defenses would leave anyone in despair. Chapter 34. The inability to smile observing the heavily armored girl before him. Zhou Ming felt somewhat speechless. To be honest, it was his first encounter with such an unreasonable entity. Out of options, are we? Renee sprang into the air, landing back down with determination. "Now it's my turn." Boom. The ground trembled slightly, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward, leaving Zhou Ming with no room to evade, forcing him to brace for impact. -23. The damage was not significant, yet it was indeed slightly more than what Zhou Ming had dealt. Rending Slash. Zhou Ming swiftly closed the distance, his sword slicing down fiercely, initiating a return of continuous damage. -5. -5. 3. Unexpectedly, Renee passively regenerated 3 health points per second, nearly negating the percentage-based damage from the Rending Slash. This little girl is surprisingly resilient. Qian Ying marveled. But alas, she was not without vulnerabilities. Zhou Ming maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hand to target her. Celestial Sword. A blade engulfed in flames materialized above Renee. She was acutely aware of the imminent threat, but her movement speed was too slow to evade it. However, Zhou Ming did not hasten the descent of the Celestial Sword. Instead, he waited until nearly 3 minutes had passed. Swoosh, the sword struck down heavily upon Renee's head, overwhelming her with pressure, causing her knees to buckle. Ding. System notification. You have used the skill Celestial Sword, dealing 1 point of damage to the rock heart, Renee, inflicting a suppression effect lasting 34 seconds, and reducing her movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Even with her defenses unbroken, the Celestial Sword struggled to pose a threat to Renee. But that was of little consequence. The key was the suppression it created. Crack. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Renee's skill dissipated automatically, resulting in a sudden decrease in her defenses. Upon activating the heroic aspect, her defense dropped by an additional 10. Renee's delicate features betrayed a hint of panic as she looked up, meeting Zhou Ming's unwavering gaze, as if everything was under his control. -350. -176. With 2 successive strikes, Renee's health plummeted by a fifth, prompting her to cease her offensive and retreat a few steps. "Why have you stopped attacking?" Renee questioned, perplexed. Zhou Ming replied earnestly. "Assuming you cannot counter my move, if you persist, I shall surely claim victory." Renee fell silent. Her skills cooled down aligned perfectly at 3 minutes. If she were to be incapacitated just before its expiration, seamless continuity would indeed be unattainable. But my objective is to complete the talent trial. "I do not wish to be your enemy," Zhou Ming expressed sincerely. "Should we meet again in the future, I hope we can be friends rather than foes." Such a fine young man. Within the depths of the abyssal castle, the demon lord Song Xian marveled. He indeed considers the long term. Given Zhou Ming's displayed prowess, defeating this unrefined gem was already a foregone conclusion. However, achieving victory through brute force would likely offend her. Conversely, if he could persuade her, it would transform hostility into camaraderie, perhaps even earning a sliver of goodwill. "You possess quite the gentlemanly demeanor." Renee blinked, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am not so petty. Nor do I harbor any malice towards you. I simply possess a peculiar hobby. It brings me immense satisfaction to withstand the relentless attempts of others to break through my defenses." Zhou Ming responded with a slight frown. "That hobby is rather unusual. This time, I shall concede to you." Renee wrinkled her delicate nose, adding, "Should we cross paths again in the future, let us engage in another round." "Agreed." Zhou Ming nodded in affirmation. Casting a lingering gaze at Zhou Ming, she etched into her memory the image of this human capable of breaching her defenses at their level. Gradually, her form transformed into golden energy and dissipated into the air. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on passing the 5th level. Ding. System notification. Do you wish to continue challenging the 6th level of the talent trial? Note, you may choose to forfeit. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Ming acknowledged the daunting challenge ahead. If the 5th level proved to be so formidable, the adversaries of the 6th level would undoubtedly be even stronger. A profound sense of pressure enveloped him. He had to prevail in the next round. Otherwise, his SS-level talent would be in jeopardy, once his health was fully restored. Zhou Ming entered a state of heightened focus, determined to give his all in the forthcoming battle, continue the challenge. He hoped that this round would present him with a particularly formidable opponent. The strong silently cursed their luck. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on the space ahead of Zhou Ming, eagerly anticipating the projection of a formidable foe. What manner of enemy would emerge? Zhou Ming gripped the hilt of his sword, steeling himself. At a certain moment, the void shimmered with ripples, akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating waves. Then, a fiery red figure leisurely emerged, entering the sight of the onlookers. With a resounding thud, the atmosphere in the trial space seemed to rise in temperature, an intense heat washing over everyone. Zhou Ming could not help but gasp in astonishment. The adversary of the 6th level appeared to be a master of fire. Damn it! Song Xian could not restrain himself from punching the nearby wall in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Congratulations! Qian Ying expressed premature congratulations. Theoretically, the difficulty of the 6th level should far exceed that of the 5th, yet exceptions always existed. Submit. A commanding voice reverberated through the air. I am the sovereign of flames. The fiery figure traversed the space, revealing his true form. He was a robust man clad in a red robe, handsome and imposing, wielding a blazing red sword that exuded an extraordinary presence. Flame Sovereign Gu Ming? Zhou Ming utilized his reconnaissance skill to scan the name of his opponent, realizing that the newcomer possessed formidable strength. He did not focus overly on the numerical values. Gu Ming, upon stepping into the trial space, expressed his surprise. Young man, it seems many harbor great expectations for you. Zhou Ming chuckled at the absurdity of the statement. What do you mean? Many have high hopes for me? That seems rather far-fetched. Every spectator here wishes to see me defeated. Many formidable beings were observing, a privilege unattainable for those of lesser standing. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Gu Ming's eyes. Surely, Your status is extraordinarily high. Moreover, he paused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Their eyes now reveal a deep-seated hatred. Do you understand what this signifies? What does it mean? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. Gu Ming replied nonchalantly. They despise my presence here. The crowd of gods. Although the analysis may be flawed, the conclusion is nonetheless accurate. Gu Ming gradually raised the sword in his hand, flames erupting fiercely, dancing violently along the blade. Your profession is the Lord of Flames. You must be adept at wielding fire, but alas, emboldened by overwhelming might. He charged at Zhou Ming. If you comprehend flames, you should revere me as a deity. Hold on. Zhou Ming hastily retreated. Gu Ming halted his assault. A sneer curling his lips. What? Have you surrendered? Not at all. Zhou Ming shook his head, clarifying. Since you possess such confidence in your abilities, shall we wager? Damn it. A victim of gambling couldn't contain his anger. This brat intends to exploit this trick a second time. Damn it. Another gambling victim erupted. This brat wants to try for a third time. Day in and day out, all he knows is gambling. Zhou Ming is clearly addicted to it. Oh? Gu Ming seemed intrigued. What do you wish to wager? It is evident you two are a fire wielder. How about this? If I win, you shall teach me an S-level fire skill. Zhou Ming forced a strained smile, feigning pressure. If I lose, I shall do the same. Do you think S-level skills are enticing to me? Gu Ming scoffed. Blaze of the celestial sword. Zhou Ming unleashed his signature move to the side. A flaming sword suspended in midair, its edge gleaming, locking onto Gu Ming. This move bears interest. A spark of excitement lit up Gu Ming's eyes. Shall we wager? Very well, but let it be clear. I want your move. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have activated hidden task. Another bet. Difficulty. D. Another bet. Difficulty. D. Description. Small bets sustain a family. Large bets lead to fortune. Task requirement. Defeat the Flame Sovereign, Gu Ming, in the talent trial. Task reward. Acquire an S-level fire skill. Failure penalty. Teach Blaze of the Celestial Sword. Haha. Gu Ming laughed heartily. Do you know? Right now, some individuals outside are displaying urgency in their eyes, wishing to halt this occurrence, yet regrettably, as outsiders, they cannot intervene. The crowd. Damn, what a fool. They truly are meddling. Zhou Ming smiled faintly. You dare to laugh, believing yourself strong? Gu Ming looked at the audacious youth with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. Raising his sword to charge forth, I shall soon render your laughter obsolete. Chapter 35. The roar of the flame dragon with a sharp hiss. The gleaming sword blazed with fierce fire, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Ding. System notification. Flame Sovereign Gu Ming has activated the skill Flame Sword technique. Increasing attack power by 30 and attack speed by 30, lasting for 5 minutes. Ding. System notification. Flame Sovereign Gu Ming has unleashed the skill Flame Dragon Strike, dealing 500 damage to all enemy units within a range of 1050, with a high probability of knockback and launch effects. A scorching wave swept through the battlefield. Zhou Ming stood resolute, wielding the Black Wind Sword, poised for action. Although the prophecy did not provide detailed explanations regarding whether the attack belonged to the elemental category, some truths were undeniably evident. The elegance of the strike would be etched in memory forever. A cold smile graced Gu Ming's lips as he surged forward like a whirlwind, thrusting his blade fiercely towards the unsuspecting youth. Clang! Just as the adversary was within striking distance, Zhou Ming held his sword to block, the two weapons colliding with a violent clash that sent flames roaring. Empowered by the might of the Flame Dragon Strike, Gu Ming transformed into a formidable embodiment of a fiery dragon, exuding an intimidating aura. This strike, honed over 2 decades. Can you withstand it? Zhou Ming remained silent, steadfast, and unmoving. Moments later, the Flame Dragon Strike completed its release. Miss. The symbol representing immunity appeared slowly. Gu Ming's smile began to fade. A grin swiftly emerged on Zhou Ming's face. The air fell silent. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. Rending slash. After successfully parrying the attack, Zhou Ming launched a rapid counterstrike, draining Gu Ming's health. Minus 135. Minus 135. W8. Gu Ming retreated swiftly, his expression shifting drastically, unable to maintain his earlier composure. Wait for what? Gu Ming attempted to articulate further. Yet Zhou Ming's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, forcing him into a position of absolute disadvantage. Flame Cloud Slash. At a certain moment, Gu Ming retaliated fiercely, ensuring his blade struck true upon Zhou Ming's armor with overwhelming force. Miss. Another symbol of immunity appeared. Brother, Zhou Ming inquired with concern. Haven't you eaten? How is this possible? Gu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Immunity to fire element attacks. Such absurdity could not exist in this world. Do you know why? Zhou Ming continued to apply pressure with his words, deliberately unsettling Gu Ming's mind, his strikes unrelenting. Why? Because I am the sovereign of flames. Zhou Ming declared with authority, submit. His demeanor towards Ren Yi and Gu Ming was starkly contrasting. The reason was simple. The latter had been egregiously arrogant from the outset, with a capricious temperament, and having suffered greatly due to a gamble he carried. He would not easily relent. You. Gu Ming seethed with rage, glaring fiercely. You dare reveal your name? He cannot see my name? Zhou Ming pondered in uncertainty. In the talent trial, the gatekeepers may reveal their identity, yet the names of participants cannot be inquired upon. Xianing elucidated, of course, appearances are visible to one another. Zhou Ming grasped the implication. Speaking of which, it seemed that Rene from the fifth gate had deliberately scrutinized his visage before departing, yet remained oblivious to his name. I shall not change my name nor my surname. With this thought, Zhou Ming declared resolutely, I am the guardian of the stars, Mo Yun. How audacious. As a spectator, Mo Yun was incensed. How dare you usurp my name? Very well, very well. Gu Ming pronounced each word with palpable disdain. Mo Yun, I shall remember you. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Mo Yun. Come then. Zhou Ming stood firm, asserting, if I were to fear you even slightly, I would not be called Mo Yun. Gu Ming fell silent, consumed by a fierce murderous intent and a deeply concealed greed, reluctantly collapsing, his figure dissipating. Immunity to fire elemental damage. Such a rare ability, if utilized properly, could bring him tremendous fortune. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have passed the 6th gate. Ding. System notification. Do you wish to continue the challenge of the talent trial at the 7th gate? Note, you may choose to forfeit. This lad is truly fortunate beyond words. Humph, a victory without merit. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is likely to obtain an SS-level talent. Many powerful individuals were displeased. Having defeated Gu Ming, Zhou Ming traversed the world of the talent trial, reaching heights unattainable even by many divine-level experts at the same stage. All with remarkable ease, inciting envy among others. Standing still to recover his stamina, Zhou Ming awaited in silence. After a considerable time, Gu Ming, perhaps still unwilling to concede, finally delivered on the wager. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the task, another bet, and received the reward. Fire Attribute S-level skill Fire Dragon Strike. They gifted me the Fire Dragon Strike. Zhou Ming was pleasantly surprised, opening the skill menu, prepared to inspect its attributes, only to find the skill icon transforming. Enveloped in swirling flames, a dazzling sight. Has it advanced again? Zhou Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, the talent trial was at a critical juncture. Taking another step forward would present immense challenges, yet the potential of his exclusive profession erupted at the perfect moment. Ding. System notification. Due to the excessive affinity for fire elements of the Lord of Flames, the skill you possess, Fire Dragon Strike, S-level, has advanced to Flame Dragon Roar, Rare S-level. Flame Dragon Roar, Rare S-level. Description. A unique technique mastered by the Lord of Flames, inspired by the Fire Dragon Strike. Skill effect. Condenses fire elements to empower oneself, unleashing the might of the Flame Dragon, dealing 800 damage to all enemy units within a range of 2100 ahead. This attack will inevitably cause a launching or repelling effect. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Such formidable power. Zhou Ming meticulously perused the introduction of the Flame Dragon's Roar, convinced that he had acquired a skill that could be deemed a formidable ultimate ability in team battles. Although this ultimate was not a single target damage dealer, its power was formidable, and its guaranteed ability to either launch or repel opponents was indeed rare. This gamble was perfectly timed, as Qianing praised. Before the formidable adversary in the 6th level, Zhou boldly proposed a wager, perhaps harboring intentions to advance further at this pivotal stage. To this end, He did not hesitate to feign ignorance, thereby offending a powerful user of fire elements. When opportunity arises, one must strive to seize it. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming made the decision to continue the challenge within the system panel. He was eager to discover just how difficult the level was that could compel Qian Ying to retreat, a challenge that even the demon god dared not envision. "Youngster, it is your turn to fall," murmured Song Xian. Unlike the previous 6 levels, the guardian of the 7th level had never been random. It was always the same individual. Regardless of the time or stage of the talent trials, one could never evade him upon reaching the 7th level. Chapter 36. Talent. The challenge continues. Zhou Ming did not halt his progress. In peak condition, he prepared to face the adversary of the 7th gate. With a swift motion, a man of similar age and appearance was transported to a spot 10 meters away. Clad in a gray robe, the man had an unremarkable visage and an average build. His bronze skin neither exuding overwhelming pressure nor revealing any extraordinary traits. Level: 31 health, 3380 attack, 468 to 468 defense, 282 to 282 skills, flash, blade of space, infinite slash, shadowless sword technique, time reversal. Spatial folding, description? A chill swept through Zhou Ming's heart. The man's name and strength remained concealed, suggesting an identity that surpassed imagination. Fortunately, his stats mirrored Zhou Ming's, eliminating the risk of a numerical overwhelming. With unwavering resolve, he prepared for battle. Qian Ying's tone was unusually grave. "Initially, I could not gauge his limits, and I hope you can surpass my journey." At this moment, she could divulge little about the opponent, particularly concerning his skills, due to the constraints of the rules. In the pursuit of absolute fairness, no party could possess any advantage. "You are formidable. I may not necessarily triumph over you," the man declared, bowing respectfully without a trace of arrogance or hostility. "Please, proceed." Zhou Ming returned the gesture. The individual known as Gu Ming was truly unfathomable, compelling Zhou Yu to ascend further. Should these two engage in combat, I find myself hoping Zhou Yu does not falter. Their fundamental attributes were closely matched, yet the disparity in skill potency could be vast. In an instant, all eyes from the outside world converged upon the two, particularly drawn to the man, evoking a sense of reverence. Since his emergence, he had nearly extinguished all beings' hopes of attaining an SSS-level talent on the Tianming continent. Many believed he would firmly occupy the throne of invincibility among his peers. Utterly unconquerable. Yet, his remark, "I may not necessarily triumph over you," positioned Zhou Yu on equal footing, compelling respect and attention. After exchanging glances, Zhou Ming gripped his sword firmly and initiated the assault. As he closed the distance, the Sword of Radiance silently activated. Has he already eliminated the skill S initiation? Song Xian mused, astonished. Traditionally, when Zhou Yu employed this technique, he would raise his left hand to gather fire elements aimed at his opponent. While such a display was inconsequential against novices, it served as a warning to true masters, increasing the likelihood of evasion. With a swift motion, the ethereal sword wreathed in flames, imbued with sharp intent, materialized above the man's head and descended. However, just as the Sword of Radiance was about to strike its target, the gray-robed man retreated, vanishing silently from sight. Ding. System notification? Utilizing the skill, Instant Flash, one can teleport to any location within a 20 by 20 range. Ding. System notification? Employing the skill, Blade of Space. The next strike will inflict 200 damage and reduce the enemy's attack speed by 20. Zhou Ming's heart raced. He immediately turned around, fully aware that there was no time to block. Instead, he unleashed a rending slash, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. -408. -262. Despite both parties inflicting the same 200 damage, Zhou Ming, benefiting from the prowess of a conqueror that diminished the opponent's attributes by 10, clearly established an advantage. "How did you know I would appear behind you?" The gray-robed man retreated, momentarily evading the onslaught. "Just a guess," Zhou Ming replied. Indeed, it was a mere conjecture. Typically, such teleportation skills are employed in duels to evade attacks at the critical moment, opting for a surprise strike from behind or the side. The gray-robed man paused slightly, then nodded, very perceptive. As he spoke, his figure vanished once more. No cooldown? Zhou Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, the gray-robed man reappeared to Zhou Ming's left side, where it was difficult for him to counter, and struck at his waist. With the successful hit, he retreated. 3 seconds. Zhou Ming frowned. That's rather short. With that, he quickly moved towards the vast, wide expanse of the trial space. What is he doing? Some spectators questioned. Bang! At one moment, Zhou Ming collided with an invisible barrier, nearly losing his balance. As expected, an air wall exists. Zhou Ming was not surprised. The trial space appeared boundless, yet it was improbable that participants could roam freely. Thus, there had to be boundaries. Anyone familiar with gaming would certainly recognize the concept of an air wall. By utilizing the edges of the space, one can restrict the opponent's movements. Quite clever. Many observed his intentions. With his back to the air wall, Zhou Ming turned to confront his opponent, only to find the latter standing still, hesitating to act. Clearly, while striving for advantageous terrain, he had also constrained his own mobility. If a draw does not equate to victory, the opponent lacked the incentive to engage closely. Fireball technique. Zhou Ming initiated a ranged attack, but the gray-robed man effortlessly evaded it. Seeing this, Zhou Ming promptly accessed his class panel. Ding. System notification. Would you like to use the exclusive ability, Pride of the Heavens? Yes. Zhou Ming consented. Keeping such a vital means in reserve was his intent, aiming to utilize it as a trump card based on the specific dynamics of the battle to determine which skill to bind. Ding. System notification. Please select a binding skill. Celestial Sword. Zhou Ming made his decision without the slightest hesitation. Currently, ranged skills were scarce, and the Celestial Sword stood unrivaled in power. Ding. System notification. Due to the effects of Pride of the Heavens, your skill, Celestial Sword, has advanced to exclusive S rank. The Sword of the Fiery Heavens, exclusive S grade. Introduction. A formidable skill that touches the threshold of SS grade, endowed with exceptional versatility. Skill effect. Summons a colossal sword of fire in midair, targeting units within an 80-meter radius, delivering damage equivalent to 750 of 1's own attack. Guaranteed to inflict suppression effects while reducing movement speed by 60 for 5 seconds. Additional effect. Centered on the struck unit, a wave of fire radiates outward, affecting units within a 30-meter radius, dealing 80 damage. This attack has a moderate chance of causing burn and a slight chance of knocking back. Specific probabilities dependent on the disparity between the two parties. Cooldown. 20 seconds. Upgradable. The damage is explosive, with enhancements across the board, yet during the battle, Zhou Ming can only make a hasty sweep. The Sword of the Fiery Heavens. Zhou Ming unleashes it once more. This move is futile against me. The gray-robed man swiftly appears 20 meters away. Boom. The great sword descends. The fiery elemental energy surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping a vast 30-meter area. This is precisely what Zhou Ming requires, an attack range surpassing the distance of his instantaneous movement. Minus 141. Damage numbers emerge. Despite the gray-robed man's elusive nature, he still suffers from the waves of fire. Consequently, he is compelled to adopt a defensive stance, transforming into the aggressor. Swish. As expected, 3 seconds pass, and the gray-robed man reappears beside Zhou Ming, his attack speed elevated, striking so swiftly that afterimages are left in his wake, rendering defense impossible. Ding. System notification. Has activated skill Limitless Slash, reducing attack damage by 30 while increasing attack speed by 200, lasting for 1 minute. Ding. System notification. Has activated skill Shadowless Sword Technique, increasing attack speed by 50, lasting for 2 minutes. Zhou Ming is taken aback, countering with his sword. Yet he is struck 3 or 4 times while managing to land only a single hit on the opponent. Furthermore, with the 3-second cooldown on the instantaneous movement, evasion remains a viable option. In mere seconds, Zhou Ming's health plummets. 60. 30. Roar. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, Zhou Ming is engulfed in flames. As he swings his sword, it transforms into a fierce dragon's head composed of fire, howling forth, igniting the air around him, causing a dramatic rise in temperature. Dragon's Roar. The colossal dragon strikes the gray-robed man directly, launching him into the air for 2 seconds. Minus 1,632. The extraordinary damage nearly halves the gray-robed man's health. Die. Capitalizing on the opponent's immobilized state, Zhou Ming cancels the dragon's roar, unleashing the sword of the fiery heavens once more, which is now ready after a mere 20-second cooldown. Minus 1,326. Without even producing a suppression effect, the exaggerated damage obliterates the guardian of the 7th level. Have we won? The crowd holds their breath, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, before they can ponder further, the gray-robed man reappears at his previous position, his health significantly restored. Ding. System notification? Utilizing the skill time reversal. One returned to their state and position 10 seconds prior. Zhou Ming's expression hardened. To be candid, the abilities displayed by the individual before him felt rather underhanded. This challenge was exceedingly arduous. Jinning found herself at a loss. Any power related to time and space was undeniably formidable. The fact that the opponent had mastered both at level 31 was simply astounding. This must come to an end. The gray-robed man's health returned to approximately 60, and he lunged forward again with his sword. You are the first of your kind who has managed to strike me at the same level. Is that so? Zhou Ming remained unperturbed, fire elements erupting and igniting around him, mingled with dark matter, forming a suit of armor upon his surface. Akin to the descent of a fire deity, then you will also be the first of your kind to fall to me twice. Ding. System notification. Zhou World has activated the skill Flame Demon Armor, increasing his resilience by 50 and immediately acquiring a shield value equivalent to 30 of his maximum health. Furthermore, during the skill's duration, all forms of damage dealt are enhanced by 50, lasting for 2 minutes. The shield of 30 of his health allowed Zhou Ming to endure further. Minus 306. Minus 91. Both engaged in standard attacks, with one inflicting damage increased by 50 and the other suffering a 30 reduction, thus widening the gap in damage dealt. The gray-robed man's attacks were flamboyant. Yet Zhou Ming countered with a single strike against his 3. Your methods are indeed underhanded. The gray-robed man struggled to keep up. Swapping health. He found himself at a disadvantage. The instantaneous bursts of power were bizarrely potent, capable of obliterating him in an instant, which was utterly outrageous. You are no less cunning. Zhou Ming desperately exchanged blows with him. He understood that the opponent was engaging in the same strategy. Evidently aware of the brief cooldown of the Sword of Heaven and dared not to delay. Onlookers, neither of you has the right to utter such words. In a span of mere seconds, both parties were reduced to critical health. Die. In the final moments, they transformed into relentless warriors. The gray-robed man canceled his attack speed enhancement, restored his damage, and unleashed an attack that reached 400 damage through spatial folding, causing the very fabric of space to bend toward Zhou Ming like parchment. In the next heartbeat, the Sword of Heaven descended upon him. Minus 590. Minus 1,326. Both parties' health was simultaneously depleted. Zhou Ming, a draw? Would a draw not count as a loss for me? Amidst the tension, both resurrected simultaneously at their positions. The gray-robed man clasped his fists in salute. I am Ning Wuxian. Zhou World. Zhou Ming responded earnestly with a bow. Thank you for the enlightening experience. Ning Wuxian. That name was indeed imposing. Those lacking in fortitude would surely be unable to bear its weight. Brother Zhou, your prowess is admirable. Ning Wuxian sighed. Next time, I shall treat you to a drink. Zhou Ming nodded. Absolutely. Until we meet again. Ning Wuxian gazed deeply at the young man, his figure gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming received the corresponding system feedback. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing all the talent trials and achieving. Chapter 37. SSS Level Talent Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully passing all talent trials, granting you the opportunity to select a corresponding talent tier. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the option to choose from S to SSS level talents. Note, all selectable talents are closely related to your profession, skills, and combat style. S to SSS. Zhou Ming's Spirit Sword, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Hard work pays off. After all the effort invested in overcoming the trials, he finally had access to the highest tier of talents. Did he truly defeat that individual? Defeated? It was merely a tie. Even so, it was evident that this young man possessed extraordinary potential. No wonder the Queen of Divine Ashes was so decisive in entrusting the Divine Demon Orb, such a rare opportunity, to a complete stranger. The observing deities felt a complex mix of emotions. There was envy and jealousy, intertwined with greed and murderous intent. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. The more Zhou Ming excelled in his endeavors, the stronger their hostility became. After all, both parties were already in opposition. Swish, swish, swish. As the talent trials officially concluded, a multitude of energy spheres materialized in the pure white space, each one a vibrant hue, clustering around Zhou Ming, awaiting his selection. Ding. System notification. You have 30 minutes to choose your talent. Zhou Ming dared not delay, quickly extending his hand to lightly brush against the energy spheres. And relevant information immediately surged forth before his eyes. City burning. S-level all area of effect skills increase damage by 50 and range by 50. Flame Sovereign. SS-level fire element skills increase damage by 100 and attack speed by 20. Crimson King. S-level maximum health increases by 60. With a healing rate of 0.5 per second. These talents resonated perfectly with him, and there was no question of them being useless. Qian Ying had advised him to select from the higher tiers, and he certainly would not go amiss. Zhou Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Presently, the energy spheres within his sight predominantly showcased S-level talents, with a few being SS level. However, after his triumph, how could he possibly concern himself with the trivialities? He swiftly scanned through the talents and soon discerned that the larger the sphere, the more significant the effects it promised. Zhou Ming meticulously searched, quickly fixing his gaze upon a striking crimson-golden energy sphere. Compared to the others, its size was particularly notable, even intimidating the surrounding spheres, as it claimed a substantial portion of space for itself. Without hesitation, he stepped closer, filled with eager anticipation, and reached out to touch it. Supreme Sovereignty. SSS level. The possessor can unconditionally replicate another's talent and increase the talent tier by 1. Gasp. Zhou Ming could not help but inhale sharply, struggling to believe the talent he beheld. A divine skill. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. It grows stronger in the face of adversity and will never be obsolete. As for the other energy spheres, Zhou Ming no longer even glanced at them, hastily claiming the one he desired, as if it were a treasured possession, his face glowing with joy. What harm enhancement, what life enhancement. All are utterly insignificant before the sovereign presence. System, my friend, I adore you. What talent has stirred you so? Qian Ying inquired curiously. It's a secret. Zhou Ming chuckled with unrestrained joy. I never imagined you would strike back. Qian Ying laughed, not taking it to heart. When one is out in the world, who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Ding. System notification. Do you wish to bind the talent, Sovereign? Note, once bound, the talent cannot be changed and will accompany you permanently. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Ming responded thrice in quick succession, fearing an unforeseen mishap. Swish. As he made his choice, a golden-hued energy orb transformed into a torrent of energy, surging endlessly into his chest, invigorating the fire elements within him, sweeping away all fatigue, leaving him brimming with vitality. What talent has he chosen? Seeing his exuberance, it must undoubtedly be an SSS-level talent. He must be swiftly subdued, lest the consequences be dire. With myriad thoughts in their minds, the gods withdrew their gazes. The trial of talents had already commenced. Even Ning Wuxian could not halt Zhou's journey across the world. Henceforth, it was the latter's turn to relish the fruits of victory. Within this unassailable space, even if they wished to delve deeper, they found themselves at a loss. After a considerable time, the overwhelming energy was entirely absorbed by Zhou Ming, who felt refreshed, as the system's chime announced the official conclusion of the talent trial. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS-level talent, Sovereign. As the first adventurer of destiny to obtain an SSS-level talent, you receive an additional reward. Luck 2. Ding. System notification. Your talent trial has concluded. Do you wish to leave the trial space? Yes. Zhou Ming hastily opened his character panel, confirming that the talent had indeed become his own, and he exhaled a profound sigh of relief before choosing to exit. In an instant, a spatial force pulled him back to Qingshui town, where bustling streets and a cacophony of voices greeted him. Even in the late hours, Qingshui town remained aglow with countless lights, with citizens and adventurers mingling freely. Xianing, do you know Ning Wuxian? Zhou Ming pondered before asking. Xianing replied, I can't say we are familiar, but given his prowess, I have certainly encountered him. Where does he reside? Zhou Ming inquired, eager to uncover the truth. Why do you ask that? Xianing questioned, although he had suggested toasting with you. Your current level is far from reaching him. Zhou Ming settled for a compromise. Is it not possible to catch a distant glimpse of Brother Ning? At this moment, he was very much inclined to meet this enigmatic figure. Even if their statuses differed vastly, merely crossing paths would be splendid. Your level is insufficient. Xianing bluntly clarified, you cannot access his residence. Very well, Zhou Ming reluctantly conceded. To put it plainly, his current level restricted him to activities within a Tier 3 town. Tier 2 cities and Tier 1 main cities had yet to be unveiled to adventurers. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time before they meet. Zhou Ming suppressed his inner urgency. Although he was eager to discover what would transpire if Junlin were to replicate Ning Wuxian's SSS-level talent, and whether it would transcend the limits of the system, such aspirations remained unfulfilled for the time being. Very well, it is time to rest. Noticing that the hour was late, Zhou Ming opted to log out. Tomorrow, he had promised to accompany Tingfeng Shiyu in leveling up, and he was determined to keep his word. As the shimmering white light dispersed, Zhou Ming departed from the land of destiny. However, unbeknownst to him, as he vanished from his location, within the enchanted orb, Xianing sat cross-legged, continuously forming intricate hand seals, her consciousness leaving her corporeal form and transforming into white light, attempting to pursue him. Bang! Soon, she encountered an insurmountable barrier. And despite her full-force impact, it only quivered slightly, unable to shatter. It appeared that breaking through was not feasible at this moment. Xianing furrowed her brow slightly. For the indigenous people, adventurers were regarded as foreigners, hailing from a mysterious realm. She was rather curious to experience the world of adventurers and to learn what life was like as they traversed the globe. Chapter 38. The discussion across the internet. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Ming removed his helmet, releasing a breath laden with fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him. The battle against Ning Wuxian had placed an immense burden upon him. Ultimately, he had achieved his long-desired goal. He firmly believed that it would be exceedingly rare to encounter an SSS-level talent that surpassed his own, although he had not yet reaped any benefits from his talent. He was confident that when facing formidable opponents, he would possess a talent stronger than theirs. The magnitude of this advantage was self-evident. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Zhou Ming rose to freshen up before peacefully surrendering to slumber, his heart brimming with anticipation for the morrow. Meanwhile, in a courtyard somewhere in the capital city, how long until it's over? Zhang Nianwen inquired of his grandson, having witnessed the confrontation between Shouyu World and the beggar gang, convinced that the adversary could not remain arrogant for long. 2 days, Zhang Liwei declared with certainty. In just 2 days, I will inherit the legacy of that formidable figure. And at that time, I shall publicly challenge Shouyu World and claim the bounty. Could there be any unforeseen events? Zhang Nianwen pressed for reassurance. None whatsoever. Zhang Liwei chuckled. Before the leaderboard was revealed, I had my reservations, but now, there is nothing to fear. That's reassuring. Zhang Nianwen nodded in satisfaction. Despite his own limitations within the game Destiny, he understood the significant impact talent could have on combat prowess. Previously, many speculated that Shouyu World possessed an SS-level talent. But when the rankings were released, it left everyone astounded. He hadn't even made it into the top 100. As for those beyond the 100th place, they were no longer worthy of notice. Just then, as the two conversed, a subordinate rushed in. Zhang Lao, there's trouble. What is it to be so flustered? Zhang Nianwen asked, displeased. Just now, Shouyu World attained an SSS-level talent, causing a stir throughout the city, and it's being discussed all over the internet. What did you say? Zhang Nianwen and Zhang Liwei exclaimed simultaneously, their faces a mask of shock. Ding ding ding. Before Zhang Nianwen could regain his composure, he received a call from Lin Zhongshan, who spoke with a wry smile. Zhang Lao, perhaps we both misjudged the situation this time. That night, countless individuals found themselves sleepless, and many international organizations had already commenced investigations. The only SSS-level talent in the entire server had emerged in the Eastern District, acquired by a player with the game ID Shouyu World. This news was nothing short of explosive. I thought Zhou World had flopped. But I never expected him to activate his talent only at level 30. Damn it, he is back on his feet. Destiny is a global open beta. And with the impending launch of national warfare, he is likely to become a force to be reckoned with. In an instant, discussions erupted everywhere. Anyone who had participated in the talent trials was acutely aware of the exaggerated difficulty of the latter stages. Under such circumstances, Zhou World's attainment of an SSS-level talent could only signify one thing: he had conquered the trials. From beginning to end, vanquish all guardians. Amidst the tumult of the outside world, the instigator remains blissfully unaware, lost in a deep slumber. Perhaps no one would have anticipated that the individual capable of igniting such a tempest would be a young man who, after purchasing a gaming headset, could scarcely afford his rent. The following day dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze. After a restful sleep, Zhou Ming filled his stomach with 2 deep-fried dough sticks and 6 fried buns for breakfast before logging back into the game. Beep. As soon as he went online, he received congratulations from the username listening to the wind and playing in the rain. Congratulations, esteemed player, for acquiring an SSS-level talent, renowned far and wide. What a stroke of luck. Zhou Ming humbly replied, then chuckled. Where are you? At the town gate, came the response, accompanied by a humorous emoji. I've been waiting for ages. All right, I shall come at once. Zhou Ming hastened his steps toward the town entrance. At the entrance of Clearwater Town, from a distance, listening to the wind and playing in the rain, spotted Zhou Ming and immediately approached him with a grin, exclaiming, esteemed player, you have captured all the attention of the internet yesterday. Is that so? Zhou Ming replied, astonished. He casually opened the official forum to find a plethora of information related to him. Zhou World obtains SSS-level talent. If S-level talent is this formidable, what of SSS level? Ladies, Zhou World is the CEO of a listed company, a super rich and handsome man. The screen was filled with content centered around him. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go. Zhou Ming remained unfazed by the news and led listening to the wind and playing in the rain to the leveling area. On the way, he opened one of the more intriguing posts to read. A CEO of a listed company, a super rich and handsome man? Zhou Ming couldn't help but admire the keen insight of the poster, who had nearly guessed the truth. However, he was not particularly fond of the post's content. Ladies, according to my close friend, Zhou World is a super rich and handsome man in reality, but unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend. It is said that his girlfriend is 36 years old, quite ordinary like me, yet Zhou World does not seem to mind. Now, he lives in a villa and drives a Mercedes. I envy him so much. Had I known, I would have waited a bit longer. How to say it? The content of the post was overly complex, making it difficult to comment on immediately. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Luminous Mine. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the leveling point. Before them lay a majestic vista of undulating, jagged mountains, with mine shafts carved into the terrain like tiered rice paddies. At this moment, the mine was adorned with numerous crystal-like minerals embedded in various corners, emanating a sparkling light, awaiting those who would come to claim them. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling presence. It was evident that this was not a safe haven. Zhou Ming surveyed the surroundings and observed the sinuous movements of long, dark centipedes, aimlessly writhing about. Their exoskeletons appeared exceedingly tough, and the multitude of long legs was utterly spine-chilling. Mine centipede, type, common creature level, 50 health, 12, 000 attack, 1, 200 to 1, 250 defense, 600 to 680 skills, venomous bite, undying, basic resilience, description, the most prevalent organism within the luminescent mine, possessing formidable lethality. This explains why few dare to venture here for mining. Shogu, the stats of these mine centipedes are entirely shrouded in mystery. I fear I cannot engage. The cautious Tianfeng Shiyu, only at level 15, displayed a palpable trepidation, worried about provoking the wrath of a venomous centipede and facing immediate demise. Leave it to me. Zhou Ming reassured him, gesturing for him to relax. Then, as if struck by a thought, he remarked, by the way, your talent seems quite impressive. With that, he opened the talent leaderboard, revealing Tianfeng Shiyu's remarkable presence among the top 10. 6th, Tianfeng Shiyu, S-Class talent, Shadow of the Extreme. Undeniably, His talent stood out even among the many S-class talents. Pure luck. Merely luck. When the topic of talent arose, Tianfeng Shiyu's spirits lifted, excitement evident in his expression. I only cleared the 5th level, and initially thought I had no chance of acquiring a high-level talent, yet I ended up with an extraordinary one. Oh? Zhou Ming inquired. Intrigued, what is the effect of shadow of the extreme? Top secret. Tianfeng Shiyu replied mysteriously, all I can say is, it's incredibly powerful. Zhou Ming chuckled. You too indulge in such theatrics? However, I dare say your secret may not remain concealed for long. Ha 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 as he observed the beaming face of Tianfeng Shiyu. Zhou Ming couldn't help but join in the laughter. Summon now? Chapter 39. The Frenzied Monster Farming Ding. The system announces, you have successfully replicated the talent, Wind Listener, into the talent Shadow of the Extreme, and upgraded its rank by 1. Ding. The system announces, your talent has transformed into Godspeed, SS rank. Godspeed, SS rank talent movement speed increased by 100, attack speed increased by 50. This enhancement is remarkably potent. Step back a bit, so you won't be instantly eliminated by the mining area centipede. Zhou Ming advised. Alright. Wind Listener hastily retreated to a safe zone. Zhou Gu, please be cautious. These centipedes are densely packed, and getting surrounded would be troublesome. With my speed, they cannot catch up to me. Zhou Ming shook his head, moving like the wind as he charged toward a mining area centipede. What? Wind Listener was taken aback. Zhou Ming's movement speed was astonishingly faster than his own. Was it possible that his SSS rank talent was also related to speed? Swoosh. Zhou Ming's strikes were fierce, with the Black Wind Sword granting a 20 attack speed bonus and the Godspeed talent adding an additional 50. His attack frequency was exceedingly swift. Minus 320. Minus 638. Critical damage. Minus 324. Hiss. Under continuous assault, the mining centipede would not remain passive, immediately opening its mandibles to launch a venomous bite. Miss. Zhou Ming effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his movements unceasing as he swiftly harvested its life. One must admit, a 100 increase in movement speed provides an immense advantage in the early stages of the game. Not only does it significantly enhance the likelihood of evading enemy attacks, but it also drastically reduces the time spent traversing the map in search of monsters. Thanks to the benefits conferred by Godspeed, Zhou Ming only suffered a single hit from the mining centipede before easily dispatching it. Ding. The system announces, congratulations on killing the venomous centipede. You have gained 41 experience. Having slain a monster 19 levels above, the experience gained is substantial. Merely 5 ordinary monsters need to be defeated to level up. Swish. Meanwhile, Wind Listener was enveloped in golden light. Even though he had dealt no damage, being in a party meant he would still receive 5 to 10 of the experience. Is there such a method of farming? Wind Listener was flabbergasted. If health loss were limited to this, Zhou Ming could even forego the time spent resting and consuming potions. Ding. The system announces, the mining centipede has used the skill Death but Not Dead, dealing 200 damage to enemy units within a 5x5 radius 2 seconds after death. Suddenly, the fallen centipede began to convulse, its body swelling, and its dark shell transforming into a vivid red, clearly on the verge of exploding. Zhou Ming remained unfazed, his form agile as he quickly distanced himself from the monster's self-destruct range. Miss. With such efficiency in monster farming, by noon I should be able to catch up with the mainstream players' levels. Wind Listener exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Ming frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. This farming is simply too slow. Is it? Wind Listener replied, perplexed. Fixating on the cluster of centipedes in the distance, Zhou Ming activated the Armor of Fire, summoning a vivid crimson armor apparition that enveloped him. He then made a fist gesture, causing the fire elements to surge. In the next moment, the Sword of Radiance materialized, crashing into the horde of creatures and sending shockwaves through their bodies, even forcing some to stagger back. Damage numbers erupted, minus 2,662, minus 426, minus 412, minus 433. A torrent of damage figures appeared as Zhou Ming unleashed a fireball spell, simultaneously consuming potions and charging into the fray. Although engaging a group diminished his chances of evading damage, it significantly accelerated the pace of his monster slaying. He paid no heed to the health of the venomous centipedes, focusing instead on maintaining his health above 50. After 20 seconds, the Sword of Radiance activated once more. In a mere 5 minutes, 6 venomous centipedes fell. With a flourish, golden light scattered around. In that instant, both Zhou Ming and Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain leveled up, the latter now tantalizingly close to reaching level 17. Let us proceed to the next respawn point, Zhou Ming declared, picking up a total of 10 silver coins that had dropped on the ground. Okay. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain hastily fell into step behind him. Subsequently, Zhou Ming methodically continued to slay monsters. With each venomous centipede he defeated, his experience bar visibly surged. By midday, after 4 hours of relentless effort, Zhou Ming attained level 35, a staggering achievement of leveling up once every hour. This remarkable feat was undoubtedly augmented by his talent bonuses, enhancing his grinding efficiency. Furthermore, he had acquired 2 pieces of equipment, both silver-tier items that required level 40 to equip. That should suffice. Zhou Ming turned to Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain. What is your rank now? 9th. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain glanced at the level leaderboard, his emotions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Not long ago, he had been languishing far beyond the top ranks. Yet, in a mere morning, he had surged to 9th place in the Eastern District's leaderboard. It was one thing to rise through the ranks, but he had done so while merely coasting along, feeling undeserving of such an accolade, which gnawed at him. This is exhilarating. Should we call it a day? Zhou Ming inquired. Honestly, we should have stopped long ago. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. But the joy of coasting along is simply too intoxicating, making it hard for me to pull away. Ding. System notification. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain has exited the team. Very well. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain waved his hand. Thank you for the assistance. I will take my leave for now. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. How fortuitous, Zhou Ming suddenly remarked. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain paused in his tracks. What is it? My dear brother, I truly have a matter that requires your assistance. Zhou Ming smiled, placing a hand on Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain's shoulder. Since you've offered your help, it would be remiss of me to keep anything hidden from you. Wouldn't you agree? Gulp. Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain swallowed nervously, his heart racing. What do you need? Unbeknownst to him, this dialogue evoked a sense of déjà vu. Rest assured, the task is not overly difficult, Zhou Ming stated with a serious demeanor. I kindly request your assistance in locating a golden level boss, albeit with a slightly elevated criterion. It must be of the fire element. Theoretically speaking, at present, his equipment and level were insufficient to confront a golden level boss. Yet the situation would differ if the boss possessed fire element skills. Ah, I see. Listening to the Wind, with a sudden clarity, grasped Zhou Ming's intentions. He aimed to maximize his inherent advantages to secure the first kill of a golden level boss. All right. Listening to the Wind suppressed his playful demeanor. Given that this is a task assigned by Brother Zhou, I must exert my utmost effort. He fully understood the significance of claiming the first kill. This honor, bestowed upon the second player to conquer a golden level boss, was unparalleled. As he watched Listening to the Wind depart, Zhou Ming resolved to continue grinding alone for a while longer. Your idea is commendable, Qianing praised. Utilizing all permissible means within the rules to seek greater rewards is an essential trait of the strong, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. Knowing full well that the second stage of the trial of 7 sins is imminent, how could I remain unprepared? The sin of jealousy will undoubtedly activate within 48 hours. He was eager to bolster his own trump cards. Furthermore, the immunity to fire element damage was an immense advantage. To remain inactive would be nothing short of laughable. By the way, suddenly, Zhou Ming recalled something and retrieved the divine demon pearl from his satchel. Within it, a miniature version of Qianing could be seen meditating. Exquisitely carved and undeniably adorable. Speaking of which, Qianing was a top-tier powerhouse, having conquered the 6th stage of the talent trial. Thus, her talent could be deemed at least of SS rank. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 40. The celestial spirit beast. Intrigued by Qianing's extraordinary talent, Zhou Ming endeavored to activate Junlin. Ding. The system prompted. Please be advised, this talent is exceptionally unique, exclusively for females, and cannot be replicated. Zhou Ming. Exclusively for females? This is a first. As if sensing Zhou Ming's actions, Qianying couldn't help but chuckle. My talent is not as remarkable as you might think. You wouldn't desire it. Although she was unaware of the talent Zhou Ming had chosen during the trial, his sudden surge in attack and movement speed, coupled with his conversation with friends, allowed her to vaguely surmise the nature of his ability. Undoubtedly, the talent for traversing the world was immensely powerful and, moreover, limitless in strength. Well, that said, Zhou Ming's curiosity regarding Qianying's talent only intensified. It is worth noting that all talents are intricately aligned with their bearers, and there is no such thing as a redundant ability, a sentiment that originated from Qianying herself. Suddenly, Qianying, with a tone of astonishment, exited the divine demon pearl and appeared beside Zhou Ming. I never expected it to manifest here. Who? Zhou Ming inquired. Qianying raised her slender finger, akin to a green onion, pressed against her cherry lips, signaling silence, while simultaneously concealing his presence. Zhou Ming immediately held his breath, his heart racing. Could it be that yet another divine being had come seeking trouble? Chirp. Soon, a melodious and clear bird's call resonated. Zhou Ming's heart tightened, and as he followed the direction of the sound, his gaze fell upon an elegant and graceful swallow. Its feathers gleamed a deep, lustrous black, its petite form and light wings captivating. At that moment, the swallow perched silently upon a mineral, its head swaying from side to side as if searching for something. Swish. As Zhou Ming, concealed in the shadows, attempted to discern the origin of the swallow, he noticed the mineral beneath it radiating a vibrant crimson glow, transforming in shape. At this juncture, Qianying transmitted telepathically, "This is the unique Xian bird of the Destiny continent." As she spoke, she relayed the information she had gathered to Zhou Ming. Heavenly spirit beast, Xian bird, divine boss, level 1 health, 100 attack, 1 defense, 1 skills, immortality, fortune divination, misfortune divination, super lucky star. Description: a mysterious avian that soars freely across the Destiny continent. You might encounter it anywhere, but it will not linger for long. Goodness, it is actually a divine boss. And moreover, a level 1 divine boss. Zhou Ming's heart raced with excitement. Compelled by an unexplainable impulse, he opened his bag to glance at the A-grade rare item, the pet capture stone, obtained from Mo Yun. At that moment, the pet leaderboard was dominated by summoners, for pets had yet to be unlocked for other professions, leaving him uncertain if he could capture it. Stop thinking about it. Qianying seemed to anticipate his intentions, adding, although the Xian bird appears to be level 1, it possesses unimaginable special powers, making it exceedingly difficult for even divine beings to contend with. Indeed, it is not so simple, Zhou Ming thought, unfazed by the revelation. Indeed, he yearned for a divine companion, yet acquiring such a creature in the early stages of the game seemed rather impractical. Nonetheless, the mere chance of encountering one was undeniably a stroke of fortune. Qianying elucidated that it would perform a divination for all beings it encountered, be it good fortune or misfortune. Whether one chose to partake in this was entirely up to them, but it was imperative not to harbor any hostility towards it, lest one be plagued by incessant bad luck. His gesture for Zhou Ming to remain silent was intended to clarify the situation first, avoiding any behavior that might irk the Xian bird. How intriguing! Zhou Ming felt a surge of astonishment. After succinctly relaying the pertinent information regarding the Xian bird, Qianying lifted the concealment of their presence. Chirp. The Xian bird, possessing keen senses, immediately emitted a call, becoming aware of the 2 figures in the distance. We mean no harm. Qianying approached confidently, her tone gentle. Indeed, we are virtuous beings, truly benevolent. Zhou Ming added, his expression earnest, seemingly convinced by their demeanor. The Xian bird nodded, puffing out its chest with pride and spreading its wings, inviting them to come closer in an air of haughty grace. Zhou Ming found this behavior unremarkable. A supreme boss could not be devoid of intelligence, and it was only natural for it to be imbued with spirit. Upon reaching the Xian bird, he noticed the peculiar stone it was perched upon, which exhibited subtle changes, its structure distinctly different from the surrounding stones, seemingly enhanced by the Xian bird's presence. Blinking, the Xian bird scrutinized the 2 before it, its gaze flitting back and forth between them. We seek your blessing. Qianying spoke first, articulating their intent. With a rustle, upon hearing this, the Xian bird hesitated for a moment before unfurling its wings, and alighting upon Qian Ying's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against her fair cheek, emanating an enchanting, multicolored glow. Moments later, Qian Ying's previously pallid complexion began to regain its vitality, her silver hair billowing, and she radiated with renewed vigor, her aura ascending steadily. Ding! System notification. Celestial spirit beast Qian Bird has used the skill, fortune divination. The injuries of the divine queen Qian Ying have been healed, and she has received a random enhancement effect. For the next 7 days, all attributes increase by 10. What would have required several days for recovery had been resolved instantaneously. Qian Ying expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Qian Bird. The Qian Bird returned to its original perch, displaying a demeanor of friendliness. I too wish for your blessing. Zhou Ming interjected from the side. Upon hearing this, the Qian Bird turned its gaze toward Zhou Ming, scrutinizing him for an extended period, its eyes filled with uncertainty. After a considerable pause, it spread its wings once more, emitting a dark, eerie glow. Wait, this is not the fortune divination. Qian Ying's delicate visage shifted in concern. Zhou Ming, not the fortune divination? Then that could only mean. As if to affirm Zhou Ming's apprehension, a grim notification soon echoed in his ears. Ding. The system prompts, the celestial beast, the Qian Bird, has employed the skill Doomsday Divination. Your luck has plummeted to -99, lasting for 3 days, and you have acquired a random debuff. Your speaking speed is reduced by 50, enduring for 2 hours. Are you truly a foolish bird? The smile on Zhou Ming's face vanished, his speech becoming sluggish and laced with sarcasm. Bestowing fortune upon Qian Ying, yet cursing him with misfortune? What does this mean? The Qian Bird, seemingly amused, chirped incessantly, flapping its wings in what appeared to be uncontrollable laughter. Damn it! I can't endure this any longer. Zhou Ming retrieved a pet capture stone from his bag. Observing this, the Qian Bird remained motionless, undaunted, with luck diminished by 99 points. You possess no chance of capture, Qian Ying hastily warned. Instantly, Zhou Ming regained his composure, gazing at the menacing Qian Bird with narrowed eyes, a glint of danger flickering within. He was not one to swallow his pride, having suffered a setback at the hands of this creature. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. How could he turn the tables? Zhou Ming's mind raced, devising a strategy. Suddenly, enlightenment struck. He realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Being a divine beast, how could it lack innate abilities, especially one as extraordinary as this? Fixating on the carefree Qian Bird, Zhou Ming donned a benevolent smile. I enjoy playing with you. Jun Lin, reactivated. Chapter 41, The Goddess of Fortune Reigns. As an SSS-level talent, its defining characteristic is the unconditional replication of others' abilities. The emphasis lies in the term unconditional. This signifies that regardless of whether the ability in question is exclusive, it can be replicated. The reason for Qian Ying's failure in replication was purely accidental, significantly influenced by matters of gender. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the talent, Rain, successfully replicating the exclusive talent of the celestial beast, Qian Bird, known as Fortune Smiles, and elevated its tier by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has transformed into Goddess of Fortune, SSS level. Goddess of Fortune, active. SSS level. You are bestowed with the favor of the Goddess of Fortune, enhancing the success rate of your next probabilistic action by 10,000 times. Cooldown, 30 days. Zhou Ming. It has emerged. The wondrous effect of yet another SSS level talent. Merely skimming through the contents of the Goddess of Fortune, Zhou Ming realized that this was an extraordinary skill capable of turning the tide at crucial moments. If previously his chances of capturing the Qian Bird were nearly 0, now they would soar to unimaginable heights. Chirp. The Qian Bird remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, still playfully bobbing its head at Zhou Ming, exhibiting an attitude of unwavering companionship. You, force me. Zhou Ming spoke slowly, retrieving a pet capture stone from his satchel and tossing it towards the Qian Bird. Bang! The pet capture stone landed on the ore, emanating a brilliant red glow that surged toward the Qian Bird. Before the item could manifest its effects, Zhou Ming activated his talent. Ding. System notification. You have employed the talent, Goddess of Fortune, enhancing the success rate of your next probabilistic action by 10,000 times. Boom. An invisible force seemed to empower the pet capture stone, its red light transforming into a radiant spectrum, swiftly enveloping the Xian bird. The creature attempted to break free, only to find itself ensnared by the multicolored brilliance. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have triggered the special colored light capture effect of the pet capture stone, further increasing the success probability by 50. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have struck the capture target's weakness, thereby augmenting the capture probability by an additional 20. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. The Xian bird's expression shifted from one of pride to shock, panic replacing its earlier demeanor as it flapped its wings frantically in the air, desperately resisting the power of the pet capture stone. How peculiar. The capture stone thrown by this individual possessed such formidable strength. Beside them, Xianying's delicate face reflected a hint of astonishment, witnessing the Xian bird's attempts to flee. She hastily conjured a pure white barrier to impede its escape. Ding! System notification. The celestial beast, Xian bird, has activated its talent, Fortune Smiles, exponentially increasing its resistance to capture by 1,000 times. In that moment, the two forces engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Kneel before me. Zhou Ming's hope remained unwavering despite the challenges before him. He was acutely aware that the Xian bird was also utilizing its innate talents, yet he remained undeterred. What did it matter if fate smiled upon you? The goddess of fortune was firmly on my side. It is worth noting that the pet capture stone significantly increases the probability of capturing pets of the celestial spirit level and above by 10, coupled with a myriad-fold enhancement, ensuring a near-certain capture. The only source of his unease stemmed from his abysmally low luck value, a staggering -95, rendering him almost perpetually unfortunate, to the extent that even drinking water could lead to misfortune. The two forces continued to engage in a fierce tug-of-war, embroiled in a stalemate. The Xian bird, after all, was a divine-level boss with a unique status, making genuine capture exceedingly difficult. Damn it! Would it, or would it not succeed? Zhou Ming's heart was in turmoil as he anxiously awaited the outcome. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the task. Gambling, difficulty, S level. You have received a reward, a level rare item, pet capture stone. The reward from his wager with the demon god Song Xian had arrived. Another one. Zhou Ming inwardly celebrated his good fortune and contemplated using both pet capture stones in tandem. However, recalling the rarity of the A-level item, he hesitated, deciding it prudent to wait until the goddess of fortune's talent had cooled down before attempting to capture additional pets. This talent, he mused, was truly remarkable. To squander it on a single use would surely invoke divine wrath. With this in mind, he retrieved the pet capture stone, cradling it in his hand, and launched into a verbal offensive. I this still have the Xian bird's eyes widened, its composure shaken. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Zhou Ming's speech returned to its previous pace, and in a moment of folly, he accidentally pulled out the demon god pearl from his bag, only to hastily stow it away. Apologies, I grabbed the wrong item. The Xian bird was taken aback. Just how many treasures does this fellow possess? Zhou Ming activated his prowess, further diminishing the already negligible attributes of the Xian bird. As the vibrant colors of the aura dimmed, his impatience grew palpable. In a low voice, he commanded, Shadow, heed my call. At this juncture, surrender was not an option. He would not relent until he shattered the Xian bird's resolve. Xianying stood ready for orders. Momentarily taken aback, Xianying promptly knelt, exuding utmost reverence. My lord, what are your commands? Zhou Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy. Relay this order. Should I fail to capture the Xian bird, let all divine-level warriors be summoned. I shall ensure this bird knows no peace. Yes. Xianying acknowledged the command. The Xian bird was horrified. Its premonitions had proven correct. It would undoubtedly bring untold calamity and misfortune to the divine destiny continent. Xian bird, I advise you to tread carefully and refrain from clever tricks. Zhou Ming stated coolly, assuring it that should it submit, bountiful rewards would follow. With a mournful cry, the Xian bird, already on the brink of collapse, succumbed, ultimately being drawn into the pet capture stone. Meanwhile, like a melodious chime, a notification resonated in his ears. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully captured the divine pet, spirit beast of heaven and earth, Xian Bird. As the first adventurer in the entire server to capture a divine pet, you are awarded 50 free attribute points and 5 luck. With uncontainable joy, Zhou Ming, who had been striving to maintain an air of profundity, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Qianing, you performed splendidly. The might of the SSS level talent is truly formidable." This moment had undoubtedly brought him a bountiful reward. Xian Bird, perform? Are you implying that I am performing? I merely cooperated. The ingenuity to conceive such a scenario lies with you. Qianing rose, a gentle smile gracing her lips. And in that fleeting moment, her charm eclipsed the beauty of all surroundings. Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Such a heartfelt smile from Qianing was a rare sight. Realizing she had not maintained her composure, she quickly concealed her smile and retreated into the divine demon pearl. Communicating telepathically, this Xian Bird will facilitate a smoother path for your future. Do not allow the relationship to become too rigid. Understood. Zhou Ming acknowledged, grasping her meaning. To put it plainly, he had rather forcefully acquired the Xian Bird, lacking the process of persuasion, which could lead to disobedience and a need for loyalty enhancement. Filled with boundless anticipation and joy, Zhou Ming attempted to summon the Xian Bird. Come forth, divine pet. Chapter 42, Ominous Sign Sting. The system notification, your pet, heaven and earth spirit beast, Xian Niao, has rejected your summons. Zhou Ming, it can refuse? This must be a unique privilege of a divine pet endowed with sentience. Nevertheless, even if the current relationship is somewhat strained, it matters not. At least it is indeed captured by me, if I treat it sincerely in the future. It should not descend to a level of loyalty so low that it would consider fleeing. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ming opened the pet panel to check the details. Heaven and earth spirit beast, Xian Niao, a pet that travels the world. Grade, divine level, 1 life, 1 defense, 1 skills, immortality, fortuitous divination, doomsday divination. Super lucky star, description, a mysterious bird that soars freely across the destiny continent. You may encounter it anywhere, yet it will not linger for long. Talent, fortune bestowed, exclusive trait, heaven and earth spirit beast. The owner of this trait cannot gain any experience. As compensation, they may ignore all conditions to learn enhancement or debilitation skills. Immortality, passive. Exclusive SSS grade. The Xian Niao will randomly resurrect in an absolutely safe area 20 minutes after death, and the Slayer's luck will be reduced by 99. Overall attributes will decrease by 10, and elemental resistances will drop by 20, lasting for 7 days. Super Lucky Star, passive. Exclusive SSS grade. The grade of items the owner has touched will increase by 1. Note, ineffective above divine grade, maximum once per day. As the pet's master, Zhou Ming could naturally see aspects of the panel that could not be detected otherwise. Holy moly! Zhou Ming was left speechless. While he found the exclusive talents and traits in line with his expectations for a divine pet, the revelation of the Super Lucky Star had completely shattered his control over language and expression. The grade of items he touches increases by 1. This foolish bird. How incredible! After a prolonged period of silly grinning, Zhou Ming finally regained his composure. He then cast his gaze toward the rock where the Xian Niao had previously perched. Golden source stone, silver grade, ore. Originally, the ores in this area were of bronze grade, with only a slim chance of striking silver. However, due to the Xian Niao's brief presence, the grade of the ore had been elevated. Now, I certainly possess the means to capitalize on the sin of jealousy. Zhou Ming's spirits soared as he grasped the black wind sword, ready to continue troubling the centipedes in the mining area. Around 5 in the afternoon, his level reached 38, placing him far ahead of all other players on the leaderboard. 1. Traveling the world, class, Lord of Flames, level 38-2. Govern without action, class, Eternal Guardian, level 29-3. Those who submit shall perish, class, Dragon Soul Mage, level 28-4. Overlord, class, Swordsman, level 28-5. Dying Beneath the Peony, class, Bloodthirsty Assassin, level 27-6. Leader of the Beggars, class, Star Summoner, level 27-7. Falling from the Sky, class, Swordsman, level 27. The players trailing behind were closely pursuing him, with only a single level separating them. and in some cases, even less than that. Yet he had established a lead of a full 9 levels over the second place. And rather than being caught up due to the increased experience required at higher levels, the gap only widened. Suddenly, as Zhou Ming was preparing to log off for dinner, the ground trembled slightly. Sensing something amiss, he raised his head to gaze into the distance, where a dark pillar of light surged skyward, piercing the heavens and stirring the winds, dimming even the azure sky. What is this? Zhou Ming pondered with uncertainty. Within 3 days, the dark faction's demon lords would return. Qianing spoke with utmost seriousness, proclaiming that war would engulf the entire Destiny continent. Zhou Ming remained speechless. In layman's terms, Qian Ying's meaning was that the time for peaceful development had passed, and dark turmoil was imminent. This was, of course, to be expected. No game would permit players to remain idle indefinitely. The Demon Lord's descent was merely 3 days away. Zhou Ming found himself in a particularly precarious position. This situation coincided perfectly with the trial of the 7 deadly sins, specifically the sin of jealousy, thereby inadvertently increasing the difficulty of his strategy. Furthermore, the deities of the light faction were restricted from intervening due to their wagers, while the dark faction's demons faced no such limitations. Not long ago, he had offended all those demon lords, and the rift between them remained irreparable. Should they all arrive, his chances of survival would be non-existent. Ultimately, as an adventurer, he was inherently aligned with the light faction. Qianing reassured him that as long as he remained within the town, the demons could only attempt to besiege it. And such sieges had a limit to the combat capacity that could be accommodated, thus alleviating some of his concerns. A limit to combat capacity? The level 3 town was too small to simultaneously withstand the combined assault of multiple demon lords. Qian impatiently explained that the demons would have to face pressure from multiple fronts. Securing a first victory was crucial, necessitating the acquisition of sufficient territory to accommodate their subordinates. They could not afford to focus all their attention solely on him. Zhou Ming suddenly understood. According to Qianing, with the demon's arrival, all regions must remain vigilant, and the eastern region was merely one of the areas under threat. It made sense. Major events in the game would undoubtedly involve the entire server. Even if he possessed extraordinary treasures, the demons would not solely fixate on him, as such a perspective would be too narrow. Overthinking was futile. It was best to eat first. Setting aside distractions, Zhou Ming logged out of the game. Meanwhile, within a quaint bamboo grove, a dignified man sat gracefully in the room, surrounded by a luminous aura reminiscent of the stars, which he absorbed entirely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a powerful wave of energy erupted around him, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to the rare hidden profession, Guardian of the Stars, and have received rewards. Ding! System notification, you have comprehended the exclusive skills of the Guardian of the Stars. At last, the transition was successful. As the leader of the Beggars sect, Zhang Liwei was invigorated, thoroughly pleased with the 4-star growth in all 4 fundamental attributes of the Guardian of the Stars. It is worth noting that an ordinary swordsman typically achieves a balanced development of merely 3 stars across the board. Congratulations! Mo Yun appeared beside him, offering his felicitations. Master, the Beggars sect leader promptly bowed in respect. There's no need for formality, Mo Yun replied. From here on, you must strive diligently to assist me in defeating Wandering the World and seize the divine demon pearl. His decision to take the Beggars sect leader as a disciple stemmed not merely from a desire to nurture talent, but rather from the necessity of enlisting adventurers to secure the protection of the divine Ember Queen. Wandering the World. Upon hearing this game ID, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Beggars sect leader's face. Master, he possesses an SSS-level talent. Even with your assistance, I may not be able to defeat him. Fear not. Mo Yun's smile was chilling. Your talent is equally formidable. As long as you deploy it at the opportune moment, victory shall be assured. Are you suggesting 3 days hence, during the Demon God Siege, will be your prime opportunity to vanquish Wandering the World? As he spoke, Mo Yun produced a green stone from his bosom. To ensure absolute success, I need you to perform a task for me. Upon completion, I shall bestow upon you a treasure. Seeing the stone's potential, the Beggars sect leader was filled with a mix of joy and gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Later that night, Zhou Ming diligently continued to hunt centipedes in the mining area, determined to elevate his strength to a new level before the impending siege. Ding. System notification. Your pet, Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast Xian Yao, has declined your summon. Throughout this time, he attempted to summon Xian Yao for assistance, yet was met with failure, as if the creature had succumbed to a state of despondency after being captured. In the early hours, as Zhou Ming reached level 39 and fatigue began to envelop him, he encountered his second trial. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. Your trial of the 7 deadly sins, Sin of Envy, has been automatically activated. Here it comes. Zhou Ming felt a surge of adrenaline, promptly opening his skill panel. The trial's content that appeared before him was something he had never anticipated. It was, in fact, Chapter 43, a surge of interest within the mining district. The terrain was rugged and strewn with jagged stones, inhabited by wild creatures of exceptional experience. However, this forbidden zone, which no adventurer dared to approach, had long been thoroughly explored. At this moment, Zhou Ming gazed at the unlocked 7 deadly sins trial. His face a portrait of astonishment. It was unexpectedly related to gold coins. He had assumed that each level of the trial would require him to vanquish a particular foe. Yet the scope was far broader than he had envisioned. Trial of Envy requirements. Acquire 1 million gold coins through personal effort. Trial duration, 5 days. Reward. Penalty for failure, level -20, all attributes -500. The trial's requirements seemed straightforward, yet the actual difficulty was terrifying. Zhou Ming opened his inventory and glanced at his total wealth, a mere 18 gold coins. This meant he still needed 982 gold coins to reach the coveted million. He then accessed the recharge system, which clearly indicated the exchange rate, silver coins at a rate of 110.62. Clearly, the currency of destiny was far more elusive than anticipated, and at the game's onset, he was nowhere near the level of slaying monsters for gold coins. Only as players gradually increased their levels would prices begin to drop. The 18 coins he possessed were earned through defeating high-level wild creatures and even slaying a level 60 silver tier boss. 1 million gold coins. Zhou Ming pondered. Momentarily stunned. Am I expected to earn it in 10 smaller goals? To be frank, he couldn't ascertain whether the term personal effort permitted the use of real money. If not, relying solely on in-game skills, unless he faced and defeated a divine-level boss directly, acquiring such a vast amount of gold would indeed be daunting. Is it exceedingly difficult? Qianing inquired. Indeed. Zhou Ming recounted the trial's details, seeking collective wisdom. This, Qianing was left speechless. With your current strength, you cannot hope to slay a treasure-laden monster. Thus, I must find an alternative path, Zhou Ming mused deeply. Gathering 1 million gold coins through personal prowess within 5 days was an arduous task. He understood that successfully navigating the trial of envy would not only yield substantial rewards, but also grant him exclusive skills from the Flame Demon Lord. Yet, the conventional route seemed nearly impossible to achieve. There is no need for excessive haste. We have 5 days to devise a strategy, Qianing reassured him. Her tone trailing off slightly, Zhou Ming inquired, even what? Even when faced with dire circumstances, to forcibly complete the 7 deadly sins trial. You still have an avenue of retreat, Qianing hinted without elaboration. Zhou Ming shook his head. I do not desire such an outcome. He understood her implication. A mere 1 million gold coins. Surely, a divine pet would suffice. However, selling the Xian bird would incur substantial losses. And even the worth of the 7 deadly sins trial might not compensate for that. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Zhou Ming stifled a yawn, fatigue overwhelming him. It was getting late. He needed to sleep and would continue the conversation in his dreams. Unable to find a solution at the moment, he opted to log off and rest. To be fair, the sin of jealousy had orchestrated this trial for him. And it certainly wasn't without a glimmer of possibility. The crux lay in determining which direction to explore. The following day, at 8 o'clock, with a swift motion, Zhou Ming devoured 12 pan-fried buns and a cup of soy milk before logging back online. Upon entering the game, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, a man clad in black, with a rugged visage, bearing a broadsword on his back. Exuding an imposing presence, Abyssal Sword Demon, Songxian, God-level boss. Here he comes again. Can he truly discern my offline position? Zhou Ming's previously relaxed demeanor evaporated. replaced by a sense of seriousness and caution. As a demon god, your repeated visits are indeed surprising for a junior like me. I recall a saying from the eastern region: those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Song Xian got straight to the point, his tone grave. As you journey through the world, I personally hold great expectations for your potential, but it is vital to possess self-awareness. What does this mean? It was an ultimatum. Song Xian fixed his sharp gaze on the young man, his voice icy. Fail to surrender the divine demon pearl, and on the day darkness descends, you will meet a dreadful demise. Oh, Zhou Ming couldn't help but frown. Do you possess such confidence that you can surely bring about my end? He found this somewhat unexpected. The demon god had returned with the intent to take serious action against him. The two factions were irreconcilable, harboring deep-seated hatred and barriers. Song Xian's tone was laden with meaning, but you alone are the common target of both sides. Now, do you grasp your predicament? Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before responding. If you believe I am without escape, you have indeed piqued my interest. Song Xian was perplexed. Speak plainly. This was utterly baffling. He was clearly exerting pressure to prevent the divine demon pearl from falling into the hands of the light faction. Yet Zhou Ming had the audacity to claim he was intrigued. On the day darkness descends, shall we wager on the outcome? Zhou Ming smiled cheerfully, declaring, I wager that I will not perish. Ding. System prompt. Would you like to issue the task, wager, to Zhou Ming? Song Xian. Xianing. The reason I lost to you last time was purely because I left you a sliver of hope. Song Xian's expression darkened as he cursed. If I wager again with you, I would be a fool. If winning once could be chalked up to luck, then winning twice or thrice could not merely be attributed to chance. He was not foolish. He could see through Zhou Ming's cunning nature, knowing he was not to be underestimated. What if I said that should you win, you would receive the divine demon pearl? Zhou Ming hinted. Song Xian's spirits lifted. Wager on what? If I survive, you shall grant me 100,000 gold coins. Zhou Ming discreetly revealed his intentions. If I perish, the divine demon pearl will be yours. Qian Ying, who had been listening attentively and remaining vigilant, instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that Zhou was endeavoring to procure 1,000,000 gold coins from the dark faction. 1,000,000 gold coins. Song Xian scoffed. You little rascal. Why not just seize it? Do you dare to gamble? I lack such wealth. And the other demon gods? I am the second demon god. Yet I do not possess such funds. I doubt the others can muster any either. Perhaps we could pool our resources? Let us alter the terms. Song Xian retorted with irritation. The fertile lands and resources currently belong to the light faction. We certainly do not have that much money. Having the 10 demon gods collectively gamble against adventurers would only provoke laughter. How about wagering a divine artifact? Zhou Ming proposed as a compromise. Song Xian scrutinized him deeply. It is evident that you are quite confident. However, I can only offer one item. What is it? A rather fine cloak. With that, Song Xian retrieved a pitch-black cloak from his satchel, which radiated mystery and elegance under the sunlight. Zhou Ming employed a reconnaissance spell to inspect its details. Dark Night Cloak. Golden level. Defense. 50 health. 1,000 traits. Defense 10. Health 30 special trait. Mastery. Level requirement -10 effect. Swift steps. Movement speed 20 required level. 60 description. A cloak once utilized by the Abyssal Sword Demon, Song Xian, possessing commendable attributes. I am aware that with the assistance of the Queen of Divine Ashes, golden level equipment in your possession will certainly be enhanced, Song Xian remarked nonchalantly. However, I do not wish to use it. I wager on the divine demon pearl you hold. What do you desire? Zhou Ming inquired, perplexed. There exists a sword saint within the light faction. Song Xian's gaze was intense. I wish to contest him, and your task is to assist me in locating his whereabouts. Ding. System notification. Do you accept the hidden side quest, Find the Sword Saint? Difficulty? A. Qianing. Is there a trickery involved? Zhou Ming hesitated to accept. There should not be, Qianing explained. In fact, before joining the dark faction, Song Xian was the previous sword saint of the light faction. Is this a feud between two generations of sword saints? Zhou Ming surmised, understanding that a hidden narrative lurked beneath, and nodded in agreement. I shall accept this task. In the abyss, within a castle teeming with demonic creatures, Song Xian's true form slowly opened his eyes. In truth, the abyss had yet to lift the seals imposed by the former gods, preventing him from moving freely in the Destiny continent. What news? Upon his awakening, the other demon gods immediately inquired, is Zhou Ming willing to surrender the divine demon pearl? Song Xian shook his head. He is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Were it not for the fear of the divine demon pearl falling into the hands of the light faction, rendering our efforts futile, would we need to persuade him repeatedly? Instantly, the multitude of demon gods erupted in furious indignation. One of the demon gods inquired, "Did you not inform him that the day of darkness would inevitably lead to his demise?" "I did," Song Xian affirmed with a nod. "Yet he remains unfazed?" "It is not that he is entirely unresponsive." Song Xian recalled the earlier encounter, his expression vivid, and sighed. He stated that he has become intrigued. The assembly of demon gods responded with confusion. Chapter 44. Important information ding. The system prompts. You have received a hidden side quest. Find the Sword Saint. Difficulty A. Find the Sword Saint. Difficulty A. Description. The whereabouts of the Sword Saint are unknown. Finding him is no easy feat. Quest requirements. Discover the location of the Sword Saint and inform the Abyssal Sword Demon, Song Xian. Quest reward. Cloak of the Night. Failure penalty. None. Among the tasks Zhou Ming had accepted, this one seemed relatively normal, despite the high status of the involved figures. It appeared that extracting funds from the dark faction was not a viable option, lamented Qianing. The task left for Zhou Ming by Song Xian offered little in terms of reward. The urgent matter at hand was to devise a means to amass wealth. Zhou Ming shook his head and explained, "Actually, Song Xian just provided me with two crucial pieces of information." "What are they?" Qianing inquired, puzzled. "Firstly, the dark faction will undoubtedly make their move against me on the day of arrival. This is openly acknowledged, and they are not concealing their intentions. It is evident they have already devised a strategy. You may not be able to protect me," Zhou Ming stated candidly. The high-ranking officials of both factions were acutely aware that Qianing had always been by his side, ready to assist him when other divine-level beings turned hostile. Given this condition, should they still choose to act, they would certainly have a plan to counter Qianing's intervention. Thus, Zhou Ming would find himself isolated and vulnerable against formidable foes. How many demon gods can Qin Shui Town accommodate in an offensive? Qianing asserted. Having even one would be remarkable. The very notion of a demon god, instead of strategizing to conquer major cities in various regions, targeting a mere Tier 3 town was inherently absurd. Were it not for Zhou Ming possessing the divine demon pearl and her own capability to enhance equipment, such a scenario would be utterly impossible. In this context, dispatching two demon gods was also against the rules. "I used to think the same," Zhou Ming nodded gently. Seeking nearby wild monsters, unwilling to squander the rare opportunity to level up. However, Song Xian's words prompted him to contemplate an alternative solution, collaboration for mutual benefit. Qianing immediately grasped his implication. "You mean, the two factions should join forces to exert pressure?" The two factions were at odds, harboring an irreconcilable enmity. Zhou Ming reiterated Song Xian's words, savoring them, "But only I am the common target for both." In truth, he had considered the possibility of a siege where the light faction would stab him in the back. However, a collaboration would fundamentally alter the nature of the conflict, significantly amplifying the tension. As if to validate Zhou Ming's speculation, shortly after the negotiations between Song Xian, representing the dark faction, had collapsed, the system notification resounded in his ears. Ding. The system prompts, under the relentless development of the light faction, Qin Shui Town has advanced to a Tier 2 city, Qin Shui City. All adventurers and residents affiliated with Qin Shui City receive rewards, 20 increased quest acquisition rate and 10 increased experience, lasting for 3 days. It seemed evident that Song Xian's arrival from the dark faction was an attempt to seize the divine demon pearl before the plan could be executed. Zhou Ming perceived this clearly. Ultimately, the status of a city is not immutable. There is always room for maneuvering. Suppose Qin Shui Town can withstand the assault of only one demon god, while Qianing is capable of defending it. Once it evolves into Qin Shui City, the circumstances will naturally differ. Qianying's tone turned grave. A level 2 city may face the onslaught of at most 3 demon gods. Qianing, how many can you contend with? Unless the top 3 demon gods personally arrive, 2 will not be able to overpower me. And I can barely hold off 3 for a short duration. I understand. Zhou Ming nodded, calculating in his mind. Although the pressure has increased significantly, Qian Ying's combat prowess remains formidable. Suddenly, the void nearby distorted, and an ethereal figure of a woman wielding a bow and arrow materialized. She donned crimson leather armor, possessed elongated ears, and boasted golden hair and azure eyes, her beauty striking yet marred by an ominous expression and a fierce demeanor. Blood Elf Imi, Divine Level Boss. Level? Health? Attack? Defense? Skills? Description: ranked 9th among the 10 demon gods, she was once the queen of the elf race, possessing extraordinary archery skills. Subsequently, she was enticed by the first demon god, seizing the elf race's sacred artifact and aligning herself with the forces of darkness. She did not conceal her identity. Zhou Ming was able to glean some information about her through his reconnaissance spell. Zhou Ming, another demon god makes an entrance? I hear you are quite eager? Imi's eyes glinted with malice as she coldly gazed down at Zhou Ming and retorted, Now, with catastrophe looming, do you still feel eager? The audacity to maintain such an attitude in the face of a demon god's pressure is truly displeasing to her. In her view, the weak should bow down and serve in the presence of greater power, wagging their tails like dogs to earn the mercy of the strong. That is the essence of survival. I am indeed enthusiastic. Zhou Ming replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Such stubbornness will surely lead to your demise. Imi's murderous intent intensified, a cold smile gracing her lips as she declared, Darkness descends, and I shall undoubtedly be among those demon gods assailing Qing Shui City. I wonder how long your enthusiasm will last. We shall see. With that, her figure dissipated. Nonsense. Zhou Ming paid her threats no heed and continued his monster hunting endeavors. 2 hours later, he reached level 40 and promptly retrieved 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment from his spoils. Qianing, please assist me in enhancing these, Zhou Ming requested. Certainly. With the assistance of Qianing, 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing their potency. Golden Source Boots, Luminous Grade, Defense, 60 to 65 Health, 1000 Attributes, Defense 20, Health 20 Special Trait, Movement Speed 20 Effect, Acceleration. Movement Speed 10 Required Prestige, 500 Required Level, 40 Description. Crafted from golden source stones, these boots exhibit remarkable resilience and durability. Golden Source Helmet, Luminous Grade, Defense, 60 to 70 Health, 1000 Attributes, Defense 20, Health 20 Special Trait, Critical Resistance 10 Effect, Basic Fortification. Damage reduction of 20 points. Description: forged from golden source stones, this helmet is impervious to ordinary arrows. At level 40, the luminous grade equipment far surpasses the lower-tier golden gear worn by Zhou Ming in terms of attributes. Upon equipping these items, his defense and health surged dramatically. Subsequently, Zhou Ming decided to abandon this particular map. Ding! Quite coincidentally, a message arrived from his friend list. Ting Feng Shiyu. I've located a fire attribute golden grade boss at Flame Hill. Coordinates 1553, 4565, 4156. Excellent. Zhou Ming promptly replied, hastily making his way there. I'm on my way. Possessing a talent related to speed, Ting Feng Shiyu's efficiency in tasks was commendable. A golden first kill was within reach. By the way, Qianing recalled something and inquired. You mentioned that Song Xian revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. What is the second one? The first vital piece of information indicated that the light and dark factions were colluding to eliminate Zhou Ming. The second piece, however, remained undisclosed. This second revelation was of even greater significance. Chapter 45, The First Kill of Gold. The second piece of information is of utmost importance. As Zhou Ming hastened towards Flame Hill, he communicated with Qianing. Song Xian mentioned that fertile lands and resources are currently in the possession of the Light faction, and they lack sufficient funds. He paused momentarily before adding, in other words, to amass 1,000,000 gold coins, the Dark faction cannot rely on itself. Our only hope lies with the Light faction. The inadvertently revealed information from Song Xian had, to some extent, helped him pinpoint his objective. Are you suggesting we steal from the gods of the Light faction? That seems exceedingly challenging. Zhou Ming shook his head. As I stand now, I am not yet qualified to contend with them. Then what you imply is, secrecy is paramount. Zhou Ming did not deny that he had devised a plan. He elucidated, Merely discussing strategies on paper may not yield the desired outcomes. Before realizing one's goals, grandiose proclamations can lead to failure. Meanwhile, the malevolent energy from the abyss surged relentlessly, and the countless ferocious beasts roared towards the heavens, expressing their pent-up dissatisfaction and rage. The time until the abyss breaks the god seal was drawing near. For them, freedom was imminent. Humph! The ninth demon god, the blood elf Amy, retracted her projection from the Destiny continent, still feeling quite displeased. She did not deny Zhou Ming's potential to traverse the world, yet countless talents had perished prematurely. And how many had truly matured? Indeed, while adventurers could be resurrected, it was a formidable headache. However, it was not without its constraints. Song Xian, how could he possess such inexplicable confidence? A hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes. Could it be that you divulged some crucial information to him, enabling him to discover a means to break the deadlock? You think too much. Song Xian chuckled lightly. In my dealings, I am always meticulous, keeping my lips sealed. For a mere adventurer, to extract useful information from me would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The other demon gods nodded in agreement. Song Xian's past identity assured that he was at odds with the light faction, and betraying the dark faction was an absolute impossibility. Subsequently, countless demon gods, instilling fear in millions, departed to attend to pressing matters. Alone at the pinnacle of the castle, Song Xian gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative, to bet on one's survival. Traversing the world, with two factions challenging you, do you truly possess the confidence to remain unscathed? He could not fathom the intentions of his adversary. The power of the Queen of Divine Ashes was indeed formidable, but it was hardly sufficient to allow him to navigate through this meticulously crafted deadlock unscathed. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. Located in the northwest of Clearwater Town, Flame Hill was desolate, covered in crimson sand, with jagged stones strewn about, rendering the area lifeless and devoid of vegetation. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map, Flame Hill. Zhou Ming arrived at this location in haste, determined to devise a way to secure the first kill of gold. Time was of the essence. Every step he took before the siege must be executed flawlessly to tilt the scales of victory in his favor. You have finally arrived. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain had been waiting for quite some time at the edge of the Flame Hills. Drenched in sweat, this cursed place is truly uninhabitable. Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Ming expressed. No need for such formality, we are beyond that. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain waved his hand. Then, assuming a serious demeanor, warned, be cautious. I have heard that the leader of the Beggar-S sect has been transported from other towns and has gathered many prominent and skilled players. The leader of the Beggar-S sect? Zhou Ming squinted. It seems that many wish to see my demise this time. He had to admit, the strategies in play were remarkably intricate. Driven by mutual interests, the light faction, the dark faction, and the player faction, while pursuing their own goals, managed to maintain a delicate alliance in Clearwater Town, rendering him the target of all. Brother, you must be extremely careful, should you need my assistance. Do not hesitate to reach out, listening to the wind and playing with the rain advised. Certainly. Zhou Ming nodded. Retrieving 2 pieces of equipment he had replaced, consider this a token of gratitude. My goodness, golden grade. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain was taken aback and quickly declined. This is too extravagant. It would fetch several tens of thousands at the auction house. At that moment, golden grade equipment was indeed a rarity. A typical player might not even secure silver grade. Take it. Zhou Ming declared solemnly. I have repeatedly sought your help. If you refuse, I would feel remiss. This. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain hesitated for a moment before conceding. Very well, I shall not be overly formal. The friendship price is 20,000. Ding. System notification. Your bound account has received a transfer of 20,000 yuan. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain acted decisively, swiftly transferring the funds to Zhou Ming's account. The golden grade boss lies not far ahead. I shall lead you there, adorned with his new golden grade equipment. Listening to the wind and playing with the rain was radiant, walking with an air of confidence. Excellent. The duo ventured deeper into the Flame Hills, making every effort to evade the level 50 monsters known as flame giant lizards, soon spotting a giant lizard over 5 meters long. The lizard boasted strong limbs and a thick, powerful tail, its skin a fiery red, exuding a fierce and savage demeanor. Thanks to Qian Ying's assistance, Zhou Ming could scout the attributes of the Flame Giant Lizard King in advance. Flame Giant Lizard King, Golden Grade Boss. Level, 60 Health, 300. 000 Attack, 2000 to 2150 Defense, 1600 to 1700 Skills. Evil Bite, Crimson Fireball, Flame Breath Shockwave. Description: the Lord of the Flame Hills, characterized by a violent temperament, fiercely competitive, and possesses great hostility towards outsiders. The Flame Giant Lizard King was not much higher in level than the giant rock monster. However, its golden grade status had significantly enhanced its attributes, much to Zhou Ming's astonishment. Qianing explained, if your level reaches 50, defeating it will pose no challenge. Zhou Ming understood. Level 50. He realized that at that point, he would meet the criteria for career advancement, commonly referred to as the second job transfer among players. Regrettably, the situation was dire. Before the siege, he had to vanquish the Golden Tier boss. By leveraging the abilities of Qianing, he aimed to acquire equipment surpassing the brilliance of the Flowing Light tier. This would significantly mitigate the troubles caused by other players. It was a matter of endurance. Zhou Ming advanced with the Black Wind Sword, launching a preemptive strike with the Radiant Sword, which inflicted a 0.75-second suppression effect, followed immediately by a rending slash. -1. -600. -600. Defeating a Golden Tier boss solely through personal output was beyond the capabilities of contemporary players. His only chance lay in maximizing his fire element resistance and the rending slash's damage of 0.5 of the boss's health per second, relentlessly chipping away at the foe. Suddenly, the Fire Lizard King, enraged by a surprise attack, opened its massive jaws to bite. Ding! System notification: you have successfully utilized the talent, Sovereign, replicating the talent Wind and Rain Shadow and elevating its rank by 1. Ding! System notification: your talent has transformed into Swift SS rank. Miss. In the next moment, Zhou Ming's speed nearly doubled, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. Bam! However, the attack frequency of the Fire Lizard King was unexpectedly swift. It immediately unleashed a fireball for a second assault. Miss. Another identical symbol appeared, but this time it signified immunity rather than evasion. I shall refrain from joining the fray. Wind and Rain observed from a distance, hesitant to advance. Only Zhou Ming, with his exemption and astonishing speed, could challenge a Golden Tier boss. Any other player would surely be eliminated in 2 swift blows. After consecutive failures, the Fire Lizard King grew increasingly agitated. Its hooves thrashing as it moved with lightning speed, yet it still could not catch up to its swift opponent. As 20 seconds elapsed, Zhou Ming swiftly executed a rending slash. Seizing this opportunity, the giant lizard sank its teeth into the enemy's shoulder. -1050. Zhou Ming remained unfazed, easily breaking free. Equipped with 2 pieces of Flowing Light tier armor, his health exceeded 10,000. Even a Golden Tier boss would struggle to bring him down effortlessly. Time flowed slowly. When the Fire Lizard King's health dropped to 50, it began to unleash a torrent of fire, launching ranged attacks. Ding! System notification: the Fire Lizard King uses the skill Flame Breath, inflicting 100 damage through a sustained flame attack lasting 10 seconds. Miss. 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 Zhou Ming suffered no harm. As the Fire Lizard King's health plummeted to 30, it began to leap, generating shockwaves beneath its feet. This attack does not deal fire element damage. Wind and Rain cautioned. Radiant Sword. Zhou Ming leapt high, summoning the Radiant Sword horizontally. He chose not to attack and instead stood atop it, achieving a brief aerial pause. Wow! Wind and Rain was astounded. Sword. Sword flight? Chapter 46. The flame scroll, the Sword of Radiance, lingered in the air for a full 7 or 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. At that moment, the shockwave attack from the Flame Lizard King had dwindled to almost nothing, allowing Zhou Ming to pass through unscathed. Indeed, there was a semblance of flying with the sword. Zhou Ming inwardly marveled at the remarkable versatility of the Sword of Radiance, an unparalleled technique for both grandeur and lethality. 10. The health of the Flame Lizard King steadily declined, and despite the repeated use of all its skills, it proved futile, causing it to stomp in frustration. At a certain moment, the Flame Lizard King was left with but a sliver of health. Zhou Ming swung his sword down, claiming victory, though his expression was somewhat strained. The first golden kill was achieved with such ease and delight. It was evident to discerning eyes that it was all skill, devoid of mere statistics. Although his fire resistance was maximized, granting him a minuscule advantage against fire element foes, it was still negligible. Boom. As the boss's massive form crumpled, a system notification rang in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Flame Lizard King, Golden Level Boss. You have received the following rewards. Level 2. Prestige 100 Gold 2. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on being the first player in the game to defeat the Golden Level Boss, Flame Lizard King. You have received additional rewards. Free attribute points 30, Prestige 1000, Rare Skill, Holy Fire Purification. Ding. System notification. Would you like to publicize the legend you have forged in the Destiny continent? Note, once publicized, it will be visible to all players in the server. Swish. Swish. 2 beams of golden light cascaded down, elevating Zhou Ming to level 42. A glance at the leaderboard revealed that he had opened a substantial gap of 2 digits from the second-place player. Congratulations, brother, on achieving the golden first kill. Qi Fengshiyu approached to offer his congratulations. He had witnessed the epic confrontation against the golden level boss firsthand. It could only be said, it appeared effortless. Akin to wielding hacks. Let us return, Zhou Ming exclaimed, exhilarated as he gathered the spoils dropped by the Flame Lizard King. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 pieces of golden-level loot. The answer to what lay above the Radiant tier was soon to be revealed. Qianying. I am now off to seek a Radiant-level Fire Element boss. Do you believe I stand a chance? Zhou Ming pondered aloud. It is not simply a matter of desire. Qianying replied, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, striking straight to the heart of the matter. Moreover, the stronger the creature, the scarcer it becomes. And it will also possess greater intelligence. Understanding her implication, Zhou Ming realized the difficulty. To encounter a Radiant-level being that solely employed fire element attacks, possessed a low intellect, and resided within a map accessible to players, these conditions were exceedingly stringent. Furthermore, the ability to withstand the boss's physical attacks posed another significant concern. Setting aside impractical fantasies for the moment, Zhou Ming and Qi Fengshiyu exchanged laughter and conversation as they made their way back to Clearwater City. A journey unlike any other before. Currently, Qingshui City has ascended to the status of a second-tier city, becoming increasingly grandiose. The towering city walls, newly constructed from azure bricks, stand testament to its magnificence, while the broad city gates are heavily guarded, with sentinels standing vigil on either side. As Zhou Ming entered the city, he beheld a panorama of buildings, each more resplendent than the last, all freshly erected. Although he knew that in a few days this grandeur would be reduced to ashes, the fervor of construction continued unabated. Zhou Ming couldn't help but scoff silently. The forces of the Light Alliance were indeed overflowing with wealth to indulge in such extravagance. The elevation of a city is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. The Light Alliance's rapid completion of these projects would undoubtedly burden the populace and squander resources, requiring considerable effort. Beggars Guild is recruiting. Those who meet the criteria apply swiftly. Monthly cash subsidies based on contributions. At that moment, apart from the merchants' cries, players could be heard shouting throughout the city. Beggars Guild. Zhou Ming turned his gaze to see 3 administrators of the Beggars Guild at the city gate, diligently assessing players with superior levels and equipment. The leader, distinguished in appearance and adorned with fine gear, exuded the charisma of a natural leader. Boss, one of the administrators, the third in command, spotted Zhou Ming and promptly alerted the leader, that is Zhou Yu World. The Beggars Guild leader lifted his gaze towards Zhou Ming. Zhou Yu World, Lord of Flames, level, 42 health, attack, defense, skills. The leader was taken aback. Zhou Yu World's statistics were so elevated that even a player of my caliber on the leaderboard could not discern them. It was simply terrifying. Other players also sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The encounter between these 2 factions could indeed be described as a clash of adversaries. Zhou Yu World will surely reclaim the honor that the Beggars Guild has lost, declared the guild leader solemnly. No need to rush to declare allegiance. Zhou Ming dismissed the tension. Turning to leave, the entire network claims that the Beggars Guild and I are irreconcilable foes. Yet I believe you should rather express gratitude towards me. Gratitude? The crowd was taken aback, utterly bewildered. To have reduced the once revered Beggars Guild to a subject of ridicule across the internet, and the highest leader of the guild should be grateful? What kind of logic was that? Nonsense. The third in command of the Beggars Guild retorted angrily. Why should we thank you? Silence. The guild leader shook his head, signaling him to desist. He then gazed at Zhou Yu World's retreating figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, remaining silent. While the others were confused by Zhou Ming's words, he understood them all too well. Strictly speaking, had it not been for Zhou Yu World's provocation of the gods, how could he have been fortunate enough to apprentice under a godly powerhouse and acquire a rare hidden profession? His own fortune was indeed a gift from Zhou Yu World. You may be a remarkable individual, yet alas, everyone desires your demise. The guild leader murmured to himself, you have already flown into a trap. Upon entering the city, Zhou Ming parted ways with listening to the wind and playing in the rain, retreating to a secluded corner where he began to tally his spoils. Upon unwrapping the package, his eyes were met not only with 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment, but also with 2 items that emitted a faint, resplendent golden glow, crimson flame ring, gold grade, and flame scroll, gold grade. Description: treasures obtained from the Fire Lizard King's ambush on a passing merchant, carefully cherished ever since. Effect: enhances equipment and shifts its attributes to fire. Secondary effect: a small probability of increasing the equipment's grade by 1. These are truly remarkable items. Ring-type equipment is exceedingly rare. He had only acquired one in the novice village and had yet to find a second to complete his set. Now, not only was he able to fill that gap, but the grade of the equipment was also impressively high. Moreover, the Flame Scroll's first effect is somewhat difficult to gauge in terms of enhancement. If the second effect could be triggered, it would directly elevate the grade of the Black Wind Sword. Any ordinary player daring to challenge him would likely meet with an untimely end. Zhou Ming felt a surge of desire. Should he adorn himself with weapons and rings of luminous grade or higher, his attack power would soar to unfathomable heights, exponentially increasing his chances of breaking free from his current predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. Xian Niao, could you come out and lend a hand? Luck is an elusive concept, yet he had a divine pet by his side. Ding! System notification. Your pet, the celestial spirit beast Xian Niao, has refused your summons. Still sulking? Zhou Ming asserted. You've been cooped up in the pet space. What is the point? Why not try to connect with me? You might discover that I am a very understanding big brother. Xian Niao remained unresponsive. I command you, come forth. Seeing Xian Niao feigning indifference, Zhou Ming spoke in a low tone. Touch the flame scroll. At that moment, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. He had no time to consider Xian Niao's feelings. Words had proven futile. He had no choice but to enforce his summons. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xian Niao reluctantly spread its wings and appeared before him, subsequently radiating a spectrum of colors that infused the flame scroll. Ding! System notification. Under the influence of the celestial spirit beast Xian Niao's super lucky star, your item, Flame Scroll, has advanced to luminous grade. Ding! System notification. Due to your forceful summons, the loyalty of the celestial spirit beast Xian Niao has decreased by 2. Current loyalty, 48 points. Note: if loyalty falls below 30 points, there is a risk of fleeing. Zhou Ming felt helpless. Gains often come with losses. He needed to devise a method to restore Xian Niao's loyalty. Continuing on this path was untenable. Xian Ing transmitted, I have a rather extreme method that might win Xian Niao's unwavering loyalty to you. Oh, Zhou Ming's eyes brightened. What method? It's quite simple. All you need to do is... Chapter 47. The eve of the siege, it is quite simple. If one can ignite the pride of the divine beast at a critical moment, its loyalty may undergo a remarkable transformation. Xianing articulated her thoughts, subsequently adding, however, that such an endeavor carries significant risk. A moment's inattention could result in its escape. Igniting the pride of the divine beast. Zhou Ming pondered, his gaze falling upon the scroll that had ascended to the radiant level. Flame Scroll, radiant level. Description: a scroll touched by the ethereal beasts of heaven and earth, imbued with a unique essence. Effect: enhances equipment, transforming its characteristics to fire attributes. Effect 2. A high probability of increasing the equipment's rank by 1. Specific probability varies according to the equipment's current rank. Effect 3. When wielding this equipment, fire element damage is increased by 20. Under the auspices of the celestial bird's extraordinary fortune, the benefits bestowed by the flame scroll were significantly amplified. One could only imagine the terrifying advantages that would ensue if this ethereal beast could remain by one's side. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming continued to issue commands. Xin Yao, I command you to bestow upon me a fortune divination, utilizing a radiant level item to enhance a radiant level weapon, while aiming for a rank increase, still bore the potential for failure. Since the plan was to act contrarily, deliberately inciting the pride of the divine beast, one must see it through to the end. Chirp. Bound by constraints, Xin Yao, adhering to the rules, was compelled to vacate the pet space once more, channeling peculiar multicolored energy towards Zhou Ming. Ding. System notification. The ethereal beast of heaven and earth, Xin Yao, has employed the skill Fortune Divination, granting a luck increase of 30, lasting for 3 days, along with a random boon, attack power 20, also lasting for 3 days. Ding. System notification. Due to your force summoning, the loyalty of the ethereal beast, Xin Yao, has decreased by 5, current loyalty, 43 points. Note: falling below 30 points incurs the risk of escape. Excellent. The fortune divination proved to be exceptionally potent. As for the pet's loyalty, it could be disregarded for the moment. At the crucial juncture, he would attempt to unleash the long-lost SSS-level skill, the mouthpiece of the Demon Lord. Hiss. Ensuring absolute certainty, Zhou Ming decisively tore open the flame scroll. Instantly, a surge of intense fire elemental power erupted forth. Ding. System notification. Please select the equipment you wish to enhance. Black Windsword. Zhou Ming withdrew his weapon, positioning it horizontally before him. Swish, 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 as if identifying its target. The fire elements surged into the entirely dark black windsword, causing it to levitate, erupting with fiery sparks, the tip of the sword gleaming crimson, rapidly expanding to envelop the entire blade. Standing beside the black wind sword, Zhou Ming felt a wave of heat wash over him, as if his weapon were undergoing a forging process, becoming increasingly sharp. After a considerable time, the fire elements dissipated, and the black wind sword radiated an enchanting red light. Its power dramatically augmented. Ding. System notification. Due to the enhancement from the flame scroll, your weapon, Black Wine Sword, Radiant level, has advanced to Fire Cloud Sword, War Spirit level. Mission accomplished. Zhou Ming, with a sense of exhilaration, grasped the hilt of the sword, and a surge of formidable power coursed through his arm, infusing his entire being. The Fire Cloud Sword, Soul Warrior level, boasted an attack range of 1,000 to 1050, with a remarkable attribute of a 50 increase in both attack and attack speed, alongside a 20 enhancement in fire elemental damage. Its effect, known as Crimson Flame, allowed the wielder to recover one of the damage dealt as health. The special technique, Flame Slash, required a reputation of 800 and a level of 35. Once known as the Black Windsword, its potency had been significantly elevated through the baptism of flames, rendering it unparalleled in its current state. The Flame Slash, Grade A, inflicted a staggering 200 fire elemental damage upon adversaries. Ascending beyond the Radiant level, one reached the realm of the Soul Warrior level. This revelation unveiled an equipment tier previously undisclosed by the officials, an astonishing display of power. Zhou Ming was exceedingly pleased. Compared to his past, the attack value of the Fire Cloud Sword had quadrupled, while his former total attack barely approached 1,000. Subsequently, Zhou Ming retrieved a ring. Sister Qianing, I wish to. Understood. Qianing responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is it not possible for me to grant you this? With that, she summoned her power, causing the ring to emanate an even more intense crimson glow, transforming into a delicate yet imposing artifact. The Crimson Flame Ring, Soul Warrior level, possessed an attack range of 220 to 240, with a 20 increase in attack, a 10 increase in critical strike rate, and an additional 5 boost to attack damage. Its effect, Explosion, augmented all attributes by 10 points, requiring a reputation of 500 and a level of 44. This ring had been modified by the Queen of Divine Ashes. Remarkably, the attack of this single ring rivaled that of the former Black Wind Sword, even incorporating critical strikes and damage enhancements, a truly exceptional item. However, 2 more levels were needed before it could be fully utilized, necessitating a bit more patience. Zhou Ming joyfully stored it in his inventory. It must be noted that during this time spent together, Zhou Ming's relationship with Qian Ying had blossomed significantly. If he desired, she was always willing to oblige. Suddenly, as Zhou Ming prepared to log off, the ground erupted in tremors before he could access the system panel, causing many to lose their balance and fall awkwardly. What was happening? Could it be that there were earthquakes within the game? The unexpected upheaval diverted everyone's attention, and the native inhabitants appeared particularly anxious and flustered. "Look to the sky," someone shouted, prompting the crowd to gaze upward. They beheld a dazzling golden formation emerging above the previously soaring black pillar of darkness, spreading for miles and obscuring the sun. Yet, under the pressure of the pillar, spiderweb-like cracks began to manifest. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! The fissures rapidly expanded, causing the precariously balanced seal to shatter completely. The dark pillar faced no further obstruction. At that very moment, crimson letters appeared in the information panels of all adventurers, heralding an impending crisis. Ding. Server announcement. The seal of the gods has been shattered, and legions of demons come forth in bloodshed. As peace and tranquility are disrupted, the era of chaos unfolds. Ding. System notification. Please be advised that the Dark Faction's monsters will launch an assault on Qingshui City in 2 days. Adventurers affiliated with this faction are urged to rescue the populace and avert disaster. Ding. System notification. You have received the main quest, Defend, difficulty S. The first announcement is a server-wide notification. The latter 2 are closely related to the players of Qingshui City. Naturally, if all goes as expected, other regions will receive similarly themed quests. Here they come. The monsters are besieging the city. To level up swiftly, one must rely on in-game events. In our Qingshui City, the world-trotting player is likely to seize the top rank in the siege. Numerous players are eager and ready to engage. In their eyes, the monster siege is merely a generous offering from the game developers to the players. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. The Dark Faction's movements were swifter than he had anticipated, seemingly intent on denying him any respite. "Time is running out for you." Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed in his ears. Zhou Ming turned to see none other than the NPC he most desired to vanquish in Destiny. Water Hero, Water/Chio, Divine NPC. "So, you wish to persuade me to surrender?" Zhou Ming was not particularly surprised by his presence at this moment. The Dark Faction's emissaries had already made their visit. How could the Light Faction be absent? "Humph." Water/Chio snorted softly, then calmly stated, "You may view it this way. Even now, the gods can still offer you a path of retreat. Surrender the Divine Demon Pearl and the Queen of Ashes, and I assure you, both parties can reconcile and engage in equitable cooperation." "Are you so fearful of the Divine Demon Pearl falling into the hands of the Dark Faction?" Zhou Ming retorted sarcastically. Ultimately, the reason all parties dispatched representatives was their confidence in eliminating him, with their sole concern being the ownership of the treasures. Chapter 48. Undercurrents in a desolate alley, Zhou Ming stood face to face with an old adversary. "What's your tone, young man?" Shui Zhanqiu's gaze was frigid. "I am offering you a way out. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity." To be honest, he had little desire to be there. However, the gods insisted. For he bore the greatest grudge against Zhou, and to speak of a truce would signify the most considerable concession. There is no need for that. Zhou Ming's expression was indifferent. "If I were to lose, I would rather let the Divine Demon Pearl fall into the hands of the Dark Faction than grant you any advantage." "You." Shui Zhanqiu's face darkened, and he turned away in frustration, then died peacefully in the siege. "Wait." Zhou Ming interjected. "What? Regretting your words?" Shui Zhanqiu asked with a mocking smile. Zhou Ming shook his head, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Not regret, merely curious about your talent level." It was a rare occasion for him to face a being of divine caliber after acquiring the Throne of Dominion. Previously, he had attempted to replicate Song Shin's abilities, only to be informed by the system that the other was merely a projection, not the true entity. Why would you think you have the right to know my talent? Shui Zhanqiu's smile vanished, replaced by disdain. Zhou Ming remained silent, a smirk dancing on his lips. No right. Show me what you've got. Ding. System notification. You have successfully copied the talent, River God, from the Water Brave, Shui Zhanqiu, and increased its rank by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has transformed into Water Deity, SS rank. Water Deity, SS rank regenerates 0.5 health per second. Zhou Ming felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A prestigious divine being with merely an S-rank talent? River God. This talent seemed rather unimpressive. Only after being enhanced to Water Deity could it be deemed worthy. Realizing his talent had been seen through, Shui Zhanqiu's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, it was not disgraceful for a divine being to possess only an S-rank talent. Yet the imbecile before him had somehow managed to equal Ning Wuxian in the talent trials. With such a talent, I would prefer to remain ignorant. Zhou Ming lamented. You. Shui Zhanqiu seethed, at a loss for words, and stormed away, sharp-tongued. Let us see how long you can keep that up. He suddenly realized that his disciple's frustration was not solely due to a poor attitude, but rather the formidable tongue of his opponent. Do not let me rise. Zhou Ming ceased his mockery, his tone becoming razor-sharp. Shui Zhanqiu paused. Otherwise, I will wipe you all out. Zhou Ming's demeanor was unprecedentedly serious, brimming with intense murderous intent. Even a clay figure retains a spark of fire. He would remember how these individuals had repeatedly targeted him, and one day, he would return the favor 100-fold. Rest assured, your lifespan is limited. Shui Zhanqiu dismissed him, vanishing into the crowd in an instant. After bidding farewell to the uninvited guest, Zhou Ming remarked coolly, having observed the spectacle for so long, may I ask if you might reveal yourself? In the corner, the leader of the beggars' sect stepped forward, clasping his fists and greeting, indeed, I cannot escape your keen perception. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the arrival of a formidable being, a god-level powerhouse. And the encounter with the world traveler had ignited his insatiable curiosity. Thus, he had stealthily approached, eavesdropping on their conversation. In 2 days. Let me see if your preparations can exert any pressure upon me. Zhou Ming stated directly. At that moment, equipped with his divine pet, the Shin bird, and adorned in battle soul-grade gear, it was unfathomable how any player could stand against him. You shall know in due time, the leader of the beggars' sect replied, his eyes flickering with intrigue. By the way, I transitioned to become a star guardian, yet you seem utterly unfazed? Zhou Ming responded candidly. In the past, the second-in-command had been quite secretive, leading him to surmise the general circumstances. Upon hearing this, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. I take my leave. Without further ado, Zhou Ming opted to log off. On the other side, the leader's expression darkened as he returned to the city gates. Everyone, halt. Leader. What is the matter? The second-in-command inquired, puzzled. We have an insider. Cease recruitment. What? The second and third members of the beggars' sect exchanged bewildered glances. Their recruitment process was notoriously stringent. How could an infiltrator have entered their ranks? There's no need to stop. At that moment, Mo Yun materialized at his side. Whether there is an insider or not, it will not alter the outcome. Master, you have arrived. The leader of the beggars' sect hastily greeted him. Mo Yun continued. This current scheme, the adventurer's battle against the world traveler, is merely one facet. If we can eliminate him, that would be ideal. But if not, it matters not. I comprehend. The leader of the beggars' sect acknowledged, fully grasping the implication. This statement clearly indicated that even if he could not triumph over the world traveler, they possessed means to ensure his demise. Master, as Mo Yun prepared to depart, the leader spoke up. Mo Yun turned, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Is there another question? Taking a deep breath, the leader voiced his concerns. If, and I emphasize if, what if the world traveler rises? Do not let him rise. Otherwise, I will eliminate you all without a trace. The words of the world traveler struck him with profound shock. It was imperative to remember that he was confronting a god-level boss. Given his illustrious lineage, he understood the profound significance of the divine mandate better than anyone. Even in the later stages of the game, the god-level bosses could scarcely be moved. Rise? Mo Yun shook his head, scoffing. You will not survive. I'm in if. Mo Yun's brow furrowed, his tone growing irate. My apologies. The leader of the beggars' sect relinquished further inquiry. I spoke out of turn. In this world, there were no ifs. He would have no hope of reaching the heights occupied by the divine. No one could endure in such oppressive conditions. Mo Yun's gaze was piercing as he articulated each word. If you insist on entertaining impossible hypotheticals. Allow me to be blunt. Should he truly ascend to that stature and grasp divine authority, what follows is the twilight of the gods. The next day, after finishing his meal, Zhou Ming promptly logged in. A storm was brewing. On the eve of the siege, he needed to make further preparations. After all, what awaited him was not merely the monstrous onslaught of the Dark Faction, but also the hefty price of 1 million gold coins demanded by the sin of jealousy. Today, he must elevate his combat power to its utmost potential. Standing still for a moment in contemplation, Zhou Ming stepped into the general store. With Clearwater City having ascended to a second-tier city, the array of purchasable items had also increased in caliber. Hello, welcome. The shopkeeper, noticing the visitor's crimson name, greeted him with palpable trepidation, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Zhou Ming remained composed. I'm just browsing. Presently, his sin value had reached a terrifying level. While taking a few lives might elicit disdain, slaying thousands naturally instilled fear. Please, take your time. The shopkeeper offered a nervous chuckle, anxious to avoid offense. Approaching the counter where skill books were displayed, Zhou Ming's gaze swept over the numerous superior items surpassing the fireball spell. Indeed, the reward for the golden first kill was also a skill. Zhou Ming couldn't help but slap his forehead. How had he overlooked such a significant treasure? Opening his inventory, his eyes settled on a skill book adorned with a fiery red cover. As a reward for the golden first kill, the potency of the skill was undoubtedly assured. Wait, a thought struck Zhou Ming. The skill book should also be classified as an item, right? Xian Yao, come forth. It is you who shall accompany me. Chapter 49. The Battle of the City begins. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Xian bird, having escaped from its pet space, incessantly twittered. This so-called master had commanded it thrice within a single day. How absurd. Nevertheless, bound by the directive, it reluctantly brushed against the skill book in Zhou Ming's hand. Ding. System notification. Under the influence of this super lucky star from the celestial spirit beast. Your item, Holy Fire Purification, Rare A grade, has been upgraded to Rare S grade. Holy Fire Purification, Rare S grade. Description. Upon contact with the celestial spirit beast, even the skill's potency undergoes subtle transformations. Effect. Utilizes fire attribute power to dispel negative effects and restore 20 of health. Additional effect. Within 5 seconds of use, gain the effect of invulnerability, rendering one immune to all control effects. Cooldown. 5 minutes required. Profession. Fire element-related professions. There is little to be said. A health restoration and immunity to control effects are truly deserving of the system's reward. Learned. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the skill, Holy Fire Purification, Rare S grade. If you can indeed keep the Xian bird by your side, the skills you acquire will surely start at least at a grade. Qianing exclaimed in wonder. Even she felt a tinge of envy towards Zhou Ming's fortuitous journey. It is known that most skills employed by divine-level experts are merely a grade or S grade, while those of SS grade and above belong to the realm of ultimate techniques. Let us hope it can be retained. Zhou Ming glanced at his information panel and noted that the Xian bird's loyalty had decreased by another 3 points. Subsequently, Zhou Ming scanned the shop and purchased a commendable B-grade skill, Blazing Sword Technique, B-grade. Description. A relatively common fire attribute sword technique in the Destiny continent. Nothing particularly remarkable. Skill effect. Condenses fire elements, transforming the next 5 seconds of attack into fire element damage, with an additional 10 increase in damage. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Price. 10 silver coins. This skill may seem commonplace in the hands of others, but with his ring's attached effect increasing fire element damage by 20, combined with the flame armor's 50 increase in all forms of attack damage. Each strike would indeed be engulfed in flames. However, the Xian Bird's Super Lucky Star can only activate once a day, so there was no rush to learn it. After completing his purchases, Zhou Ming exited the general store and entered the nearby teleportation array. As he stepped inside, relevant information immediately materialized before him. Available teleportation locations: Fengyuan Town, Yufeng Town, Zisha Town, Fengyu Town. Due to not reaching level 50, teleportation to secondary towns was temporarily unavailable. Fengyuan Town. Zhou Ming paid 5 silver coins to the attendant beside him, and the teleportation array activated, enveloping him in white light. As the light dissipated, he successfully arrived in another city. Ding. System notification. Please note, your birthplace is near Qingshui City, and you cannot change your affiliated faction for now. Haha. Far away in Qingshui City, Mo Yun, watching Zhou Ming venture into the world, could not help but sneer. Want to escape? Such delusions. Since they established the base in Qingshui Town, they must have been confident enough to leave their opponent with no escape route. The strategy of changing towns to evade risks was undoubtedly anticipated by them long ago. Qianing remarked, I am aware. Zhou Ming surveyed Fengyuan Town, aimlessly admiring the scenery as he glanced around. It was not until a certain moment that he halted his steps and whispered, Qianing, if I am not mistaken, you have clandestinely set up markers to facilitate teleportation, correct? He vividly recalled past events, remembering how Qianing had marked a location right under Shui Zhanqiu's nose before teleporting him back to confront the gods alone. It was evident that this tactic was exceedingly discreet, making it difficult for outsiders to discern. Indeed, Qianing replied, somewhat surprised that he would suddenly bring this up. Let us mark it here. All right. Subsequently, Zhou Ming nonchalantly continued his exploration, visiting other towns and repeating the process of marking locations. What on earth was he up to? Those trailing him felt perplexed. Did he truly believe that merely visiting several places would allow him to escape the deadly trap set by the god-level beings? How absurd. I can mark at most 3 locations. Qianing, sensing his true intentions, began to understand. Initially, she assumed the markers were for escape, but upon further reflection, that was not the case. Zhou Ming nodded. Thank you for your efforts. After completing everything, he returned to Qingshui Town and swiftly sought an appropriate place for leveling up. Meanwhile, the 2 major factions closely monitoring Zhou Ming's world tour received immediate reports. After attempting to break free from their confinement and realizing the futility of his efforts while traversing various towns, he opted for outdoor training. As the 9th demon god, the blood elf Amy, listened to her subordinate's report, a mocking expression crossed her face. In the end, mere ants remain mere ants, utterly ineffective. Initially, she had been deceived, believing he would perform extraordinary feats. Yet, after much ado, all his actions conformed to her stereotypical view of the struggles of the weak for survival. Do not let your guard down. Song Xin cautioned. I refuse to believe that someone bold enough to gamble against the gods would be entirely unprepared. I think you are overestimating him. Amy dismissed the notion. Song Xian fell silent. The simplicity and clarity of the report led him to reconsider the significance he placed on Zhou Ming's actions. Could it be that he was merely a reckless fool clinging to life by sheer luck? As night fell, the temperature in the wilderness dropped. Swish. Zhou Ming felled a lizard, golden light shimmering around him. At last, he reached level 44. A sense of relief washed over him as he donned the Qi Yin ring, further enhancing his attack power. With everything in place, Zhou Ming returned home under the moonlight. On the way, Qianing inquired, do you truly feel confident for tomorrow? Not at all. Zhou Ming's response was straightforward. Qianing paused. There is some chance of victory, provided my talent proves useful. Zhou Ming candidly expressed, Jin Lin. He sensed this would be his leverage for a comeback. I will do my utmost to assist you, Qianing assured earnestly. Thank you. Zhou Ming felt a sincere gratitude, accompanied by a hint of pride, with your assistance and that of the Xian bird. I am determined to traverse the arduous path of the 7 deadly sins trial to its conclusion. How could I possibly falter at the 2nd stage? The following day, a moment destined for the extraordinary arrived in the realm of destiny. A dark pillar of light pierced the heavens, shaking the very earth. Endless hordes of monstrous beings surged forth from the abyss, crashing upon various national districts like a tumultuous tide, leaving no city unscathed as they faced an impending catastrophe. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. The God-tier boss, Flame Giant King Rod, will lead the Flame Legion to assault the primary city, Winter City, in the Tsar District at 10 o'clock. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. The God-tier boss, Frost Dragon Lingshin, will lead the Extreme Cold Legion to assault the primary city, City of 100 Ghosts, in the Meruway District at 10 o'clock. A cacophony of system alerts filled the information box. These formidable bosses, making their grand entrance, were entities that players would only encounter in the later stages of the game. Why had he not logged in yet? The leader of the Beggars Guild inquired far and wide, but could not find Zhou Yu World's whereabouts. Unlike in the past, this time the main storyline quest, which was mandatory, carried significant penalties for non-participation. Defend. Difficulty. S level. Description. Abyssal monsters are sweeping across the Destiny continent. Adventurers bear a heavy responsibility and are expected to fight valiantly to defend the cities. Quest requirement. Protect Qing Shui City. Quest reward. Earn rewards based on the points leaderboard failure penalty. Level -2 non-participation penalty. Level -10. All attributes -100. Perhaps many players did not comprehend the seemingly unreasonable penalties designed to compel participation. Yet the leader of the Beggars Guild understood well that the deities were undoubtedly orchestrating this interference. Could it be that Zhou Yu World was feigning ignorance? Too afraid to log in? The second-in-command of the Beggars Guild appeared exuberant. Today, the Beggars Guild was fully assembled, with the leader personally at the helm. They were more than ready to confront Zhou Yu World with fervor. Zhou Yu World was in serious trouble. Would he truly choose to forfeit 10 levels rather than partake in the event? It was indeed conceivable. His notoriety was so high that upon death, he would undoubtedly drop a plethora of items. A person's reputation casts a long shadow, due to various viral videos and first kills circulating the internet. Even players who had never encountered him were well aware of the game ID Zhou Yu World. He had been exalted far too high. In this day and age, many were eager to witness his downfall, hoping to see him crash and burn into disarray. Chapter 50. United we stand in the midst of fervent discussions. A radiant light emerged from a certain location in Qing Shui City as Zhou Ming logged into the game. He had arrived. The godlike being that had been covertly observing him had finally discovered his whereabouts, a weight lifted from his heart. Zhou Ming surveyed his surroundings. Noticing players glaring at him with predatory intent, and even the NPCs from the light faction bore ill will, exuding an aura of hostility. It appeared that many were awaiting his arrival. He squinted slightly and decided to utilize the announcement of his golden first kill to satiate their anticipation. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player, Wandering the World, Eastern Region, for becoming the first player to slay a golden level boss, hereby announced. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player, Wandering the World, Eastern Region. The server announcement echoed thrice, capturing the attention of all. Such an entry was indeed spectacular. What? He secured the golden first kill? If no one steps in to impose justice, it would be an affront to reason. Many players gasped in disbelief. To utilize a server announcement to declare his presence, while simultaneously taunting the Beggars Guild, was truly a novel approach. Disregarding the crowd, Zhou Ming strode toward the city tower, prompting many players to instinctively part ways, despite their eagerness for the hidden class bounty. It was not yet the opportune moment for confrontation. At the forefront, Zhou Ming spotted a gaunt old man, pale and emaciated, trembling as he leaned on his cane. Assuming the role of the city guard, city lord of Qing Shui City, Lin Feng, bronze level boss. Description. Recently appointed city lord of Qing Shui City, previously. He was merely a humble farmer. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow. To go to such lengths to kill me? It was evident that the NPCs dispatched by the Light faction were weak, seemingly eager for Qing Shui City to fall. As for the gods, they would undoubtedly remain spectators. Rumbling. At 10 o'clock sharp, a cloud of dust rose on the horizon. A horde of monstrous creatures approached with great ferocity. Simultaneously, 3 explosive announcements reverberated across the realm. Ding. System notification. Attention. The Skeletal Legion, led by God-level boss, Crimson Fairy, Amy, will attack the Eastern region's secondary city, Shui City, at 10 o'clock. Ding. System notification. Attention. The Lion Demon Legion, led by God-level boss, Windwalker, Baron, will attack the Eastern region's secondary city, Shui City, at 10 o'clock. Ding. System notification. Attention. The Insect Legion, led by God-level boss, Enchantress, Alice, will attack the Eastern region's secondary city, Shui City, at 10 o'clock. The crowd fell into an instant silence. Moments later, bewildered players erupted in outrage. Developers, this is outrageous. 3 God-level bosses appearing all at once? How absurd. I knew that the recent elevation of Shui City to his secondary city could only spell trouble. The players who are aware of the truth are exceedingly rare. Most players believe that the system has encountered a bug. Just then, in the sky outside the city, the fabric of space twisted and shattered, and 3 formidable beings emerged. A beautiful elf with golden hair and azure eyes, a striking man clad in azure armor, and a voluptuous woman in a scarlet robe. Crimson Elf, Amy, Ultimate Boss, Windwalker, Baron, Ultimate Boss, Enchantress, Alice, Ultimate Boss. At this moment, the players had no choice but to accept that 3 divine powerhouses had indeed descended upon them. Amy, the tedious prelude is yours to command. Windwalker Baron, slender and seemingly disinterested, cast his gaze upon the city walls below, squinting slightly as he surveyed their world. The arrival of the 3 demigods was solely for the purpose of claiming a single life. That alone was sufficient to instill a sense of pride. All right, Amy nodded. Conjuring a blood-red longbow in her hands, she released a scarlet arrow that transformed into countless shimmering points of light mid-flight, a vision both enchanting and tragic. Miss. Symbols indicating evasion erupted above everyone's heads. There was no doubt that without the protection of the rules, the lives of the entire populace would be swiftly snatched away, reducing them to mere corpses. The players below were momentarily stunned. The scene and its magnitude exerted immense pressure. A full-screen annihilation? Zhou Ming remained unperturbed. Yet he couldn't help but feel a yearning. He wondered if he would ever have the opportunity to lay waste to a city with a single blow in the future. Attack, Amy commanded. Due to the constraints of the rules, they could not yet take the stage. They had to proceed gradually, sending forth their minions to provide the adventurers with a semblance of hope for victory. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. Led by the level 15 bronze boss, Skeleton General, the Skeleton Legion will launch the first wave of attack. Hee. In the distance, a sea of skeletons, armed with various weapons, surged forth. Regardless of the demigods, they were intent on racking up points. Kill. At this juncture, the players could no longer afford to hesitate. The swordsmen and knights outside the city, unable to contain their inner excitement, charged forward. As the battle lines collided, the leaderboard for points, typically reserved for siege warfare, began to fluctuate wildly. 1. Zier, 3 points. 2. Read 10,000 books, 2 points. 3. Wide bowl noodles, 2 points. At least before the city walls were breached, they would not be able to retaliate against you. Xianing reminded. Zhou Ming understood. The siege battle consists of 2 phases. The city's fall signifies the collapse of the safe zone, plunging everyone into chaos, while the capture of the city lord's token proclaims utter defeat. Scanning the area behind him, Zhou Ming noticed numerous melee players who had opted out of the defense activities, clearly abandoning the task in favor of pursuing bounty rewards. There was no need for any expectations. The leader of the beggar gang approached, surveying the battlefield that was nearly one-sided. He remarked leisurely, "The forces of the light faction have concealed their troops. Theoretically, when the attacking side sends forth its first wave, the defending side is obliged to do the same. However, under clandestine machinations, the number of troops deployed by the defenders was pitifully scant." Ding. The system announced, the second wave of the defending forces, led by the level 10 bronze tier boss, Elite Soldier, will commence. In the blink of an eye, the defenders had reached their second wave. "I'm indifferent." Zhou Ming expressed his apathy. No amount of low-level skeleton minions could pose a threat to him. He anticipated that he would soon engage in battle with you. Beside the beggar gang leader stood a player named Ren Zhongqi II, who stepped forward with an air of determination, requesting guidance. Zhou Ming glanced at him and deliberately raised his hand toward the outside of the city, then clenched his fist, initiating his move. Sword of the Burning Heaven. With a whoosh, a fiery, spectral greatsword descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the skeleton general, while a multitude of skeleton minions were swept away by the flames. Reduced to mere fragments of bone. Minus 22,426. Minus 3,298. Minus 3,241. Countless damage numbers erupted. Hiss. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed from above the city walls. 5-digit damage. Ren Zhongqi Tu's expression froze, unable to fathom the scene before him. Zhou Ming coolly remarked, "There is no need for formality. You may all come at once." Chapter 51. The hidden card of the beggars sect. The spectators atop the city tower were left utterly astonished. With damage exceeding 10,000 at a whim, the current players were utterly incapable of withstanding such onslaughts. To Zhou Ming, this was entirely expected. 2 pieces of soul-level equipment had propelled his attack to a terrifying zenith, traveling the world. Lord of Flames, level 44 health, 11, 220 attack, 3, 425 to 3, 553 defense, 1, 115 to 1, 172 fame, 4, 540 luck, 9, 30 skills, heroic spirit, sword of divine fire, rending slash, fireball, flame armor, holy fire purification. Don't get too complacent. The player known as Red Hair declared, bracing himself. In the game, no matter how powerful one may be, there are limits. Indeed, traveling the world was overwhelmingly formidable. But so what? The strategy of swarming would ultimately wear him down. Are you so certain that I will fight alone? Zhou Ming's tone was laden with intrigue. The crowd was left bewildered. At that moment, everyone coveted the bounty, and the 2 opposing factions were determined to eliminate him by any means necessary. Who would dare to assist him? There's no need for further words. The leader of the beggars sect raised a hand, silencing Red Hair. We shall see just how capable you truly are. Zhou Ming cast a deep glance at him before turning to gaze beyond the city walls. The situation was dire, even if he could swiftly vanquish the boss. Facing the densely packed army of skeletons, the scant few players would soon find their health bars depleted and meet their untimely demise. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief stalemate, the enemy was at the gates. A multitude of skeleton soldiers relentlessly assaulted the city gate, causing its resilience to rapidly wane. Standing atop the tower, Zhou Ming occasionally unleashed the sword of divine fire, effortlessly clearing a swath of space. It felt akin to a cheat code. Ranked first on the leaderboard, there was no competition. The other players were engulfed in a sense of powerlessness. With merely a few skills, traveling the world had claimed the top spot on the scoreboard. Perhaps this was the tragic fate that the players loyal to Clearwater City had to confront. 1. Traveling the world. Score, 286-2. Long live the Tauren. Score, 18-3. Listening to the wind and playing in the rain. Score, 16. Boom. At a pivotal moment, the 3 waves of the Light faction's forces were all vanquished, and with a resounding crash, the city gate collapsed, allowing a horde of skeleton soldiers to surge into the city. Ding. System notification. Due to the loss of the city gate, the safe zone has been rendered ineffective. At that very moment, Zhou Ming stood within the city corridor, blocking their path. Clearwater City could not fall prematurely, as it would jeopardize the execution of his plans. Swish. 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 Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward the leader of the beggars sect, awaiting orders. Tension filled the air. Boss. The second in command of the beggars sect gripped his large axe, eager for action. No need for chivalry. Let us strike together, perhaps against other players. A mob assault might be deemed dishonorable, but when it came to traveling the world, such an approach was an exception, as long as he can be defeated. Regardless of the number of participants, it seems entirely reasonable to everyone. The leader of the beggars gang approached with a sword in hand, his fighting spirit surging. Your SSS-level talent is named ruling. It must be quite formidable, right? Indeed, it is, Zhou Ming humbly replied. He was not surprised that the leader of the beggars gang suddenly brought up talents. After all, this was likely the only chance for the opponent to gain an advantage. However, I believe that the strength of a talent is not solely determined by its rank. the leader of the beggars' gang stated solemnly. As he spoke, a faint golden light radiated from him, forming an extraordinary wave of energy that spread in all directions. Oh, whether it was the demon god surveying the battlefield from above or the hidden deities lurking in the shadows, they instinctively focused their gaze on the leader of the beggars' gang, their expressions filled with astonishment. Unlike other adventurers, this individual displayed a rather unique talent. Ding. System notification. The leader of the beggars' gang has activated the talent, Harmony, seeking power augmentation from all beings within a 1000 by 1000 range. Are you willing to offer your support? Note: upon providing support, the recipient will temporarily receive a 1 increase in their health, attack, and defense. Brothers, anyone who aids me will receive a cash bonus of 50 yuan. The leader of the beggars' gang called out with fervor. His talent had a terrifying upper limit. The only constraint lay in the range, which increased with the enhancement of strength and required the backing of the crowd. Incredible. So the leader of the beggars' gang had such a hidden talent. All players suddenly understood and unhesitatingly chose to agree. Ding. System notification. You have received support from the second-in-command of the beggars' gang, Health 3. 1. Attack 0. 64. Defense 0. 41. Ding. System notification. You have received support from Tao Nai Mu Xiang Nai, Health 2. 2. Attack 0. 42. Defense 0. 38. In just a few seconds, the leader of the beggars' gang saw his attributes soar. Although the individual support provided modest boosts, the extensive reach of the Harmony talent meant that with thousands of supporters, the benefits were not to be underestimated. This is surely a guaranteed victory. The second-in-command of the beggars' gang exclaimed with excitement. Traveling the world, your strength is indeed remarkable. The leader of the beggars' gang, observing the exaggerated data on his character panel, felt his confidence swell and spoke with increasing conviction. But if I were to unleash this move, how would you respond? With over 2,300 supporters, he truly believed he could overcome Zhou Yu World. Mo Yun, your disciple is quite extraordinary. A deity praised. Humph. A gleam of pride flashed in Mo Yun's eyes. Indeed, he took the leader of the beggars' gang as his disciple, although his aim was to harness the adventurer's strength to defeat Zhou Yu World. He would not have accepted him if his potential were not sufficiently strong. What a remarkable talent, Harmony! Zhou Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Your talent exceeds my expectations. In truth, he had long suspected that the leader of the beggars' gang's talent was indeed related to the notion that many hands make light work. Otherwise, the individual would not have been so eager to gather people before the siege. He simply did not anticipate the amplification to be so exaggerated. And yet it was merely an S-level talent. This, if it reaches SS rank, he is flustered. He is indeed flustered. The crowd is stirred, and it is evident that Zhou Yu World can no longer maintain his previous composure. At last, the most renowned player from the early days of Destiny appears to be on the brink of being dethroned. How infuriating, how utterly infuriating. To think that I, Zhou Yu World, a paragon of wisdom, could misjudge the strength of your talent. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and, with a heavy fist, crushed the nearby skeleton soldier, venting his tumultuous emotions. Jianing. She is somewhat perplexed, unable to discern whether Zhou Yu World is filled with fear or excitement. Come on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the leader of the Beggars Guild steps forward, brimming with unprecedented exhilaration. A fair fight. Go, leader. With our strength, conquer Zhou Yu World. The surrounding players erupted in cheers. At this moment, the clash between the two has been recorded and is being live-streamed across the internet, garnering immense popularity. The time for the Beggars Guild to redeem their past humiliation has arrived. With such formidable talent, who among the players could possibly defeat you? After a moment of anguish, a smile slowly crept across Zhou Ming's face. One that he could not suppress. Perhaps it is only I who can. Initially, he had little confidence in defending Qingshui Town. Now he realizes it was all merely his overthinking. Chapter 52. The Way of Kings. The players in the arena were momentarily stunned, while the skeletal soldier continued to cackle maniacally. Charging into the city. After witnessing the formidable talent of the beggar gang leader, how could he still dare to speak so boldly? Did Zhou have some hidden trump card, yet to be revealed? The demon god hovering above watched with uncertainty. The ninth demon god, Amy, furrowed her brow. Indeed. What exactly is the effect of his SSS grade talent? For now, no one knows. It seems the answer will be unveiled soon. The leader of the beggar gang felt a pang of unease. What do you mean by that? It's nothing. Before I engage you in one-on-one combat, I must first attend to my business. Zhou Ming turned and called, "Listen to the wind and play in the rain." "I am here." The figure known as Listen to the Wind and Play in the Rain raised their hand to speak. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the talent, Sovereignty. Successfully copying the talent shadow of Listen to the Wind and Play in the Rain, and increased its rank by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has transformed into Divine Speed, SS grade. Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's fine now. You may withdraw. Listen to the Wind and Play in the Rain responded. In such a critical moment, I merely make an appearance. Qianing. Zhou Ming's expression turned solemn. Swish. As soon as he spoke, a silver-haired maiden appeared by his side. Her delicate features, fair skin, and natural beauty were accentuated by her simple attire, presenting a figure that seemed to have stepped out of a poetic painting, stunningly exquisite. Instantly, many players displayed expressions of infatuation. Our battle shall continue later. Zhou Ming gazed at the enchanting figure beside him. Let us depart. Qianing understood implicitly, placing her hand on his shoulder, and together they vanished from the spot. Trying to escape? The three demon gods' expressions shifted, and they immediately launched a pursuit. No one can flee from my grasp. As the seventh demon god, Windrunner Baron's gaze turned steely, and he tore through the air, leaving a trail of fierce winds in his wake. This time, he was specifically dispatched by the Dark Faction due to his unparalleled speed, ensuring Zhou would have no chance of escape. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Fengyuan Town. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming materialized at the location marked by Qianing. Kill. At that very moment, the attention of all players in Fengyuan Town was fixated on the vicinity of the city walls, leaving the streets eerily deserted. Let us go. Qianing grasped Zhou Ming's hand, hastening towards the Lord's manor. There must be a treasury in the town, right? Zhou Ming inquired. Indeed, Qianing affirmed. While everyone is engaged in the defense of the city, the guards inside will be sparse. I plan to borrow some funds from the Light Faction. After all, both sides have already severed ties, so I have nothing to fear. There is, Qianing declared confidently, the town's income and expenditures do not belong to the mayor personally, and the amounts are excessively large, making it impossible to carry in a single package. Thus, there must be a designated storage place. Eureka! Suddenly, Qianing altered her course and arrived at a certain open area. With a swift kick, she shattered the floorboards, and the two immediately descended into a hidden chamber. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Fengyuan Town Treasury. As the light from outside streamed in, Zhou Ming's eyes were met with a dazzling sight of golden coins, piled high and countless. Money. So much money. Zhou Ming's breath quickened. Take it all, every last coin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, three figures sprang into action simultaneously. Zhou Ming sensed something peculiar and turned to the side, only to find Xian Niao, who had previously been reluctant to obey, voluntarily leaving the pet's space, flapping its wings vigorously to stuff coins into its pet backpack. Why have I never seen you so eager before? Zhou Ming was speechless. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xian Niao squawked, wearing an indifferent expression, yet its hands moved swiftly. After all, it was a serious bird. How could it resist money? Boom. The tremendous commotion from the mayor's residence caught the attention of the mayor atop the city tower. What is happening? Mayor, it's bad news. Minutes later, a soldier hurriedly arrived. The treasury has been robbed. What did you say? The mayor of Fengyuan Town was struck as if by lightning. Have the thieves been caught? No sign of them. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Zisha Town. A gang operation, executed with remarkable efficiency. Zhou Ming and Qianing swiftly arrived at the second marked location, akin to famished wolves pouncing on the town treasury. Due to the presence of a divine-level powerhouse among the accomplices, everything proceeded smoothly. How much did we take? Zhou Ming inquired. Qianing replied, roughly estimated, 300,000 to 400,000. So, if we clean out 3 towns, we can easily amass 1,000,000 gold coins. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled. Song Xian was indeed correct. The fertile lands and resources all resided within the hands of the Light faction, which was exceedingly wealthy. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the three demon gods were still relentlessly pursuing. Wait. Windrunner Baron halted and redirected his pursuit, sneering. Do you think changing positions will allow you to escape my grasp? Halfway through, he stopped again. Why are they still switching positions? This fellow can't possibly think that running around will help him evade our pursuit. Can he? Amy scoffed. With such a formidable force, deploying three demon gods, how could they possibly bring an end to the siege before Zhou Ming's world tour concluded? Fengyuan Town, Zisha Town, Yufeng Town. Until they had thoroughly emptied the treasuries of all three towns, the system notification rang in Zhou Ming's ears. Ding. System notification. Due to your 1,000,000 gold coins not being acquired through personal strength, you cannot complete the task. Trial of 7 sins, sin of envy. Zhou Ming. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Zhou Ming opened the recharge system, which displayed 2 buttons. Recharge, withdraw, withdraw. Zhou Ming directly invoked a wondrous power beyond the world's rules. Ding. System notification. Your gold coins are temporarily bound and cannot be withdrawn. Bound? Zhou Ming unwrapped the package, examining its contents. Gold coins. Bound. The Light faction is currently pursuing the stolen coins. Withdrawals are temporarily unavailable. Did we fail? Qianing inquired. No. Zhou Ming squinted. It can be done. Let us return. All right. The two swiftly made their way back to Qingshui City. At that moment, the 3 pursuing demons also returned, their expressions far from pleasant. This fellow actually led us on a wild goose chase and brought us back. Flamesword. Zhou Ming struck down with his sword, briefly clearing the skeletal minions outside the Lord's mansion before landing safely. Witnessing this, the leader of the beggar gang hurriedly approached. Apologies. I was momentarily occupied. Zhou Ming replied with a beaming smile. Enough of your tricks. The beggar gang leader charged forward with his sword. Even if you have a god-tier NPC by your side, your demise is inevitable. Miss. Capitalizing on his speed. Zhou Ming effortlessly evaded the attack and calmly stated, I have witnessed your talent. Now it is time for you to experience mine. The beggar gang leader felt a chill run down his spine, bracing himself. The onlookers were captivated. Was the SSS-level talent that roamed the world about to be unveiled? Setting aside his jest, Zhou Ming's expression gradually turned stoic. Ding. System notification. You have activated the talent, Sovereign's Descent, successfully copied the beggar gang leader's talent, and increased its rank by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has transformed into Royal Path, SS level. Royal Path, SS level. Seek the enhancement of beings within a 2000 range. If granted permission, you may temporarily possess 3 of that being's health, attack, and defense for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 10 days. Note, range increases with strength. Royal Path. Zhou Ming spoke slowly. Buzz. In the next instant, a brilliant golden energy surged forth from Zhou Ming, radiating in all directions. The beggar gang leader's pupils constricted, as if struck by lightning. This move was all too familiar. Ding. System notification. Zhou Ming uses the talent Royal Path, seeking strength from beings within a 2000 range. Will you grant him your assistance? Note. Providing assistance will temporarily grant the recipient a 3 boost to all attributes. The crowd fell into silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the moment, as if the world had frozen in time. Chapter 53. The accusation of guilt. The leader of the beggars gang was utterly incredulous. In terms of both scope and effect, the sovereign path far surpassed his own abilities by an extraordinary margin. No, that was not right. The hidden deities discerned the truth. The talent of wandering the world should be termed sovereign ascendance, rather than sovereign path. Have you noticed that when he employed the sovereign path, his speed significantly diminished? The talents of the two could not be so strikingly similar unless his talent was. All clues pointed towards a singular conclusion. Sovereign ascendants possessed the ability to replicate an opponent's prowess while enhancing it. In that moment, the gods were shaken. Such a talent was unprecedented. The leader of the beggars gang surmised the reason. You have replicated my talent? Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Zhou Ming stood alone at the Lord's mansion. As skeletal soldiers approached, he wielded the sword of the blazing heavens, creating a vast vacuum around him. This is utterly shameless. The second-in-command of the beggars' gang cursed. What is there to fear? The leader remained composed, quickly regaining his calm. There would hardly be anyone to aid him. The vast majority of players harbored hostility towards wandering the world. That was the reality. In other words, even if the sovereign path was stronger than the human alliance, without sufficient allies, it could never amount to much. Indeed, the second-in-command of the beggars' gang, Hu Rumung, suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Those who do not support wandering the world can claim an additional subsidy of 30 yuan from our beggars' gang with a screenshot. You cannot turn the tide." Fearing unforeseen circumstances, the leader of the beggars' gang immediately charged forward. Zhou Ming remained unfazed, just as his opponent had stated. There were scarcely any players willing to extend their support to him. Clang! Zhou Ming raised his sword to block the leader's assault, stumbling backward, his palm slightly numb. Landing below. With the support of thousands, the leader's stats indeed exceeded his by a considerable amount, with an attack cap reaching up to 4,200 points. Wandering the world was bound to lose. Recovering from a brief shock, the player's assessment of the battle situation remained unchanged. The sovereign path was indeed superior to the human alliance. However, wandering the world was not well received within the game. Everyone hoped for his defeat, so how could they possibly lend him aid? Do you believe you can rally the players to your cause? The leader of the beggars' gang pressed the attack, his sword shimmering with starlight, mistaken. Everyone wished to see you fall swiftly. As he exerted verbal pressure, his assault grew increasingly fierce. Ding! System notification. The leader of the beggars' gang has activated the skill, Starlight Power, increasing attack by 30 and attack speed by 30, lasting for 1 minute. Sword of the Blazing Heavens. At a certain moment, Zhou Ming summoned flames, conjuring a blazing phantom greatsword that descended upon the leader of the beggars' gang. The latter had anticipated this, gripping the azure stone offered by Mo Yun in his left hand. Ding! System notification. The leader of the beggars' gang has used the S-rank rare item, Windstone, reducing damage by 20, increasing movement speed by 50, and attack speed by 50. Lasting for 3 minutes. The velocity surged dramatically as the leader of the beggars' sect attempted to evade to the side. However, the sword of the burning heavens remained steadfastly locked onto him, shadowing his every move and affording him no opportunity for escape, crashing down upon his head. Boom! Nearby minions were obliterated, and the leader of the beggars' sect was struck to his knees, ensnared in a 1:45-second suppression. Minus 1,232. For other players, this damage would have been fatal, yet it merely caused the beggars' sect leader's health to diminish by a mere tenth. "I cannot offer you assistance," Jianying elucidated. "The rules stipulate that I cannot intervene in battles among adventurers, and the values I provide exceed your panel's limits, which is equally prohibited." "That's all right." Zhou Ming remained unfazed. If a god-tier NPC could intercede, such a move would indeed be overpowered. The leader of the beggars' sect would receive the blessings of the gods, rendering him invincible. Instead of seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was suppressed, Zhou Ming proclaimed, "Anyone who aids me may screenshot to claim a gold subsidy." A gold subsidy? Nonsense. Where would players find gold nowadays? The players were incredulous. At that moment, a single silver coin was worth $10, while the value of gold soared into the thousands. With no market available, Jianying, disperse a few coins. Zhou Ming maintained his composure. Although the gold was bound and could not be withdrawn, gifting it within the game was certainly permissible. Understood. Jianying promptly complied. With a rustle, a rain of gold coins cascaded from the sky. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Ding! System prompt. You have received assistance in black and white. Health 3. 2. Attack 0. 46. Defense 0. 34. Ding! System prompt. You have received assistance in the pursuit of poverty. Almost instantaneously, as the coins rained down, players' assistance flooded Zhou Ming's information panel. The leader of the beggars' sect's expression shifted drastically, and as the suppression ended, he promptly launched an attack. Clang! Zhou Ming stood firm, taking his strike head-on. -1. The damage number, indicating no breach of defense, appeared. The two men exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. The atmosphere was fraught with despair. Let this end. Zhou Ming swung his sword downward. The leader of the beggars' sect, pallid and gritting his teeth, declared, "I will die, but I will not allow you to fare better." Ding! System prompt. You have gained assistance from the leader of the beggars sect. In his final moments, he successfully snatched a gold coin from Zhou Ming. Minus 14,458. Critical hit. With a thud, the leader of the beggars sect collapsed, lifeless, and a green stone fell to the ground. Treasure. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled as he swiftly bent down to collect the Lingfeng stone. Ding. System prompt. Please note. Star Guardian, Mo Yun, has decreased their affinity towards you by minus 20, current, 10 points, sworn enemies. Undoubtedly, this stone originated from Mo Yun. The intentional revelation of an S-grade rare item was a calculated move to incite even greater hatred from Mo Yun. Zhou Ming discerned the leader of the beggars sect's malicious intent. How ruthless, even in death he would not allow me peace. The spirit of the former leader of the beggars sect was nearly overwhelmed with rage. How absurd. Mo Yun, who had been secretly observing the battle, wore a face as dark as charcoal. The clash between both sides was utterly ludicrous. The rapid shifts in the situation were too swift for anyone to react. With the replication of abilities and the extravagant display of wealth, their conduct was entirely unreasonable. Having dealt with the most troublesome player, Zhou Ming turned his gaze toward the challenger, Renzhong Qitu, and signaled, "You may now impart your wisdom upon me." Renzhong Qitu. Ding. System notification. You have successfully slain Renzhong Qitu, Sin Value 1. A single stroke, and he was vanquished. From that moment on, Zhou Ming showed no mercy towards the members of the beggars sect or the skeletal minions attempting to breach the mayor's residence, unleashing a barrage of skills that concluded the skirmishes in mere moments. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. The second wave of assault led by the level 20 silver boss, Demonic Lion King, is about to commence. Roar. A multitude of lions surged into the fray from outside the city, their presence formidable. Zhou Ming charged forth with unyielding determination, slicing through foes as if they were mere vegetables. With the support of thousands, his attributes reached unprecedented heights. Suddenly, a projection of a man appeared before Zhou Ming. The man was rugged, towering, and exuded a formidable aura, furiously declaring, "It is you, the mastermind behind the theft of gold coins." Thunder Sovereign Lei Qianzhu, Divine Boss, another divine powerhouse. Zhou Ming vaguely recalled that he was among the participants in the deity's wager. What gold coins? Zhou Ming appeared perplexed. Theft of gold coins. What theft? Do not feign ignorance. Lei Qianzhu gritted his teeth. Who else could it be, if not you? Fengyuan Town, Zisha Town, Yufeng Town all fall under his jurisdiction. The theft of over 1,000,000 gold coins was a significant loss for him. Oh, now I understand. Zhou Ming's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Are you suggesting that someone has stolen gold coins, and you believe that person to be me? Who else could it be? Lei Qianzhu glared fiercely. Haraha. At this, Zhou Ming could not help but burst into laughter, only for his expression to darken, to fabricate charges. What excuse is lacking? Chapter 54. The mysterious bird's demise. Do you still dare to argue? Lei Qianzhu's nostrils flared with indignation. It was unfathomable to him that a thief could speak with such fervor and conviction. Am I mistaken? Zhou Ming retorted passionately, gesturing toward the sky. When gold coins were stolen, why did you not suspect the 3 demon lords but instead cast your doubts upon the valiant adventurers of the United Front? He felt certain that if he left any evidence behind, his life would be forfeit. Lei Qianzhu's facial muscles twitched, his expression darkening as he struggled to formulate a counterargument. I am currently fighting valiantly to defend Qingshui Town, Zhou Ming declared, combating the second wave of the demonic lion's invasion of the Lord's Manor while speaking with righteous fervor. Yet you choose to suspect the brave defenders of our homeland rather than confront the demon lords, daring only to cast shadows. How can a being of your caliber in the light faction be so cowardly? You. Lei Qianzhu's eyes widened, nearly igniting with fury. Could he truly turn the tables? Do you have any evidence to prove that I am the thief? Zhou Ming skillfully shifted his stance. With a godly being guiding him, he doubted they could leave any trace behind. Lei Qianzhu was rendered speechless. The challenge of finding evidence was insurmountable, especially since his opponent had deliberately dispersed some of the illicitly obtained wealth, making it impossible to reclaim it through established rules. After all, the law does not penalize the many. What evidence do you possess? How dare you come here to demand an explanation? Zhou Ming countered. The godly beings of the light faction truly had no shame. Outside, the three demon lords exchanged glances. Song Xian is right. I underestimated him, Aomi exclaimed, astonished. Plundering gold coins. Buying hearts with gold. Standing atop a moral high ground. Silencing a godly being. She could hardly believe such an extraordinary man existed. No matter. The 10th demon lord, the enchantress goddess Alice, looked down upon the scene and declared, with the three of us intervening, even the goddess of divine embers cannot protect him. Using adventurers to oppose Zhou Yu was the light faction scheme, aiming to acquire the divine demon pearl ahead of time. Their plan had failed, much to the delight of the dark faction. Indeed, Aimi and Balin nodded in agreement. All cunning tricks pale before absolute strength. Zhou Yu's actions, though unexpected, would not allow him to slip from their grasp. Let us see how long you can maintain your mirth. Lei Qianjue begrudgingly withdrew his shadow. At this moment, the gods of the light faction could not intervene. To do so would drag them into battle, forcing them to confront the demon lords due to factional conflicts. Thus, Zhou Yu would emerge as the ultimate victor. With the baseless accusation of thievery cleanly dismissed, Zhou Ming continued to face the bloodthirsty demonic lions without any pressure. The final level 20 silver boss fell to him with just a few swift strikes. A solitary individual has remarkably managed to defend the city. Is this merely a game? Many players are left in astonishment. It is not surprising, given your insatiable greed. The second-in-command of the Beggars sect curses vehemently, claiming that had it not been for this, they would have long since conquered him. Apart from traveling the world, the players of Clearwater City have been utterly annihilated, leaving only their soul forms to spectate, awaiting the conclusion of the event for their resurrection. At this moment, Clearwater City has nearly been reduced to ruins, with only the Lord's Manor remaining unbreached. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Dark Faction sounded the final assault horn. Ding. System notification. Attention, the Insect Legion led by the level 40 Golden Boss, Bloodthirsty Queen, will initiate the third wave of attack. Ding. System notification. Due to the presence of a hidden divine boss within Clearwater Town, the attention of Windrunner, Baron, Crimson Elf, Amy, and Enchantress, Alice, has been drawn. Triggering the storyline, Demon God descends. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of divine beings enveloped the area, making it difficult to breathe. The entire Clearwater City seemed to be frozen in time. Although they came to slay me, the system certainly knows how to compensate. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave as he gazed skyward, where Baron and Alice were accompanied by an overwhelming torrent of wind and fire elements, an unstoppable force. In the distance, Amy drew back her bow, her blood-red arrows captivating and fearsome. Boundless elemental energy converged, seething with fury. The players who had not yet resurrected held their breath involuntarily. In this critical moment, the divine demon orb within Zhou Ming radiated a brilliant white light, and a silver-haired maiden wielding a sword emerged. With a swift motion, Amy's arrow struck first. Qianing seized one with her left hand, crushing it, while her right hand slashed forth with a sword aura, forcibly repelling the two demon gods approaching Zhou Ming. Divine Flame Queen, do you truly believe you can face 3 foes alone? Baron replied with an air of nonchalance, as his sword descended, unleashing a tempest that was cleaved in two by Qianing, dissipating entirely. You cannot hold out for long. Amy relentlessly drew her bow, unleashing arrows like a torrential storm. Behind Alice, countless fiery birds took flight, each explosion resonating violently as they neared Qianing. Boom, boom, boom. The battle among the four ascended to the heavens, shattering the clouds, as if stirring the very heavens themselves. In this dire situation, Zhou Ming's countenance grew serious, and he commanded, Xin Yao, come forth. Desperate times call for drastic measures. He needed to employ extreme tactics to assist Qianing in her victory. Ding. System notification. Your pet, Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast, Xin Yao, has refused summons. I have no patience for prolonged engagements. Zhou Ming spoke coldly. Did you not wish to flee? I can offer you that opportunity. Chirp. At his words, Xin Yao flew out from the pet space, gazing at Zhou Ming with confusion. He actually intends to let me go? I command you to assist Qianing against the demon gods. Zhou Ming decisively issued his orders. Xin Yao was indeed his trump card against the demon gods. Previously, with each summoning, a myriad of shadows obstructed external sight. rendering even divine beings incapable of perceiving and thus unprepared. The Xian bird's eyes widened in panic, seemingly questioning how a mere support could confront a demon god. "Fear not," Zhou Ming encouraged. "You shall ascend. The myriad shadows will know what to do." The Xian bird, perplexed yet compelled by its master's unequivocal command, steeled itself and flapped its wings, striving towards the heavens. An inexplicable unease began to burgeon within its heart. In the lofty heights, explosions erupted in succession, born from elemental forces clashing. The myriad shadows struggled against three demon gods, finding themselves at a disadvantage. "It has arrived." As the Xian bird approached, her aura swiftly locked onto it, conjuring a pure white barrier around the Xian bird to shield it from the lethal aftershocks. With a rush, light elements surged towards the right foot of the myriad shadows, who charged forth with indomitable momentum towards the Xian bird. The Xian bird emitted a cry, uncertain of how to assist. "Fear not," the myriad shadows reassured. "Just endure a little longer. It shall soon conclude." Her right foot, imbued with terrifying light elements, trembled, radiant as the blazing sun, clearly indicating an impending strike of extraordinary might. The Xian bird stood frozen. Without further ado, the myriad shadows spun in the air, graceful as a startled swan, and then forcefully struck the protective white barrier surrounding the Xian bird, propelling it forth as if kicking a ball. Aerial strike. A blinding white light, infused with divine might, erupted forth. A mere parlor trick. Baron raised his sword, summoning a tempest that rippled through the very fabric of space. Enveloped in divine power, the Sword of Storms descended with a thunderous slash towards the white light. A sharp bird call echoed through the heavens. An energy explosion erupted above. Zhou Ming halted momentarily, then quickly refocused his thoughts. "I have been staying up too late lately. It must be auditory hallucinations." Chapter 55, The Bloodthirsty Queen, the third wave of the siege. Swarms of purple flying insects, armed with venomous stingers, descended upon the battlefield. Yet they were no match for Zhou Ming. Empowered by the king's path, his attributes far surpassed those of the wild monsters, effortlessly obliterating them. Ding. System notification. Your pet, Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast, Xian Bird, has sustained fatal damage and has perished. Ding. System notification. Your pet Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast, Xian Bird, has triggered the passive skill, Immortal, and will resurrect in 20 minutes. Inflicting a -99 luck penalty and reducing all attributes by 10, with a -20 resistance to all elemental damage, lasting for 7 days. Suddenly, calamity struck the Xian bird. In midair, Windwalker Baron's expression changed drastically as dark mist enveloped him, significantly diminishing his power. The creature inside the luminous sphere was indeed the Xian bird. A reduction of 10 in all attributes was manageable for a demon god, but the -99 luck and -20 elemental resistance were utterly devastating. Seizing this opportunity, Qianing directed the assault towards the seventh demon god, alleviating much of the pressure. The Xian bird had become Zhou Ming's companion as he traversed the world. First, he acquired the divine demon pearl inheritance, and now he had the Xian bird by his side. This man was undeniably blessed, a rarity in my lifetime. It was likely that his ability to capture such a creature was intricately linked to his extraordinary talents. The deities were taken aback. It was not their intention to overreact, but Zhou Ming consistently unveiled strategies that left them astounded. 20 minutes later, chirp, 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 without Zhou Ming's summons, the Xian bird immediately emerged from the pet space, vociferously expressing its displeasure towards Zhou Ming. "This is my only chance for victory," Zhou Ming asserted. "Moreover, you need not feign indifference. You should feel elated, for you are on the brink of attaining your freedom." As he spoke, he glanced at the loyalty level of the Xian bird. 35 points. With a high probability of perishing once or twice more, it would break free from the constraints of the pet contract. Upon hearing this, the Xian bird ceased its commotion, casting a furtive glance at the master of the murderous insects. Just as Zhou Ming had stated, each of his authoritative commands brought it one step closer to liberation. Immortality is your passive ability, but many are aware of it. Zhou Ming analyzed. This implies that you must have perished numerous times. Am I not correct? A divine powerhouse would certainly harbor thoughts about the Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast. It was precisely because the Xian bird had met its demise so frequently that fewer individuals dared to trouble it. The Xian bird remained silent. Since you were so eager to depart, how could I not assist? Zhou Ming dispatched a flying insect with a swift blow and turned to face it, speaking earnestly. But I hope you remember. It was you who underestimated me first, and I merely captured you afterward. Chirp. The Xian bird attempted to retort. Ding. System notification. Your pet, heaven, and earth spirit beast, Xian bird, indicates that it has cast a curse upon you due to sensing an ominous aura emanating from you. Ominous? Zhou Ming found it ludicrous. Do you often judge a person's virtue or vice based solely on your subjective feelings? As he spoke, he gestured toward the void and questioned. Then tell me, are the gods good or evil? Are the demon gods good or evil? Who is virtuous and who is malevolent? The Xian bird was rendered speechless, a pang of guilt rising within. It was acutely aware that its master, eloquent and persuasive, should not be blindly trusted, yet his words held merit. Much of what constitutes good and bad often hinges on differing perspectives, devoid of inherent morality. In this urgent moment, I do not wish to engage in further debate. Zhou Ming's tone was particularly grave. All I know is that I captured you through genuine skill, while you merely resisted contact, compelling me to command you for your freedom. Boom. The clash of divine beings reverberated, shaking the heavens. Now, I command you to ascend and assist Qianing. Zhou Ming understood that the Xian bird's death would weaken the demon god's power but would not alter the tide of battle, if you must depart after being revived. Then go. I sincerely appreciate your contributions. The Xian bird seemed inclined to say something, hesitating before finally flapping its wings and soaring into the clouds. Sensing the Xian bird's approach, Qianing flew closer, employing the same tactic as before. Here it comes again. The expressions of the three demon gods shifted dramatically. The cost of slaying the Xian bird was no trivial matter. This time, the Xian bird was exceedingly proactive, unfurling its wings to form a dark, eerie energy directed toward the demon gods. It was none other than the curse of misfortune that Zhou Ming had previously experienced firsthand. Go. Following the curse, Qianing delivered a powerful kick, and the Xian bird transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly selecting a demon god as its chosen target. Let me take it. Warren resolved to sacrifice himself, gritting his teeth as he struck at the Xian bird, only for it to suddenly rebound, after the Xian bird flapped its wings. The unforeseen change rendered his blade ineffective. Miss. Baron, you. The other two demon gods glared incredulously. This is not my fault. Baron chuckled wryly. My luck has plummeted by 198. Do you comprehend the implications? The curse of misfortune compounded by the slaying of the Xian bird left him feeling desolate. Boom. After a resounding explosion, the Xian bird fulfilled its mission. Ding. System notification. Your pet, celestial spirit beast, Xian bird, has sustained fatal damage and is deceased. Ding. System notification. Your pet celestial spirit beast, Xian bird, has triggered the passive Undying and will resurrect in 20 minutes, imposing a -99 luck penalty on Blood Elf, Amy, reducing all attributes by 10 and elemental resistance by 20, lasting for 7 days. Zhou Ming swiftly opened the pet panel to check the loyalty. It remained at 35 points, unchanged. Gathering his thoughts, he drew his sword to clear the final remnants of the battlefield. Swish! Golden light scattered. Although the minor foes besieging the city were of a lower level than Zhou Ming, their cumulative efforts elevated his level to 45, bringing him closer to the second transcendence. Suddenly, a poison needle struck from the side, embedding itself in Zhou Ming and inflicting toxin. Ding! The system prompts. The bloodthirsty queen employs the skill, piercing venom, inflicting 2,625 points of damage upon you and ensnaring you in a poisoned state, resulting in a loss of 100 life points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Zhou Ming abruptly turned his head, and before him stood a humanoid creature of the Zerg race. She possessed an enchanting feminine visage, her skin a deep shade of purple-black. Her figure graceful, and a unique stinger protruded from her back. After launching her venomous needle, she immediately produced another one, Bloodthirsty Queen, Golden Tier Boss, level, 40 health, 500. 000 attack, 6,800 to 7,000 defense, 2,000 to 2,300 skills, piercing venom, toxic downpour, super bloodthirst, Zerg Queen, demonic guardian, description, once merely a common venomous insect. She ascended to become the Zerg Queen after receiving the favor of a demon god, her power formidable. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. The final boss of the third wave, with attributes so elevated they bordered on the absurd, capable of utterly overpowering even a level 60 golden tier boss. The Flame Giant Lizard King. Undoubtedly, to eliminate her, the Dark Faction had further schemes in place, aside from the demon god's personal intervention. At last, it was my turn to take the stage. The bloodthirsty queen gazed down upon Zhou Ming, alongside her numerous subordinates, declaring, "Travel the world, your life shall be mine." Chapter 56, Reward Settlement. Confronted by the formidable bloodthirsty queen, Zhou Ming stood resolute. Flames of the inferno armor enveloped his form, manifesting an imposing suit of armor that radiated power. With a swish, the blade sliced through the air, creating a vortex of energy. As he executed his strike, torrents of fire erupted, merging his being with the sword to conjure a fearsome dragon's head that charged forward with its gaping maw, leaving devastation in its wake. Inferno Dragon's Roar. Boom. The flames surged, empowered by the Inferno Dragon, delivering a staggering 800 damage, instantly obliterating the approaching minions. Minus 42,351. Minus 45,136. Minus 46,899. Hiss. The monumental damage, exceeding 40,000, left the nearby observing players gasping in disbelief. Thunderous roars echoed as the mighty Inferno Dragon soared 100 meters high, sparks flying and dust billowing around. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming's health was entirely restored. This was the effect of his weapon. Fire elemental attacks allowed him to recover one of damage dealt his health. What an outrageous skill. The second in command of the Beggars sect felt a shiver run down his spine. Just because the boss had landed a surprise attack, Zhou Ming had unleashed a devastating counter. After clearing out the minions, Zhou Ming quickly returned, the Sword of Radiance descended. And with a tearing slash, the bloodthirsty queen's health plummeted. To be honest, only due to the extraordinary talent of the Beggars sect leader could he withstand the boss. Otherwise, this challenge would have been insurmountable. Zhou Ming possessed some strength, but Flame Slash, minus 12,357. Zhou Ming remained silent, merely releasing his skills and stoic determination. How outrageous. After suffering continuous blows, the bloodthirsty queen, incensed, unleashed her super bloodlust, increasing her attack and movement speed by 60, immediately launching a counterattack. Ding. System notification. The bloodthirsty queen has activated the skill Toxic Deluge, causing all attacks to inflict a poisoning effect, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 30, attack speed by 20, and inflicting an additional loss of 500 health points. Minus 2,255. Zhou Ming's health plummeted. To exchange blood is to court death, some players asserted confidently. In terms of health points, even Zhou Ming could not rival the boss. Holy Fire Baptism. Witnessing his health drop to 80, Zhou Ming decisively employed a newly acquired skill from the previous day. Bathing in radiant flames, restoring 20 of his health and removing negative status effects. 5,012. A massive green healing number appeared. His health was fully restored. Damn. The priest could not help but curse. Clearly a melee class, yet he could heal himself? 80. 60. Both sides' health bars dwindled rapidly. But it was evident that Zhou Ming was still at a disadvantage. Is your strength limited to this? At one moment, dark light enveloped the boss. Ding. System notification. The bloodthirsty queen has activated the skill, Demonic Protection, increasing all attributes by 50, lasting 5 minutes. Curse it. Zhou Ming swiftly struck with the Sword of Radiance to suppress her, creating distance between them. Traveling the world has exhausted all options. The leader of the Beggars sect perceived the situation keenly. Perhaps not. Zhou Ming remained unflustered, retrieving a verdant stone from his pack. Ding. System notification. You have used the S-level rare item, Lingfeng Stone. Damage reduction of 20, movement speed increased by 50, attack speed enhanced by 50, lasting for 3 minutes. The leader of the Beggars sect. Damn. How could I have forgotten he possessed such a card? However, even with the Lingfeng Stone activated, Zhou Ming found himself unable to rival the bloodthirsty queen wielding the demon god's blessing, forced to retreat while stalling for time. Until 20 minutes later, the Xian bird, which had not responded to Zhou Ming's call, emerged from the pet space to lend its assistance. With a flourish of its wings, dark energy surged forth. Ding. System notification. Celestial spirit beast Qian bird has used the skill Doom Divination. The bloodthirsty queen's luck is now -99, lasting for 2 hours. And a random debuff is applied. For the next 3 days, all attributes are reduced by 60. Wow, Brother Bird is incredible! Zhou Ming exclaimed, nearly losing his voice. This move was crucial, enabling him to turn the tide. Brother Bird? The Qian bird regarded its master with a peculiar gaze. With no time to ponder the Qian bird's thoughts, Zhou Ming brandished the fire cloud sword and charged once more. Miss. The bloodthirsty queen's first attack after being cursed missed entirely. This is the terrifying nature of luck. Although this statistic may seem ethereal, it significantly impacts hit rates. Critical strike probabilities, equipment drop rates, and various other hidden attributes tied to chance. The attack failing, the bloodthirsty queen unleashed her venomous tail spikes. Strangely, Zhou Ming felt an instinctive sense of fortune, swiftly dodging to the side as the poisonous spikes narrowly grazed his shoulder. Miss. Such a thing exists. The bloodthirsty queen, undeterred, lunged closer, jabbing with her tail spikes. -1,612. The damage fell within manageable limits, clearly close to the lower threshold of the bloodthirsty queen's attack. Well within Zhou Ming's defensive capabilities. With the Qian bird's intervention, everything suddenly flowed smoothly. Zhou Ming felt a significant reduction in pressure, effortlessly harvesting the boss's health. While in the skies above, Qianing faced 3 opponents without losing ground. 40, 20. The tide had completely turned. In just a few minutes, Zhou Ming miraculously overcame the final obstacle of the siege battle. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the bloodthirsty queen, golden level boss, receiving the following rewards. Experience 32. 55. Prestige 100. Gold 1. 8. How infuriating. The demon god, witnessing this scene, though filled with reluctance, had no choice but to retreat in a disheveled manner. With the Qian bird inflicting an incurable negative status, they faced the divine Ash Queen with multiplied pressure, lacking any assurance of victory. Continuing the fight posed too great a risk, yielding more losses than gains. As the demon god's figure vanished into the horizon, the system bell signaling the conclusion slowly resonated. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer of Clearwater City for completing the main quest. Hold the fort. Difficulty S. The points leaderboard has been locked. And the settlement process begins. Gulp. Gulp. Victory. Zhou Ming, drenched in blood, gasped for breath as he silently collected his spoils. He then collapsed onto the ground outside the Lord's mansion, surrounded by a sea of corpses, the setting sun only adding to the desolation. I have triumphed. He shouted to the heavens. No one replied. The townsfolk had long since departed, and the deities dared not reveal themselves. The entire city remained intact, save for the Lord's mansion, which had yet to be breached. He stood alone, the sole survivor among the players. With a flutter, the Qian bird folded its wings and perched upon his shoulder, grooming its feathers, refusing to leave. Those players who had witnessed the final moments of battle and death gazed upon him with complex expressions, at a loss for words. Approximately 3 minutes later, the system concluded its calculations and distributed rewards. Ding. System notification. Clearwater City has withstood the invasion of monsters, enduring the baptism of war, and remains unyielding. Receiving the following compensation: all building repair speeds increased by 500, wall resilience 200, regional resources 50, and for the indigenous inhabitants and adventurers of the faction. Loot drop rate 10 and experience gain 20, lasting for 3 days. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, Zhou World, for attaining first place on the points leaderboard. Receiving rewards. Chapter 57. The Judgment Scroll. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, Wandering the World, for securing the first place on the points leaderboard. Earning rewards. Level 3, free attribute points 30, fame 500, S-class rare item, Judgment Scroll. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, leader of the Beggar Gang, for achieving second place on the points leaderboard. Earning rewards. Level 2, free attribute points 20, fame 300. A-class skill, sweeping the troops. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, listening to the wind and playing in the rain, for attaining third place on the points leaderboard. Swish, swish, swish. As the city defense battle concluded, 3 golden lights cascaded down upon Zhou Ming, elevating his level to the unattainable 48. Just 2 levels shy of his professional promotion. The rewards were exceedingly generous. If he were to acquire the Judgment Scroll, blessed by the super lucky star of the Xian bird, what a notion that would be. He would obtain the very first SS-class item in the game. However, Zhou Ming did not hasten to inspect his rewards. Instead, he remained seated, recuperating his stamina. Although Destiny lacks a visible blue bar system, this does not imply that the release of skills is devoid of consumption. Ultimately, in a holographic simulation game, the invisible blue bar represents stamina. When stamina is entirely depleted, the body becomes unresponsive. Even if one's health points remain intact, they can only await their fate. Meanwhile, deceased players revived. NPCs returned through the reopened teleportation array, and various structures were swiftly repaired with the assistance of the powers of regulation. Ding! System notification. The safe zone has been restored. With the chaotic battle concluded, the enemies retreated entirely, and the resurrected players could no longer attack him. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the guards. Consider it luck. He never expected that this ordeal would not claim his life. While there is no rush, granting him some additional space for growth makes one wary of potential unforeseen complications. As the dust settled, the deities had no choice but to depart in despair, declaring their plans thwarted. Are you all right? Minutes later, a girl clad in simple garments with silvery hair, her clear gaze filled with concern, extended her delicate hand towards Zhou Ming. Regaining his composure, he grasped Qian Ying's snowy hand and, using it as leverage, rose from the ground, smiling as he replied, "I'm fine." Her touch was tender and smooth, a remarkable first impression. Qian Ying inquired, regarding the trial of the 7 sins, "Have you devised a strategy for passing it?" The troubles are far from resolved. The sin of jealousy demands that wandering the world amass 1 million gold coins solely through personal prowess. And while the 1,000,000 gold coins have been acquired, their legitimacy remains unrecognized. I shall try again. Discussing serious matters, Zhou Ming dared not to be complacent. He opened his inventory to discover that the binding status of his gold coins had vanished. This indicated that after confronting Lei Qian, he was beyond reproach. Even though the latter was aware of the theft, accessing the System-S recharge panel, Zhou Ming decisively initiated a withdrawal. Ding! System notification. Your account has received a withdrawal amount, 945 million. Although 1,000,000 gold coins hold a value exceeding 1 billion. Such a colossal sum entering the market significantly depreciates the exchange rate. 945 million. Observing such exaggerated figures, Zhou Ming felt his entire hand tremble. Seizing the moment while other players were still oblivious, he recharged all his gold back into the game. Ding! System notification. You have acquired 1,064, 100 gold. Surely, this must complete the task, right? Zhou Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. In truth, his plan was rather straightforward. During the city defense battle, he intended to exploit Qian Ying's teleportation technique to infiltrate and amass a fortune of 1 million gold, subsequently disrupting the system's judgment through recharging and withdrawing. It is crucial to note that after withdrawal, this 1,000,000 gold effectively flows into the market, and upon recharging, although the monetary value remains largely unchanged, it is, in name, no longer the original gold. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the task, 7 Deadly Trials, Sin of Envy, and unlocked the exclusive skill of the Flame Demon Lord, Flame Soul Art. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the task, 7 Deadly Trials, Sin of Envy, unlocking the Flame Demon Lord's exclusive ability, Heaven's Jealousy. Indeed, it worked. The second stage has finally been cleared. Zhou Ming let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Mission accomplished." Transforming gold that could not fulfill the task into gold that could, he deemed this high-risk, high-reward process as laundering gold. Congratulations! Qian Ying could not help but share in his joy. "I'll log off to grab a bite," he stated. "All right." A fierce wave of hunger washed over Zhou Ming, prompting him to decisively exit the game. The city defense battle had dragged on excessively due to the reluctance of many players to participate. He and Qian Ying had been engaged from 10 in the morning until sunset, leaving them utterly exhausted. Removing his gaming headset, Zhou Ming voluntarily stepped out of his rented room. The city at night was ablaze with lights. The streets bustled with people, still vibrant with life. Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Zhou Ming felt his mind clear. After countless days and nights immersed in the game, returning to reality felt almost surreal. Zipping up his jacket, he followed the flow of the crowd, treating himself to a hearty feast of barbecued delights. Sitting at the barbecue stall, he overheard many young individuals discussing the globally popular game, Destiny. Defending a city alone while traversing the world is nothing short of extraordinary. Unfortunately, he doesn't T-stream. He is rumored to be a lone wolf. Otherwise, I would certainly love to see how he leveled up. I wonder when the national war will commence. At that time, I will undoubtedly lead over 1,000 guild members to assault the Cherry Blossom District's fortress. Video games often serve as the most fervent topic of conversation during gatherings among the youth. Now, for various reasons, the idea traveling the world has become a sensation. Zhou Ming found their discussions quite intriguing. Bro. At that moment, a man clad in gray entered the barbecue stall and pulled out a chair opposite Zhou Ming, asking, "Mind if I sit here?" "Not at all, please do." Zhou Ming responded with a smile, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. This fellow seemed somewhat familiar. It was not an intentional attempt to strike up a conversation. He indeed felt a sense of familiarity with the unremarkable-looking man before him, whose bronze skin seemed reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, yet he could not pinpoint where that might be. "Is that so?" The man's eyes flickered as he shook his head, responding, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Perhaps. Zhou Ming did not dwell on it. At that moment, the skewers he had ordered were brought to him, emanating a delightful aroma. The man swallowed hard, reaching over to take a skewer from Zhou Ming's plate. Savoring it with evident pleasure. "This time, you treat. Next time, it will be my turn." Zhou Ming pondered this, a more intense sense of dissonance blooming within him. "So, we have indeed met before?" Under normal circumstances, who would invite someone they were meeting for the first time to a meal, especially a stranger? The man grinned widely. "Think for yourself." Zhou Ming remained silent. Subsequently, the two enjoyed a hearty meal. Although Zhou Ming was unaware of the man's identity, he did not mind treating him, for the man exuded an air of distinction, revealing a unique charisma in his every gesture, unlike a mere freeloader. Perhaps one day, he would indeed return the favor? Until we meet again. After their satisfying repast, the man stood to bid farewell, departing with evident contentment. Who exactly was he? With this perplexing question lingering in his mind, Zhou Ming returned to his rented room and re-entered the game. That evening, he did not intend to level up, but he felt compelled to first examine the treasures within his inventory. Chapter 58. The ranking of demonic deities. With a swift motion, the brilliance of white light scattered around. Zhou Ming returned to the bustling yet desolate Qin Shui city. Before he could take any action, the sound of the system notification rang in his ears. Ding. System alert. The dark faction has made a resurgence. The Destiny continent is engulfed in the flames of war. In these chaotic times, valiant adventurers shall undoubtedly rise to prominence, their names echoing across the land. Ding. System alert. The prestige shop is now open. You may visit relevant NPCs within the city to exchange prestige for various items. Ding. System alert. The demonic deity rankings have been unveiled. Following the city defense battle, Destiny has introduced new content. Zhou Ming, filled with enthusiasm, opened the demonic deity rankings to explore the details. 1. Mass Slaughterer, Wuxing 2. Abyssal Sword Demon, Songxian 3. Necromancer God, Eric 4. Sovereign of the Sea, Water 5. Mind Enchantress, Betty 6. Ice Dragon, Lung Xian 7. Windwalker, Baron 8. Flame Giant King, Rod 9. Blood Elf, Amy 10. Enchantress Goddess, Alice. Among the 10 demonic deities, Zhou Ming had encountered 4. Notably, Songxian possessed the strongest power, ranking second among the demonic deities. Moreover, Baron, Amy, and Alice, when united, were repelled by Qianing. While it was true that the assistance of Xian Yao played a role, Qianing's strength could likely contend with the top 3 demonic deities. Xian Yao. Zhou Ming attempted to summon his pet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xian Yao emerged from the pet space, flitting about and chattering joyfully. "Are you not leaving?" Zhou Ming inquired. Xian Yao settled on his shoulder, neither nodding nor shaking its head, seemingly in a state of indecision. "If you must depart, I can grant you a month's leave," Zhou Ming said with a smile. "After a month, I shall seek you out along with Qianing and bring you back." With that, he retrieved another pet capture stone from his bag. Xin Yao widened its eyes, as if questioning whether the promised freedom was solely contingent upon this arrangement. "A reluctant fruit is not sweet." Zhou Ming shrugged, shifting his tone. Half-jokingly stating, however, "It is quite refreshing. Divine pets cannot simply be released at will. Bonds of affection can be nurtured over time, but without a beginning, nothing can flourish thereafter. I understand that you yearn for freedom." Before Xin Yao could respond, Zhou Ming added, "Yet, at this moment, I am in dire need of your assistance. Once I have amassed sufficient resources, I assure you, I shall not trouble you again. I vow to uphold my words." Xin Yao gazed into Zhou Ming's eyes, discerning the truth in his words, and nodded in agreement. The perils of traversing the world were palpable, with hostility lurking from all directions. Xin Yao was acutely aware of this reality. Ding. System alert. Your pet, spirit beast of heaven and earth. Xin Yao, loyalty 25. Current, 60 points. Zhou Ming felt a surge of joy. At last, he had successfully retained his divine pet. It is imperative to acknowledge that this is indeed a remarkable super assistance, capable of disregarding all conditions, adept in acquiring both beneficial and detrimental skills, exhibiting an extraordinary nature. Subsequently, in a state of delightful anticipation, Zhou Ming unwrapped the package, and the first sight that greeted him was 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. All bestowed by the Blood Queen: blood-draining bracers, golden grade; blood-draining leggings, golden grade; and amethyst armor, golden grade. Ahem. Zhou Ming retrieved them, cleared his throat, and tentatively inquired, "Shadow?" The enigmatic figure, understanding his intent, infused her unique energy into the equipment, dramatically enhancing their power to reach the soul battle grade. Upon brushing his hand across them once more, the attributes of the 3 pieces surged significantly: blood-draining bracers, soul battle grade, defense, 200 health, 5,000 traits, defense 20. Health 30 effect, blood drain. With each unit killed, personal attack increases by 1. Stacking up to 10 layers required level, 38 required prestige, 500 description. Exquisite bracers prepared by the demon god for the Blood Queen, ensuring she possesses sufficient strength to vanquish foes across the world. Blood-draining leggings, soul battle grade, defense, 220 health, 4,500 traits, defense 30, health 30 effect, blood drain. With each unit killed, personal attack increases by 1. Stacking up to 10 layers required level, 38 required prestige, 500 description. Exquisite leggings prepared by the demon god for the Blood Queen, ensuring she possesses sufficient strength to vanquish foes across the world. Amethyst armor, soul battle grade, defense, 400 to 450 health, 8,000 traits, defense 60 effect, resilience, damage reduction by 5 effect, block, damage taken reduced by 50 points effect, toughness, critical hit rate reduced by 10 required level, 38 required prestige, 750 description. Exquisite armor prepared by the demon god for the Blood Queen, ensuring she possesses sufficient strength to vanquish foes across the world. Zhou Ming could hardly contain his joy. These 3 pieces of equipment catapulted his defense to an astonishing level. Now, he felt emboldened enough to confront a golden grade boss alone. Beside him, the Xian bird marveled in awe. It was not the first time it had witnessed the prowess of the Queen of Ashes, yet no matter how many times it observed, the absurdity remained ever apparent. If the golden grade equipment was thus, how formidable would the inherently soul battle grade gear be once enhanced by her? The relentless pursuit by the gods. Their desire to seize and plunder was indeed justified. Moving forward, Zhou Ming directed his gaze towards the settlement rewards from the city defense battle, as presented by the system. A peculiar scroll adorned with blood-red symbols. Judgment Scroll, rare S-grade item. Description: contains a thread of peculiar power, capable of augmenting the judgment force of one's abilities, thereby amplifying their potency. Item effect: 50 probability of enhancing skill strength. Additional effect: 10 probability of adding the effect, Judgment Force, to already learned skills. Judgment Force ensures a critical hit. Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sensed a premonition, much like the blood-red sprite, Aimee, who can obliterate an entire city with a single arrow when her power is sufficiently formidable. I too shall seize the opportunity to achieve such prowess. Xin Yao. If you would be so kind as to assist. There is no need for haste as Zhou Ming retrieves the judgment scroll. Xin Yao complies readily, gently flapping its wings. Ding. System notification. Under the influence of this super lucky star, bestowed by the celestial spirit beast, Xin Yao. Your item, Judgment Scroll, has been elevated to the Rare SS grade. Judgment Scroll, Rare SS grade item. Description. It contains a peculiar power that augments one's abilities with a force of judgment, enhancing their potency. Item effect. There is a 100 probability of skill intensity being elevated, with the magnitude of enhancement directly correlated to the skill's strength. Additional effect. A 100 probability of imbuing learned skills with the effect, Judgment Power. Additional effect. A 100 probability of imbuing learned skills with the effect, Charge. The longer the charge, the greater the intensity. Transitioning from grade S to grade SS, the Judgment Scroll's effects have not undergone significant alteration. Rather, the probabilities have all been adjusted to a certainty of 100%. And a second additional effect has been acquired. With a resolute demeanor, Zhou Ming decisively tears the Judgment Scroll asunder. Ding. System notification. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. He chooses Sword of the Burning Heaven. Whoosh. A crimson light darts into Zhou Ming's forehead. As he opens the skill panel to behold the icon of the Sword of the Burning Heaven, which undergoes yet another transformation, radiating an enchanting red glow. Ding. System notification. Your skill, Sword of the Burning Heaven, has been elevated to exclusive SS grade under the enhancement of the Judgment Scroll. Chapter 59. Departure. Ding. The system prompts. Your skill, Sword of the Blazing Heavens, has advanced to the exclusive SS level Dawn, under the enhancement of the Judgment Scroll. Dawn, exclusive SS level. Description. With a single strike, the cosmos is subdued. Skill effect. Summons a colossal sword of blazing sunlight in midair, targeting units within a 300 meter radius, inflicting damage equivalent to 1,000 of the user's attack. This attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, imposing a suppression effect and reducing movement speed by 100 for 5 seconds. Additional effect 1. A fiery shockwave radiates from the struck unit, affecting units within a 100 meter radius. Area increases with the user's prowess, dealing 150 damage. This attack has a high probability of inflicting burn and knocking back. Specific probabilities depend on the disparity between both parties. Additional effect 2. The user may charge the Sword of Blazing Sunlight. The longer it is charged, the greater the power and range, with current damage potentially increasing to 2,000 and the affected area expanding to 200 meters. Cooldown. 20 seconds. The longer the charge, the longer the cooldown. Tier of growth. Terrifying. Zhou Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. If this sword were charged to its utmost limit, even he could not ascertain whether he could withstand it, let alone other players. The most critical aspect is that the power increase is so immense, and the instant activation of Dawn still has a cooldown of 20 seconds. Subsequently, Zhou Ming suppressed his urge to test it on someone and turned his attention to other skills. The 7 Deadly Sins trial, the second phase, has been completed. This brought him another exclusive skill and ability from the Lord of Flames, Flame Soul Technique, exclusive S level. Description. Burning the Soul, enabling the Lord of Flames to pursue greater strength, but at a significant cost. Skill effect. Enhances all attributes by 80. Additional effect. Locked can be activated after absorbing the blood of the flame dragon. Cost. Level -5, entering a weakened state for 5 hours. Cooldown. 48 hours. Heaven's Jealousy, exclusive ability. After sustaining a fatal blow, you will not perish and will immediately counterattack, with the counterattack strength equal to the damage dealt by the fatal blow. Cooldown. 3 days. The Flame Soul Technique can be regarded as a last resort, but it is typically used only in critical moments where life is at stake. As for the additional effect, it pertains to the dragon race and is difficult to unlock in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Heaven's Jealousy further amplifies survival capabilities, if utilized wisely. It can even turn the tide of battle, digesting all the benefits gained from the city defense battle. Zhou Ming redirected his gaze towards the 7 Deadly Sins trial. 7 Deadly Sins trial? Description. Only by enduring the utmost original sin can one become a true demon lord. Pride. Armor of the Flame Demon. Envy. Flame Soul Technique. Wrath. Awaiting activation will automatically activate in 3 days. Sloth. Greed. Gluttony? Lust? In the third trial of the seven sins, there remains a while before activation, granting a moment of respite. Yet, one cannot help but ponder the arduous nature of the upcoming trials, especially considering how even the sin of envy necessitated cunning to overcome. It is no wonder that the previous wielders of the divine demon pearl fell one after another, ultimately succumbing to his grasp. One step at a time, Zhou Ming decided to log off and rest, bidding farewell to Inger and Xian Niao with a gentle good night. The following day, Zhou Ming awoke refreshed and, after enjoying breakfast, embarked on a new journey. Upon returning to the game, he opened the map in search of suitable leveling spots. On the way, he withdrew a portion of his gold, transferring 100,000 to his parents. Notably, it wasn't that he wished to give more. The trouble lay in justifying the source of such income. A sum in the tens or hundreds of thousands could easily provoke unwarranted inquiries. The fear of revealing his gaming identity loomed large, as it might attract desperate players to confront him in reality. He had indeed struck it rich. Gazing at the gold in his inventory, Zhou Ming felt an almost surreal sensation, his mouth nearly stretching from ear to ear. 950 million, though the origins were dubious. Having exploited a loophole in the system, it was a tangible figure that could be brought back to the real world. 1,000,000 gold coins should suffice for a comfortable life in his own realm. Observing Zhou Ming's frequent glances at his inventory, brimming with excitement, Qian Ning recognized the immense fortune, but felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Oh, Zhou Ming chuckled. What do you mean by that? He understood that Qian Ning wished to prevent him from becoming complacent and neglecting his leveling. However, he was quite curious about how she intended to deliver this message. Material possessions are ephemeral. Qian Ning transformed into a beam of white light, emerging from the divine demon pearl with a solemn expression. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one safeguard their wealth. Xin Yao nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Gazing at Qian Ying's earnest demeanor, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for words. The world of Destiny Continent was starkly different from real life. Qian Ning likely did not comprehend that no matter how hard he strived to enhance his abilities within the game, he could not transfer that power back to reality. In my world, the operational rules differ from those of Destiny Continent, Zhou Ming articulated in the simplest terms. Here, I may excel as an adventurer, yet upon returning home, I remain an ordinary citizen, my level eternally fixed at 1. Impossible. Qian Ning shook her head, resolute. The inability to carry your strength over only indicates that you are not yet strong enough. Do you not believe me? That is not my intention. You simply do not believe. Qian Ying's expression bore an unprecedented seriousness. When you depart from this world, I have attempted to leave with you. Zhou Ming's heart raced at her words, prompting him to inquire, what happened? I encountered a formidable barrier that I could not break through. Qian Ning replied honestly. Zhou Ming felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and explained, perhaps it is the barrier of dimensions. So that is what it is called, the barrier of dimensions. Qian Ning, lost in thought, remarked, in summary, the barrier is quite formidable, and my current abilities are insufficient to breach it. If I were to ascend to a divine level, there might be an opportunity. An opportunity for what? One might ask. Naturally, to shatter the barrier of dimensions. Zhou Ming was rendered speechless, somewhat incredulous at Qian Ying's conclusion. To be frank, after entering the Destiny, he occasionally found it challenging to distinguish between reality and the game, leading to some rather unrealistic doubts. However, hearing such sentiments from Qian Ning for the first time intensified those feelings. Do you still not believe it? Qian Ning furrowed her brow. No. Zhou Ming shook his head resolutely and declared, I sincerely hope it is true. At this juncture, he paused before returning to the main topic. In truth, I understand your perspective. Money is a mere external possession and should not be overly coveted. For me personally, it is indeed significant, but what? Qian Ning inquired, puzzled. Taking you away from here is far more important to me. The morning sunlight cascaded down, accentuating the earnest demeanor of the young man. Chapter 60. The mysterious merchant take me away from here? A ripple danced in Qian Ning's eyes. If memory serves, this marked the third occasion she had heard him utter similar words. Coughing awkwardly, even Zhou Ming, who possessed an incredibly thick skin, found himself flustered by such an unspoken gaze exchanged at such proximity. I harbor no ulterior motives. What I mean to convey is, you have shown me kindness, and I must repay it in kind. Thank you. Xianying expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Ming shook his head. No, it is I who should thank you. Chirp. The Xian bird folded its wings and settled upon Zhou Ming's shoulder, silently observing him, not uttering a word. You two are so engrossed in each other that I feel like a mere lamppost, he remarked, attempting to shift the topic, turning his attention to the Xian bird. He continued, calling you Xian bird lacks intimacy. How about I bestow a name upon you? Upon hearing this, the Xian bird regarded him with skepticism. Ding. System notification. The celestial spirit beast, Xian bird, expresses doubt regarding your naming abilities. You underestimate me. Zhou Ming chuckled softly, scrutinizing the creature. This celestial spirit beast boasted glossy black feathers, a petite frame, and delicate wings, bearing a striking resemblance to a swallow. Noticing this, the Xian bird proudly lifted its tiny head. Your feathers are predominantly black. How about we call you Little Black? Zhou Ming ventured tentatively. The Xian bird glared at him, as if contemplating his demise. Zhou Ming promptly reconsidered. Perhaps Little Shadow would be more suitable. Little Shadow? The Xian bird pondered for a moment before nodding in approval, evidently pleased. Though Shadow and Black share similar connotations, the former possesses a distinctly more refined resonance. Ding. System notification. You have successfully named your pet, Little Shadow, Pet Loyalty 3. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Purple Moon Valley. Before long, Zhou Ming arrived at his destination, where he was greeted by a cadre of black tigers, their sharp claws poised as they lounged within the valley. Surrounded by numerous herbs known as purple moon grass, out of courtesy before engaging in battle, Zhou Ming cast a reconnaissance spell upon the wild beasts. Demonic Black Tiger, Elite Monster, Level, 60 Health, 50, 000 Attack, 2, for 100 to 2, 550 Defense, 1, 100 to 1. 280 Skills, Starving Tiger Pounce, Tiger's Might, Fierce Tiger Roar. Description: a tiger tainted by demonic energy, exhibiting intense hostility towards nearby beings. May you not become its next meal. An elite monster. This signifies a tier above ordinary creatures, showcasing significantly enhanced attributes in all aspects. Not rushing to approach. Zhou Ming raised his palm towards the heavens, gathering fire elements. Clang, in midair, a colossal sword, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, emerged, enveloped in potent fire elements, its sharpness radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. As Zhou Ming harnessed his strength, the phantom sword's size continued to swell, intensifying the pressure it exuded, causing the air to ripple even before it descended. 8 meters, 10 meters. At last, a colossal sword measuring 15 meters in length hung ominously, its aura foreboding like the sword of Damocles suspended above the adversaries. Roar. The demonized black tigers emitted fearful howls, trembling with trepidation. Go. As the energy reached its zenith, Zhou Ming clenched his fist and abruptly pointed forward. With a thunderous whoosh, the massive sword descended with the weight of a mountain, crashing down with an unstoppable force, piercing directly through the heart of the demonized black tiger, igniting a torrent of flames that surged outward in all directions. The assaulted creatures, akin to kites severed from their strings, were sent flying in disarray. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the skill Dawn Break, inflicting a critical damage of 120 points on the demonized black tiger. Due to the target's demise, suppression cannot be applied. Additionally, all enemy units within a 200-meter radius of the impact point suffer 231 to 786 points of damage, with a high probability of inflicting burn and knockback effects. Dust and flames roared, the gigantic sword embedded into the ground, creating a massive crater. In disbelief, Zhou Ming felt a surge of satisfaction, turning to Xianyao with a raised eyebrow. Am I not impressive? 100,000 damage. The demonized black tiger did not have enough lives to withstand this. Any players who dare to seek trouble next time are in for a surprise. Xianyao. Just then, an unwelcome applause erupted. Impressive, extraordinarily magnificent. Zhou Ming turned to see the newcomer cloaked in black, their features obscured, yet their tall, slender figure, reminiscent of a tall bamboo stalk, was strikingly conspicuous. Mysterious Merchant Number 1. Divine NPC. Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description: a merchant traversing the Destiny continent, their movements elusive and unpredictable. However, one thing is certain, as long as you possess wealth, you will undoubtedly capture their attention. A divine NPC. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave as he clasped his fists. May I inquire who you are? Just as you can see, a merchant. The mysterious merchant spoke kindly. We bear no enmity, nor do we belong to opposing factions. I merely wish to engage in commerce with you. Commerce? Zhou Ming was skeptical. Yet, he was being deceitful. Xianying appeared beside Zhou Ming, elucidating. Although I am unaware of the mysterious merchant's true intentions, they have consistently refrained from declaring a stance solely driven by the allure of wealth. Wealth, after all, is always welcome. The mysterious merchant candidly stated, certainly, no amount of wealth can compare to the capabilities of the divine queen. Since you claim to be here for business, you must have goods to offer. May I see them? Zhou Ming relaxed, ready to discuss the merchandise. Feel free to browse, as long as the price is right. Anything can be purchased. The enigmatic merchant seemed to have been awaiting his words. Promptly unveiling the goods he had brought forth, SC Chardinger's blood vial, grade A, description. Before consumption, it may be the most exquisite elixir or a lethal poison. Item effect? Price. 10,000 gold coins purchase limit. 1. Retreat drum, grade A, description. Even a retreat drum must be struck with invigorating fervor. Item effect. Increases escape speed by 200 when pursued. Duration, 5 minutes. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Purchase limit. 1. Fashion blind box. Description. Any game with integrity would feature such a mechanism, wouldn't it? Item effect. A 1 chance to acquire a costume. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Purchase limit. 1. Expensive. Outrageously so. Even with a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins, Zhou Ming refrained from extravagant spending. However, recalling the system's introduction of a prestige store, he contemplated investigating its offerings upon his return. Fair prices, honest dealings. The mysterious merchant, seemingly aware of Zhou Ming's affluent status, displayed an extraordinary eagerness, proclaiming, "Whatever you desire, I have it for sale. Even the unimaginable can be found here." The unimaginable? Curiously, Zhou Ming inquired. Do you possess dragon fire essence? Such a rarity belonged to the dragon realm. The enigmatic merchant was both amused and perplexed. Without further questioning, Zhou Ming resumed his examination of the peculiar items. It remained a mystery from whence the merchant acquired such an array of oddities. At a certain moment, Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled as he beheld an invaluable treasure. Chapter 61. The Blessing of Holy Light. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Chishui City, Master, I have disappointed you. The leader of the beggar clan expressed his shame. In the defense of the city, he had exerted all his efforts, yet still could not prevail against the formidable opponent. It is of no concern to you. Emoyan shook his head. Who could have anticipated that his talent would manifest in such an extraordinary manner, especially with the assistance of the Xian bird by his side? In his mind, relying on the power of humanity in the Lingfeng stone, he believed he could easily surpass the opponent. Indeed, events unfolded as planned. Were it not for the astonishing effects of Junlin, the adversary would undoubtedly have met their demise. The defeat could hardly be attributed to the disciple. Do not lose heart. Strive to improve yourself. Mo Yin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, adding, remember, you may stumble countless times, but he can only fall once. I shall not falter. The leader of the beggar clan nodded earnestly, then inquired, Master, do you have any strategies to counter him? The gods have already conferred. They will inform you in due course. Very well, I take my leave. Go forth. As he watched the leader of the beggar clan depart, Mo Yun's expression gradually darkened. The adversary could only afford to fall once. While it was easy to say, allowing him to survive and rely on the powers of the divine Ember Queen and the Xian bird would only bolster his own strength further. Mo Yun was acutely aware that this would lead to increasingly lethal outcomes. In Ziyue Valley, Zhou Ming perused the mysterious merchant's wares. In the section for items, he discovered a treasure of immense value. Double card, rare S-grade item. Description: this path bears both great risk and great reward. Effect: the next reward obtained will be doubled in value. Price: 200,000 gold coins. Purchase limit: 1. Next reward doubled in value. The potential for this item was immense. First kill rewards, event rewards, ranking rewards, all could utilize this double card. Moreover, it was an S-grade item. The Xian bird beside him noted, all items must be considered in light of their effects post-grade enhancement. Purchased. Zhou Ming decisively acquired it. To be honest, he harbored serious doubts that the system, aware of his possession of 1,000,000 gold coins, had intentionally arranged for the mysterious merchant to appear after the city defense battle, aiming to deplete his wealth. However, what he spent now would surely be returned to him doubled in the future. Ding. System notification. You have successfully spent 200,000 gold coins to purchase the double card, rare S-grade item. The merchant's keen eye is truly admirable. The mysterious merchant immediately gave a thumbs up, showering him with praise. I'll take all the other limited purchase items. Zhou Ming then acquired the retreating drum, fashion blind box, and the SCHR Dinger's blood bottle. Perhaps these items seemed to entail significant risk in the eyes of others, but he was accompanied by the goddess of fortune. It must be said, Xiao Yu's supportive abilities were unmatched, and I shall buy this as well. Zhou Ming once again turned to the section on skill books, specifically purchasing a suitable tome for Xiao Yu, Holy Light Protection, S-grade. Introduction. The Holy Light may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Skill effect. Restores 1002 of the target's maximum health to the target unit every second. Additional effect. A unit under Holy Light Protection can resurrect at the spot upon death during the skill's duration, regaining 10 of their health. Duration, 5 seconds. Resurrection cooldown, 3 days. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Holy Priest. Required level, 80. Price, 300,000 gold coins. Healing combined with resurrection is worth any price. Although the learning requirements are stringent, necessitating a hidden class, it is not a significant concern, as Xiao Yu can disregard all conditions to learn both beneficial and detrimental skills. After a single expenditure, Zhou Ming found himself with only a few 100,000 gold coins remaining, feeling a pinch in his pocket. The item is indeed valuable, but it is undeniably expensive. Should he not consider acquiring something else? Observing the merchant's intent to cease negotiations, the enigmatic trader fervently recommended, "The items I offer are not only exquisite but also reasonably priced. If you miss this opportunity, you shall find no equivalent elsewhere." Zhou Ming shook his head. "I have no immediate use for other items." "How could that be?" The mysterious merchant produced a peculiar stone, a blend of black and white, exclaiming with fervor, "I believe you should prepare this in advance." "This is..." Zhou Ming glanced over Mount Fusion Stone, rare S-grade. Introduction, a wondrous stone imbued with transformative power, capable of altering the inherent nature of things. Item effect, allows the fusion of 2 mounts into one, with bloodline enhancement and mutation. The specific probability depends on the mount's quality, with a minimum of 1. Price, 300,000. Too expensive. Zhou Ming stated candidly, furthermore, when one can ride mounts remains an uncertainty. The Mount Fusion Stone is indeed a remarkable item. However, it necessitates 2 impressive mounts, which is premature at this juncture. You can ride mounts at level 80. The merchant divulged, revealing information not yet publicly announced. "Then let us discuss this once I reach level 80. How about this? Since you seem genuinely interested in purchasing, propose a price, and if I find it reasonable, I shall sell it to you at a discount. 100,000. Farewell." The merchant silently retracted his merchandise, preparing to depart. Clearly, he could not accept such a meager offer. 150,000. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth. "Consider it a gesture of friendship." 200,000. The merchant retorted, also through clenched teeth, "Let it be a token of camaraderie." 160,000. As a gesture of friendship. Ultimately, both parties reached a friendly agreement at 180,000. Ding. System prompt. You have successfully spent 180,000 gold coins to purchase Mount Fusion Stone, rare S-grade. Farewell. The mysterious merchant turned away, visibly displeased with the agreed price. "May our paths cross again." Zhou Ming waved in farewell. "Your expenditure is quite extravagant," Qianing remarked from the side, feeling a thrill of astonishment. "The remaining funds are sufficient to ensure my comfort and sustenance." Zhou Ming did not take it to heart and chuckled, stating that he had no intention of squandering. However, should a lack of profound accumulation hinder his success in overcoming the trials, leading to a failure that would haunt him for a lifetime, he would find it impossible to find peace. Insufficient strength renders all efforts futile. Having resolved to assist Qianing in breaking through the dimensional barrier, how could he falter along the way? Moreover, if he could transform the purchased items into genuine combat prowess, the potential earnings in the future would far exceed 100,000 gold coins. Indeed, you have a point, Qianing conceded. The training resumed. Zhou Ming redirected his gaze towards the demonized black tiger that he had previously avoided due to the overwhelming presence of a formidable being. Raising his hand to unleash a dawn strike. -100,860. The struck beast was instantly vanquished. Xiaoyu, you have indeed enhanced your skills. Zhou Ming cast the sacred light blessing upon Xin Yao. Chirp. The latter comprehended immediately. Upon activating the super lucky star, the skill tier elevated to SS level. Subsequently learning it, and, as numerous demonized black tigers charged forth, bestowing enhancements upon our master. Ding. System notification. Your pet, the celestial spirit beast Xin Yao, has used the skill, Sacred Light Protection. You will regain 2003 of maximum health per second for 10 seconds. If you die during the skill's duration, you can resurrect on the spot, recovering 20 of your health. 3,404. 3,404. The healing output is astounding. Zhou Ming plunged into the throng of monsters, his health replenishing instantly after each drop, free from any concerns. Ding. System notification. You have successfully slain demonized black tiger, elite monster, gaining 362 experience at your current level. Ding. System notification. You have successfully slain demonized black tiger, elite monster, gaining 357 experience at your current level. If only the level of the demonized black tiger were a few tiers higher, Zhou Ming's efficiency in leveling would increase even more. However, this was already the most perilous training area near Qingshui City. By noon, Zhou Ming glimmered with golden light, finally reaching level 50. Surpassing the second place on the leaderboard by a full 14 levels, with even greater disparities to follow. Level target achieved. Next, he could pursue his occupational advancement. Chapter 62. The Prestige Store. As Zhou Ming retrieved the divine demonic pearl from the package, he held it with a sense of anticipation. According to Qianing, his profession lacked guidance from any other, and the only means to achieve his career advancement rested solely with the divine demonic pearl. Sure enough, once Zhou Ming's level met the requirements, the previously dormant pearl began to radiate a vivid, enchanting crimson light, as if a flicker of flame ignited within it. Moments later, a surge of fiery energy poured forth, rushing towards Zhou Ming. However, just as he believed everything would unfold seamlessly, the activated divine demonic pearl seemed to encounter some form of resistance, abruptly severing the energy transmission. What was happening? Zhou Ming furrowed his brows, and the system quickly provided an answer. Ding. System notification. Due to unknown reasons, you must complete the prerequisite quest. Defeat Su Feng. Difficulty? Defeat Su Feng. Difficulty? Description. You must prove that you possess strength surpassing that of your predecessors. Quest requirements. Defeat Wine Wanderer Su Feng. Coordinates 1565, 1554. 1223. Quest rewards. Career advancement failure penalty. Unable to advance. Unexpected complications. The system indeed would not allow him to easily claim the rewards of the first-second transformation player. Is there a problem? Qianing noticed the anomaly. Zhou Ming conveyed the situation truthfully. Su Feng. Qianing exclaimed in surprise. So he hasn't perished? Do you know him? He was the previous owner of the divine demonic pearl, who unfortunately fell during the trials. Oh, now it makes sense. Zhou Ming understood. No wonder the quest description required him to defeat Su Feng to prove himself. Moreover, if Su Feng was still alive, it likely meant that the divine demonic pearl had not fully acknowledged the conclusion of his journey. I should return and examine the prestige store. Zhou Ming resolved to elevate his strength to its utmost pinnacle before confronting Su Feng. After all, the opponent was also a prodigy recognized by the divine demonic pearl. Should he underestimate the challenge, he could indeed face dire consequences. Roar. Just as he turned to depart, a roar echoed from behind him. How fortuitous. A glimmer sparked in Zhou Ming's eyes as he dashed towards the source of the sound, revealing a massive tiger with a striking azure coat, saber-like teeth, and crimson eyes radiating a menacing aura. Xinming Tiger King, Golden Grade Boss. Level 65 health, 350, 000 attack, 3, 800 to 4, 050 defense, 2, 200 to 2. 350 skills, ferocious bite, Xianming claw, super fury, fearsome roar. Description: a rare breed of tiger with formidable lethality. Before challenging it, one should assess their own strength if insufficient. They shall be but a mere snack. As a lord commanding elite monsters, its attributes vastly surpass those of the flame giant lizard king, making it a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. Dawn. Zhou Ming raised his hand to gather strength. The blazing sun sword materialized in midair. Roar. The roar of the tiger echoed through the mountains, a sound deafening to the ears. The king of the dark tiger possessed an astute awareness of hostility and promptly charged at the uninvited guest upon detecting their presence, moving with remarkable swiftness. With high attack power and rapid strike speed, coupled with commendable defense, this was undoubtedly a boss that players dreaded confronting. Without granting a moment to fully gather strength, Zhou Ming unleashed the Radiant Sun Greatsword as the Dark Tiger King approached, crashing down with tremendous force and bending its foreleg, forcing it to the ground. Minus 41,250. Critical damage. The might of Dawn remained astonishing. Even a golden tier boss was stripped of a tenth of its health in a single blow. Zhou Ming swiftly followed up with a rending slash. At that moment, the Dark Tiger King broke free from its suppressed state, its razor-sharp claws swiping towards Zhou Ming with blinding speed, making evasion nearly impossible. Minus 852. Zhou Ming's health plummeted by nearly 2. The Soaring Phoenix immediately activated the Doom Divination, significantly weakening the Dark Tiger King, followed by a healing surge for Zhou Ming. 3,404. 3,404. The remarkable healing output, juxtaposed with the relentless assaults of the Dark Tiger, caused Zhou Ming's health to oscillate between 99 and 100, akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. After approximately 5 minutes, the Dark Tiger King let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating Dark Tiger King Golden Tier Boss. You have received the following rewards. Experience 66. 8. Prestige 150. Gold 3. Collecting the spoils dropped by the Dark Tiger King, Zhou Ming began his journey back. On the return to town, he opened his inventory to tally his loot, only to find that the Dark Tiger King had yielded 2 pieces of golden tier equipment worth noting. One staff was destined for the auction house, while the Dark Tiger helmet was perfectly suited for him. Replacing the Golden Source helmet, Dark Tiger helmet, Soul Warrior tier, defense, 250 health, 5,000 traits, health 50 effect, Dark Blessing. Restoring 10 health points per second required level, 50 required prestige, 500 description. Wearing it, no matter the head, becomes immensely fortified. With several pieces of Soul Warrior tier defensive gear, Zhou Ming's defense matched his attack power, and his health reached heights unattainable by many players. Upon returning to Clearwater Town, Zhou Ming placed the unused equipment from his inventory on the leaderboard and then proceeded to the location of the prestige shop. A mere title demanded such a significant amount of prestige. One must consider the exaggerated attributes that titles confer and the randomness in their bestowal. Tailored to each individual's circumstances, how could they not be costly? Alas, unaffordable. Wow, look at my title. It's amazing. At the NPC's location, throngs of players gathered, many observing or purchasing related scrolls. Zhou Ming scanned the crowd and spotted a familiar face. Iron-blooded warrior Beggars Guild's second in command. Knight. Description: the flow of blood only serves to make him stronger. Oh. Upon encountering an adversary, the second in command of the Beggars sect immediately scowled upon meeting Zhou Ming. Isn't this the esteemed hero who defended the city of Qin Shui? Such words are not entirely accurate. Zhou Ming humbly replied, without the exceptional talents of the Beggars sect's leader, I might not have succeeded in my endeavor. I shall certainly pay my respects when the opportunity arises. The second in command glared with fury, only to recollect that his opponent's silver tongue was far more formidable than his own physical prowess. He rubbed his nose in frustration and retorted, I can hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. I shall see if your title can outshine mine, the iron-blooded warrior. At this, a smug expression crept onto his face, reflecting his satisfaction with his own designation. It is essential to understand that titles are highly random in nature. And given the diverse tastes of individuals, some titles, despite boasting significant attribute enhancements, may sound less impressive than others that possess a more commanding aura. Nevertheless, in general, the stronger one is, the more remarkable their titles tend to be. Well, let us see. Zhou Ming chuckled, striding toward the NPC. Due to the throng of players, he did not wait in line but instead used his superior strength to push his way to the front. Honorary Envoy, ordinary NPC, I wish to make a purchase, Zhou Ming declared straightforwardly. The honorary envoy, overwhelmed with tasks, waved his hand dismissively. Take a look for yourself. In the next moment, a menu of items related to titles appeared before Zhou Ming. With great anticipation, he examined it closely. Finally, the privilege of possessing one's own title and description was no longer exclusive to NPCs. Players could now have their own as well. Chapter 63, Flame Sovereign, Low-Tier Title Scroll, B-Grade, Synopsis. How can one traverse the martial world without possessing a title of their own? Item Effect. Randomly acquires a B-Grade title. The title is related to the user's strength, profession, skills, talents, etc. Required Prestige. 200 points. Mid-Tier Title Scroll. A Grade. Synopsis. How can one traverse the martial world without a resounding title? Item Effect. Randomly acquires an A-Grade title. Required Prestige. 1,000 points. High-Tier Title Scroll. S-Grade. Synopsis. Sufficient prestige will yield unexpected rewards. Item Effect. Randomly acquires an S-Grade title. Required Prestige. 3,000 points. Note: this type of item cannot be enhanced in any form. Prestige Store. Currently, there are only 3 items available for purchase. Most players tend to select the low-tier title scroll, as acquiring prestige is significantly more challenging than one might imagine. It typically requires one to excel in large-scale events or achieve remarkable accomplishments. Additionally, slaying bosses can also yield prestige, but this is not guaranteed. Relying solely on overwhelming attributes to farm bronze-level bosses will likewise fail to earn the system's recognition. High-tier title scroll. Naturally, Zhou Ming intends to exchange for the highest tier. Even though SS-grade titles may emerge in the future, that is not a concern for now. The Prestige Envoy gazes at Zhou Ming with surprise. I wondered which adventurer could afford a high-tier title scroll. It turns out to be you. Traveling the world. This name has already left a profound impression on the natives. Amidst the watchful eyes of gods and demons, surviving to this day is indeed a miracle. Ding. System notification. You have successfully consumed 3,000 prestige to purchase item. High-tier title scroll. S-grade. Zhou Ming's total prestige stands at 5,340, even after deducting 3,000. He is still well equipped with War Soul grade gear. Fortunate to meet you. Zhou Ming nods in acknowledgement. Do not. The Prestige Envoy hastily waves his hands, visibly anxious. I cannot accept such fortune. Your situation is far too perilous. It's best to seek your own safety. For an ordinary official tasked with completing assignments from above, he wishes neither to offend Zhou Ming nor to forge a bond with him. Zhou Ming refrains from saying much and steps away from the crowd. Judging by the envoy's demeanor, it is evident that high-ranking officials harbor animosity towards him. Qian Ying remarks that even the emperor may be involved. The emperor, a supreme powerhouse present in every nation. While it cannot be claimed that he is the strongest, he resides at the heart of power. His status and position are unparalleled. Zhou Ming narrows his eyes. I hope he does not provoke me. Otherwise, even if he is the leader of my own nation, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. The gods, a multitude of divine-level powers, with them at the helm. The factions involved are countless. It is entirely possible that the emperor of the eastern region conspires with them. Chirp. The nearby Xian bird looks astonished. The master's words are exceedingly domineering. If he truly manages to achieve this, it may not be long before the eastern region undergoes a change in dynasty. With a swift motion, Zhou Ming tore open the prestigious title scroll in the presence of the second-in-command of the Beggar's Sect. Damn! The Beggar's Sect's second-in-command cursed. Unable to disguise his envy. An S-rank title? Our guild has ample funds to enhance our strength through monetary means, but acquiring reputation is exceedingly difficult. Not something that can simply be bought. Moreover, a portion of the funds must be reserved for equipment requirements. Otherwise, one would be unable to meet the necessary conditions for wearing gear. At this moment, it seemed that only Zhou Ming had the capital to obtain an S-rank title. Suddenly, A radiant white light emerged, flowing into Zhou Ming's body, imparting an indescribable sensation. Ding! A system notification chimed. You have used the item, Advanced Title Scroll, S rank. Considering various factors such as overall strength, profession, skills, and talents, the system will randomly generate an S rank title. Please wait. What title would it be? Zhou Ming felt a surge of anticipation. His profession and talents were among the very best. Surely, it couldn't be less appealing than Iron-Blooded Warrior? Approximately 10 seconds later, the system's notification rang once more. Ding! The system announced, "Congratulations! You have acquired the S-rank title, Flame Sovereign." In the next moment, Zhou Ming's game ID was adorned with the title Flame Sovereign Zhou Ming, Lord of Flames. Level: 50 health, 93, 840 attack, 4, 155 to 4, 304 defense, 3, 850 to 3, 988 reputation, 2, 340 luck, 9, 30, skills, heroic, dawn break, rending strike, fireball, flame armor, holy fire purification, flame dragon roar, flame soul technique, description, for the yet-to-be-formed sovereign of fire. The greatest challenge is survival. Flame Sovereign, S-rank health 100, attack 20. Flame Sovereign, quite impressive, Zhou Ming remarked with satisfaction. This title is rather commendable, wouldn't you agree? Humph. The second-in-command of the beggar's sect twitched at the corner of his eye. In my opinion, it pales in comparison to Iron-Blooded Warrior. How amusing. Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle heartily. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just some pleasant thoughts crossed my mind. Zhou Ming cast a penetrating glance at him. By the way, your talent seems quite remarkable. You've boasted about it to me before. The members of the beggar's sect certainly demonstrated extraordinary capabilities in team battles, yet now, he was faced with the former inheritor of the divine demon Pearl. Destined for a solitary confrontation, his situation was decidedly less advantageous than that of the beggar's sect's second-in-command, who was prepared to fight with everything he had. Don't act recklessly. The second-in-command exclaimed in alarm, turning to flee. Yet, alas, no matter how swift his escape, he could not evade the replication of Zhou Ming's ability. Ding! The system announced, you have activated the talent, Ascendancy, successfully replicating the beggar's sect's second-in-command's talent, Desperation, and increased its rank by 1. Ding! The system continued, your talent has now transformed into Overlord, SS rank. Conqueror, SS level. The lower the health, the greater the damage dealt, with a maximum increase of 200. In a balanced confrontation, this ability undoubtedly serves as a game-changing technique. Subsequently, Zhou Ming visited the apothecary, procuring a potion known as the Blood Recovery Powder, ensuring he was fully prepared before heading to the designated coordinates of his mission. Arriving in a desolate mountain range, Zhou Ming confirmed that the coordinates nearly overlapped. It must be below. With this thought, he unleashed a powerful attack, violently altering the terrain. Boom! In an instant, rocks collapsed, revealing an empty expanse beneath. Ding! System notification. You have discovered the hidden map Mountain Passage. Zhou Ming leapt into the passage and cautiously ventured deeper. Initially narrow, it eventually opened up. After walking several dozen steps, he found himself in a room. The chamber was devoid of furniture, and in the center lay a decayed corpse. Its garments tattered, yet a pair of boots remained, gleaming with a mysterious azure light, seemingly resistant to the ravages of time. Swish! As if sensing Zhou Ming's presence, a wisp of remnants of a soul drifted from the skeleton. Jining, is it truly you? Chapter 64. The Wanderer of the Wind in the Room. A lingering soul appeared, possessing striking features, handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his slender figure draped in a blue robe, exuding an air of elegance. Though he had departed this world, remnants of his former grace remained palpable. At this moment, his gaze softened, and his tone was imbued with profound sentiment. Indeed, it had been a long time. Qianing stepped away from the divine demon Pearl, standing beside Zhou Ming. Are you here to rescue me? Su Feng inquired, rallying his spirits. Though I failed the trials of the divine demon Pearl, my soul endures, and there remains a chance to reverse my fate. Upon hearing this, Qianing furrowed her brow slightly but chose not to elaborate. I apologize, but Inger is not here to save you, Zhou Ming declared, retrieving the divine demon Pearl from his bosom. The sight of this individual, who disregarded him and gazed longingly at Qian-Ing, irked him greatly. Upon recognizing the divine demon pearl, Su Feng's expression shifted, realizing with a start that the pearl had already selected its next inheritor. "I am Zhou Yu, a traveler of the world," he proclaimed, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Due to obstacles in my vocational advancement, the divine demon pearl requires me to defeat you first. I seek your guidance." "Is that so?" Su Feng frowned. "The divine demon pearl is indeed extraordinary, aware that I, the failed trialist, still cling to life. It has deliberately sent you to claim my existence." However, boom, a terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming him like a torrential wave. Zhou Ming felt a weight in his chest, as though a massive stone were pressing down upon him, causing his expression to darken with gravity. As a fellow possessor of the divine demon pearl, the opponent's strength clearly surpassed his own. Wanderer of the Wind Su Feng. "You wish to kill me? That may not be so simple." Su Feng's tone turned icy. Even in his diminished state, his power still eclipsed that of the current inheritor. Zhou Ming spoke solemnly, "A battle of equal rank." "On what grounds?" Su Feng retorted with a cold laugh. "Because you must engage him in a battle of equal rank." Qianing interjected suddenly, her aura as a divine-level powerhouse radiating, dispelling Su Feng's oppressive presence entirely. She would not permit Su Feng to exploit his level advantage to bully Zhou Yu. "Qianing Yu?" Su Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you truly prefer to protect him over me?" Qianing gently shook her head and, amidst Su Feng's elation, replied coolly, "There's no comparison. I do not believe we are well acquainted, are we?" "Su Feng, you seem to lack the courage for a battle of equal rank with me," Zhou Ming provocatively stated. The trials from the divine demon pearl were typically quite stringent, even if he could effortlessly vanquish Su Feng with Qian-Ying's aid. "It might not count as completing the task, only because you deem it unnecessary," Su Feng retorted coldly. "Since you wish to challenge me directly, I shall grant you this opportunity." Having reached this point, he had no choice but to acquiesce to a battle of equal rank with Zhou Ming. Sensing the diminishing aura of Su Feng, Zhou Ming cast a reconnaissance spell once more. Revealing his character panel, Wanderer of the Wind Su Feng, Golden Tier Boss, level, 60 health, 300,000 attack, 460 to 4, 680 defense, 2, 100 to 2. 600 skills, Domain of Wind, Storm Tornado, Shadow Step, Chaotic Dance of the Gods, Flowing Light Sword Technique, Sky Shattering Strike. Description: the previous inheritor of the divine demon pearl. Possessing an extraordinary affinity for the wind element, yet ultimately failing the trial, resulting in the obliteration of his corporeal form. Zhou Ming remarked, "You still have a 10-level advantage over me. Not everyone possesses equipment as extraordinary as yours." Su Feng, unwilling to back down, retorted darkly, "If I can't breach your defenses, then I might as well surrender." Despite being only level 50, his defense astonishingly reached 3,988. This individual was practically a fortress. "If you insist on maintaining a 10-level lead, so be it." Zhou Ming conceded, "But the initiation of battle shall be at my discretion." "Agreed." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Feng acquiesced. Given his speed, even if the opponent declared the start of combat at the moment of attack, he could easily evade. "Xiaoyu," Zhou Ming called out in a deep voice. Chirp. The mystical bird, Xiaoyu, unfurled its wings, departing from the pet space to flutter beside Zhou Ming. "You captured a celestial beast as a pet." Su Feng's pupils constricted, nearly doubting his own vision. Can earthly spirits be captured by humans? Even divine beings cannot achieve such a feat. Rest assured, it will be a fair one-on-one battle. I shall not exploit any advantage. Zhou Ming retrieved an unmarked fashion blind box from his pack and handed it to the mystical bird. "You assist me in opening this." He was not particularly confident in his luck. Xiaoyu nodded, first casting a good fortune divination upon itself, then gently flapping its wings against the blind box. With a flourish, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, the blind box opened, revealing a finely patterned white robe. Ding. System notification: your pet, the celestial beast Xiaoyu, successfully opened an A-grade outfit Cloudwalker robe from the fashion blind box. Cloudwalker robe, male, A-grade outfit. Description: crafted from exquisite Cloudwalker silk. It provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while also bestowing certain attribute enhancements. It is exceedingly rare. Effect: conceals equipped items. increases health by 10, defense by 10, and movement speed by 30. Additional effect, can detect target levels 20. With a flourish, Zhou Ming received the robe and chose to don it. The white garment billowed elegantly, seemingly imbued with a peculiar power that enveloped his somewhat bulky equipment, rendering his form slender and upright, exuding a striking presence. Moreover, the attributes granted by the Cloudwalker robe significantly enhanced his own. Were you doing this intentionally? Su Feng sensed something amiss. Zhou Ming did not deny it. The possessor of the divine demon pearl is not as straightforward as I am. I must remain vigilant. Su Feng's insistence on maintaining a 10-level lead clearly indicated his confidence in his level 60 prowess. How can he ensure that the other party is entirely satisfied? Quite intriguing. Su Feng remained unperturbed. However, the risks are manageable. Is that so? Zhou Ming slowly raised his hand. Dawn. Clang. The sound of swords clashing resonated fiercely. The blazing sun sword materialized. Flames erupted through the ceiling, breaking apart the covering earth, the searing heat rendering the air as dense as iron. Su Feng's expression tightened. Immediately discerning the formidable power of this move, hastening to prepare for battle. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Zhou Ming still did not declare the commencement of combat, instead silently gathering energy. Hum. The great sword emitted a resonant hum, vibrating violently, its intent chilling. Gradually extending 10 meters outward, firmly locking onto Su Feng. Su Feng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The great hero. Zhou Ming's body trembled slightly. An invisible pressure emanating forth, reducing all of Su Feng's attributes by 10. Armor of the Flame Demon. Fiery flames surged, transforming into an illusory armor, augmenting Zhou Ming and amplifying his destructive power. By the heavens, why has it not begun yet? Su Feng cursed under his breath, hastily bestowing enhancements upon himself. As if facing a dire threat, he had never encountered such a phenomenal technique. Bang, bang, bang. The flames roared, producing explosive sounds. Until the energy buildup reached its zenith, Zhou Ming pointed at Su Feng. The battle begins. Whoosh. The sword descended like a falling star. Roar. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming wielded the fire cloud sword, engulfed in flames, transforming into a fearsome dragon head, roaring forth. Flame dragon's roar. Su Feng's soul trembled in dread. Chapter 65. An intriguing tale with a sword falling from above and a fiery dragon roaring ahead. Su Feng found himself besieged the instant the battle commenced. A chill creeping over him. It would be one thing to unleash his ultimate move. But the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the adversary's dawn attack was not only at its peak potential, but also possessed an automatic targeting capability. Coupled with the confined space of the room, there was simply nowhere to flee. Such absurdity was unheard of. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and resorted to one of his trump cards. A burst of azure light erupted, and a powerful gust surged outward in all directions. Ding. System notification. The Wind Wanderer, Su Feng, has established a wind domain within a 100-100 area, reducing damage taken by 20, increasing movement speed by 50, and attack speed by 50, lasting for 5 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shuddered. Flames erupted, soaring towards the ceiling, rushing towards the concealed passage above. After a long while, the fire subsided, revealing Su Feng, battered and bruised, suffering substantial damage. Minus 57,756. Critical damage, minus 11,525. Dawn Fiery Dragon's Roar. This was the most formidable strike that Zhou Ming could unleash at present, utilizing Dawn's suppression to prevent the Fiery Dragon's Roar from being evaded by the enemy, ensuring that all damage landed. Yet, in a single blow, Su Feng's health plummeted by more than a fifth. Ultimately, the attack fell short. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although the opponent boasted a 20 damage reduction, inflicting less than 70,000 damage felt rather meager. After all, the Fire Cloud sword in his possession was merely a level 35 battle spirit grade weapon, and the ring he wore contained a Wolf King's ring gifted by the village chief, which provided only minimal enhancement to his current attack. It truly was inadequate. With a fierce determination, Su Feng declared, "Allow me to show you what true offense entails." Whoosh, empowered by the wind element, he surged forth like a teal arrow, conjuring a shimmering sword in his hand, slicing through the air with a breathtaking arcing. System notification. The Wind Wanderer, Su Feng, has activated the skill Luminous Sword Technique, increasing his attack speed by 20. While each strike reduces the opponent's attack and movement speed by 2, stackable up to 25 layers, lasting for 5 minutes. You shall move at a snail's pace. Su Feng had already devised his strategy. The current possessor of the Divine Demon Orb possessed formidable strength, yet lacked an attack and movement speed. By fully stacking the Luminous Sword Technique, it would become exceedingly difficult for the opponent to land a hit. Clang, clang, clang. Su Feng's attack speed was rapid. He thrust, flicked, and slashed, showcasing the advantages brought forth by the Luminous Sword Technique, swiftly accumulating layers. -702. -721. -705. Can you still wield your sword? Su Feng inquired with a smirk. Is all this flashiness of any use? Zhou Ming remained unfazed as a barrage of damage numbers erupted around him. However, his shield still held firm. Raising the Fire Cloud Sword, he unleashed its innate skill, Flame Slash. Sizzle. The flames surged within the wind domain, crashing heavily upon Su Feng, nearly sending him sprawling backward in disarray. -4,952. The disparity in damage between the two was monumental. Zhou Ming could withstand 7 strikes from Su Feng with a single sword. This was merely the extent of his power at full health. With the relentless determination that accompanied his ascension, his damage would only escalate as his life points diminished. Su Feng's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, seeking to evade the onslaught. Miss. How could this be? Wasn't your speed supposed to be diminished? Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to recall the technique employed by Zhou Yu World. Ding. System notification. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yu World has activated the skill Flame Armor, increasing his resilience by 50 and immediately granting him a shield worth 30 of his maximum health. Furthermore, during the skill's duration, all forms of attack will deal 50 additional damage, lasting for 2 minutes. Su Feng. What a resilient fellow. Ultimately, it seemed his own resilience was somewhat lacking. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, despite the opponent's various speed enhancements. Being unable to land a hit was undeniably a dreadful experience. Su Feng's anger surged, but then a thought crossed his mind, and his expression hardened. All traces of fury dissipating. Clever boy, you nearly ensnared me in your ploy. In the midst of battle, allowing anger to cloud his judgment would only diminish his chances of victory. The few words from Zhou Yu World had almost breached his defenses. Have you come to your senses? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, vehemently denying. I don't know what you're talking about. You may deny it, Su Feng replied coolly. But from this moment forth, all your verbal assaults shall bear no effect on me. With that, he summoned the wind beneath him, his robes billowing majestically, his aura increasing significantly. Zhou Yu World was indeed formidable. However, possessing advantages in speed and vitality, even with insufficient output, he had a chance if he bided his time. Ding. System notification. Wind Wanderer Su Feng has activated the skill Shadow Step, increasing his movement speed by 100, lasting 2 minutes. Is that so? Zhou Ming held his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you not wish to know why Qianing chose to aid me instead of you? Why? Su Feng pressed immediately, unable to suppress his curiosity. If Qianing had chosen him, he might still have a chance to rise again. Moreover, Zhou Yu World's endearment of Qianing as Ing irked him greatly. Such a term was far too intimate. Upon hearing this, Qianing couldn't help but cast a glance at Zhou Ming. It is precisely the kind of relationship you envision. Zhou Ming's ambiguous response purposefully left much unsaid. Su Feng. Qianing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Feng exclaimed passionately, glaring fiercely, his prior calmness evaporating. Just based on you? Just based on me. Zhou Ming conceded with an air of confidence, lamenting, I have spent countless moments in the company of Ing Er. We have shared many extraordinary tales during our time together. He could assure that he was not lying, for indeed, numerous marvelous stories had transpired. Su Feng's teeth chattered ominously, his complexion ashen, and the corners of his eyes twitched as he turned to gaze at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, seemingly awaiting her response. Qianing hesitated for a moment before conceding. Indeed, many remarkable tales have unfolded. This revelation struck Su Feng like a thunderbolt. Especially yesterday. Zhou Ming had unleashed shocking revelations. His expression a blend of nostalgia and enjoyment. From dawn until the sun dipped below the horizon, we were engulfed in fierce battles. I was utterly exhausted by the end. No. Su Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he advanced on Zhou Ming. Tell me this isn't true. Dawn. In the instant his opponent approached, Zhou Ming unleashed his lethal skill, executing a control technique followed by a devastating slash. In truth, even if his adversary had chosen to retreat, he could still employ Dawn, which had a 20-second cooldown, to overpower him, albeit at the cost of time. How could the cooldown be so brief? Under relentless assault, Su Feng's health plummeted, and he swiftly realized his grave miscalculation, hastily retreating. Fireball. As Su Feng distanced himself, Zhou Ming retaliated with ranged attacks. Ding. System notification. Wind Wanderer Su Feng has activated the skill Chaos Dance, increasing evasion by 30 and movement speed by 50, lasting for 1 minute. Recognizing his disadvantage, Su Feng resorted to his ultimate techniques, enhancing his speed further and leaving behind afterimages in his wake. Ultimately, being acknowledged by the divine demon Pearl made him a formidable foe, and Zhou Ming dared not underestimate him. Regrettably, Su Feng was but a remnant of his former self, unable to replicate his talents. Otherwise, the battle might have been simpler. Leveraging his speed advantage, Su Feng continued to engage in a tug-of-war attack. Zhou Ming remained steadfast, unleashing Dawn every 20 seconds without fail. Don't you think this move is somewhat underhanded? Su Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness, his anger extinguished. There's something even more insidious. Zhou Ming activated Sacred Fire Purification, restoring 20 of his health and returning to full vitality. He was unafraid of a war of attrition. Very well, very well. Witnessing this scene, Su Feng despaired. You have won. Being bested by the current wielder of the divine demon Pearl, who was 10 levels above him, was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 66. Career Advancement Apologies. Zhou Ming clasped his fists. Senior Su, your speed is remarkable. Had you not been confined to this locale, I would have been unable to retain you. I am not pleased to be comforted by a little brat like you. Su Feng chided with a smile. Your talent must be that your damage escalates as your health diminishes, am I correct? From the recent skirmish, he had discerned the truth. Capable of ranged attacks, executing critical strikes, and healing, Zhou Ming grew stronger when near death. Faced with such a formidable humanoid creature, he found no alternative but to concede. Not quite, Zhou Ming shook his head. Not quite? What do you mean? Su Feng exclaimed in astonishment. To unconditionally replicate the talents of one's opponent, then elevate my own tier, Zhou Ming stated plainly. His ability had been revealed after the city defense battle, widely acknowledged by all. Nonetheless, even if it was known, it mattered little. Conventional methods could not thwart an overwhelming force. Damn. Su Feng gasped in disbelief. Are you implying that if I were still alive, and you copied my talent, there would be no escaping? Most of your skills relate to speed. Even if your talent grants you an advantage, I may not be able to keep up. Zhou Ming would not audaciously claim otherwise. Alas. Su Feng sighed deeply. Reflecting on Zhou Ming's words, do you know how I met my demise? My junior does not know. There are always things in this world from which you cannot escape. Su Feng spoke with a wistful tone. Running fast may save your own life, but it cannot safeguard the lives of others. Zhou Ming remained silent. You have chosen to validate your path through strength, a route more righteous than mine. Su Feng's lingering spirit raised a hand, forming a sword-like gesture, pointing towards Zhou Ming's brow from afar. However, your speed is indeed a weak point. If not fortified, it may be exploited. Ding. System notification. Wind Wanderer Su Feng wishes to impart the skill, Shadowless Step, to you. Do you accept? Yes. How could Zhou Ming refuse such an extraordinary opportunity? This was a gift from the previous owner of the Demon God Pearl. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill, Shadowless Step, Rare S class. Shadowless Step, Rare S class. Description. A unique technique created by Su Feng. Once executed, it leaves no trace. Skill effect. Movement speed 100, lasts for 1 minute. Additional effect. Can perform an explosive dash, movement speed 300, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown doubles. Cooldown, 5 minutes, can be upgraded. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Su Feng interjected before Zhou Ming could speak. We are not related by blood. My reasons for imparting the shadowless step to you are threefold. Zhou Ming responded earnestly. Please, Senior, elucidate. I have expended countless efforts to create the shadowless step. If it were to vanish with me, humanity would lose a remarkable skill. This is the first reason I share this technique with you. Su Feng gazed at the young man before him, filled with emotion. The second reason is that the trials set forth by the demon god Pearl are exceedingly arduous. My failure to reach the end is a personal regret. I hope you can carry my will and witness the vistas that await after overcoming all trials. The younger generation shall certainly strive. Zhou Ming's expression turned solemn. As for the third reason, Su Feng's gaze fell upon Qianing as the remnants of his soul gradually dispersed. I hope you can take good care of Qianing. She is a remarkable girl. Zhou Ming. Qianing. The room fell into an oppressive silence. The atmosphere was suffocating. Su Feng's request following the impartation of the shadowless steps left Zhou Ming in a quandary. Ahem. Confirming Su Feng's demise, Zhou Ming cautiously glanced at Qianing, cleared his throat twice, and said, The reason I spoke as I did was actually I understand. Qianing interjected, displaying her perceptiveness. You were deliberately provoking Su Feng, not intending to offend. Precisely. Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly. Are you not angry? This is a splendid tactic. Qianing's demeanor remained calm. If I were to hold a grudge, would it not reflect my own unreasonable behavior? Zhou Ming discerned Su Feng's fondness for her. Employing such a method to enhance their odds was entirely justifiable. Moreover, his words were aptly chosen, seemingly grounded in truth. It is a relief that you are not upset. Zhou Ming exhaled, then recalled something and inquired. Speaking of which, Su Feng was the previous inheritor of the Divine Demon Pearl. Did you not stay by his side? The Divine Demon Pearl is an extraordinary artifact, yet it has no binding relationship with me. The inheritor of the Divine Demon Pearl does not necessarily have to intersect with my path, Qianing elucidated. I see. Strangely, Zhou Ming felt the discussion had delved too deeply, and quickly shifted the topic back to the present. Since Senior Su Feng has passed, I shall not be courteous regarding his belongings. With that, he approached the already decayed, ashen remains. The equipment worn by the bones crumbled at a mere touch, devoid of any efficacy, save for a pair of boots, which glimmered with a green light, having withstood the ravages of time, indicating they were no ordinary item. Reaching down, he retrieved the boots and cast a detection spell. Swift wind boots, golden level. Zhou Ming looked towards Qianing. Can this equipment be enhanced? It can. Qianing nodded, raising her hand to channel energy, causing the swift wind boots to slightly reveal their former splendor. Swift wind boots. Battle soul level. Defense, 300 to 350 life. 5,000 attributes. Life 30. Defense 30 speed. 50 special effect. Gallop. When moving with one's back to the enemy, an additional 30 speed. Description. Once an unparalleled artifact, crafted at great expense by Su Feng from the dwarven race. Yet the power of time has diminished its once mighty prowess. The strength of the swift wind boots clearly surpassed that of ordinary battle soul level items, providing a significant increase in speed. After replacing the radiant level golden source boots, all of Zhou Ming's defensive gear transformed into battle soul level. This equipment was forged from exceptional materials, but had been eroded by time, preventing it from demonstrating its true power. Qianing cautioned. Even if more boots come along in the future, we must first preserve these and seek a skilled artisan for reforging. Agreed. Zhou Ming comprehended the implication. The description clearly stated that the swift wind boots were an unparalleled artifact, and the materials used for their forging must be of the highest quality. Afterward, he donned the Windrunner boots and carefully carried Su Feng's remains out of the room for a proper burial. Once this was accomplished, the system notification chimed belatedly in his ears. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the task. Defeat Su Feng. You may now advance your profession. Zhou Ming retrieved the Divine Demon Pearl, clutching it tightly. Surely, this time there would be no issues? To be honest, this journey proved immensely worthwhile. Not only did he acquire the Windrunner boots, but he also inherited Su Feng's skills, and now he had the opportunity for professional advancement. Truly a trifecta of gains. Streams of fiery crimson energy surged forth from the Divine Demon Pearl, flooding into Zhou Ming's body, causing his blood to surge and his strength to escalate dramatically. Boom. His surface temperature soared, and Zhou Ming's hair began to elongate, transforming into a vibrant red, as if set ablaze. Moments later, the system notifications echoed in rapid succession. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the Flame Demon Lord. Profession advancement. Your growth star rating has significantly increased. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the Flame Demon Lord. Profession advancement. The power of the fire element within you has been further unleashed. Chapter 67. Leading the charge into the city. Ding. The system notification. Congratulations on completing the promotion to the Flame Demon Lord. Profession. The power of the fire element within you has been further unleashed, permanently increasing your health by 2,000 points, your attack by 150 points, and your defense by 100 points. Ding. The system notification. As the first adventurer to achieve this professional advancement, you have received an additional reward. Reputation 1,000 points, free attribute points 30, and the rare command skill order. Ding. The system notification. Would you like to publicly announce the legend you have created in the Destiny continent? Note, once announced, it will be visible to all players in the server. The permanence of these enhancements was astonishing. Zhou Ming was filled with delight. He could confidently deduce that this was a unique advantage bestowed by the Flame Demon Lord. No other profession could possibly offer such extravagant numerical rewards. Furthermore, the promotion had altered the growth star rating. Flame Demon Lord. SSS level exclusive hidden profession. Description. From the end of flames. Those who burn all beings shall be the Demon Lord. Health growth. 10 attack growth. 16 defense growth. 10 speed growth. 10 is the growth star rating for the second promotion, a doubling of the previous base? Zhou Ming inquired. Qianing nodded. Unless under special circumstances, this is typically the case. That seems rather. Zhou Ming could not help but smirk. Quite reasonable. This system effectively strengthens a particular specialty, such as the speed of an assassin or the resilience of a knight. A doubling of growth would manifest more distinctly. However, the Flame Demon Lord was somewhat exceptional. With all aspects at maximum stars and an unprecedented attack rating of 8 stars, now doubled. The greatest advantages of other professions would scarcely hold any ground against him, instead widening the gap in his favor. Subsequently, he opened his inventory to examine the skills rewarded by the system. Order. Command skill. Rare S level. Description. Those who heed my command shall be invincible. Achieving victory in a single battle. Skill effect. When issuing commands to allied forces, all allied attributes increase by 10. Specific effect depends on the disparity in combat strength between both sides. Additional effect. Based on the number of allied units that comply with the command, your own attributes receive a boost, up to a total attribute increase of 100. Cooldown. None. The potential of a command skill in a large-scale combat environment would be immensely powerful, capable of augmenting all allied units by 10 in attributes at the minimum. If one were sufficiently formidable, a single command could potentially alter the tides of battle. However, Zhou Ming refrained from hastily learning it. This was a skill book that could transform into an SS-level skill under the effect of Xian Niao's Super Lucky Star. In truth, his inventory also contained a B-level fire sword technique, yet to be learned. But he had recently acquired too many treasures and had not yet found the opportunity to address it. Now, it would be time to explore other secondary cities. Zhou Ming rubbed his hands in anticipation. He had not forgotten the task given to him by Zhang Xian to seek out the Sword Saint. The range of activities has exponentially expanded, and with the assistance of Qianing, there exists a remarkable opportunity to accomplish the task and acquire the coveted cloak. A rare piece of equipment. Subsequently, he returned to Qingshui City. Just as he stepped into the teleportation array, an abrupt system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player, Flame Sovereign Wanderer of the World, for becoming the first player to achieve career advancement. Hereby announced. Ding. Server announcement. Congratulations to player, Flame Sovereign Wanderer of the World, for becoming the first player to achieve career advancement. Hereby announced. So soon. Damn it. The second place has already been distanced by 14 levels. Sigh, it's this deity again. I can only hope that Wanderer of the World gathers some spirit and does not become invincible in internal strife while faltering in external battles. Players held varying opinions. Ultimately, Wanderer of the World has already demonstrated his strength during the city defense battle, and even the voice of the little black figure had become feeble. I have yet to choose to announce it. How did the system automatically agree? Zhou Ming was perplexed. Just as he pondered this, the answer swiftly followed. Ding. Server announcement. Due to the overwhelming number of adventurers arriving in the Destiny continent, considering the remaining secondary cities cannot accommodate them fully, the Light faction has decided to sound the horn for a counterattack against the Dark faction. All adventurers will determine their assault on cities based on their current affiliated faction. Ding. System prompt. Destiny main quest, City Capture, has commenced. City Capture. Difficulty, SS level. Synopsis. Reclaim the cities of equal level occupied by the Dark faction, sounding the horn for a counteroffensive. Quest requirements. By 10 o'clock 3 days later, reclaim Giant Rock City, secondary city. Quest rewards. Based on city capture points, appropriate rewards will be granted. Failure penalty, level -3. The gods have commenced their actions. Qianying also received a relevant system notification. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, distinctly sensing something amiss. For other adventurers, reclaiming a tertiary town poses little challenge, yet assaulting a secondary city entails pressure far beyond that of merely defending Qishui City. Firstly, the level of the defending troops is beyond what the current players can contend with. Secondly, the difficulty of attacking a city is far greater than that of defending it. More importantly, the enemy is already aware of his protection by the Xian bird, which they will undoubtedly take into account. Last time, the Dark faction, overly confident in their victory, sent forth demons whose ranks were not particularly high. If the top 3 demons were to arrive, the prospect of capturing the city would be exceedingly daunting. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At that moment, numerous guards of Qingshui City, armed with long spears, swiftly surrounded Zhou Ming, leaving him no room to escape. Clang. Zhou Ming drew the fire cloud sword, his gaze sharp. This is a safe zone. I have not violated any rules, yet you truly wish to seek death? Ha ha ha. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The guards parted to create a path, and a portly, well-groomed middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Lord of Qingshui City Lu Qingyang, light flow level boss. It is evident that he is the true lord of Qingshui City. While the previous humble farmer was merely a pawn, utilized to diminish the defensive capabilities of his own forces. Lord Lu, what is your intention? Zhou Ming inquired directly. Adventurer, you have traversed the world and single-handedly defended Qingshui City. Your actions are truly commendable. Lu Qingyang extolled. Zhou Ming maintained an impassive demeanor. Lord Lu, you are overly courteous. Whatever the matter, feel free to speak candidly. A smirk graced Lu Qingyang's face, though it did not reach his eyes, since you are so forthright. I shall not beat around the bush. To be frank, in our upcoming assault on Jian City, I lack capable talents among my ranks and wish to enlist your guidance in leading the entire army. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have activated the hidden main quest. Lead the army. Difficulty S. Will you accept? Lead the army. Difficulty S. Description. Commanding an army and issuing orders is no simple task. Task requirements. Lead the defenders of Qingshui City to conquer Jian City. Task rewards. Failure penalty. Level -10. All attributes -500. After glancing at the task details, Zhou Ming scoffed. My abilities are limited. I fear I may not be up to the task. This quest is indeed a trap. It is apparent to any discerning individual that the defenders of Qingshui City would be utterly unruly, and it would be exceedingly difficult for our players to participate in the siege without chaos. Should the 3 forces unite, he would find himself ensnared in a situation akin to that of the defense. However, they were prepared this time, should the 3 demon lords arrive. Qianying would struggle to contend, and simultaneously, the monsters defending the city would likely be so formidable that even deploying a royal strategy would prove futile. That would truly render him powerless, as if heaven had turned a deaf ear and the earth had lost its resonance. Chapter 68. Exclusive main quest in a moment. The vicinity of the teleportation array was rife with tension. Many players, perplexed by the unfolding situation, stood at a distance, engaging in fervent discussions. This is an attempt to compel your involvement in the siege battle. Qianying candidly advised, Do not engage. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. The siege battle is not a matter of personal concern. He had no compelling reason to participate. Should you decline, I cannot force your hand. It seems that the Lord of Qing Shui City has already received counsel from a wise individual, his tone laden with intrigue. However, apart from Qing Shui City, it is likely that other secondary cities do not welcome timid adventurers. As he spoke, he gestured to his surroundings. At the signal, the soldiers knelt before Zhou Ming, beseeching him, "Please, General, take command of our forces and lead us to conquer Jiyan City. Please, General, take command of our forces and lead us to conquer Jiyan City. Please, General, take command of our forces and lead us to conquer Jiyan City." The cacophony of NPCs reverberated, leaving no room for retreat. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. The hidden main quest, Lead the Army, difficulty S, has evolved into an exclusive main quest, with significantly increased rewards, including at least one SS level reward. Ding. System notification. As this quest is exclusive, should you refuse, you will incur a penalty of -1,000 reputation and will be unable to join any secondary city factions other than Qing Shui City for the next 2 months. Zhou Ming. An exclusive main quest. The gods truly go to great lengths to contend with me. If I am unable to enter a secondary city within 2 months, relying solely on my own feet to traverse the land will severely hinder my leveling progress. Furthermore, a prolonged allegiance to Qing Shui City would greatly expand the gods' maneuverability. General Zhou, will you accept or decline? Lu Qingyang inquired with a smile. Intriguing indeed. Zhou Ming regarded the lord of Qing Shui City, whose smile bore a hint of mockery, and felt a surge of murderous intent. He spoke solemnly, "Since the generals of Qing Shui are unwilling to fight, and you require my assistance so desperately, I shall graciously comply." Ding. System notification. You have accepted the exclusive main quest, Lead the Army, difficulty S. I shall await the good news of General Zhou conquering Jiyan City. Lu Qingyang, having achieved his objective, turned away with satisfaction. The fawning soldiers dispersed shortly thereafter. Subsequently, Zhou Ming utilized the teleportation array to travel to other regions, seeking suitable leveling spots. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Zishuan City, secondary city. In comparison to Qing Shui City, the depth of resources in other secondary cities was markedly more profound. Gazing across the expansive square, he beheld well-structured houses not far away, with bustling streets where the indigenous people hurried about their daily lives. Siege battles are inherently more challenging than defense battles. Qian Ying expressed her concerns. She understood that the gods were pressuring Zhou Ming to engage, offering no avenue for retreat. However, having experienced failure once, their counterattacks would be even more ferocious. Conversely, overcoming this hurdle would open up broader paths ahead. Zhou Ming's gaze was clear and resolute. The deities could not intervene directly, nor could they expel me, an adventurer, from the light faction. To circumvent the constraints of the rules, the only recourse left was to employ a tactic of using others to achieve one's ends. In truth, he accepted this exceedingly challenging mission for 2 reasons. Firstly, refusing the task posed an even greater risk. While it might temporarily shield him from further encounters with the demon gods, the long-term consequences were not worth the avoidance. Secondly, he possessed a double reward card purchased from a mysterious merchant. This exclusive mission, coupled with the dual rewards of the double card, which was soon to be enhanced to SS level by the Xian bird, promised an explosive bounty. The system had explicitly stated that there would be at least an SS level reward under such circumstances. Utilizing the double card and then having the rewards strengthened by the Xian bird was indeed a tantalizing thought. The dilemma lay in the fact that if the top 3 demon gods were stationed within Giant Rock City, no one could hope to breach its defenses. Qian Ying expressed her concerns. Do you truly believe I cannot conquer it? Zhou Ming, upon hearing this, fixed a penetrating gaze upon the silver-haired girl beside him. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate, porcelain-like face evoked an irresistible desire to embrace her and savor her sweetness. Qian Ying's expression shifted slightly. Having lived through the ages, she was not easily unsettled by a man's gaze. However, spending extended time with Zhou Ming had inevitably made her aware of certain of his habits. Whenever he was met with skepticism, he would invariably utter that fateful phrase, "If you do not believe me, shall we wager?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming gently inquired for her opinion. "You wish to take advantage of me?" Qian Ing exclaimed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Ah, dear Ing, you underestimate me," Zhou Ming replied, shaking his head with a smile. "I have no intention of extracting anything from you. In fact, if there is anything you desire, I would gladly empty myself to fulfill your wishes." Qian was taken aback. His words were meant to convey profound gratitude for her recognition of his abilities. Yet they felt somewhat peculiar. "What do you wish to wager?" Qian asked, intrigued. "Everyone, including the deities and the demon gods. None who have wagered against me have ever emerged victorious." She was eager to discover if she could indeed triumph over him. "Do you believe I can seize Giant Rock City?" "Extremely difficult." Qian shook her head and stated earnestly, "With the top 3 demon gods present and the light faction merely observing, I alone cannot contend against them. Should I falter, how would you stand against the demon gods?" In the previous city defense battle, the leading demon gods needed to strategize comprehensively, leaving no time to trouble Zhou Ming. However, that was no longer certain. "I wager that I can conquer it," Zhou Ming declared with fervor in his eyes. "I cannot accept such a wager," Qian replied, shaking her head seriously. "If the wager entails this, then I hope you win." "You must win." Zhou Ming stared at her, a warm tide swelling within him. Throughout the game, everyone awaited his downfall, eager to witness his ruin. Yet, only Qian remained steadfastly by his side. "Let us change the stakes." Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you believe my chances of winning are substantial?" "Well," Qian carefully considered her response, delicately articulating, "they're not particularly promising. Before the battle, if I can convince you that my chances of victory reach 50%, that would be my triumph." Zhou Ming continued. "All right." Qian acquiesced. "Before the battle, I shall alter my perspective. However, this is no simple task." "What are the stakes?" she asked with curiosity. "If I win," Zhou Ming's gaze, tinged with mischief, directed toward her, "I want you." To give me a massage?" Zhou Ming quickly added, fearing he might overstep his bounds. Qian was taken aback. "A massage?" "Indeed, a massage," Zhou Ming affirmed, nodding repeatedly. "Do you understand what a massage entails?" "It means to knead my shoulders and legs, to tend to those areas that have become somewhat stiff due to inactivity, thereby easing any tension." Qian comprehended, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "If it is limited to that, I can acquiesce." "The wager is established." "Wait, what if you lose?" Qian pressed further. "How about I give you a massage instead?" Zhou Ming proposed. "My skills are exceptional. I can make you feel so good that you might even cry out." "That is something I would rather avoid," Qian retorted with a hint of annoyance. "If I win, you." Chapter 69. A trap for you, let us avoid that. Qian said with annoyance. "Since I have triumphed, you must abide by the rules and refrain from impulsive actions. At times, certain behaviors while traversing the world truly exceed her understanding, although she often manages to turn dire situations around with unimaginable means. Such a precarious approach is fraught with the peril of failure." "Very well." Zhou Ming nodded earnestly. "I promise you." With that, he departed from the teleportation array and made his way to the general store in Ziyun Town to procure a map and some medicinal supplies. As an established second-tier city, Ziyun Town offered a plethora of quality medicines, heart-reviving pill, grade B, description, even if one is not in poor health. Taking 8 pills 3 times a day can bolster vitality. Effect, restores 1,000 health points over 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Price, 2 silver coins. He purchased 50 heart-reviving pills for emergencies and then inquired, "Ing, do you know where the Sword Saint resides?" "The Sword Saint?" "Undoubtedly. Such a title signifies one of the foremost powers of the Light faction. Are you truly intent on aiding Songxian in locating the Sword Saint?" Qian asked, puzzled. Zhou Ming elucidated, "Given that the top 3 demon gods may be stationed in Juyan City, if I do not engage with them, how can I resolve the situation? The cloak is not an essential artifact. My primary aim is to make contact with the second demon god, the Abyssal Sword Demon, Songxian." "I understand now." Qian ceased her objections. "The whereabouts of the Sword Saint were unpredictable. Among the deities who once troubled me, I have never encountered him. The only point of access to find him is through the court." "The court?" Zhou Ming pondered. It is said that the Sword Saint is discreet, often assisting the emperor of the eastern region with unsavory tasks. Qianning succinctly noted that those in high positions might be privy to his whereabouts. Those in high positions. Zhou Ming fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, while divine beings hold an exalted status and unparalleled strength, it does not necessarily imply that they are closely tied to the court. Who can assist me in my quest for the Sword Saint? Zhou Ming mused for some time. In a moment of inspiration, his eyes brightened. I've got it. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qishui City, Lord Lu Qingyang displayed utmost deference before Shui Zhanqiu, not daring to overstep his bounds. My lord, I have completed my task. Excellent. Shui Zhanqiu nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Your humble servant takes his leave. After Lu Qingyang exited, Lin Tao, the disciple hidden behind Shui Zhanqiu, spoke up, with the demon gods on guard. It is utterly implausible for Zhou Ming to seize Juyin City. We must remain vigilant. Shui Zhanqiu shook his head, his gaze dark and brooding, akin to a coiled serpent. Take my token and seek the necromancer god. Ensure his presence. It would be ideal if he could ally with the second demon god, or even the first. Your disciple will obey. Lin Tao felt a tremor of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his master could reach out to the third demon god, the necromancer god, Eric. Grasping the token, he hurriedly departed, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of vengeance soon to be fulfilled. No matter how formidable the Queen of Divine Ash may be, her combat prowess is at best on par with the top 3 demon gods. In such a scenario, with the assistance of 2 additional demon gods, her defeat is inevitable. As one traverses the world, who could possibly come to your aid this time? Ding. System notification. You have entered the map. Baiyun City. Secondary City. Due to a change in plans, Zhou Ming hastily made his way to another secondary city. Unlike his previous journey to Ziyun City, this time he employed Qianning to cloak his presence, ensuring that no one would be aware of his whereabouts. Navigating through the bustling streets, Zhou Ming arrived near the Lord's mansion of Baiyun City. Chirp? The mysterious bird perched on Zhou Ming's shoulder, puzzled by his actions. What brings you here? Zhou Ming gently tapped its head with his finger, smiling as he explained. Fengyuan Town, Zisha Town, and Yunfeng Town all belong to Baiyun City. It is well known that towns of various levels are never entirely unrelated. A tertiary town naturally falls under the jurisdiction of a secondary city. You seek Lei Qianjue? Qianning pondered. Zhou Yu World had stolen 1,000,000 gold coins from the Light faction, confronting the divine powerhouse known as Lei Qianjue. Ultimately, the latter was left speechless due to a lack of direct evidence and departed in frustration. Indeed, Zhou Ming nodded. The loss of 1,000,000 gold coins has drawn the attention of only him among the divine powerhouses, indicating his significant influence within the Light faction. It is highly likely that the 3 towns where the thefts occurred are all under his domain. The mysterious bird blinked in astonishment. To have considered so many details after just one meeting? My master is rather meticulous. Even so, he might not be within Baiyun City. Qianning still found herself puzzled. I have certainly contemplated this. Zhou Ming chuckled. A divine powerhouse would hardly willingly confine himself to a secondary city. Therefore, I must devise a means to draw him here. To lure him here? Qianning pondered briefly before a realization struck her. Boom. Moments later, within the confines of Baiyun City, a fierce explosion erupted. Someone attempted to raid the treasury. Quickly notify Lord Lei Qianjue. The defenses of Baiyun City were exceptionally tight, as if anticipating such an event. Even Qianning was unable to succeed. The mastermind lurked among the crowd, observing silently. Swish. Before long, Qianning returned without a sound. You've worked hard, Zhou Ming remarked. Qianying's identity was quite unique. She belonged to no faction, and even if she wreaked havoc within the city, it would not incite a conflict among the powers. Whoosh, in no time, a rugged-faced, tall figure arrived via a teleportation array, hastening to provide support. Lord of Thunder, Lei Qianjue, Divine Boss. You little beast, you've gone too far. Lei Qianjue cursed vehemently, wishing to flay Zhou Yu World alive. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of rope for 10 years. If similar incidents were to occur again within his territory, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Emperor. He has arrived. Concealed from detection, Zhou Ming observed a streak of purple lightning flash across the sky. Knowing his plan had succeeded, the mysterious bird was filled with excitement. It inexplicably exudes a thrilling sense of crime intertwined with impunity, fostering an intense feeling of involvement while simultaneously igniting curiosity about the master's subsequent intentions. It is imperative to recognize that the master lacks the capacity to threaten Lei Qianjue, particularly within the territory of another. Ding. The system prompts, your pet, heaven and earth spirit beast, little you, indicates that the most challenging aspect is that even if Lei Qianjue is aware of the Sword Saint's whereabouts, he would not willingly escort you to him. Little you remains too naive. Zhou Ming chuckles softly. Why should I reveal my intentions to him? There are always more solutions than difficulties. In Baiyun City, within the Lord's mansion. How is it? Lei Qianjue inquired anxiously. A subordinate promptly reported. As the Lord anticipated, someone attempted to pilfer from the treasury. Fortunately, our vigilance thwarted their despicable actions. Excellent. Lei Qianjue breathed a sigh of relief, then gritted his teeth and declared, Zhou, you better watch out. Your day of reckoning will inevitably come. After confirming that the treasury remained intact, he organized reinforcements from other locations to bolster defenses. Swoosh. Approximately an hour later, having concluded all his affairs and preparing to depart, a sharp arrow suddenly shot in from a distance, embedding itself into a nearby pillar. Lei Qianjue's heart raced in alarm as he hastily exited the Lord's mansion. Yet he could not discern the assailant's whereabouts amidst the throngs. Upon returning, he extracted the arrow and discovered an inscription affixed to it, 8 o'clock tonight, come to meet me. Sword Saint. Chapter 70. Meeting the Sword Saint. Lei Qianjue's expression was far from pleasant. 3 towns had experienced theft, and inevitably, he would be held accountable by the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint, as the right hand of His Majesty, was tasked with discreetly managing certain affairs. And this information was no secret to individuals of their standing. Now, having received a summons, it was evident that it was intrinsically linked to the recent heist at the treasury. Stowing away the letter, Lei Qianjue was consumed with anxiety. If he truly knew the whereabouts of the Sword Saint, he would surely take the initiative to guide us there. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming remained composed, stating, at that time, Qianying, you can follow him, and it will lead me to the Sword Saint's location. Who would have thought it could be done this way? Qianying exclaimed in surprise. The nearby Xian Niao was equally astonished. Ding. System notification. Your pet, spirit beast of heaven and earth Xiaoyu, loyalty 5, current, 68 points. Can this actually enhance Xian Niao's loyalty? Zhou Ming was quite taken aback. Indeed, Xian Niao was rather mischievous, relishing in causing trouble during their first encounter. It had even intentionally provoked him after casting a hex divination. Recalling this, he subtly glanced at Qianying's affection level. Unbeknownst to him, it had already climbed to 75 points. Though the system had not issued a reminder, likely due to their daily inseparable companionship leading to a gradual increase. Inger, monitor him for now. Zhou Ming instructed. I shall step out for a meal. All right. After logging off, Zhou Ming ordered a portion of rib rice cakes along with lean meatballs, and then browsed useful information on the official site. Oh, the subsequent equipment tiers have been released? Zhou Ming noticed a highly popular official post and immediately clicked to view. Tianming official announcement. In light of certain players having acquired equipment of the flowing light tier or higher, we have decided to reveal additional equipment grades to enhance the gaming experience for players. The equipment tiers, from lowest to highest, are plain grade, bronze grade, silver grade, gold grade, flowing light grade, battle soul grade, king grade, celestial spirit grade, monarch grade, demigod grade, and divine grade. Netizens below the post were already in an uproar. I chuckled. Some players? Why not just name Zhou World directly? Can you tell us the proportion of these players? It isn't just Zhou World. Players from other regions aren't pushovers. The disparity between individuals is greater than that between humans and dogs. Above the battle soul grade, there existed 5 more tiers. Zhou Ming observed for a while until his takeout arrived punctually. After swiftly finishing his meal in 10 minutes, he prepared to enter the game when he suddenly recalled Qianying mentioning that the powers acquired in the game could be transferred to the real world, and the current inability to do so was due to insufficient strength. Powers from the game transferred to reality. Dawn. Zhou Ming couldn't help but exclaim softly, raising his hand towards the wall. Peace reigned in the world, with naught occurring. Indeed, it was merely a concocted line by the planners. I had been deceived. Zhou Ming chuckled wryly, donning the gaming helmet once more. Boom. However, at the moment he returned to the game, he failed to notice a flicker of fire suddenly erupting in the air, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. With a flash of dazzling white light, Zhou Ming reappeared in Baiyun City. At this moment, the sun was setting, and time was growing late. What is the matter? Zhou Ming inquired. Chirp. Xian Niao responded. Ding. System notification. Your pet, heaven and earth spirit beast little you, indicates that the Queen of Divine Flames has been covertly tracking Lei Qianjue, who has now departed from Baiyun City. I understand, Zhou Ming replied, not surprised. There was little reason for Lei Qianjue to linger in Baiyun City, and being near Qianing would only heighten the risk of detection. As night fell around 7 o'clock, the stars began to twinkle in the sky. Qianing returned via the teleportation array, stating solemnly, "We have located the Sword Saint." Excellent. Zhou Ming collected his scattered thoughts, uncertain of what would transpire next. Let us go meet the Sword Saint of our eastern district. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Lei Qianjue found himself alone in a desolate level 4 village. Waiting for a considerable time, the trail of the Sword Saint was exceedingly elusive, and the bustling city would only increase the likelihood of being discovered. In contrast, who would suspect that the esteemed Sword Saint would be found within a level 4 village, a place seldom visited even by adventurers? Precisely at 8 o'clock, he entered the village and approached a spacious courtyard. After notifying the Sword Saint's subordinates, he ventured directly into a room within the courtyard. Knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door. Come in. A rich, magnetic voice resonated. Lei Qianjue pushed the door open, and under the light generated by elemental forces, he beheld a room filled with individuals clad in uniforms, diligently reviewing or processing documents. Perched on the windowsill were trained pigeons. At the center of the room sat a man dressed in splendid attire, seemingly at ease. Although the man's features were unremarkable, he possessed a tall stature and piercing gaze that deterred direct eye contact. Sword Saint Yi Jibei, ordinary NPC, Sword Saint. Lei Qianjue greeted with a fist salute. Despite both being god-level powerhouses, there remained a subtle disparity in their combat prowess and status. Yi Jibei inquired bluntly, "What brings you here? Didn't you summon me?" Lei Qianjue was taken aback, bewildered by the question. I summoned you? Yi Jibei momentarily hesitated, then his expression darkened. You've fallen into a trap. Sword Saint. Zhou Ming is seeking an audience. Zhou Ming's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Seeking an audience. Lei Qianjue was stunned, suddenly realizing that he had inadvertently become a guide. His face flushing with embarrassment and rage. With a thunderous rush, he dashed outside, brandishing a massive axe, and swung it fiercely at Zhou Ming, roaring, "Shameless brat, perish." Clang. Qianing interposed himself in front of Zhou Ming, blocking the blow. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air, stirring up clouds of dust, while Zhou Ming remained unfazed, calm, and composed. Are you still dissatisfied with the level of humiliation you've endured? Yi Jibei remarked, withdraw. Yes. Despite the disparity in status, Lei Qianjue had to suppress his fury. Facing the numerous hostile gazes, Zhou Ming strode confidently into the courtyard and then into the room, clasping his fists and stating, "The Sword Saint's whereabouts are unpredictable, thus, I have no choice but to resort to this strategy. Do not take offense." At that moment, within the confines of the room, all the original inhabitants ceased their tasks, casting predatory glances at Zhou Ming. Should the Sword Saint give a command, they would pounce upon him in unison. Adventurers with your level of audacity are indeed rare. Yi Jibei assessed the young man before him, his emotions inscrutable. Do you realize that you are currently on my territory? It would not be difficult for me to end your life. The Divine Ember Queen was formidable, but with his intervention, the others would find it effortless to claim Zhou Ming's head in their quest for worldly conquest. But you have not yet made a move, Zhou Ming replied. Yi Jibei corrected him. You mean, you have not acted immediately. With a flurry of movements, a dozen onlookers unsheathed their swords, their murderous intent firmly fixated on Zhou Ming. He had walked into a trap, his fate seemed sealed. As if envisioning the outcome, Lei Qianjue sneered from outside the room, blocking the exit. If I am not mistaken, you have only met Lei Qinjue once, Yi Zhibei stated bluntly. Under these circumstances, you actually managed to exploit his reckless nature and high status to ascertain his whereabouts. Your methods are quite remarkable. That is a misjudgment, Zhou Ming countered. It was merely luck. You sought me out for what purpose? 2 matters. What 2 matters? Yi Zhibei inquired, intrigued. Undeterred by the formidable prowess of his opponent, Zhou Ming stepped closer, now just a table's breadth away from Yi Zhibei. Their gazes clashed, sharp and defiant. What was his true intention? The many powerful figures nearby radiated an air of lethal intent, making the tension in the room palpable. Under the scrutiny of all present, Zhou Ming began to speak, a revelation that neither Qianying nor Suanio had anticipated. He dared to address the current sword saint in such a manner. It was nothing short of astonishing. The first matter I wish to discuss is Chapter 71. Recruiting the sword saint. The first matter at hand is to enlist you. Zhou Ming extended his hand towards the sword saint, smiling as he inquired. What do you say? Are you interested in working under my command? Sword saint. Qianying. The crowd. Such audacity in speech. Everyone was left astounded by his bold declaration, momentarily rendered speechless. To tempt the emperor of the Eastern District? How dare he? Haraha. Lei Qianjue's laughter shattered the brief silence. Mocking. You, a man on the brink of death, struggling for survival. What gives you the courage to utter such words? What kind of formidable being is the sword saint, that he would willingly submit to Zhou Ming, becoming his subordinate? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Even Qianying and Xian Niao could not fathom why Zhou Ming would extend an olive branch to someone he had just met, especially an adversary. There was no conceivable reason for the other party to acquiesce. Clang. Yi Zhibei suddenly rose, his hand having unknowingly grasped an unsheathed sword. Its tip directed sharply at Zhou Ming. The intense sword intent, even before making contact, sent a prickling sensation across the skin. In that moment, the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring, with both parties on the precipice of confrontation. I am offering you a chance to understand the situation, to preserve your life. Yi Zhibei spoke coldly. I hope you will appreciate this rather than feign ignorance and mock me. No one could comprehend why Zhou Ming, with death looming, would dare demand fealty. Not even he himself could grasp it. Does this mean my recruitment has failed? Zhou Ming withdrew his hand, devoid of any sign of anger, inquiring with a calm demeanor. The onlookers, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, were left speechless. Was that even a question? Yi Zhibei, expressionless, replied. Do you truly believe it should succeed? I believe it's not a complete failure yet. Zhou Ming shifted the topic. How about we wager on something? Wager on what? I wager that you will eventually become my right-hand man. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Zhibei immediately dismissed the notion, gazing at the youth before him with an inexplicable sense of being unable to see through him. What confidence does he possess to attempt to recruit me? What reason do I have to abandon my esteemed position within the righteous faction to follow a nearly destitute individual, lacking in strength, to carve out a destiny? No need to rush with your rebuttal. This wager has no stakes and requires no rules for limitation. Zhou Ming shook his head, his gaze profound. Aside from that, the second matter is rather inconsequential. It merely provides you with a reason to allow me to leave. Do you genuinely believe you can present me with a rationale that would compel me to let you go? Yi Zhibei replied, amused by the absurdity. He had been assisting the emperor of the Eastern District with various unsavory tasks, and his network was vast. He was well aware of Zhou Ming's exploits. He had won against the gods in a wager. He had rebuffed the demon lord's invitation. He had emerged as the sole victor in the battle against Qing Shui City. Zhou Ming's achievements were indeed remarkable. Yet, he could not help but feel that the other party should be a young man of profound depth and exceptional skill. Upon our first encounter today, I was struck by the disparity between reputation and reality. From the moment I sensed the other party's inexplicable allure, I found myself utterly perplexed regarding their true intentions. Do you believe you can slay me? Zhou Ming remained remarkably composed. Yi Zhibei's expression was impassive, his grip tightening around the sword, the chilling aura of his blade unfurling like a tempestuous cyclone. The oppressive force surged forth as if a dam had burst, flooding the room in silence. Terrifying. Lei Qianjue, blocking the doorway, dared not breathe. As a fellow deity, Yi Jibei's prowess as the sword saint far surpassed his own. Yi Jibei's tone was indifferent. I am curious to see your hidden cards. Then let it commence. A deep interest ignited within Zhou Ming. He was eager to discern the outcome of a clash between two generations of sword saints. Very well. Yi Jibei, cautious yet fierce, locked his gaze firmly on Zhou Ming. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone poised for action, the air thick with anticipation. Various enhancement skills were fully activated, and an amalgamation of elemental forces swirled. Yet they could not disrupt the sword intent emanating from the sword saint. Beside them, Xian Niu felt a surge of trepidation, hastily retreating into the pet space for refuge. While Qianing stood ready for battle. With a swift motion, Yu Jibei unleashed his sword, the blade slicing through the air like a radiant rainbow. Its sharp intent directed at Zhou Ming. His speed was remarkable. Only two individuals could react in time. One was Qianing, the other Clang. At the critical moment, a massive shadow descended from above, wielding a broad, dark sword, interposing itself between Yu Jibei and Zhou Ming, blocking the seemingly inevitable strike. Boom. The room nearly erupted into chaos, reduced to ruins, were it not for the sword saint's subordinates mitigating the residual force. Otherwise, a level 4 village could have been obliterated in an instant. Abyssal sword demon, Sangxian, divine level boss. Yu Jibei's pupils constricted. Such terrifying stealth. He had not even noticed anyone on the roof. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The second demon god had willingly chosen to protect Zhou Ming on his journey. With a forceful interception, Sangxian trembled slightly, feeling the potency of the attack, a flicker of crimson light crossing his eyes. Indeed, the current sword saint possesses formidable strength. Yi Jibei's fighting spirit ignited. Traitor, how dare you appear before me? You have tarnished the very title of sword saint. He leapt forward, his sword poised to pierce. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing unimaginable domains of sword intent, colliding with fervor. Meanwhile, Qianing shielded Zhou Ming, making a dash for the exit. Stop them, Yi Jibei commanded urgently. Swish. Sangxian's sword struck Yi Jibei's chest, propelling him backward. Dare you duel me while your mind is divided? Are you eager to meet your end so swiftly? Let us go. Qianing urged Zhou Ming to flee. Intending to escape, Lei Qianjue, enveloped in crackling lightning, brandished his massive axe and swung with ferocity. Have you consulted my axe? Boom. In a swift motion, Qianing deflected the attack with her sword and promptly delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying thousands of meters, stirring up a tempest of dust and carving a deep chasm into the ground. The Sword Saint and Sangxian were the preeminent warriors of their respective factions, renowned throughout the realm. While she would not dare to proclaim an outright victory, she was confident that facing three opponents of Lei Qianjue's caliber would pose no challenge for her. Clang, clang, clang. The Sword Saint's subordinates surged forward. Yet their assaults failed to breach the protective barrier surrounding Zhou Ming in a short span of time. Lei Qianjue, having been kicked by Qianying, made no move to retaliate. Ultimately, bereft of the Sword Saint's formidable prowess, Zhou Ming managed to escape unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance, Zhou Ming beheld the night sky erupting in a series of thunderous explosions, illuminating the heavens as if it were broad daylight. Why did you seek to recruit the Sword Saint? Qianying inquired, standing beside Zhou Ming, her curiosity evident. Chapter 72. Reasoning with wisdom, gazing into the twilight sky. Zhou Ming welcomed the gentle evening breeze and inquired with a smile, "Is it not entirely reasonable for me to seek the company of such an exceptional individual? However," he pondered, "the Sword Saint and I share no kinship nor friendship. Theoretically, my overtures should be in vain." Turning to the ethereal beauty beside him, he ventured to articulate her unspoken thoughts. "Is this what you wish to convey?" Qianing pressed her lips together, tacitly acquiescing. It was not her intention to dampen spirits. Yet this conundrum truly perplexed her. In her eyes, the Sword Saint, as a prominent figure in the Eastern District's Radiant faction, would surely refrain from betraying the very faction he represented. Therefore, I remain on the battlefield, steadfast and unwavering. Zhou Ming, with an air of confidence, instructed. Keep an eye on Yi Jibei for me. I have matters I wish to discuss with him. Indeed, this seemingly baseless solicitation was merely the initial step. What followed would be of utmost significance. Was there a hidden strategy? Xian comprehended the implication, understood. High above, the battle between Song Xian and Yu Jibei raged fiercely, enduring for an extensive duration. The two exchanged blows, their swords emitting fierce gusts of energy, while others dared not interfere. A mere approach could lead to dire consequences. Approximately 2 hours later, the clash between Song Xian and Yi Jibei finally reached its conclusion. With a swish, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, a battle-worn Song Xian, panting heavily, expressed his satisfaction. Truly, you are the contemporary sword saint. Your reputation is well-deserved. It has been ages since I encountered a master of your caliber. Yi Jibei, though equally injured, retained his fierce spirit. They, of course, could not engage in a fight to the death. Such an outcome would likely result in mutual destruction or an opportunistic intervention by others. Applause echoed as Zhou Ming, aided by Qian Ing, approached the two warriors, exclaiming, "Brave gentlemen, both possessing extraordinary skills and remarkable martial prowess. Impressive, truly impressive." Yu Jibei, taken aback, responded, "Aren't you leaving? Had it not been for the intervention of the second demon god, you would surely have met his demise here today. Under these circumstances, it would be reasonable for the adversary to seize the opportunity to escape." "Leave?" Zhou Ming chuckled. "I have yet to solicit Brother Yi. How could I depart so readily?" "But he has already turned you down," Song Xian exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Zhou Ming, with eloquence, replied, "That is merely because he has yet to comprehend the current circumstances." Song Xian retorted, "What circumstances? Does Yu Jibei possess an undeniable reason to ally with you? What are you implying?" At this, even Yu Jibei found himself confounded. The esteemed sword saint, tasked with executing the royal family's unsavory dealings, though renowned, was obliged to operate discreetly. With his very position concealed from the public eye, Zhou Ming proceeded to analyze the situation and then directly posed a question. "Pray tell, are you content with your current life?" A swordsman of his caliber, celebrated as the sword saint, yet preferring to dwell in the shadows, engaging in menial tasks. Such a notion struck him as peculiar upon first hearing. He had perused the historical texts of the Mandate of Heaven, pondering the ages, and mused that a swordsman of his caliber would never indulge in sordid behavior, for he was no assassin. Satisfaction, or the lack thereof, was merely a matter orchestrated by the sovereign. Yu Jibei cast his gaze downward, enveloped in a cloud of indifference. "No matter my dissatisfaction, I would never stoop to serve under you. You ought to concern yourself more with your own affairs." His information network was remarkably astute. As he traversed the world, he found himself almost a solitary figure. His aides were scarce, consisting only of the Queen of Divine Ash and the Xian bird. His ambition to rally his own faction was not unexpected, yet seeking him out was evidently a miscalculation. "It appears you are not content." Zhou Ming relished the unfolding drama. His greatest fear was Yi Jibei's declaration of contentment in his current position. Though unlikely, such a statement would undoubtedly complicate his schemes of discord. "Do you not grasp his meaning?" Song Xian intoned gravely. "He implies that no matter his dissatisfaction, he would not join your ranks." Silence, irrelevant bystanders. Zhou Ming paid no heed to Song Xian's words and continued, "Surely you understand why your working environment is so clandestine. The previous swordsman forsook the light for the shadows, gravely tarnishing the reputation and foundation of the light faction. The emperor of the eastern region would certainly wish to avoid a repeat of such treachery." In other words, Zhou Ming directed his gaze at Song Xian. "Song Xian, it is you who has led him to this plight." At these words, Song Xian was rendered speechless. "Enough of this." Yu Jibei turned to leave, his expression resolute. "As long as my loyalty remains unwavering, the emperor will surely recognize my worth in due time. What if I were to inform you that after tonight, the emperor's suspicions towards you will only deepen?" Zhou Ming's words struck like thunder. Yu Jibei halted, his composure shaken. Undoubtedly, he was taken aback by Zhou Ming's assertion. It was well known that the previous swordsman had rebelled. Furthermore, it was clear that the emperor of the eastern region harbored doubts regarding him. A smirk involuntarily crept upon Zhou Ming's lips. Thus, the question arises, given these two conditions, if I were to publicly extend an invitation to the current swordsman today and then withdraw unscathed, how would this action resonate with the emperor of the eastern region? In that moment, silence enveloped the gathering. save for the biting wind. Zhou Ming's words loomed like a mountain, suffocating Yi Jibei. Everyone understood that, even with the finest explanations, the emperor's suspicions would not wane. Rather, they would intensify. His aspirations for recognition would undoubtedly be dashed. Moreover, how would the revelation that the previous swordsman, Song Xian, had been his protector and engaged in sparring with Yi Jibei alter perceptions? Zhou Ming continued to unveil the implications. In any case, if I were to speak, it would surely suggest that there lies an untold story behind it. It must be noted that Song Xian belonged to the dark faction and would relish any discord within the light faction, reducing its strength. Thus, he would hardly come forth to clarify matters. With a jolt, Yi Jibei stumbled back 3 steps, as if struck with a heavy blow. His face drained of color, and his breath came in quick gasps. To have his whereabouts discovered by Zhou Ming, who now sought him out, extending an olive branch. He engaged in a spar with the previous generation's sword saint, Song Xian, who had betrayed the light faction, resulting in an inconclusive outcome. The connection between these two events is utterly alarming. At that time, the Emperor of the Eastern District would undoubtedly be more inclined to prevent you from becoming the second rebellious sword saint. Even if you are unwaveringly loyal, you will have to endure in this remote corner for an extended period. Zhou Ming asserted with conviction. Song Xian, realizing the implications, could not help but inwardly exclaim, "Your heart must be as dark as the abyss." The actions of traversing the world blatantly indicated an intention to render Yi Jibei eternally unfit for reintegration into the light faction. Moreover, he had protected Zhou Yushi due to the demands of his mission, yet to others, it appeared as if the previous sword saint had already allied with Zhou Yushi. And now his goal was to ensure that this generation's sword saint would likewise submit to him. The avenues for interpretation are manifold. Gigi, the Xian bird, having exited its pet space, chirped excitedly upon hearing this. No wonder the master sought to recruit the sword saint upon their first meeting. It turns out he was pushing the sword saint towards rebellion. Ding. System notification. Your pet, heaven and earth spirit beast Xiaoyu, loyalty 3, current, 71 points. Zhou Ming cast a glance at it. Xiaoyu is the quintessential bystander, reveling in the spectacle. A man of great ambition, dwelling beneath the heavens. Cannot remain stagnant for long. Zhou Ming continued. You must possess some weakness that the Emperor of the Eastern District has seized upon, compelling you to obey him. His intention for you to remain here is to prevent you from wandering freely, thereby escaping his control and possibly betraying the light faction. You might be overthinking this. Song Xian interjected, unable to contain himself. Who could possibly threaten a sword saint? Zhou Ming's brief remarks carried considerable weight, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Who asked you? Zhou Ming replied nonchalantly, do not rush to speak. I will elaborate further shortly. Song Xian, at Zhou Ming's words, the second demon god's eyes widened, and his scalp tingled. Could it be that he had unknowingly fallen into Zhou Ming's trap? I believe no illustrious sword saint would willingly become an assassin. Submit to me. Zhou Ming declared emphatically. I will aid you in your escape and provide you with an opportunity to realize your ambitions. Yi Jibei's lips twitched, hesitating to voice his thoughts. His expression fluctuated, no longer displaying the righteous indignation he had shown previously. As if to fully persuade Yi Jibei, Zhou Ming revealed another shocking revelation. I am not afraid to tell you that I. Chapter 73. Subverting the world in a bid to thoroughly sway Yi Jibei. Zhou Ming unleashed yet another shocking revelation. I am not afraid to tell you that I have already assembled my own team. And our chances of success are not as meager as you might imagine. At that moment, why did the sword saint hesitate? The answer was simple. He could not see the extent of his own odds and still harbored hopes for the light faction. What do you mean by that? Song Xian asked, bewildered. Zhou Ming retorted. Do you truly believe that my support consists solely of Qianing and Xianyao? Qianing, Xianyao. Upon hearing these words, both allies and foes alike were left in stunned silence. Is that not the case? If you think so, you are gravely mistaken. The divine beings by my side far exceed just Qianing. With a confident smile, Zhou Ming approached Yi Jibei, placing a hand on his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, with your capabilities, why resign yourself to decline? Surely, you must understand why the Emperor of the Eastern District tasked you with handling the unsavory matters. The emperor's intentions were painfully evident. Placing Yu Jibei in a severely compromised work environment ensured that countless filthy affairs were thrust upon him. When one becomes accustomed to such sights, they inevitably grow numb to them. It seems you have forgotten that if I am forsaken, it is also by your doing. Yu Jibei furrowed his brow, unwilling to let Zhou Ming's words sway his judgment. I ought to despise you even more. How could I possibly assist you? Because my actions are driven by self-preservation, a necessity. Zhou Ming explained plainly. But why must I descend to the level of mere survival? Is it my fault that the deities wish to see me dead? After a moment of hesitation, Yu Jibei shook his head in denial. Is it my fault that there are countless who despise me? It is clearly not my fault, yet they force me into opposition. As if I am a villain beyond redemption. Zhou Ming's words struck home, forcing these individuals to maintain their lofty positions while looking down upon the world. Then, you remain ever loyal, serving these beings, yearning for their merciful favors. Is this truly the path of the Sword Saint? Yu Jibei was rendered speechless. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, even feeling that the other's argument held merit. You are the Sword Saint. Why must you prove your loyalty? Zhou Ming pressed on. Shouldn't it be they who desire your unwavering fidelity? This statement illuminated Yu Jibei's mind. I am the Sword Saint. Why must I prove my loyalty? With his strength, he could traverse the world freely. Yet, he found himself imprisoned by the reputation bestowed upon him by the title of Sword Saint, compelled to behave with utmost propriety. Fearful of tarnishing such a name and becoming the subject of ridicule. In this manner, he became a pawn for those with ulterior motives. If you harbor hatred for me, then before you despise me, you should first loathe the world that transforms good men into villains. Zhou Ming's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes on the contemporary Sword Saint, raising his fist towards him, speaking each word deliberately. Sword Saint of this era. Do you have any interest in joining me to subvert this world? Gazing at the raised fist of those journeying around the world, Yu Jibei felt a surge of blood and a stir in his very soul. How to choose? It was evident that the gods were decaying, chasing fame and fortune, unhesitatingly colluding with the forces of darkness. It was clear that emperors regarded him as a mere pawn, wary of his every move, rendering him a hero without a battlefield. At that moment, a person destined for greatness stood before him, proclaiming, "Brother, come with me. Let us change everything together." How could one possibly remain indifferent? After a prolonged internal struggle, Yu Jibei finally spoke with difficulty. I have two conditions. Speak freely. First, my wife and daughter must be safe under the watchful eyes of the Eastern Emperor. Yu Jibei stated earnestly. Zhou Ming understood. It appeared that the Sword Saint's vulnerability, held tightly by the Emperor, lay in his family. I will find a way. Zhou Ming nodded, satisfied with the response. Yu Jibei retrieved a golden compass from his pack and handed it to Zhou Ming, who hastily accepted it. With this artifact, you will be able to locate them. Ding. System notification. You have acquired a temporary quest item, Heavenly Mechanism Disc, rare SS grade. Secondly, we must conquer Giant Rock City. It seemed he had made his choice. Declaring in a deep voice, if you can take it, I, Yu Jibei, will risk my life to accompany you to ascend to the throne. It is settled. Zhou Ming felt immense satisfaction. At last, the Sword Saint had been persuaded. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have activated the rare hidden quest, Sword Saint's Allegiance. Difficulty, SS. Sword Saint's Allegiance. Difficulty, SS. Description. To instill a rebellious heart in the Sword Saint is to have already completed the most challenging aspect of the quest. Quest Requirement 1. Rescue the wife and daughter of Sword Saint Yu Jibei. Location, Forbidden City. Quest Requirement 2. Conquer Giant Rock City. Quest Reward, Sword Saint's Allegiance. Temporary quest item, Heavenly Mechanism Disc, rare SS grade. Beside them, Song Xian was left in a state of astonishment, speechless for a long while. He had merely wished to spar with the contemporary Sword Saint, never anticipating such an absurd turn of events. So what do you think? Zhou Ming turned his gaze to the second demon god, smiling. Are you not afraid I might undermine you? Song Xian inquired, filled with uncertainty. Because it is you who has led him to this plight. Zhou Ming stated candidly. Moreover, you, too, are the Sword Saint harboring rebellious thoughts. You are the one who can empathize most. He dared to meet Song Xian's gaze, confident that the latter would not betray him. based on his understanding of Zhang. He was certain that the latter would never betray for the sake of fame or fortune. Zhang rubbed his nose, begrudgingly admitting, "What happened today shall remain locked within my heart." He had come to realize the gravity of the situation. This young man had firmly grasped both generations of sword saints. "Thank you." Zhou Ming expressed his gratitude, then, with a hint of implication, added, "By the way, Zhang, would you be interested in joining me in building something from the ground up?" In his mind, the ideal outcome would be to have both generations of sword saints gathered together, becoming his right and left hands. Thus, with Qianning, Zhang, Yu Bei, and the world traveler joining forces, are they not invincible across the realm? Farewell. Zhang, startled, swiftly turned to leave. To be honest, it was his first time feeling such trepidation in conversing with another. As a human, do you truly intend to assist the fiends in seizing dominion over the world? Zhou Ming struck at the heart of the matter, each word piercing deeply. Zhang's formidable frame quivered, and he fled in haste, not daring to glance back. How utterly bizarre. As Zhou Yushi persuaded Yu Bei, Zhang, listening from the sidelines, inexplicably sensed that the grand scheme of the world was on the brink of transformation. "Brother Zhang, I implore you, do not obstruct my assault on Giant Rock City." Zhou Ming did not forget to articulate his most critical request. "This shall be the sole exception. It shall not happen again." Zhang responded. He was already aware that the gods had orchestrated Zhou Yushi to lead the assault on Giant Rock City, intending to intervene. Yet, as the former sword saint, he could not bear to witness Yu Bei suffer due to his inaction, with his wife and daughter under the emperor's control, threatened, and ultimately reduced to mere puppets. His conscience could not rest easy. The night had deepened. The moonlight flowed like water, gently cascading upon the earth, draping it in a silvery veil. The subordinates of the sword saint, daunted by the lingering aura of the divine, cautiously approached, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. As he watched Zhang depart, Zhou Ming clasped his fists and declared, "I shall take my leave first. Farewell." Yu Bei returned the gesture and then soared into the night. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Ming felt as if a great weight had been lifted. To recruit the sword saint immediately was indeed impractical. This outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Simultaneously, a delayed notification rang in his ears. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on completing the task. Finding the sword saint. Difficulty A. Reward. Experience gain 50. 96. Cloak of the Night. Golden Grade. Chapter 74. The celestial mechanism. The mission was successfully accomplished. As Zhou Ming unwrapped the parcel, he was greeted by a cloak, entirely cloaked in black, exuding an exceptional texture that revealed an air of mysterious elegance under the night sky. "Shadow," Zhou Ming spoke. Qianning understood immediately and proceeded to enhance the cloak, elevating the golden level night cloak to the battle spirit level. Night cloak, battle spirit level, defense, 250, life, 6,000. Attributes, defense 20, life 50, special trait, familiarity, required level -10. Effect, sprint, movement speed 30. Special skill, night, requires reputation, 1,000, requires level, 60. Description, a cloak once wielded by the abyssal sword demon, Zhang, featuring remarkable attributes. The cloak's attributes were indeed extraordinary, and with the familiarity trait, Zhou Ming could don it immediately despite the level requirement of 60. With a flourish, he donned the night cloak, and his attributes soared dramatically. "Impressive," Qianning exclaimed. "I never imagined you could sway the sword saint with mere words." He is the sword saint, a being who stands equal with the second demon god, Zhang. If you were to traverse the world and meet the conditions set by Yu Bei, bringing him under your command, with her assistance, the gods would undoubtedly feel a sense of threat and pressure. Chirping excitedly, the onlooker, Xiaoyu, flitted around her master, echoing Qianying's thoughts. "This is all thanks to you," Zhou Ming confessed. "Had you not informed me that the sword saint's whereabouts are known only to those of high status, and that he secretly undertakes nefarious deeds for the emperor, I would not have entertained such notions. To regard the sword saint merely as a pawn, without sincere intentions, struck him as a grave misstep. Without this insight, no amount of eloquence could have allowed him to seize the opportunity. Your perception is keen." Qianning lightly shook her head, downplaying her contribution, then reminded him, now, capturing Giant Rock City has become imperative. The Sword Saint's conditions revolve around the siege of Giant Rock City, clearly intending to use this battle to assess whether Zhou Ming is worthy of allegiance. Moreover, he will not betray the Light faction until Zhou Ming rescues his wife and daughter. Indeed, Zhou Ming nodded. However, tonight's gains are substantial. At least Song Xian will not join the fray. A level 2 city can accommodate a maximum of 3 divine beings, whether on the offensive or defensive side. With Song Xian confirmed not to be the defending demon, the pressure has significantly diminished. By the way, Qianing seemed to recall something and inquired curiously. You mentioned that we have more than just you and Xian Niao as allies. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, Zhou Ming replied with conviction, then, noticing Qian Ying's astonished gaze, added, although, at present, it is indeed just the two of you. Qianying, Suanio. So it was all nonsense? It's rather late. I shall take my leave to sleep. Zhou Ming yawned, wishing good night. Good night. Removing the gaming helmet, Zhou Ming stretched luxuriously, proceeded to the bathroom for a brief refreshment, and soon collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the super capital of the Eastern District, deep within the palace, Lei Qianjue stood respectfully, reporting all he knew. Before him, behind the gauzy screens, a shadow loomed like an abyss. Confounded, the emperor's fury erupted. How could you be so careless, allowing Zhou Yu to easily trace the path to the Sword Saint's whereabouts? Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Lei Qianjue, trembling in fear, hastily shifted part of the blame onto Yu Zhibei. I had initially thought it was a perfect opportunity to capture Zhou Yu and slay him, thus obtaining the divine demon pearl to redeem myself, but unexpectedly. Unexpectedly what? The second demon god intervened, obstructing Yi Zhibei, and my subordinate was no match for the Queen of Divine Flames, which allowed him to escape. Lei Qianjue recounted every detail. How could Song Xian interfere? The emperor's tone wavered. What did Zhou Yu say when he went to meet Yi Zhibei? Lei Qianjue dared not conceal anything, reporting the actions of both parties in full detail, bringing along the defector Song Xian, attempting to recruit the Sword Saint. The emperor's mind raced with suspicion. No matter how he pondered, he felt something was amiss. After a long contemplation, he commanded Lei Qianjue, arrange for personnel to strictly monitor the wife and daughter of Yi Zhibei. This is your chance for redemption, and it must not be overlooked. In his view, regardless of Zhou Yu's intentions, as long as he controlled the Sword Saint's family, the Sword Saint would undoubtedly be unable to escape his grasp. I shall obey. Lei Qianjue felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly taking his leave. The following day, Zhou Ming re-entered the game. With only 2 days remaining until the siege battle, he needed to expedite his plans. Today, he must find a way to rescue the Sword Saint's wife and daughter. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, but after yesterday's events, locating and rescuing them seemed a formidable challenge. Family is the Sword Saint's Achilles heel. This, the Emperor was fully aware of. And he would undoubtedly keep a close watch over them, heavily guarded, especially following yesterday's incident, which would likely intensify his scrutiny. The Forbidden City. The Imperial City of the Eastern District. Qianying remarked, for you at this moment, it is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Thus, this journey can only be undertaken by you on my behalf. Zhou Ming responded, calmly analyzing. The only viable method is for you to establish a marker in a safe zone and directly teleport them. The guards of the super capital possess formidable levels and strength. Trespassing into the Imperial City would provide the natives with justification to act against him, effectively walking into a trap. I shall do my utmost. Qianying nodded, preparing to depart. Wait, Zhou Ming quickly called out. I still need to find you a companion. A companion? Qianying expressed surprise. If assistance is to be provided for the rescue, the counterpart must at least reach divine level. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming retrieved a golden compass from the package. This was bestowed upon him by the Sword Saint to pinpoint the exact location of his wife and daughter, since it possessed the ability to locate individuals. Zhou Ming was determined to make the most of it. Heavenly Mechanism Compass, Rare SS Grade. Description: each revelation of the heavenly mechanism demands a considerable price. Item effect: by expending an equivalent value of items, one can locate any person or object. Note: this item is a quest item, indestructible, non-disposable, and non-tradable. Upon completion of the quest, it will be returned to the Sword Saint Yuji base package. Undoubtedly, this was an invaluable tool, essential for finding a particular person or a coveted treasure, albeit at a significant cost. Without a moment's doubt, Zhou Ming chose to activate the heavenly mechanism compass. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the compass, releasing a myriad of strange symbols, a truly wondrous sight. Ding. System prompt. Please specify the person or object you wish to locate. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming spoke in a low voice. I wish to seek. Chapter 75. The Lord of the Rock. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming spoke in a solemn tone. I must seek out Renee. Renee. She was his adversary encountered during the 5th trial of the aptitude test, and he believed her to be the most promising talent he could potentially recruit. Ding. System notification. The whereabouts of the Lord of the Rock, Renee, have been located. You are required to provide an S-level item for the celestial mechanism. S-level items should not pose much of a challenge. Zhou Ming set off towards the auction house. Upon opening the panel, he discovered that all the equipment he had placed for sale had already been sold. Ding. System notification. Your equipment, Blackrock Staff, Silver Grade, has been sold, earning you 62 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Your equipment, Wolf King Helmet, Gold Grade, has been sold, earning you 85 gold coins. Every little bit counts. He was not so arrogant as to disdain the profits from selling equipment simply because he had acquired 1,000,000 gold coins through unconventional means. Opening the auction house filter, Zhou Ming selected A-level items, and instantly, a plethora of items appeared before him, numbering in the hundreds at the very least. To be fair, despite the difficulty of obtaining high-grade items, they were not so scarce in the face of the vast player base in the eastern region. Before long, he located the item he required, Color Change Card, A-level item. Description. Aside from changing colors, it has no other effects and is only useful for those who prioritize aesthetics. Item effect. Can alter the color of equipment and may occasionally add additional visual effects. Current bid. 63 gold coins. Buyout price. 110 gold coins. It is widely acknowledged that within any tier of items, there exist both premium and inferior categories. Premium items can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins, while inferior ones barely garner a few hundred and are often overlooked. The Celestial Mechanism's quest for items did not specify any particular treasure. Thus, the more inferior the item, the better. Ding. System notification. You have successfully spent 110 gold coins to purchase Color Change Card, a level item. With the aid of Xiaoyou's invincible lucky star for the day, Zhou Ming upgraded the Color Change Card to S level and officially activated the Celestial Mechanism. Swish, swish, swish. Upon receiving the command, the pointer within the Celestial Mechanism began to spin violently, as if sensing the location of the target. Ding. System notification. The current location of your target is Eastern Region, Giant Rock Peak, 1556, 4567, 4556. Truly, the item provided by the Sword Saint was invaluable, far beyond imagination. Zhou Ming marveled at its utility. Time was of the essence. Zhou Ming and Qian-Ing hurried towards the designated location, navigating through areas densely populated with wild monsters. Zhou Ming reached their destination with ease under Qian-Ying's protection, far surpassing the reach of current players. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Giant Rock Peak. The sun blazed like a furnace, scorching the earth. Standing at the mountain's base under the sweltering heat, Zhou Ming surveyed the barren expanse of Giant Rock Peak, where rocks dominated the landscape, occasionally interrupted by fearsome beasts, whose strengths were shrouded in enigma. I'll take you there. Qian-Ing extended her hand towards Zhou Ming. All right. Zhou Ming naturally would not refuse, grasping the delicate, snow-white hand of Qian-Ing with a firm hold. It seems that, due to the elevation of their affinity, Qian-Ing no longer deliberately avoided physical contact with him, unlike before when she had fled in a panic, clutching the armor on his shoulder. In just a few breaths, Zhou Ming traversed the perilous zone and arrived at the summit that pierced the heavens. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, he surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of anyone. Renee, Zhou Ming called out loudly. Could you come forth for a discussion? The chilling winds at this altitude howled, yet no response followed. Was she intentionally remaining hidden? Or had the celestial mechanism miscalculated her location? Zhou Ming pondered uncertainly and shouted again. Renee, are you so timid that you dare not show yourself? Still, there was no reply. At dawn, Zhou Ming raised his hand to gather his strength, then directed his sword downward, striking the mountain peak to create a commotion. To his surprise, the blazing sword lost its usual destructive power. Even when thrust into the rocky ground without restraint, it merely left a faint white mark. However, once the might of dawn dissipated, the entire massive mountain trembled violently, stones cascading down as if it were on the verge of collapse. I understand now. Qianing quickly took Zhou Ming into the air, shielding him from the impending chaos, exclaiming in astonishment, the entire massive mountain is an illusion she has conjured. She is one with the mountain, residing here. No wonder the gods had never encountered this girl who emerged from the stone. Who? A voice boomed like thunder. Filled with irritation, who is deliberately disturbing me, jabbing me with something so hard? This is utterly inhumane. Zhou Ming remained silent. Suddenly, a segment of the mountain peak burst forth with dazzling golden light, rapidly shrinking in size before their eyes, transforming into a girl of around 16 or 17 years. The girl had bright, beautiful eyes and a refined appearance, akin to a pristine lotus in clear water, though she was clad in heavy, rock-colored armor that clashed with her delicate form. At that moment, she rubbed her lovely amber-like eyes, still drowsy, displaying an expression of annoyance at being woken from slumber. Master of the Rock, Renee, God-level boss, level, life, attack, defense, skills. Description: thousands of years ago, a mysterious meteorite fell upon the continent of destiny. Through the passage of time, the stone became imbued with spirituality, eventually cultivating into a human form. Although her title had changed, it was fortunate that he had found the right person. Returning to the severed summit of the massive mountain, Zhou Ming clasped his fists and said, Renee, do you still remember me? Renee, who was about to interrogate him, momentarily froze, scrutinizing Zhou Ming closely before exclaiming in realization, It's you, that fellow from the talent trial. Though she had traversed the world during the trial and could not recall his name, she remembered his visage distinctly. However, she did not anticipate that the other party would take the initiative to approach her. Indeed, Zhou Ming wore a friendly smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. I have come to visit you for 2 matters. Did you specially come here to provoke me? Renee, now fully awake, retrieved a heavy shield and a spear from her package, her fighting spirit ignited. Come, I shall see if you can breach my defenses. The first matter is that I hope you will consider joining the faction I am forming, Zhou Ming stated directly. Renee, invigorated and brimming with determination, replied, Last time I was unprepared, but this time I shall not falter. I understand that you must have reservations, believing I have ulterior motives. During the talent trial, I had not trained for long, which gave you an opportunity. Do not presume you can breach my defenses a second time. Qianing interjected. Can you two refrain from talking past each other? It's a battle between equals. Zhou Ming then adopted a straightforward manner, one that any reasonable person could comprehend. I won. You should seriously consider joining my organization. At this, Renee hesitated to respond. Did you not say that you would never falter again? Zhou Ming inquired. But, do you truly believe I could breach your defenses a second time? Come. Faced with repeated provocations, Renee's cheeks flushed with indignation. She glared at Zhou Ming, grinding her silver teeth, and declared, With my fiery temper, I shall not indulge you. Today, I must make you cry to redeem my honor. Chapter 76. Victory with Ease Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully activating the hidden quest. Second battle of the same tier. Difficulty A. Second battle of the same tier. Difficulty A. Description. Do not doubt. This is indeed your second battle of the same tier. Quest requirements. Defeat the equally matched Lord of the Rock, Renee. Quest rewards. The Lord of the Rock, Renee. Will consider joining your ranks. Note. Merely a consideration. Failure penalty. None. Events unfolded in a manner that Zhou Ming had never anticipated. Who could have imagined that a mere accidental jab would lead to an intense confrontation? However, since the opponent insisted on sparring and had a request, he could only strive to meet her expectations. Upon accepting the quest, Renee's strength diminished accordingly, adhering strictly to the rules. Lord of the Rock. Renee, Golden Tier Boss. Level, 50 health, 500, 000 attack, 2, 600 to 2, 700 defense, 3, 800 to 4. 000 skills, rock armor, resistive force, guardian of stone, rock shatter wave, master of rock, celestial meteor technique. Description: thousands of years ago, a mysterious meteor fell upon the continent of destiny. Through the passage of time, the stone became imbued with spirit and cultivated into humanoid form. Compared to the trial space, Renee's attack and defense values had become more extreme, had it not been for previously achieving a class promotion, resulting in an attack growth of 16 stars. Breaching her defenses would have been a formidable challenge. How is your attack so high? Upon reducing her strength to the level 50 state, Renee immediately sensed something amiss. Zhou Ming's prowess, while negligible to divine-level beings, was astonishingly formidable at the same tier. If I am not mistaken, your speed is not particularly swift, Zhou Ming implied. Renee offered no response, remaining on high alert. Observing this, Zhou Ming raised his hand, channeling fire elements into a blazing sword, aimed directly at Renee. Ding! System notification. The Lord of the Rock, Renee, has activated the skill, Rock Armor, increasing defense by 50. Lasting 3 minutes. Ding! System notification. The Lord of the Rock, Renee, has activated the skill, Resistive Force, reducing damage by 20 and increasing defense by 20, lasting 3 minutes. Ding! System notification. The Lord of the Rock, Renee, has activated the skill, Guardian of Stone, increasing health by 50, 000 points and defense by 1,000 points. Lasting 3 minutes. The latter did not hesitate, immediately employing various skills to elevate her defenses far beyond Zhou Ming's attack, surpassing 6,000. Zhou Ming activated the commanding skill Hero, reducing all attributes of his opponent by 10, as the dawn prepared for its ultimate strike. Are you ready? Come. Renee dared not underestimate the situation. Zhou Ming did not rush to attack, but instead waited for the dawn to charge to its limit, the ethereal sword extending several meters, poised above Renee's head, waiting for the opportune moment. Futile. As if she had already discerned Zhou Ming's intentions, Ren-Yi declared with a sense of triumph. At level 50, the duration of my skill is 3 minutes, yet its cooldown is merely 2.5. You shall find no opportunity to exploit the gap in my defenses when I unleash my abilities. A lesson learned from hardship. The Lord of the Stone will never stumble twice in the same place. This is troublesome. Qianing furrowed her brows. Ultimately, it was an extraordinary gem capable of reaching divine levels, and with all abilities allocated to defense, breaching her defenses at the same tier was fraught with difficulties, let alone defeating her. As the 3-minute mark approached, Zhou Ming summoned his great sword and struck down. The force was immense. Ren-Yi, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, however, "You shall not breach my defenses." Boom! In the next moment, her bravado was abruptly silenced as the golden shield enveloping her trembled violently under the impact of Dawn's strike, the powerful explosion forcing her to kneel, overwhelmed by pressure. Boom! Minus 76,160. Critical damage. A staggering amount of damage that Ren-Yi found difficult to accept was inflicted. Even though her health reached 500,000, it plummeted by nearly 1/7 in an instant. Impossible. Ren-Yi's face flushed, her expression filled with disbelief. Your attack cap is only 5,000. Not even close to my defensive threshold. How could you inflict such damage upon me? Chirp. Xian Yao was equally perplexed. Join the faction I have established, and I shall reveal the answer to you. Zhou Ming extended a warm invitation. This must be your ultimate move, with a cooldown of at least several days. Yes, it must be. Ren-Yi clung to a glimmer of hope, insisting, I have not yet lost. Zhou Ming remained silent, and after a minute, he employed the same tactic once more. In truth, Dawn had a cooldown of 20 seconds, reaching its peak potential, and the cooldown itself was merely 1 minute. Minus 76,230. Critical damage. After suffering successive setbacks, the last remnants of hope for victory vanished within Ren-Yi, her demeanor desolate as she muttered, I cannot believe I have lost again. For her, since achieving sentience, she had encountered very few foes, inadvertently breaking through to divine levels while asleep. Now, facing the same opponent and experiencing defeat twice was undeniably difficult to accept. Now, May we converse earnestly? Zhou Ming inquired. Renee, feeling dejected, shook her head and declined. I understand you wish to recruit me, but I am afraid I do not wish to partake in the struggles among humanity. You claim to relish the sensation of being relentlessly attacked by others, yet unable to breach your defenses, that it brings you immense pleasure. Zhou Ming spoke gravely. Renee halted her steps. Xian Ying and Xian Yao dared not utter a word. Here it comes. He is about to begin again. If you refuse to engage, how many times will you truly experience that joy? Zhou Ming questioned. Renee, resolute in her stance, replied, I cannot throw myself into the flames simply for my own enjoyment. Striving alongside others is immensely gratifying. Zhou Ming continued, you are a warrior at heart, yet you restrain yourself, rejecting all conflict. Does that not contradict your own aspirations? Furthermore, if I can find you, others will inevitably discover you as well. Zhou Ming spoke in a low voice. You chose not to engage with the world when you should have. When the time comes and the gods turn their gaze upon you, what do you think will happen? Renee pondered. Will they accept you? Zhou Ming answered his own question. No, you are gravely mistaken. They will seek to eliminate you, for you are a stone, a remarkable gem. One that may possess a grade that could reach divine status, perhaps even surpass it. What is Renee's weakness? Undoubtedly, it is her fear of being discovered. For her worth would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of others. Yet, Renee's thoughts were in disarray. I am not so wise. I cannot discern whether you are a good person or a villain. She was no fool. She understood that she could not remain in the shadows forever. Terrified of being found out, such a life would inevitably lead to a day when discovery would spell her end. Zhou Ming stepped closer, grasping her shoulders with sincerity in his tone. Look into my eyes. Huh? Renee complied, meeting the unwavering gaze of the young man. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. This feels rather awkward. Remember, joining my faction does not necessitate an oath of eternal loyalty, Zhou Ming said earnestly. If ever you feel I have let you down, you may leave at any moment, and I swear by the heavens, I will not impede your departure. I can sense your sincerity. After much hesitation, Renee finally relented, softly stating, in that case, I will join your faction and follow your lead. Thank you for your trust. Zhou Ming exclaimed with uncontainable joy. A myriad of question marks appeared above Suanio's head. Is this not a bit too hasty? It is rare to encounter such a naive and innocent divine being. Now, please enlighten me as to how you managed to breach my defenses. Renee remained troubled by the outcome of their previous battle. Quite simply, Zhou Ming replied with a playful smile, being entirely forthright. Because. Chapter 77. The Palace Rescue. It is quite simple. A playful smile graced Zhou Ming's lips as he spoke candidly. Because. My talent allows me to disregard 50 of your defenses. Renee stood frozen, momentarily speechless. To disregard 50 of defenses means that, within the same tier, no enemy proficient in defense could gain the upper hand against you. At that moment, Xian Ying was the first to react. Could it be that you have copied the Sword Saint's talent? Indeed. Zhou Ming nodded in affirmation. It is a rare opportunity to encounter the two generations of Sword Saints, Song Xian and Yi Zhibei, in their true forms. If I were to remain inactive, it would be exceedingly careless of me. With two renowned top-tier powerhouses, how could their talents be anything less than exceptional? Thus, even before their battle concluded, he had discreetly probed into their abilities. Weeping Blood. SS rank increases attack by 30, and when inflicting damage, restores 30 of the inflicted damage as health. Annihilation. SS rank all of 1's attacks disregard 30 of the enemy's defenses and 10 of damage reduction. This was precisely as he had surmised. The talents of top-tier powerhouses are invariably of SS rank, and as Sword Saints, they would undoubtedly enhance their offensive capabilities when selecting talents. After weighing his options, Zhou Ming chose Yi Zhibei's Annihilation, as it was more suited to his current needs. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the talent, Ruling, successfully copying the Sword Saint Yi Zhibei's talent Annihilation, and upgraded its rank by 1. Ding. System notification. Your talent has transformed into Shattering Heaven, SSS rank. Shattering Heaven, SSS rank all of 1's attacks disregard 50 of the enemy's defenses and 20 of damage reduction. Simple yet brutal. As an SSS rank talent, Shattering heaven is deemed a bane to tanks. This is precisely why Rene's formidable defenses appeared to be but a fade before him, allowing him to deal substantial damage nonetheless. Copying, Rene pondered earnestly. Could it be that your talent is, just as you surmised? My talent allows for the unconditional replication of others' abilities, along with an enhancement, Zhou Ming explained patiently. How absurd. Rene was left dumbstruck. You have successfully cleared the talent trial? Zhou Ming nodded. As they conversed, the group began their journey back, with the Sword Saint joining their ranks. I shall have 3 divine powerhouses by my side. Zhou Ming mused internally. Henceforth, whether the gods or the demons wish to confront me, they must first weigh their own capabilities. The siege battle is of paramount importance. Should we successfully capture Giant Rock City, the rewards would be sufficient to alter the power dynamics. However, the prerequisite is that we must be able to conquer it. By the way, how many formidable individuals does our organization possess? Rene inquired with excitement. Is it a hidden reservoir of talents, a gathering of the mighty? She had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary presence of the Xian bird and the divine flame queen surrounding Zhou Ming, indicating that the organization's influence must be considerable. Yet, under Rene's eager gaze, Zhou Ming merely extended 4 fingers. 40 individuals? Rene exclaimed with delight. No. Zhou Ming shook his head and corrected, to be frank. There are 4 formidable individuals. Upon hearing this, Rene's smile gradually faded. The 4 formidable individuals you speak of are, you meet her, and it. Zhou Ming gestured succinctly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Is there anything else you don't comprehend? Yes. What is it? Is it still possible to have regrets now? Ha. You truly have a sense of humor. Zhou Ming chuckled, then returned to the matter at hand. The upcoming task is of utmost importance. I require you and Qianing to join forces and infiltrate the super city, the Forbidden City, in the Eastern District. Hiss. Rene gasped, her heart racing. I seem to have gotten myself into a perilous situation. As long as we can locate the Sword Saint's wife and daughter within the Forbidden City, Qianing will have a way to transport them to a safe zone. Zhou Ming endeavored to be concise. At that time, the Sword Saint will also join us. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Jingshui City, Secondary City. To avoid drawing attention, the group chose to linger in a city that had yet to be activated. Utilizing the Heavenly Mechanism Disc, Zhou Ming, after expending an A-grade item, obtained the coordinates of the Sword Saint's wife and daughter. Unable to go in person, Zhou Ming could only command from afar, with her strength. Infiltrating the palace undetected should pose no challenge. The key lies in evading the numerous watchful eyes and making contact with the Sword Saint's wife and daughter at the earliest opportunity. As for the escape, the Sword Saint will certainly not stand idly by upon hearing of the situation. That part will be the simplest. My thought is, after a brief discussion, Qianing, Rene, and Xin Niao commenced their operation. Notably, Xin Niao exhibited behavior starkly different from other pets, even when separated from its master for a short duration. It would not be forcibly recalled to the pet space. Watching the trio depart, Zhou Ming positioned himself at Qianying's designated point for support. The night was thick and heavy. Qianying and Ren hastened towards the Forbidden City, effortlessly evading detection with their divine-level strength, penetrating deep into the palace to reach their target location. Before them, near a heavily guarded corner of the palace, 2 divine-level beings were active, one of whom was none other than Lei Qianjue, who had previously aided Zhou Ming significantly. This area was ensnared in a formation that rendered spatial skills unusable. With her vast experience, Qianing discerned the situation. According to the plan, you draw them out while I create a distraction to attract attention. Rene volunteered. With my strength, even the strongest of the Destiny continent would find it impossible to eliminate me swiftly, having chosen to engage in the world. She knew she could not merely talk the talk without walking the walk. Although Zhou Ming's newly formed faction was temporarily shorthanded, she understood that true titans would not be particularly amiable towards her. Even if she sincerely pledged allegiance, it would only serve as an embellishment. Embellishments can never compare to timely assistance, a principle she well comprehended. Ensure your own safety, Qianing cautioned. Understood. Once Qianing was in position, Rene raised her hand and intoned, Celestial Cataclysmic Art, activate. Boom. In an instant, the earth element converged from all directions, surging skyward like a whirlwind of sand, coalescing into an enormous meteor in the clouds, its diameter expanding rapidly to several hundred meters. The heavens transformed into a deep yellow hue, illuminating the earth with a brilliant radiance. With an unparalleled momentum, the meteor descended from the heavens, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. Who would dare to assault the imperial palace? The formidable beings within the palace swiftly took action, striving to thwart the intruder from wreaking havoc on a grand scale. How audacious to traverse the world to rescue others. Thunderous fury gripped Lei Qianjue as he soared towards the scene. Seizing the opportunity, Qianying hastily infiltrated the confines of the barrier. Indeed, it was a stratagem of diversion. An elderly man with white hair and a stooped back materialized before her, sneering, "To rescue someone from my grasp, I fear it will not be so simple." Dragon Guardian Gu Yuqin, Divine Boss, Xiaoyu. Qianying dared not linger. Chirp. The Xian bird resolutely flapped its wings, casting a curse of misfortune and bestowing fortune and divine protection upon Qianying before charging at the old man. Upon witnessing this, the old man's brow furrowed. He was already aware of the severe repercussions of slaying the Xian bird and attempted to evade. Bind. Qianying raised her hand, grasping the air towards the old man, as space formed a cage, trapping him within its confines. Bang! The Xian bird collided forward, meeting its demise instantly. -1. Ding. System notification. Due to your slaying of the celestial spirit beast Xian bird, its passive ability, Immortality, has been triggered, resulting in a -99 luck value, a 10 reduction in all attributes, and a -20 in all elemental resistances for a duration of 7 days. Gu Yuchen. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Qianying swiftly advanced towards him, unleashing a forbidden spell, radiating divine light, and brimming with murderous intent. Observing this, Gu Yuchen hastily evaded, urging, "Divine Ember Queen, you should rescue the person. I will not impede you." Qianying, unwilling to engage in further discourse, persisted in her assault, relentless in her pursuit. Weakened, Gu Yuchen could hardly withstand her onslaught and, in desperation, exclaimed, "Engaging in a futile struggle only wastes time. You should prioritize the greater good and focus on the rescue." With that, he fled the scene, covered in dust and disheveled, having thoroughly driven off her adversary. Qianying entered a chamber where she beheld a strikingly beautiful woman accompanied by a young girl of about 5 or 6 years. With no time to explain, Qianying swiftly led them beyond the barrier, activating a mark to send them away. Task accomplished. A sense of relief washed over Qianying. The situation had unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. After all, the deities hailed from various regions of the Destiny continent, within just the purple Forbidden City. The number of divine beings could be counted on one hand. Subsequently, she sought out Renee once more, who appeared to have forgotten the urgency of the matter. Confronted by 2 divine beings and a host of celestial guards, she taunted, "Come on, aren't you divine beings? I implore you to kill me." She had rediscovered her confidence. In a contest of the same tier, not everyone was as fearsome as the world traveler. Little girl, don't be too proud. Did she think that her high defense would allow her to run rampant within the palace? Her opponent was furious, having never endured such humiliation. Qianying found the situation amusing yet exasperating, swiftly flying over to seize her and escape the palace. With a swift motion, a formidable sword aura surged forth, intercepting the advancing guard. The onlookers turned to witness a man clad in splendid garments, striding forth with an imposing stature. His gaze sharp and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Methods of spatial transmission are rare across the realm. To breach the palace and rescue individuals through such means is even more exceptional. Yet, the Queen of Divine Flames is precisely one of the few capable of such feats. This explains why he sought Zhou Ming's assistance in rescuing his wife and daughter. "What is your intention, Sword Saint?" The crowd glared with indignation. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely wishing to convey that a wise bird chooses its perch wisely, and a virtuous minister selects his sovereign with care." The Sword Saint, unfazed, turned away with an air of nonchalance, stepping onto his sword and departing with an indescribable elegance and satisfaction. From this day forth, he has found his worthy sovereign. Chapter 78. The Sin of Wrath. From the moment the meteor descended from the heavens, Yijibei understood that Zhou Yu had kept his promise of traversing the world. He was not one to speak in vain. Moreover, the rapidity with which two formidable beings had come to their aid, following their discussion yesterday, was a testament to Zhou Ming's sincerity. Yijibei was not made of stone. How could he remain indifferent? What did he mean by this? The contemporary Sword Saint was indeed prepared to act in rebellion. As he watched the Sword Saint depart, none of the powerful figures dared to intervene. The territory governed by the Eastern District was vast. It would be a considerable time before all the strong could gather in the imperial city. A few could hardly impede the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, in Jingshui City, with a flash of white light, the wife and daughter of the Sword Saint appeared before Zhou Ming. Yang Coming Common NPC wife of Sword Saint Yijibei, Yi Fei Fei Silver Level NPC daughter of Sword Saint Yijibei. Do not be alarmed. The Sword Saint has entrusted me with your rescue, Zhou Ming stated, quickly clarifying his intentions. If you remain in the palace, Brother Ye's actions will be constrained, and he will find himself in a most difficult position. Understanding dawned upon them. Upon hearing this, Yang Kaiming, the Sword Saint's wife, visibly relaxed, and the delicate girl she had shielded also lowered her guard. Approximately 2 hours later, Qianing, Ren Yi, and the Sword Saint arrived together. As long as his family was unharmed, the Sword Saint would not be overly concerned with the Emperor's opinions, especially since he had already intended to rebel. Brother Zhou, I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently, the Sword Saint said, clasping his fists in appreciation. No need for formalities. Zhou Ming chuckled. From here on, as long as I conquer Giant Rock City, brother, you must not falter in his promise. Surely not. Yijibei replied solemnly. However, this action will undoubtedly enrage the Emperor, increasing the difficulty of the assault. Should unforeseen circumstances arise and alter our plans, I will be compelled to lend my assistance. Ding. System notification. You have met the relevant conditions. The assault on Giant Rock City will have the hidden god-level boss, Sword Saint Yijibei, to assist you. Thank you. Zhou Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Sword Saint's intentions were clear. He would only intervene if the originally conquerable city became exceedingly difficult due to unforeseen factors. The hidden boss would only make an appearance if the preceding challenges were surmountable. Of course, with Qianing and Ren's prowess, the Dark Faction, with Song Xian observing from the sidelines, would find it quite challenging to secure a victory. After conversing for a brief while, the Sword Saint departed with his wife and daughter to ensure their safety and avoid repeating past mistakes. Finally, Zhou Ming could resume his leveling efforts. After purchasing the surrounding maps of Jingshui City, he set off towards suitable training locations. With 2 days remaining before the siege, it was essential to make the most of this time. I shall take a short rest. Wake me when it is time to fight, Ren murmured, her exhaustion evident after the fierce battle. A faint rock-hued glow radiated from her, transforming her into a resplendent golden stone, which then quickly shrank to the size of a fingernail, affixed to Zhou Ming's waist. At that very moment, deep within the palace, crash, a vase shattered upon the ground, splintering into countless pieces. In the imperial palace, a man clad in a dragon robe, radiating authority, was engulfed in a tempest of anger and astonishment. I entrusted you with the care of Yijibei's wife and daughter yesterday, and today you inform me they have been abducted. The efficiency with which Lei Qianjue had botched the matter was nothing short of astonishing, leaving him unable to maintain his composure. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Lei Qianjue's expression was grim. The Wanderer has sought to wreak havoc upon the palace's structures. How could we stand idly by as he causes destruction? Moreover, they were not meant to escape easily. It was the Sword Saint who intervened. Accompanying the Wanderer, aside from the Divine Flame Queen, were other formidable beings. And now he had managed to win over the Sword Saint. Dragon Kuin's fury was palpable. Does he intend to undermine my authority? Your Majesty, the commotion he has caused is immense. The citizens of the Forbidden City are well aware. Why do you not intervene personally? Lei Qianjue pressed on, his resolve hardened. He believed he could not shoulder the entire blame for this failure. If the Emperor had taken action, even with the Sword Saint obstructing, the intruders would have found it impossible to escape. Dragon Kuin cast a cold glance in his direction. Lei Qianjue fell silent, acutely aware that it was becoming increasingly difficult to quell the Wanderer. Seizing this opportunity to attack Giant Rock City, I cannot allow this to pass unnoticed. Dragon Kuan reprimanded. Although he had not anticipated that the Wanderer would strike precisely at the critical moment of his artifact crafting. Enough. The matter is settled. I shall relieve you of your position as the Lord of Zhuke City. Remain in the palace for self-reflection. Thank you for your mercy, your majesty. Lei Qianjue acknowledged his orders and withdrew. The Wanderer. In the depths of Dragon Kuan's gaze lay a fierce intent to kill, dare to oppose me. And I feared 10 lives would not suffice. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map, Filthy Marsh. With Qianying's assistance, Zhou Ming arrived at a suitable leveling spot in mere minutes. In the muddy marshland, specters with flames of soul burning in their minds wandered aimlessly. Wielding various weapons, undead swordsman, elite monster, level, 80 health, 150, 000 attack, 6, 350 to 6, 690 defense, 2, 500 to 2, 780 skills, brutal slaughter, dark aura, combo, description, once dead soldiers. Long nourished by resentment and demonic energy, ultimately awakened by necromancers, becoming undead swordsmen who know only slaughter. The undead epitomized a creature with high attack but low defense. And given their level was a whole 30 levels above Zhou Ming, facing them alone posed a significant threat. At dawn, Zhou Ming did not gather strength. He unleashed a powerful strike directly upon the head of the undead swordsman. Minus 96, 254. An SSS-grade talent was indeed formidable, ignoring 50 of the defense and 20 damage reduction. Zhou Ming's output surged, consistently dealing nearly 100,000 damage. The undead swordsman, sensing the tremendous commotion, converged upon him, launching a coordinated assault. Minus 1, 155. Minus 1, 253. Zhou Ming stood undaunted, clad in battle-grade equipment that elevated his resilience to an extraordinary level, allowing him to roam freely among the level 80 wild beasts. Chi-Chi. The Xian bird invoked the sanctified light of protection, supplying healing to ensure Zhou Ming's absolute safety. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully slaying the undead swordsman, elite monster. Experience gained, 12. 81. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully slaying the undead swordsman, elite monster. Experience gained, 12. 78. Merely by defeating 2 wild creatures, coupled with the experience from previous quests, Zhou Ming ascended to level 51. Onward, Zhou Ming was filled with enthusiasm. For the next few hours, he diligently engaged in monster hunting, systematically clearing the undead swordsman from the filthy marsh. As the night approached its end, he paused, exhaling a cloud of warm breath that dissipated into the cool night air, patiently awaiting a challenge that he found more troublesome than a siege battle. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Your Trial of the 7 Sins, Sin of Wrath, has been automatically activated. It has begun. A flicker of indescribable tension stirred within Zhou Ming as he opened the panel to examine the details. Sin of Wrath, Trial Requirements. Chapter 79. The Stirring of All Parties, Trial of Wrathful Sin, Trial Requirement. Achieve a malevolence value of 100,000. The slain must not willingly accept death. Current 3415100000. Trial duration 3 days. Trial reward failure penalty level minus 30. All attributes minus 1,000. Gasp. Upon witnessing the trial requirements, Zhou Ming could not help but draw a sharp breath. Thus far, his total malevolence value barely reached several thousand, and yet, for the trial of wrathful sin, he was demanded to reach a staggering 100,000. What does a malevolence value of 100,000 signify? Given that passive retaliation does not contribute to the malevolence value, fulfilling this requirement would entail more than merely slaying 100,000 individuals. Moreover, the stipulation that the slain must not willingly accept death effectively prevents any form of cheating, such as purchasing kills. He would need to eliminate at least 150,000 adventurers. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow. This figure is utterly daunting. Even if one were to perform mass slaughter, achieving such a number is no trivial task, especially considering that players, upon realizing they are outmatched, would flee rather than await their demise. If it were merely a matter of malevolence value, he could also gain it by dispatching natives of the same faction, and the rewards would be significantly greater per kill. With a glimmer of insight into the forthcoming trial requirements, Qianning thoughtfully devised a strategy. The reason for the increase in malevolence value through slaying adventurers is that both parties belong to the same faction, and due to the adventurer's innate ability to resurrect, the malevolence accrued would be capped at a mere 1 point. Ah, I see. Zhou Ming pondered, beginning to formulate a solution. Of course, this is not to say he lacks the capability to eliminate tens of thousands of players. Rather, gathering such a multitude of players in one place for him to slay would be a considerable challenge. It would be best if he could coordinate from various angles. Where there is a will, there is a way. For today, this will suffice. Zhou Ming decided to think no further and instead retrieved a skill book from his pack. Shall you assist me? The invincible lucky star of the Xian bird is undeniably powerful, but alas, it can only be activated once per day. Thus, in the coming period, he meticulously organized an array of items to enhance his abilities systematically. Shao Yu understood the task at hand and gently tapped the skill book with her wings. Ding. System notification. Under the influence of the spirit beast, Shao Yu's super lucky star, your item, command, rare S grade, has evolved to rare SS grade. Command skill, rare SS grade. Description. Those who heed my call shall be invincible, achieving victory in a single battle. Effect 1. When issuing commands to allied forces, those who comply will experience a 20 increase in all attributes. Specifics depend on the power disparity between both factions. Effect 2. Based on the number of allied units that heed the command, your own attributes will be enhanced, up to a maximum of 150 increase in all attributes. Effect 3. The content of the command can resonate throughout the entire battlefield, with no limit on range. Cooldown. None. Incredible! With the advancement to rare SS grade, the potency of the command has seen a significant enhancement, along with the addition of an exceedingly useful third effect. It is essential to understand that large-scale battles are often characterized by chaos and tumult, with the cacophony of death echoing throughout, even if one issues commands. If the distance is too great, the others may fail to hear clearly. However, the skill possessed by Zhou Ming alleviates this concern entirely, allowing for unified and disciplined actions across the army. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming placed his hand on the skill book. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the skill command, rare SS rank. Upon mastering the skill, Zhou Ming bid goodnight to Qianning and Xian Yao, preparing to access the system panel to log off, when suddenly, a riot erupted among the wandering undead nearby. Cackling sounds filled the air as the undead swordsman, as if summoned by an unseen force, emitted a series of hoarse cries. What is happening? A chill ran down Zhou Ming's spine as he looked up, catching a glimpse of a dazzling red light emerging in the northwest, far from the polluted marshes, yet still visible. Suddenly, that red light shot upwards, becoming increasingly prominent. The undead swordsman, in unison, surged towards the light, astonishingly breaking through the limitations of the map, heading straight for the source. That place is the location of the Giant Rock City. Qianning noted that within Giant Rock City, a powerful entity was summoning the surrounding undead creatures to attend. Giant Rock City? Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow and checked the Demon Lord leaderboard, quickly grasping the situation. So the top 3 Demon Lords have indeed arrived. The ability to summon unconscious undead is not something every Demon Lord possesses, which clearly indicates that the instigator is the 3rd Demon Lord of the Dark faction, the undead mage, Eric. Moreover, he is about to lead an army into battle, and this recent upheaval is undoubtedly a deliberate targeting of Zhou Ming. Understanding the truth, Zhou Ming felt little surprise and calmly exited the game. Without the presence of the top 3 Demon Lords, capturing Giant Rock City would pose no challenge whatsoever. Meanwhile, above Giant Rock City, a crimson pillar stirred the winds, as numerous undead creatures surged from all directions, awaiting orders. Above the castle walls, a being cloaked in black raised a staff with a desiccated, dark-boned hand, unmistakably the architect of the light. The gusts generated by the disturbance blew away the upper part of his cloak, revealing a black skull, with purple flames flickering in his mind. Undead Mage Eric, God-level boss. After completing this, he lowered his staff and remarked, "Now, the defensive forces of Giant Rock City should be sufficient." Indeed, the 3rd Demon Lord is immensely powerful. Behind him, a man clad in blue armor expressed admiration, revealed to be Lin Tao. who had sought Eric's assistance through a letter from his master. Eric displayed no emotional response. Although the numbers are sufficient, the quality leaves much to be desired. It may not be enough to contend with Zhou Ming. Quality? Lin Tao was taken aback. What shall we do then? After a moment of contemplation, Eric turned to gaze quietly at Lin Tao, the flames of soul within him flickering as if a brilliant idea had struck. Remove your clothing and let me have a look. In an instant, Lin Tao was engulfed by an unprecedented terror, retreating repeatedly, trembling with fear. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, I share a certain rapport with your master and shall not trouble you. I merely wish to present you with a great opportunity. Lord Eric, I beseech you to spare me. Do you prefer to take the initiative or to be passive? Zhou Ming was oblivious to the events transpiring in Giant Rock City. After exiting the game, he indulged in a late-night snack, freshened up briefly, and then peacefully succumbed to slumber. The following day, on the eve of the siege, Zhou Ming satisfied his hunger with 3 buns and a cup of soybean milk, then promptly resumed his online battle. With a flash, accompanied by the scattering of white light, Zhou Ming materialized in the desolate and filthy marsh. Clearly, after all the undead swordsmen had been summoned away by the necromancer, this area would not see a respawn of them for some time. Reluctantly, he swiftly switched to a different leveling map to confront the level 85 demonic monkeys. Compared to the undead swordsmen, the demonic monkeys boasted higher defenses. Even though their level surpassed that of the undead swordsmen, the efficiency was not significantly different. Zhou Ming spent the entire day in the monotony of grinding. However, the results were remarkable. In just over 10 hours, he ascended 5 levels, raising his rank to level 57, and not only did the increased experience requirements not hinder his leveling speed, but it even improved. Ding! In the dead of night, a notification chimed from Zhou Ming's friend list. Upon opening it, he found a message from Listening to the Wind and Playing in the Rain. Brother, quickly check the forum. Chapter 80. The compassionate do not command armies. Understanding that the reminders from Listening to the Wind and Playing with Rain were significant, Zhou Ming promptly accessed the forum within the game. The first post that captured his attention was directly related to him. The Myth Guild officially announces that all members will participate in the siege of Giant Rock City. Other player factions are joining as well. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes. The Beggars Gang, a guild renowned within the gaming community, still did not rank among the top 3 guilds. Their interactions stemmed from the shared allocation in Clearwater City, leading to numerous encounters. Cities akin to Clearwater, classified as level 3 towns, abound in the eastern region, with even 12 level 2 cities, followed by 4 level 1 main cities and 1 super main city. This serves to illustrate the vast number of players involved. As players grow increasingly familiar with the contents of Destiny, the frequency of utilizing teleportation arrays has surged significantly, marking the onset of genuine confrontations among skilled players from across the nation. The Myth Guild stands as one of the foremost in the eastern region, boasting numerous experts within its ranks. Their participation in the siege of Giant Rock City undoubtedly aims to claim your head. Listening to the Wind and Playing with Rain cautioned him to be vigilant. In terms of notoriety, Zhou World is indisputably in the lead, with nearly every player in Destiny discussing the value of his head, which transcends mere bounty. The first player to defeat Zhou World would undoubtedly be immortalized in gaming history, a topic of endless conversation. This presents an irresistible allure for players aspiring to establish their own factions. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Zhou Ming replied. The increased participation in the siege could only bode well for him. The penalty for the sin of fury demands a staggering 10,000 points of evil. At 11 o'clock that night, with a swift motion, Zhou Ming felled a corrupted ape, and golden light scattered as he achieved level 58, significantly outpacing all other players. Level rankings: 1. Zhou World, Class Lord of Flames, Level 58-2. Wu-Wei Erji, Class Eternal Guardian, Level 42-3. Shunwo Zhuang, Class Dragon Soul Mage, Level 41. Leading by 16 levels, Zhou Ming suspected that his level advantage allowed him to inflict additional damage upon other players. Tomorrow promised a grand battle, expected to be prolonged. It would be wise to rest early tonight, suggested Qian Ing, ensuring he did not overexert himself. Indeed, Zhou Ming nodded, in full agreement. Remarkably, Despite his recent gaming obsession and the frequent late nights, his physical condition showed no signs of deterioration. In fact, he felt increasingly invigorated, a curious phenomenon. Without further contemplation, he exited the game. The following day, around 9 o'clock, outside Clearwater City, thousands of troops were organized into multiple formations, standing ready for orders. While a multitude of players lingered nearby, a throng of eager faces. Why haven't we set off yet? Where is the commanding officer? It's time to mobilize to Giant Rock City. Many players, unable to contain their impatience, urged for action. With two major guilds, the Beggars Gang and the Myth Guild, converging for this grand event, it would be an extraordinary spectacle. Zhou World has arrived. Suddenly, a voice called out, and the crowd turned to see a young man emerging from within the city. His expression was stern, his stature tall and commanding, clad in a flowing robe of clouds, equipped to a degree far surpassing that of ordinary players. Facing the myriad of gazes filled with various sentiments, Zhou Ming exhibited no sign of trepidation as he strode to the forefront of the army, commanding, "Let us depart." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Could it be that Zhou World was to lead? Could a player ascend to the role of commander in a siege? However, reality swiftly provided its answer, as not a single soldier moved, deaf to Zhou Ming's command. Clop, clop. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a general, wielding a spear, approached Zhou Ming on horseback. Casting a disdainful glance at him, he issued the command, "Advance." At this, the army began to move, setting forth toward the Giant Rock City. Zhou World nearly had them fooled. I told you, the natives would never heed a player's orders. Other players snickered with sarcasm. Intriguingly, Zhou Ming did not display anger but instead turned to the general beside him. "General Qin Shui, do not take offense. These brothers have been with me for several years, and it is natural they resist discipline." Lu Pingyong responded with sincere regret, maintaining an air of calm. Zhou Ming chuckled and shook his head. "No harm done. No harm done." Nearby, the Suanio observed the soldiers of the Radiant faction with pity. How dare they? Their master was accompanied by two divine beings. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou World, as a commander, should lead by example. Why is it that you do not ride a mount? Lu Pingyong feigned ignorance, deliberately challenging him. Clang! As his words fell, a sword descended from the heavens like a fleeting beam of light, landing at Zhou Ming's feet before anyone could react. Zhou Ming understood instantly who was aiding him. Stepping onto the blade, he felt an invisible force augmenting him, allowing him to maintain balance effortlessly. The sword lifted into the air, carrying Zhou Ming forth. Both players and natives alike were left in astonishment. This was clearly sword flight. Is this sufficient? Zhou Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Lu Pingyong, retorting. Lu Pingyong chuckled sheepishly. The general is indeed formidable. The army proceeded in an orderly fashion, arriving at their destination around 9:40, poised before the city gates. At this moment, a multitude of skeletal archers lined the towering walls. Ding! A system prompt echoed. Please note, as the siege time has not yet arrived, you may not lead the army within 100 meters of Giant Rock City. Stop! Zhou Ming raised his hand. Yet the army continued to advance. Observing this, Lu Pingyong wore a mocking expression and mimicked the gesture. Halt. You silence yourself. Zhou Ming's gaze turned icy, preemptively interrupting. Boom. Qianing made his move, unleashing an invisible pressure that enveloped the area, leaving Lu Pingyong feeling as though he were submerged in a frigid abyss, not daring to utter another word. Once more, I command you to halt. Zhou Ming's voice resonated through the ranks of the army, imbued with a chilling intent. Those who defy my orders shall face execution without mercy. Under the weight of his authority, most soldiers ceased their advance. However, a few, seemingly informed by Lu Pingyong in advance, continued their insubordination. Drawing his gleaming sword, Zhou Ming confronted one soldier who pressed forward. Why do you not stop? The soldier stubbornly replied, Because I do not recognize you. With the dawn of realization, Zhou Ming unleashed his blazing sword upon him, ending the soldier's life. Minus 100,000. Critical damage. A system notification chimed. Due to your action against a soldier of the Light faction, your evil value has increased by 10 points. Zhou Ming lamented. Then you shall never have the chance to know me in this lifetime. Witnessing this, The other soldiers hastily halted their movements. Even those previously reassured by Lu Pingyong dared not act recklessly. Is there anyone else? Zhou Ming's expression remained impassive. Step forward. Silence ensued. Even the players were taken aback, not expecting Zhou Ming to turn against his own side so swiftly. General, they merely resisted discipline momentarily. Must you go to such extremes? Lu Pingyong struggled to speak under the pressure, knowing that turning against one's own could diminish morale. Zhou Ming replied coldly, on the battlefield. A soldier who disobeys orders is trifling with the lives of the entire army. If you wish for death, I can grant it to you now. The soldiers remained silent, fear gripping them. Lu Pingyong's anger was stifled. Now, return to your ranks and stand properly, Zhou Ming commanded firmly. Upon hearing this, the previously disobedient soldiers hurried back. All of you, take 2 steps back. Zhou Ming issued another command. Instantly, every soldier complied. Pleased, Zhou Ming nodded and glanced at Lu Pingyong with a smile, saying, You see, as long as one communicates effectively and leads with virtue, they are still willing to listen. Lu Pingyong responded, A commendable strategy. At that moment, a throng of adventurers approached, led by a man with prominent brows and piercing eyes, flanked by numerous skilled players, creating an impressive display. With just a few words, You have subdued all the soldiers. It is no wonder that the leader of Wandering the World commands such respect and destiny. The unyielding spear overlord, Dragon Warrior, had arrived. The crowd understood that the president of the mythical guild would undoubtedly challenge Zhou Ming, opting for diplomacy before conflict. Zhou Ming regarded him calmly, stating, This general is here to command the battlefield. I kindly ask the adventurer to withdraw for now. When the time is right, I shall engage fully. Overlord frowned. Confronting him head-on, Wandering the World, I advise you not to treat mere feathers as arrows. After all, he was the leader of a large guild, commanding thousands of brothers. Before the eyes of many, to be asked to step back by Wandering the World would be a significant loss of face. Impudence, Zhou Ming proclaimed. Raising his arm high, This man has provoked me. How do you, my soldiers, believe we should respond? Kill, kill, kill. The thunderous cries of 10,000 soldiers echoed. Overlord. The crowd. Chapter 81. Dialogue before the battle. The clamorous shouts of thousands of soldiers resonated with such intensity that it could shake one's very soul and even undermine faith. Caught off guard, the overlord, pale and trembling, swiftly retreated with his subordinates. He had initially believed that traversing the world was merely a fade, never anticipating it could reach such a magnitude. Should the opposing forces indeed rally the soldiers of the Light faction to launch an assault against him, it was likely that the mythical guild would usurp the Beggars' Gang, becoming the greatest laughingstock of destiny. In awe, the distant players were left speechless. At that moment, it seemed that only one individual in the entire game could command the NPC armies. After instilling fear in the president of the mythical guild, Zhou Ming turned his gaze towards the heavily fortified giant rock city. Atop the towering walls stood a mysterious figure cloaked in black. A skeletal hand gripping a staff adorned with a crimson gem, which deterred the other undead from encroaching. Undead Mage God, Eric, Legendary Boss, Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. The 3rd demon god of the Dark faction. A pivotal figure among the 10 demon gods, possessing terrifying strength and enigmatic methods. His malevolent aura incites bloodlust among beasts and is intricately linked to the cataclysmic undead calamity that once befell the Destiny continent. The 3rd demon god, Undead Mage God, Eric. Yet another formidable boss that players should only encounter in the later stages of the game. Seizing the opportunity before the siege began, Zhou Ming approached the city walls and called out, 3rd demon god, may we converse? The soul fire within Eric's cloak flickered, revealing Zhou Ming's silhouette. As if assessing him, are you certain there is anything left to discuss? What needs to be said has already been reiterated. What if I propose to join the Dark faction? Zhou Ming hinted. In an instant, Eric appeared before Zhou Ming, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you serious? Joining the Dark faction at this juncture is rather belated. Given your acumen and insight, you must realize that at this stage, neither faction will grant you an easy passage. Indeed, I am serious. Zhou Ming nodded, then calmly added, after the siege concludes, I shall withdraw. How does this differ from not joining at all? Eric seemed to grasp the implication, glancing at Zhou Ming's name. Now tinged with an ominous hue. It is said that you can enhance your power through the accumulation of evil points. It appears the rumors are true. Truly. The third demon god, my thoughts cannot elude you. Zhou Ming flattered him, then inquired, so, will you refuse or acquiesce? A chilling laugh escaped Eric. Since you possess such confidence in your abilities, I shall indulge you. The plan to traverse the world was a transparent scheme. Even if one were to discern the intent, it would not be obstructed. For an adventurer, establishing their own faction was far more manageable than one lurking within the light faction. Both the gods and demons would welcome such a development. Ding. System notification. The necromancer Eric has extended an invitation to you. Will you join the Dark Camp? Note: upon joining the Dark Camp, if you perish, you will only respawn at random locations in the wilderness. You must consider this carefully. Once you take this step, there is no turning back. Qianing felt a twinge of concern. Adventurers naturally belong to the Light Camp, and the gods cannot cast him out, whereas the Dark Camp imposes no such constraints. Zhou Ming inquired, if I belong to neither the Light Camp nor the Dark Camp, can I still accrue evil points? Yes, but there will be no additional bonuses. That is sufficient. Zhou Ming's gaze was clear, fully aware of his intentions. The official word from Destiny claims that this game possesses infinite possibilities. Thus, he resolved to test whether he could carve out a path that no one else could replicate. Indeed, Zhou Ming chose to accept. Ding. System notification. You have successfully joined the Dark Camp. He has joined the Dark Camp. In the vicinity, god-level powerhouses lurking in the shadows rejoiced. This is a monumental development. Consequently, the cities of the Light Camp will no longer be accessible to Zhou Yu World, leaving him with no refuge. Today, no one can save Zhou Yu World. Shui Zhanqiu stated solemnly. To eliminate Zhou Yu World, he had gone to great lengths, even enlisting the third demon god to oversee Giant Rock City. Now, Zhou Yu World's actions equated to relinquishing his sanctuary, increasing the likelihood of his demise. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Attention, adventurers. Flame Sovereign Zhou Yu World has forsaken the light and joined the Dark Camp. The bounty on this adventurer has significantly increased.